I gotta type this out. The people out there don't want to listen to the full story about what happened. They just want to focus on that one part. They're the type of people who flip to the end of the mystery novel to make sure that their theory was correct. They're the type of people who would love to talk about what they would do in a situation, but hate to listen to one's experience. I'm writing this because I want someone to understand. Those people want to condemn me, screaming, "How could you?" And my response? I only did what I had to do. Doesn't seem to satiate them. I have to explain myself and be heard. I guess that's why I'm typing this. I can already see that this is going to take a while. I am only allowed 1 hour of time with the computers before the guards shove me back into my cell. And for the sake of honesty, I will confess that I am typing this from a correctional facility. I am not incarcerated yet. I am waiting to be tried, and from the disdainful looks that I have earned from the jury, I have no delusions as to the nature of the verdict. My daily 1 hour limit on the computer time is really going to prolong this. But after all, the trial is going to take a while due to the media circus that this case has generated, so I do have some time. I'm also writing this because I am quite lonely. The guards want nothing to do with me, and I have been placed in isolation until the hearing is over. I am alone here, and I am put in solitary when my multimedia time is up. There has been some speculation as to why this is. The court reasoned that it was for my safety. I could believe that if I hadn't seen the way that they look at me. They want me isolated due to their disgust at my appearance and my actions. Ever since the accident, I have had this ghoulish appearance, which I don't feel much like talking about, and since there are no mirrors, I really don't have to confront the damage done to my body. I'll start at the beginning. I wanted a new start. I wanted to get away. I packed my belongings, which was not a whole lot, into 2 suitcases and hopped a cross-country flight towards Colorado. I was in a rut in my home state. I'm going to gloss over the reservation in which I was born. I don't really consider it all to be part of my heritage. I wanted a fresh start and a new experience. I watched the snow fall outside the window and thought of my dreams. And I was granted that a fresh start and a new beginning by laughing and cruel gods. The engine stalled mid-flight. The place fell out of the sky. And collided with a mountain. The impact should have killed us instantly, but the pilot had attempted a breech landing. We had slammed through the trees that tore the plane apart, and we came to a skidding stop amongst the snow. I unbuckled my seatbelt and I tried to stand up. Everything had looked blurry, and I took my first tentative step. And I fell flat on my face, and I would have broken my nose had something not shielded me from the floor of the plane. My hazy vision returned to me in patches, and I recognized that I had collapsed on someone.
Hey, I'm
I began to apologize profusely as my vision cleared, and I realized that my apologies were falling on deaf ears. The dead are unable to hear. The man, what remained of him, had been horizontally bisected by his seatbelt and laid in 2 messy pieces on the cabin floor. His death was a quick one. He bled out in seconds, while others filled the air with their whimpering and supplications to gods who were no longer listening. The first thing I did was move around the plane and check on the other passengers. Most were obtunded and looked like they would never wake up due to their injuries. I guess I was lucky that I was in the middle of the plane and I wasn't whipped around as badly as the others in the crash. Most of the passengers were lost causes. One woman had been lashed forward into the fold-down tray, which had pierced her neck and killed her relatively quickly. I stepped onto something firm that gave under my foot, and desperately tried to continue onwards, trying not to focus on the lack of response or how their tiny shoe looked sticking out from the darkness from under the seats. I saw more carnage. The most gruesome instance that I can recall was the stewardess. She had been helping passengers into their seats while the plane went down. She didn't have time to get to safety as the food cart bore down on her and smashed her into the cargo door. I could only tell the remains were a stewardess by her name tag that read Marge Reed. She was a red, splattered mess that was sprayed against the door to the cargo, her exposed ribcage jutting out of her ruptured abdomen like a macabre spider that sought to ensnare me. I would have thrown up had I not been in such a shocked state. I moved up towards the cockpit, checking on the other passengers who might have survived. I passed more dying and dead people. One arrested my progress. It was a man. He was dressed in a jacket with a tie, the business type. He groaned in pain. He pawed feebly at the metal protrusion in his chest. Upon closer examination, I learned that it was the metal part of the seat tray that had impaled him into the seat. It must have missed his heart, but judging by his rasping breaths, I knew it had probably pierced and deflated a lung. He was dead. He just didn't know it yet. And the impaled man pled. "Help me. It hurts." His hand clawed at the metal bar as he coughed up a watery red substance. I responded. "You're dying." His eyes dilated and he whimpered. "I'm cold." I nodded and I braced myself. I told him to close his eyes, and when he did, I pressed the palm of my hand over his mouth and I pinched his nose shut. He shifted in his seat and tore the wound in his chest deeper. My hand held fast to his mouth and nose as I gave him the only mercy that was left to give. I held my hand over his mouth for a few moments longer until I was sure. And once I knew that he was dead, I threw up in the aisle. And I continued up the aisle. Most of the other passengers were beyond help. But their end was a fast approaching and merciful thing. They had only minutes left as opposed to the impaled man who might have lived through his injuries for a few agonizing hours before finally giving up the ghost. I kept telling myself that, and that's why I couldn't help them. Couldn't bring myself to do that again. I knew that if I did, something inside me would break and I would be just as dead as that man. The door to the cockpit was stuck. I rammed my shoulder into it a few more times before it gave way enough for me to look in. And I did not like what I saw. The nose of the plane had collided with the side of the mountain and the cockpit had taken the brunt of the damage. It had crumpled like it had been in the hands of an angry god. And through the wreckage, I could see only a few things to confirm that there had actually been someone in the cockpit. One of which was a hand sticking out of the crumpled metal. It twitched spasmodically, and I lied to myself and I said that it was the electricity from the sparking equipment galvanizing the body. I returned to the cabin of the plane, unwilling to stay as a witness to the gruesome scene before me. It was as I started down the airplane aisle again that I first became aware of the cold. It cut through to my core and it sent me shivering. I looked to my right and I noticed that there was a massive ragged hole in the side of the plane where the wing had once been attached. The cold air was blowing in and throwing a few wayward snowflakes into the aisles. A sound snapped my head up towards the back of the plane. Someone was in the lavatory, but the food cart was blocking the exit and trapping them inside. I pulled the cart aside, wincing as the wheels dragged through the messy remains of Marge. The man hobbled out of the bathroom. He had a few bruises and bumps, but he was going to survive. He walked with a limp, which made me assume that he had pulled something or injured himself in the crash. He introduced himself as Jim, and as I was about to give him my name, a shout of surprise interrupted me.
Hey!
There was another survivor. The other survivor, who only addressed himself as Tamsin, had just regained consciousness next to the corpse of another passenger. We managed to wrestle him out of the seat, and Jim slapped some sense back into him. We each rehashed the story of the crash as if retelling it would change the outcome. Tamsin swore that we had hit something, and Jim proposed that the engine had froze over due to the unnatural cold. It was at that suggestion that the thought dawned on us that we could freeze if we didn't do something about the cold. We began pulling luggage from the overhead and blocking up the gaping hole of the side of the plane. This did help to prevent some of the cold air from blowing into the plane and kept the predators out. And the sudden onset of adrenaline that we each experienced at the start of the crash had ebbed, and we were just now innervated. We spent the first night huddled together for warmth in the aisles, surrounded by the dead, and while the wind howled at us through the wreckage of our plane. And that night I dreamt of the pilot's hand sticking out of the wreckage, and it twitched to life and it began to beckon me with its fingers as if inviting me somewhere. And I didn't sleep so well for the rest of the night. We had raided the food cart and ate chips while discussing our plans. I knew that the airport would know something went wrong when we didn't arrive and they would come for us. Tamsin disagreed and pushed us to leave the wreckage and seek salvation. Jim opposed this, and that's when Tamsin became agitated. Tamsin told us that he wasn't going to stay in the steel coffin to freeze and starve to death, and that he was going to leave and find help. I was about to point out the ridiculousness of venturing outside without protection against the elements when Tamsin put his plan into motion. He began stripping the dead of their clothes and wrapping them around himself. He made an effective coat against the snow. He had wished us luck before venturing outside with nothing but a bag of airplane chips, a bottle of water, and his makeshift coat. I never saw Tamsin again after that. I would later find out why Jim was against the idea of walking to freedom. In the plane crash, he had injured his leg. He had rolled it and dislocated his ankle. By the end of that day, his ankle was swollen to the size of a softball, and the slightest movement was agonizing. The shock of yesterday had covered the pain, and now the adrenaline was gone. He was effectively disabled. It all fell on me to care for him and try to survive. I took advantage of Tamsin's idea and undressed the rest of the corpses to fashion a makeshift coat for Jim and me. I began then the less than pleasant task of moving the corpses back into the cargo hold. The hardest part of that job was dealing with Marge's corpse. I was almost afraid to touch her body because she looked like one of those monsters from John Carpenter's The Thing. While I dragged the 57 deceased passengers into the cargo hold, Jim was taking stock of the food and water, and when I finished, he told me the news that I already knew. We had enough food for about 2 more days. We had crashed after an in-flight service and the reservations were depleted. And at the end of the 3rd day, we were out of food. During those days, we speculated about how far off our rescue was. Jim told me that they were only a few days away. But I knew better. If they hadn't found us for 3 days, they had no clue where we were, and the search would take weeks. In my darker moments, I wished that I had joined Tamsin and abandoned Jim. It would have been a lot quicker, one way or another. After depleting our stock of food, our discussions began to grow darker. He spoke of death and the hopelessness of our situation. I knew that Jim's ankle had now swollen to the size of a grapefruit and hurt him so badly that he was drinking his way through the plane's minibar to ease the pain. The alcohol self-medicated him, but it made him have to use the lavatory frequently. I had to help him up, which hurt his leg and made him want to drink more. It was a vicious cycle. When he was drunk one night, he told me that we had to survive one way or another. He proceeded to suggest that we eat the corpses of the other deceased passengers. And by then, a week had passed without food, and my stomach was filled with a dull hurt. I told Jim that the thought was insane, and I waited until he passed out before I snuck back to the cargo to examine the corpses. They were practically naked, save for the underwear, and their skin was covered in frost and frozen from the condensation that formed on their bodies, thawing and unthawing in the hold. They had begun to rot. There was no way that we could eat them without getting sick. The smell of the decomposed bodies was so pungent that I almost threw up. The cargo hold was not insulated like the main cabin of the plane, so its temperature fluctuated more wildly as the sun rose and scorched the plane's skin during the day, and the moon gazed silently at the night's cold tendrils coiled through the insulated section. When I returned to the little nest of clothes that I had made, Jim was awake, and he read my expression. "They're rotten." I told him that we couldn't eat them and that we would just have to wait for rescue. He had laughed at that, and he laughed maniacally for the rest of the day. And desperation began to set in the next couple of days. Time was a relative thing. I began to lose count of the days that we'd been stranded out there on the mountain range. Jim drifted in and out of delirium as the pain in his dislocated ankle grew greater with every passing moment. He had moments of clarity where he was able to form coherent sentences, and befuddled moments where he only laughed or wept for hours. I retreated to myself as the hunger slowly began to eat me from the inside out. The jury wants to know when I made my fiendish decision, how I came to it. I can't give an exact time or sentiment. The days had settled into a dull malaise, and the nights had contorted into a nightmarish phantasms of hands writhing in wreckage and rib cages closing around me like teeth. But I felt nothing. I existed in a semi-consciousness stupefied state. All I can tell you is that before I did what I did, I lifted up the slat and I looked at the frozen landscape. No one was out there, and I was all alone. I had made my decision. I drank a tiny bottle of Jack Daniels to steel myself. I slammed the bottle on the armrest and it broke into a sharp edge. And I turned to Jim, who had shifted into a state of uncontrollable laughter. I had tried to talk to him for days, but he just kept laughing and shrieking nonsense. I had no other choice. I stabbed him in the throat, and the mini bottle cracked as it pierced him. Blood welled up on the surface, but it hadn't penetrated deep enough to be a fatal wound. Having lost the weapon, I straddled and I began choking him. He had resisted feebly, his hands beating at me, but was wrapped in clothing and barely felt it. It took him 5 minutes to die. I continued to choke him until I was sure that he was dead. His eyes rolled back in his head and his struggling stopped. I kept strangling him for a few minutes to be sure. I throttled him and I shook him until his neck gave a sickening snap. And I placed my head over his chest and listened for his heartbeat. I heard nothing. He was dead. Once I was certain that he was gone, I rolled off of his chest and I threw up bile. I was hunched over on the ground, and I wept bitter tears into the bile. There was nothing left of any substance in my stomach to begin with, but I knew that I was about to fit into the most macabre way possible. My hunger overtook me. I knelt to his open wound and I placed my lips over it. The feeling of having something warm after what felt like an eternity of living in the frigid environment coursing down my throat filled me with such vigor. Once I had quenched myself of the copper and crimson elixir, I set to the grisly task of separating the flesh from bone. I had nothing to aid my task but my hands and teeth. I tore the flesh of my friend off in hunks with my teeth. I won't describe it in any more detail as I've already done. I am ashamed of it, but if put in the same situation all over again, I would do the exact same thing. After eating Jim, who had been my only source of companionship in the desolate ruins of the plain, I lost all semblance of sanity. I drifted. No, I divorced myself from reality. I returned to a sort of primal state. I was a feral and fiendish creature. I don't know how much time had passed while I was in that primordial state. I don't know if days or weeks had elapsed since I consumed my friend before help finally arrived. I only know the circumstances in which my rescuers found me. Judging from their witness testimony, they breached the plane through the massive hole in the side. They had to tear out the luggage barricade that we had erected. At first, the search and rescue team thought there were no survivors. They did a search of the aisles and found nothing. That was when they moved into the cargo hold that they found me and the other passengers. The cargo hold was dark. They couldn't see anything, so they used their flashlights. Before they could switch them on, many attested to having heard a sickening crack. And they finally trained their lights on me. I had just broken open the bone of one of my fellow deceased passengers. My mouth was firmly attached to the woman's fractured femur, and I was trying to suck out the marrow of it. The light startled me out of my state. At first, I thought the light from their flashlights was a product of my fevered dreams. It was only until I looked at them and into their faces that I knew that I wasn't hallucinating. They looked at me in a mixture of shock, terror, and disgust as having seen me at my most human state. They weren't sure if I was a monster or a man, and I'm not sure of that myself. I don't know how long I had been in the cargo hold, but I am aware of a few things. At some point, I stripped off my makeshift coat. I must have been in the cargo hold for at least a couple of days, feeding off of the marrow of the other passengers' corpses. The cargo was not insulated. It was so cold in there at times, but I couldn't leave. It was nice, dark, and comfortable. They took me back to civilization, a shell of my former self. My first concrete memory of being back in civilization was when I first caught sight of the monster. They had put me up in a hotel for the night while they decided what to do with me. They wanted to charge me with murder and desecration. I couldn't think of anything else to do, so I paced my room for hours. And it was in this boredom that I first caught sight of the monster that plagues me to this very day. It was fiendish and a grotesque thing. Its nose and fingertips were black, and there was a feral knife-sliced grin plastered across its face. One that made it look almost as manic as Jim. It was gaunt and emaciated, and I wanted to scream. But I was paralyzed. It took me a few moments before I realized that the monster that I had seen was my reflection. I recall something that Ellie Weissel wrote. From the depths of the mirror, a corpse gazed back at me. The look in his eyes, as they stared at mine, have never left. I stared at the fiend transfixed for hours. I couldn't tell who or what had survived the plane crash. And this is my story. This will be my last day in here. Tomorrow morning I will be gone. The image of the jury standing and declaring me innocent of murder is burned in my mind. And he stood there and said, "We, the jury, find the defendant, Canonis, Mr. Blackwood, to be innocent due to extenuating and debilitating circumstances. Tomorrow I will be released back into the world. To be truthful, I am ambivalent about the verdict. I'm not sure if I should be released back into the world. A part of me yearns to be free, and another part of me demands that I be caged. Every night, I wake with a scream trapped in my throat, and the salty and iron-esque taste of marrow is fresh in my mouth. And I don't know what's worse. The memory dream, or how my stomach growls as I can almost taste the copper and sickly sweetness. It sounds crazy, right? I know it's crazy. That is why I am going to erase this. All of this. Even if I decide to delete this entire thing. I'm glad that I told it. I'm glad to get this off of my chest. The prison guard sank into the chair with an over-exaggerated sigh. He was glad to see the freaky-looking man leave. The trial was over, but the media shitstorm still swirled around them. The news stations were clamoring for evidence, and he glanced back and forth to make sure that there were no witnesses before he began. He turned on the computer and he began searching for any relevant data Blackwood might have left behind. Anything. A letter or an email to family or friends would fetch a high price for them. The guard found no email. But he did manage to recover a document that had been deleted hours before Blackwood was released back into the world. The prison guard leaned forward and began to read the document with a hungry expression on his face. This would fetch a high price. Indeed. Blue-gray flesh slips from my bones as I drag myself along the river's edge. The lace of my gown, once white as a dove, now ragged and heavy, trails through the black water like entrails snagging on reeds. My hair hangs in ropes. My hands are numb. The cold is a living thing that presses its teeth against my spine. My children! Where are my children? The cry splits the surface and keeps going. Too far and too long. As if the river loves the taste of sorrow and wants more of it. The echo comes back wrong, cracked and stretched, like the water is practicing my voice. And I am melting. And yet I am ice. Hollowed out and yet packed tight with a grief that has weight and edges. Sorrow and doom. The two hands that hold me under. But beneath them, in older current coils, rage. Not the rattling anger of a drunk. Not the flare of a single slap. Something deeper. A black rope pulled taut around the heart. Hatred for a smiling man who lies warm in a bed that is not mine. Fingertips drawing maps on a girl's pink skin while I freeze and rot. Santos. Even his name tastes like metal now. I remember. My children are gone. Santos is gone. He curls himself around promises he kept for someone else. He believes he is safe. He believes the river is only a river. At first, I will find my children. And then I will find him. And the river, patient, ancient, opens its arms as I sink a little deeper. And the sky weeps. The water drinks. The old thing that lives in dark water lifts its head and whispers. This grief is no longer grief. It is inheritance. And this is my legacy. The water was warm beneath my bare feet the day that I met Santos. Warm and forgiving. Nothing like the black current that would one day swallow me whole. The sand was littered with sea glass, shards that caught the sun and fractured it into prisms, red, green, and violet, tiny jewels scattered across the shore. Papa had woken me up at 4:30 a.m., and we pushed La Moreda, our small battered boat, into the sea of Cortez, and began hauling up the hoop nets. Ragged and patched, frayed at the edges, and they still came up heavy with bright red crabs. And every morning following the same pattern, the catch loaded into Papa's black pickup, the road to La Paz, and the long day at the market.
Blanca, get away from the water,
Papa shouted from the boat.
You know those currents will take you under and will never find you.
I'm not a little girl anymore, I shouted back. I'm 18 now. You can't keep treating me like a child.
And I stomped my foot in frustration, heat prickling my face. And I was so tired of this life. Tired of hauling crab pots, tending the sea stand, cooking, cleaning, and caring for my brothers and sisters. Tired of my papa's heavy boots and my mama's quiet sobs. I wanted music. I wanted dances and boys and nights that smelled of flowers instead of fish guts. And Perla had told me about the hibiscus dance that weekend. And all day it gnawed at me. And I knew Papa would forbid it, but hope fluttered in my chest anyway. Reckless as a bird. We loaded the crabs, covered them in tarps that bled seawater into the truck bed, and rattled down the winding road through desert scrub and cactus. The heat was suffocating, pressing down like a heavy hand.
I sipped lime water and pouted while Papa hummed along to old songs about men who regretted only after their woman was gone. "Why the long face, Mia?" he asked finally. "I don't want to work the stand today," I muttered. "I want to see Perla."
"You know that's not possible. Now enough."
At the market, the air was thick with fish stench and sweat. My hair clung to my neck, my thin gray dress plastered to my body. Papa barked orders until, with a grunt, he wandered off for a cold drink. And I knew that meant Adela. It always meant Adela. Poor Mama at home knew too. But she stayed out of duty or fear, chained to a man who squandered everything. And by afternoon, the customers thinned, and the heat shimmered in the air. I braided my hair into 2 plaits, wiping the sweat from my face, and slipped out from beneath the tent. The breeze kissed my skin, delicious against the heat. And I ran, lightheaded with stolen freedom, daydreaming of the hibiscus dance, and then I slammed into him. A tall, pale man by the fruit cart. My breath knocked out of me. I turned, annoyance carved into his features, but in an instant, it melted like a smile that dazzled me.
His blue eyes locked onto mine.
And I'm sure that I blushed. Heat flushed up from my feet to my nose. He had reddish blonde hair, so different from the locals. "It's quite all right. What's your name?" he asked, very coy. "Blanca," I muttered awkwardly. "Oh, sorry, I really must be going," I blurted, and then I took off before he could say anything else. And Perla was poised outside of Estelia's Esthesia, overdressed and gorgeous in her crimson dress and heels. Men gave her hungry, measured gazes as they passed. She was voluptuous. I hoped someday to fill out like her. And envy prickled me. No one ever looked at me the way that they looked at Perla. "Well, look who it is. Won't your dad get mad, Blanca?" Perla teased as I jogged up. "Only if he finds out," I said. "So, are we going to the dance this weekend or what? I really want to see Juan. He said if I go, he'll take me out to the dunes. And you know what that means," she winked. "Papa would never let me. But I'm going to find a way to sneak out. Just wait for me by the elote stand at 10. "Okay, I'll meet you there. But if you're not there by 10:15, I'm leaving. I don't want Juan taking some other girl," Perla said with a dramatic shimmy. "I'll be there," I grinned. "I have to hurry and close the stand at La Pesqueria before my dad gets back. I'll see you then," and I turned to go. "Bye, pequeña," she sang, waving me off. I rushed back through the maze of tables and tents, hoping to beat Papa. But there he was, propped against the table, furious and very drunk.
"Where the fuck did you go, Blanca? You know you want to leave the stand. What about the customers? Me off with some boy? You're a whore just like your mother,"
he thundered. "You're drunk, Papa. Leave me alone and let me clean up," I shouted back. The market was nearly empty and no one looked twice. In those days, people didn't interfere in family matters.
"You better get this done quick, you stink whore."
"It's all of these fish," I howled, tears stinging my eyes. And anger burned my cheeks. Then he struck me across the face and dragged me by the arm towards the truck.
"I should beat you black and blue, Blanca. I should have never had you, you worthless, lazy."
"Then who would tend to all your kids?" I shrieked, reckless with pain. And he hit me harder, slamming me into the passenger seat, and I sobbed as he gunned the engine. And the ride back to our shack was silent. Hot tears spilled and dried on my face. And more than ever, I was determined to leave that hellhole. I was tired of Mama and Papa fighting, tired of him beating her, and then turning on me when she went limp and quiet. I tried to shield the younger ones. And there was never enough food, and what we made went to Father's vices and his goddamn lover. I'm the whore, I thought bitterly. Of course he knew about whores. That's where he spent all of his time. The weekend approached, and before I knew it, it was the night of the dance. Papa was nowhere in sight. I knew he went to see Adelia. I went down to the creek and I bathed in the last light. I washed my hair with crushed flower petals and oil to make it shiny and tamed. A sweet fragrance twirled in my nose as I thought about what might come. Who might ask me to dance? Would Perla show up? No sense in worrying. Excitement rose and pushed the fear aside. I chose a short white dress that accentuated my thin frame, sleeves long and see-through. And I felt like a dove, delicate and pure. I left my curls down, shining with the oils, champagne-colored heels Perla had snuck me the day before, and a swipe of red lipstick. And I felt strangely beautiful, something I never thought about myself before. But something was different tonight, a need that I didn't fully understand. I let my gut lead me and slipped into the night. I never wear heels. It took far longer than I planned to reach the spot where Perla was supposed to wait. I hobbled like a little old woman, trying not to fall. But she wasn't there. I knew I was late. Disappointment prickled, but I wasn't going home. I took off my shoes and I waddled towards town. Tonight mattered. Tonight was me telling myself and the world that I was ready to live my life as I saw fit. And from around the bend came heavy drums, gleeful shouts and trumpets. Music thick as honey. Women in bright dresses, painted like tropical birds, drifted past. And gentlemen in thin shirts, tight pants, and boots hurried after the young girls. And children, up long past bedtime, peeked from behind parked cars. And I felt shy and small. I walked slowly to the gate of the rodeo grounds where the dance was held. What a sight. Flowers everywhere, cold beer, groups stamping in circles, bailando guapangos. Magnificent and terrifying. I stepped through the gate and I wandered, not watching my path, right into a cluster of young men. And a hand slipped up the back of my dress. The fingers grabbed my ass.
Who did that? ¿Cuál hija de puta?
I snapped, voice shaking.
Don't be so dramatic,
one of them said, smirking. And tears of embarrassment burned my eyes, and I shoved through them, heading for the exit when I saw the beautiful Guerrero from the other day. He caught my eye and walked towards me,
his blue shirt matching his sparkling eyes.
He bit his lip and said my name like a secret. Blanca. Before I could answer, someone hooked my arm and spun me.
Perla! Hi, I'm sorry I'm late. I thought I missed you. You're always late. Tonight is no different, she laughed. Besides, Juan ditched me. But forget that loser. Who was that you were looking at?
And we danced, and I kept glancing his way. And he stared openly. Hungry.
I don't know his name, I said. I bumped into him in town. Why is he staring at me like that? He wants to fuck you,
she laughed, wicked, and I flushed. She pulled me aside and whispered things that made me blush hotter. And the thought startled me, and I almost wanted it. Papa always said that I'm a whore. Why not do what I want? Perla shoved a beer into my hand, and I never drank before.
Toma, pequeña, drink, then talk to your man.
And after another beer and more dancing, I let myself to drift towards him. You want to dance? He asked, voice low and a gravel purr.
It's about time you asked,
I said, wrapping my arms around his neck. His hand gripped my waist, slow and sure. He led me to a shadowed corner. We moved too slowly for the song.
And I watched his deep blue eyes.
And his mouth. And I pressed closer. He inhaled sharply. And I could feel the heat in him meeting mine. Come here, Blanquita, he whispered into my ear. Let's go for a drive up to the beach. I let him take my hand. His shiny new truck glowed under the lights. He opened the door and helped me climb in. I knew that it should feel wrong. We weren't married, but I didn't care. His hand slid between my thighs as we drove towards the coast. His beard tickled my bare skin. The night filled with the sound of waves and my soft, surprising moans. Magic. And by morning, I lay curled against his beating heart. "Tell me more about you," I asked, and he smiled into my hair. "Santos," he said, "from Guadalajara. My father's in town for business, and I'm here for the summer. And then back home." I think he caught the shadow on my face. "Blanca, tú eres mía. You are mine. Don't worry. I'll come back for you." What a goddamn fool I was to believe that. 2 months had passed this way. Santos picking me up, drinking and dancing, and making love to me on the beach. I'd sneak out when Papa was drunk and passed out. And once, Mama caught me leaving, but she never told him. I still fished most mornings and tended the market. And all was well. Until the stomach aches began. I was hauling crab pots when a wave of pain and nausea cut me in half. I dropped to my knees, and Papa saw the blood soaking the hem of my dress and came running, cursing and frightened. "What's wrong, Blanca? We don't have money for a doctor. Is it your menses?" he stammered. "No, Papa. I don't know. It hurts so much," I whispered, breath failing. The world tilted and went dark. When I woke, I was in La Clinica, and a nurse stood beside an IV bag. "Glad to see you're awake. We've hooked fluids. You were very dehydrated," she chirped. And they took urine. They took blood. And they changed me into a gown. And the doctor came. "Well, Blanca, you're pregnant. We'll do an ultrasound." They wheeled me into a rudimentary machine. Papa was nowhere. And gel, static, and a grainy screen. And then... twins. Twins. Back in the room, I stared through tears. I was in love with Santos. Surely now he would marry me. Papa would be furious, but maybe grandchildren would soften him. And on the bed lay a note, sloppily, savagely written. "Blanca, I did the best that I could for you. Do not come home. I wash my hands of all of this and you. Papa." "Nurse, can I borrow a phone?" I asked, voice small. "I need to make a call." And I rang Santos. He said that he'd come. And about an hour later, he pulled up outside. "I have news, Santos. You're going to be a father of twins," I blurted, joy and terror mixing. "Papa left me, but it's okay. Now we can marry. I can go to Guadalajara with..." "Blanca, wait," he cut in. His face had gone pale, and the sparkle fled his eyes. "I can't take you with me yet. It'll cause problems with my abuelita's inheritance. Please, just stay here. Stay with Pearl. Have our sons, and I will come back for you." And shock froze me. "Please, amor. Don't leave me here. I need you." "I'll come back for you, Blanca. Send for me when they are born," he muttered through his own tears. Tears that proved nothing. And then he turned and walked out. And the next 7 months were exceedingly difficult. Perla lived in a one-room house. There wasn't extra money for much. My cravings went unanswered. I could only gather a few things for the babies, mostly what I would knit by lamplight. And bed rest stole my strength. And at last the day came. Perla held my hand while I screamed my 2 red-haired boys into the world. So small and so perfect. Tiny blue eyes that made me think of Santos. And Perla ran to call her sister so he could be fetched. The trip was a day by vehicle. Maybe he would arrive in time to bring me home from the hospital. But days passed, and I was discharged, and still no Santos. Word came that on the way to Baja California, he had fallen asleep at the wheel and hit a tree. They transported him back home immediately. "Please, Perla, lend me money for the bus. It's been 2 weeks since the boys were born. I must go to my amor. I can't wait here any longer." "I'll loan you the money, Blanca. But please, don't get your hopes up. You know how men are. If he wanted to be here, he would," she said softly. And I packed what little I had and went to the station. I wasn't quite sure where I was going, only that I had Santos' sister's mailing address from our brief letters during the pregnancy. I boarded a bus that would get me to Guadalajara the same day. And when we reached Jalisco, I got off and I tried to puzzle out the address. Money was tight and I could only take a taxi as far as NARRATED. I napped in the cab, cuddling my sons, warm with the thought that soon they would meet their papa. And I woke as we rolled into NARRATED, a lazy, beautiful fishing town. I have to call his sister and pray that they would come. In a little aburrito store, I asked to use the phone for a few pesos. Camelia answered on the second ring. "Hello? Hola, it's me. Blanca. I have a surprise. I'm in NARRATED at the aburritos with the babies. Could you or Santos come get me?" "Oh, Blanca, you really shouldn't have come down here," she said. "I'll send my husband to pick you up and bring you to the house. We need to talk." And then she hung up abruptly. "What in the world?" I muttered, stomach tilting. And half an hour later, a white pickup rolled up. The man who stepped out didn't look too pleased to see me. I climbed in and we drove to a small, pretty house near a crystal clear lake. And a stern, pale woman came out. Camelia. And she opened the door. "And Santos is on his way. Let's go inside to talk. Bring the babies out of the heat." I followed her in and sat where she pointed, nausea and dread swirling. "What's going on, Camelia? What is there to tell me?" "I don't know if there's an easy way to say this," and she sighed. "Santos has a fiancé. They've been together for nearly 3 years, Blanca. I told him to tell you when I learned about the boys, but he couldn't. It's cruel, I know. No." The word fell from my mouth like a stone. "No." And she brought out a small photo album. And there was my amor, his arm draped around the waist of a short, lovely young woman, their foreheads almost touching, lips tilted towards secrets. The way that I had often gazed into his eyes after hot summer nights, kisses that I would never taste again. And something inside me shattered like glass. And a new sensation flooded me, cold and black. My hands and legs were not my own. My voice went flat, light and distant. "Do you have something cooler that I could wear, Camelia? I'd like to sit by the lake and prepare to see Santos. I'll take my niños to enjoy the shade of the mangroves." "Of course, Blanca. Go pick anything you would like." He had lied to me. How could I have believed this? How could I have been so stupid? He lied to me about everything. He was always a liar. In her room, the closet hung with neat dresses. On one hanger, a long white gown, with a headpiece pinned to the same hook. How strangely perfect. Lace that draped in the middle like a river. A bride's gown. I changed and pinned the headpiece, or veiled an ornament. And then I walked out, slow and deliberate, the baby in each arm, past Camilla's worried face, and out the door, barefoot onto the short grass, towards the water and the trees. The sun pressed down. One boy woke and began to cry, and I looked into his small blue eyes. For the first time, saw only Santos. And something dark tugged at my mind, pulling me away from myself. Each step thudded into the earth. And with each step, I owned less of my thoughts. And by the time I reached the water's edge, I was nothing but motion. And both boys were crying. I lifted the first and plunged his head beneath the surface violently. He flailed, silt billowing up into a brown cloud, the clear water turning murky, and I could no longer see his face. and I dipped the second. The silt thickened, and now I could see nothing at all. Their small bodies sank into the shallow lake, and I lay back on the bank, exhausted, and my eyes fell shut.
Blanca! Blanca, where are you?
The voice was frantic. Santos. I jolted awake. I stood and moved towards him with a blank face. And I felt nothing. My body moved like a marionette, and he ran to me and hugged me. But I did not lift my arms. Why are you wearing Camelia's wedding dress? Why are you soaking wet, Blanca? Where are my sons? He demanded. And I said nothing. Blanca, what the hell is going on? And still nothing. He stumbled away, searching frantically, and then he froze. In the water, 2 newborn boys, still and pale. And he waded in, snatching them up, laid them on the blanket that they had been wrapped in, and he screamed. A guttural, animal sound that shredded the air. He tried to breathe life back. There was no saving them. Something changed in his face. His body started to tremble. His eyes turned at the coldest black. And he lunged at me, clamping his hands around my throat. What did you do? Why the fuck did you do? Why? He's I screamed. From the deepest place a voice can come from. The cry tore itself out of me as he squeezed. And my feet scuffed the grass, and stars burst at the edges of my vision. But I did not struggle. I held his gaze and smiled, small and steady. I wanted that expression burned into him forever. That fucking bastard did this to me. To my children. My eyes glazed. Darkness folded over me like a veil. And from this day, they say that a woman in white walks the banks, lace dripping, voice warped by water. They say that she calls for her children until the sky itself weeps. They say that if you hear her and answer, a hand you trust will take yours, and then another, and then a third you do not recognize. And by the time you wonder which is which, the shore will be behind you. My sorrow became legend. My rage became a curse. This is my legacy.
The woman's head was blown clean off, bits of it strewn about the room like confetti bursting from a party ballroom. Her perfect red dress, stained with bodily fluids from an apparent sexual assault. To the left of her was the instrument of her murder, a long golden candlestick that it was smeared in her entrails. It was difficult to determine whether or not the fling had occurred prior to death. I took a good long look at her and snapped a final photo, popping open the cap on my permanent marker and scribbling a caption on the back of the Polaroid. Mrs. Scarlet in the library with the candlestick. She would likely go into album number 13 right next to Mr. Green, the third body this week to be bagged and tagged, and was only 2 p.m. on a Monday. Do you think that you can get this place up to snuff by the gala tonight? Kent Roswell is the one speaking, and just the sound of his voice makes me wonder if listening to his high-pitched shrill is what sent our Jane Doe over the edge. He's standing at a distance from her body, as though believing that by stepping foot into the room he'll be contaminated. I'm only one person, Kent. Can't make any promises, I told him as I swung my camera back into my bag. They said that you were the best! he remarked in frustration. I knelt down and started to collect particles of dead skin that were scattered amid the carpet, evidence of a struggle. Scarlet had tried to get away, crawling and grasping at the fabric as her assailant dragged her towards... And I paused. Toward where? Standing up, I looked about the room, realizing that a piece of furniture was missing. Hey, are you listening to a thing that I'm saying? Kent asked. 9 p.m. sharp, got it. Now get out, I said dismissively as I stepped towards the sliding doors and slammed them in his face. I heard him huff angrily as I turned and memorized the room, searching for what was out of place. The love seat. I put myself in the killer's shoes, retracing his steps and imagining the argument that took place. The drops of wine amid the carpet and stained on Doe's dress told me that her attacker had been drinking when they came in. I took a wide step, following the pattern in the carpet. So it was a man. Tall, probably 6'2" or so. He tossed her to the love seat, eager for sex, I realized as I gazed toward the window. Then I realized that had to be when she fought back. Pushing him against the bookshelf, I thought as I pieced together what happened next. He grabbed the candlestick, bashing her in the skull, but not killing her. And then... I went to the window and I pushed it open, looking down from the 4th floor to the shrubs below. Even from this height, I could make out the shadow of the second body and I smiled. Scarlet had gotten the upper hand, pushed her drunken attacker straight to his doom. Then she had tossed the love seat out on top of him to add insult to injury, crushing his back and likely severing his spine. Then, how had she lost her head? I wondered this as I closed it up and latched it back. By all accounts, the next step would have been to call for help. My thoughts were interrupted when I saw Kent standing there and blocking my view. Are you done yet? He asked as he crossed his arms and fidgeted. You're breaking my concentration, I told him. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you would be busy, cleaning up the body like you're supposed to, Kent snarled. I ignored his tirade and looked at the angle of Scarlet's body. Someone else had been in the room, I realized, speaking aloud so that Kent's banter wouldn't interrupt me. What? There was no sign of forced entry, aside from the way that the killer came in, he muttered. So that means whoever had come in here was already here. She must have been meeting someone, I told him. And Kent's lips quivered, and I could already tell his mind was running 100 different scenarios. A few minutes ago, he thought this was rape. Now it was looking like a secret rendezvous. Was she cheating on me? He asked. Possibly. Our first attacker didn't get to do the deed. So that means that she and whomever was in the room had celebratory sex. I paused and envisioned how they likely had, in the heat of the moment, gone on each other like rabbits. Oh God, not Lucy, not her. I scowled, trying my best to erase his mistress's name from my memory. No names. It messes up my flow, I remarked. I checked for any bruising around her legs or ankles, realizing that while her head was likely still suffering from the blunt force trauma, she had bled out during the intercourse. It didn't stop, I said in disgust as I stood up and looked towards the candlestick. This was to cover what happened. Make it look like someone else had done the deed, I told Ken, but my mind whirled as I considered the implications. But he was still too dumbfounded to even put the pieces together as he stepped over towards the bookcase. And finally he asked, I don't understand. If that's true, then where's the killer now? It came to me just as I saw the crooked bookend that he was standing alongside. They're still in the room. And suddenly the wall moved and a tall, dark-haired man stepped out and placed his hand against Kent's mouth. Don't move a muscle, or I'll break his neck. I held my own breath, keeping calm as I sized him up. There was no doubt that this was Doe's killer. By the way that his eyes twitched, the flush in his face, it told me that he was scared as the rest of us. You don't want this, I said, raising my hand slowly. Don't move, he repeated as he dragged Kent slowly towards the spot where Doe was thrown against the floor. Hey, we're not the bad guys here. We know you didn't want to kill her. But you had no choice. And he hesitated. Clearly, I was on the right track. You arranged to meet her here. And you thought that no one would ever know. Then you were interrupted. She had another gentleman call her and you were told to hide. She would take care of it, right? I paused, glancing towards the secret nook behind the bookcase. So you watched right there as she sweet-talked another man. Drove you crazy. But then, you saw that this lover was violent. That turned you on, didn't it? You thought that she was getting what she deserved. Hey, shut your mouth! The man shouted, but I wasn't finished yet. But what you didn't count on was her killing him. Now you had a problem. She was hurt and possibly dying. And you still hadn't gotten what you came for. So you did the only thing your simple mind could think of. You raped her and watched her bleed out. Then smashed her face in just to cover up the evidence, I realized. You don't know nothing! The man spat. I saw a familiar label badge stapled to his pressed suit, and immediately I knew exactly why he was here. I think I know enough. So why don't you settle down and consider what's going to happen if you don't do exactly as I say? You came here to extract information from Lucy. That didn't happen. Instead, you were forced to consider walking away empty-handed. And I'm going to tell you why that's your best option. Think about where you are and think about how easily it will be for you to disappear just like that body will outside. Or like your lover here. You think you're in control here? You're not. Because it doesn't matter if you do walk out this door. You'll never leave here alive. And that's a fact. I was bluffing for the most part. He looked like he could take a few bullets and still keep running. But apparently my threats made him second guess himself and he let Kent go. It wasn't supposed to be this way. She was supposed to bring me the flash drive. What places are you talking about? Kent asked, and I steered the conversation in a different direction. It's not too late. Turn yourself in and make all this go away. No one has to know what happened here. I'll make sure of that. It's what I do best, I promised him. I could see the gears in his head turning as he considered my offer. And then, to my surprise, he stepped towards the window and responded. I think I'll take my chances in hell, friend. And then he leapt to the ground below, his body crumpling as it hit and he tried to crawl away. I sighed in frustration and asked Kent to hold my bag. I whipped out my cell phone and typed in a code, waiting for a response. A few moments later, I watched as long streams of red aimed at the man's body, and he too lost his head. It was horrifying and beautiful to watch how quickly it had gotten taken care of. What the fuck was that? Kent asked in shock as he looked down towards the lush lawn. It's better you don't ask questions, Roswell, I told him as I pulled him away from the window. But that curt statement wasn't satisfying him this time. How the hell did you do that? Who'd you call? Who was that man? You just ordered a hit on him without even batting an eye, he sputtered. And I sighed softly and rubbed the temple on my forehead. Let's grab a drink, Kent, and I'll explain. I walked over to the sliding door of the library and glanced down the long hallway to make sure that we wouldn't be interrupted. And then I locked it and turned to where he was trying to calm his nerves, sitting across from Doe's headless corpse. Pick your poison, Roswell, I said as I went over to the open bar on the other side of the room, grabbing 2 wine glasses. Bourbon. I need something strong because the way that you're talking, this must be a hell of a story. It is, I agreed as I poured us both a glass and pulled up a chair to face him. We were probably only 6 feet apart from each other. Kent, I'm going to need you to promise me that you're going to forget what you saw tonight, I said as I gave him the drink. What? What are you talking about? How the heck am I supposed to forget seeing 3 dead bodies? Your wife and the men that she slept with, it's best that you pretend that they didn't exist. After tonight is over and I clean all of this up. That's how it's going to be anyway. That's why you hired me, remember? I said softly. That was before, but this is crazy. What was my wife involved with? We both took sips from our glasses at the same time. I can't say, but I can tell you that I'll make sure that it never sees the light of day. The people that I'm employed with will anyway, I said gravely. And he paused, tasting the bitterness of the drink and muttering, What do you mean by that? Aren't you just some crime scene cleaner? Like I said, I'm the best. And tell me what this is about. I need to know. Sorry, but I can't do that, I admitted as I stood up and finished my drink. Oh, like hell you can't. I hired you. You work for me, he said, standing up and then abruptly dropping his glass. Let's get a few things straight, Mr. Roswell, I said as I stared at his shaking hand. What did you put in my in my drink? You didn't hire me. I came here because your wife upset some very powerful people here. People that sent me to make sure that every trace of evidence is gone before the sun sets, I told him, ignoring his question as his mouth started to foam up. If you had cooperated, that would have meant that you could walk away with your life. But as it stands, cleaning up is a lot easier when the body is simply dissolves, I said as he continued to convulse and collapse on the floor. In another second, the chemicals that I had laced his drink with began to melt his face away. The last thing he screamed for was his mother. Seven hours later, I was standing in the same room, sipping wine with my boss, staring out the same window where I had watched a man get shot by snipers from the rooftops, drinking from the same glass that I had poisoned Roswell with. Impressive stuff, Leo. I might need to up your pay, my boss said as he examined the room. Thank you, sir, I said. Don't take it as a compliment, son. This could go very differently if we had not retrieved the drive. I knew precisely what he was implying. The spare body bag could have been for me. What was on it? That's above both our pay grades, he said with a smirk and then passed me a Visa card with my pay on it. Call you gamble when there's a need. Stay out of trouble, my boy, he remarked as the guest speaker came into the room and we applauded. My boss disappeared into the crowd. I spent the rest of the evening mingling with the guests, trying to pretend that I didn't have a target on my back. I had a pretty young intern and probably drank a few too many bourbons myself. So, first time to the White House? She asked with a giggle once we were done. Something like that, I said as I kissed her, and she asked, Oh, so mysterious. Are you like a spy? Yeah, if I told you, I'd have to kill you. Oh, come on, don't be like that. I don't even know your name, she insisted. I knew as intoxicated as she was that she likely wouldn't remember, but for some reason I let it slip. What was the harm? These are the rambling thoughts of a drunkard, I know, and I regretted it severely the next morning. Because when I did wake up, her body was stiff and cold. A needle prick to the neck told me precisely what had happened, and I didn't even budge as I realized that I was still being watched. Why am I still alive? I whispered, knowing that by breaking the code, I too could have been easily swept away alongside this pretty young maid. You are more valuable to us. Alive, the shadowy figure said as they disappeared. And I felt a chill in the air as I was alone again, save for her lifeless corpse staring at me. This is the price that I pay for the work that I do. But it's not like I can simply walk away. No one walks away from this job. What is it that I do? I'll use terms that you understand. I am a crime scene cleaner, but not for any group that you know. Some label them as a secret society, the most popular moniker being the Illuminati. So that's the one that I'll use too. And who am I? You'll never know. Some say that I'm already dead. And maybe they're right. No records of me will ever exist. For the purpose of our narrative, you can call me Theo. Theo Miller. Yeah. I like the sound of that. Anything else I divulge is going to be purely speculation. Because like this young intern just found out the hard way, if I tell you more, I'll have to kill you. I'm not usually the type of person to click on ads, but I was completely broke and still living with my parents. Before a bunch of you guys come at me and tell me to get a job and to just stop being a bum, I want you guys to know, I do have a job. I work 55 hours a week and I give all my money to my parents. They are the ones that don't have enough to pay their bills. After everything is said and done, I have maybe $40 a month to spend on myself. Fuck. They're my parents. But I make sure they have enough to eat before I feed myself. That is why when I saw a simple black square take up the bottom right corner of my screen with the words, "Cash for Confessions," inside of the box, I clicked it. I was using an old beat-up tablet and hooked up to real shitty Wi-Fi coming from the modem and router Comcast rents to us. But the site opened up on my tablet in an instant. Like I said, I'm not normally the type of person to click on ads, so my guard was up high. But the website seemed completely safe. It was pretty much solid white with a small tan box in the middle of the screen. On the box were two generic words, "Create account." I quickly made a throwaway email address and clicked on the box. It took me to the next screen. It only asked me for 3 things: username, email address, currency desired. My favorite superhero is Flash, so I made my username Barry Flash. I typed in my email address, and then I typed in USD on the last slot. As soon as I finished typing, the screen turned black. It stayed that way for a couple of seconds before 2 words appeared on the top of the screen. Thank you. The 2 words faded away and were replaced by a series of rules. Cash for confessions. Number 1. All of the confessions must be completely true. Number 2. Do not use the money to help others out. This is your money that you have earned. 3. You may tell others about cash for confessions, but you cannot send this to anyone that will cause us any type of trouble. I impatiently tapped on the screen until the screen flashed a completely white screen before transitioning to a gray screen. An endless list of confessions filled my screen. I wasn't really interested in anyone else's confessions. I wanted to see if this thing actually paid us. And after a couple of seconds of searching around, I finally found what I was looking for. Once you click this, you must confess. Without a second thought, I tapped on the link, and the other confessions disappeared from the screen and were replaced by an empty white box. I tapped on the box and my keyboard came up on my screen. After a small sigh of anticipation, I typed out, "I was a virgin until I was 22 years old." And right after I finished typing, the keyboard disappeared and the screen went completely black. I waited for a couple of seconds before the tablet vibrated. And after a couple more seconds of waiting, I pressed the power button and my tablet came to life. There was a new email. I tapped on the notification and the email app came up and slowly started to load. I almost let out a scream of joy when I saw that the email was from the Cash for Confessions. I tapped on the email and quickly became sketched out and slightly pissed when all it said was, $15 has been deposited into your bank account. If you would like more money, please give us a better confession. Shit. I would have been happy with just the 15, but I knew that there was no way that they could have deposited the money into my account. They didn't even get my account number. They didn't even know what bank I used. Shit, they didn't even know my name. and after letting out a depressed groan, I turned my tablet off and I went to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of my tablet vibrating continuously, and once I got out of bed, I nervously walked up and turned my tablet on. Emails. Thousands of emails from Cash for Confessions. I nervously clicked on the first email and almost dropped it on the ground. I closed out of the email and looked through the rest. They all said the same thing. Don't doubt us, Samuel Harrison. We know who you are. We gave you the money. Please check your bank account and see that we are a legitimate business. We miss you, and we hope you come back. Curious and scared out of my mind, I clicked on my bank app and logged in. I had 14 cents in my bank account before. I had checked earlier to see if I could eat Taco Bell the next day, but I now had 15.14. I was scared. I really was, but I was also excited. I mean it. It was the first opportunity I was given to actually make a little pocket change for myself. I don't really know when I fell asleep, but I do know that the sun was rising when I finally did. I kept writing out confession after confession. I mean, they knew who I was, but the people that were reading it had no idea. All they saw were my confessions. I didn't really put anything juicy, but a couple of them managed to make me around $30. And that was 4 days ago. I woke up the next morning and realized that I was already 4 hours late to work. I don't know why I was so dumb, but I called my manager and I told him that I quit. In the middle of his rant, I hung up on him and checked my bank account. My jaw dropped when I saw that $1,560.14 was in my bank account. And for the next 3 days, I wrote as many of my confessions as I could. But yesterday morning, I realized something. I was out of things to confess. This is when I started to mess up my entire life in the span of 24 hours. I broke one of the rules. I started to make up confessions. It started off with small shit, like I stole $100 out of my grandma's wallet when I was 12, and quickly escalated to I have a gun in my drawer, and I'm going to kill my parents tonight, and they won't be able to do anything about it. Right after I made that confession, I checked my emails. A couple of my made-up confessions made in between $15 to $750, but my newest one had made me $15,000. I was ecstatic. Everything felt like it was perfect, but an hour later, my tablet started blowing up again. Nervously, I checked it and I saw that I had over 800 emails waiting for me. I opened the first one and instantly knew how bad I fucked up. I knew they all said the same thing, but I spent the next hour clicking through all of the emails and checking to see if maybe it was just a warning. But it wasn't. They all said the same thing again. Samuel, why would you lie to us? You knew we would figure out if you were lying or not. But there is a way to fix it. If you look in your first drawer, you will see a gun. Kill your parents if you want to live. Fulfill the confession, or we will take your worthless life. And I checked my drawer, and sure enough, the gun was in the middle of my drawer. I picked it up and I felt goosebumps covering my body. When my parents sat on the couch for our weekly movie night, I took the gun downstairs. I sat next to them for the last time. I enjoyed every single second, every single laugh at a dumb moment from the movie, and every single smile that we gave each other. And as the movie ended, I took the gun out of the back of my pants. Tears filled my eyes as I knew what I needed to do. I placed the gun behind me and I ran out the front door. I didn't look back at them. I didn't want to see their confused and concerned faces as I ran off into the night. I went to my friend's house that night. I knew that I was putting him at risk, but I was honestly hoping that they would kill my friend and me off, but unfortunately, I woke up this morning. I woke up and I saw my friend cooking breakfast. With a feeling of dread and sadness, I turned on his TV and turned on the news. The main story was about my parents. They were found in our house. Both of their heads were mutilated by several bullets, and I choked back my tears and sobs. I know they are after me now. I'm writing this out on my tablet and leaving it at my friend's house while I try to get as far away as possible. It's my fault that my parents are dead, but it is now up to me. It's up to me to get revenge for their deaths. Until then, I want to leave you guys with a warning. Please be careful if you use cash for confessions. It is fine if you need a bit of money, but please don't be like me. Don't make up confessions. I practically raised my little brothers. Our parents worked minimum wage jobs in the city, an hour's drive away that had them leaving in the morning when it was still dark, and the sea was calm beneath a gray dawn. We were left behind in the small coastal town where we were born in, where there weren't enough jobs to go around. My earliest memory is my dad teaching me to swim in the ocean, surrounded by all that blue, salt on my tongue, a taste that you never quite shake growing up in a place like this. I think the only thing that saved my parents' marriage was the fact that they hardly saw each other. Sleeping back to back in the same bed was the closest that they ever got. They were married right out of high school, 19 and too young to see the future of lifelong bills and debts that they couldn't pay that waited for them. I'd see their wedding photo, my dad in the rented suit that fit him wrong looking at my mom like she was the answer. My mom was the quiet type, and every year she seemed to get more distant, spending more and more of her time staring at the waves. My brothers were twins, born within less than a minute of each other. Milo came into this world first, alone, and Danny followed, just like he always did. From the moment that he was born, Danny had never been without Milo. I was 5 years older than them, but I didn't mind the months that stretched between us. I knew they both loved me, just couldn't love me the same way that they loved each other. Milo was the dark to Danny's light. Milo loved to run, chasing rabbits down all the dunes, racing goalies along the boardwalk. And Danny liked to be still, watching the sky change color, daydreaming stretched out on the sand. Danny covered his face in his hands at the violent parts of the movies, and Milo's eyes would never leave the screen. But eventually he'd sigh and fast forward past. Every time. Anything for Danny. But Danny would follow Milo anywhere. When they were 13, Milo came home with a buzz cut. Mom cried because his baby blonde hair, soft like sunlight, was gone. And Milo looked like a stranger sitting up on the kitchen counter. Dad had yelled, but as always was too tired to follow through on his threats. You could see the curve on his skull showing behind a stubble of gold, like a cornfield burned down. Danny stared at him, ocean eyes brimming with brine, and for the first time in their lives, not a mirror image. He had taken Milo by the hand, dragging him upstairs. A few minutes later, we heard the hum of Dad's electric razor from the bathroom, and when they reappeared, Danny's hair was gone too, washed down the shower drain like the childhood that they were leaving behind. When the boys were 6 and had started losing their baby teeth, I told them stories about the tooth fairy. Danny had listened anxiously, hanging on every word. Milo had grinned at me from behind his back, even at 6, not believing a word, but not ruining the magic for Danny either. Danny had lost a tooth first, spat delicately into the bathroom sink, blood splattering the porcelain like a constellation in red. He had carefully placed it under his pillow, going to bed early that night so that way the tooth fairy would come sooner. Milo came into my room just before their bedtime. The moon hung outside my open window, stealing the tides from the shore. Milo grinned and pulled the tooth that had been loose all week right out of his mouth, handing it to me triumphantly, blood pooling in his palm. When I was 15, a summer storm knocked the power out, every light in the house blowing at once. Me and Milo had been out on the beach, swimming in the warm rain with our mouths wide open, summer dripping down our throats. We watched from the water as the lights in the house that backed onto the sand suddenly died. Milo ran all the way home, feet bare on the tarmac, bringing the ocean with him on his skin. I followed, but I couldn't keep up. And when Milo ran, it was like trying to chase the tide, always just out of reach. Danny was in his bedroom, terrified of the dark that filled the hallways. Danny cried from upstairs, and Milo banged open every drawer in the kitchen, grabbing candles, bringing them to life carefully with a plastic green lighter. I didn't ask him where he had got it from, watching from the doorway as he had placed the candles carefully all over Danny's room, comforting him and saying that the dark was only because of the storm, and he didn't need to be scared when he was with Milo. I knew I had to go to the basement to flip the fuse box back on, and I was terrified of our basement. And once when I was younger, the sea had flooded in, leaving strange tide marks on the walls, a steady drip always echoing from the ceiling. I had bad dreams about the basement, of a voice calling me down into the dark. I stood outside the door, knuckles white on the handle, trying to be brave for Danny. And before I could open it, Milo had slipped his hand into my free one, squeezing tight. And together we walked into the basement, armed with flashlights, and turned the power back on. When I was with Milo, I wasn't scared either. My little brother was far darker than anything waiting for me down those steps. When they were 7, I had found Milo out on the dunes by the cliffs. Danny was reading on the beach on his back. Milo was crouched over, tears dripping into the seagrass and lavender that grew every spring, just out of reach from being drowned. At his feet was a rabbit, velvet soft, its neck broken. I had crouched next to him, and he clung to me, sobbing into my shoulder, small and afraid as seagulls wheeled white into the sky.
I didn't mean to do it, Daisy.
And then quieter.
I don't want to hurt anyone.
His voice was muffled in my sweatshirt as it soaked up all the salt. I stroked his hair, and we buried the rabbit together, driftwood a grave marker. And we never told Danny. When the boys were 11 and I had just got my license, I decided to take them for a drive in my car, third handoff of a neighbor. I had loved that car, rusted and yellowed with a cracked headlight that made it look like it was winking. They raced to sit shotgun, and I watched as Milo let Danny win, pretending to trip at the last second. We drove with the windows down, ocean breeze lifting my hair like a veil over my face, road stretching wide with possibilities beneath the wheels. Danny loved to swim, loved floating belly up in the waves watching the clouds. Milo was terrified of the open water once you got past the cliffs, but always swam past them, always pushing, always going too far, despite the fear that had made him shake as he stepped into the tide. And Danny always followed, and sometimes when I watched them swimming from the shore, I couldn't tell who was out in the water. When I was 14, Danny started getting night terrors. Our parents would sleep through them, too deep at the bottom of their dreams from the 60-hour week to wake up. I would get up every time, eyes half shut, but Milo always beat me to it. I'd reach Danny's room and find him already back asleep, Milo curled up on the twin-sized mattress with him like a guard dog, a tangle of limbs. I'd watch them a while to make sure that they were okay, breathing in time like they shared a set of lungs. Growing up, we didn't have a garden because the beach was our backyard. We had a deck, painted white by Dad when they first bought the house, a menagerie of mismatched sun loungers and chairs pulled from skips. When I was 14, I found the bird bones buried underneath. Too many bones to come from any less than 10. Milo cried when I confronted him, and I held him through it.
I don't want to hurt anyone, Daisy,
he said, eyes like the ocean. We were both scared by then. When the boys were 13, Danny stopped eating. Our parents were oblivious, even as bags like bruises under his eyes appeared and his wrists became tiny beneath the long sleeves he always wore. They left before breakfast in the morning and got home after I'd made dinner, heating up whatever I had made in the microwave. Me and Milo watched him waste away until his ribs were starting to show. Milo stopped swimming so far out, terrified that Danny would drown if he got too tired. I had asked him why, trying to hold back tears after I had made him vanilla birthday cake, even though they wouldn't turn 14 for another 3 months. He'd managed 2 bites. He wouldn't talk to me no matter how hard I tried to reach him. Milo told me it was because Danny was too sad. The world made him too sad. I worked overtime every weekend at the beach restaurant in town, pulling night shifts as often as I could, leaving the fridge stacked with ready meals for the boys. My grades slipped as I slept through most of my classes, but I didn't care. My parents had finally noticed that Danny was sick. They hadn't noticed Milo was too. 6 months of saving, and we finally had enough money to send Danny to a therapist. Milo went with him to every single appointment, sitting in the waiting room flipping through the magazines, hand thrumming with nervous energy. I'd give him the old receipts and crumpled calculus notes from the bottom of my bag while he waited, and he turned them into paper birds. He would hand them over to his brother wordlessly on the drive home, and Danny kept them on his windowsills like reminders. Danny started painting as part of his therapy, otherworldly canvases thick with colors. And he would draw for hours, on newspapers and takeaway menus, and as well as napkins. Milo kept every single drawing that he gave him, taping them pride of place onto his bedroom wall. And Dad had lost his job, and I had dropped out from my final year of high school to help at home and look after the boys. But they both knew that it was really because of Danny, still shades too small. Danny cried when I told them, begging me to go back, terrified that he was ruining my life. Milo rolled his eyes and brushed the tears roughly from his face with the backs of his knuckles, saying if I'd wanted to, I would have stayed. I loved them both so much in that moment, wrapping my arms around them and locking us together in a knot of suntan arms and dirty blonde hair. We sat on the deck, Danny drawing and Milo fighting with his homework, a string of fairy lights blowing in the sea breeze. It was only supposed to be until Dad found another job. When they were 15, I was still living at home, working as a cleaner at the beachfront hotel part-time while I went to night school to get my GED. I'd started seeing Tom. He would surf badly, and he was a bartender at one of the 2 bars in town. He loved me a little more than I had loved him, but it suited us both fine. The first time that he came over, Danny hadn't spoken a word, just staring suspiciously from his seat on the couch, feet curled under him like a cat. Milo had sized him up, getting in his personal space despite being a head shorter. Tom had just laughed at them both, and it was how I'd known that I wanted him to stick around. Their hair had grown back, dirty blonde, but not as soft as when they had been little. They had taken to cliff jumping that summer. Milo would fling himself off without hesitation, screaming with pure visceral joy as he fell through the sky. And Danny would always follow, despite his fear of the rocks below. I couldn't bear to watch them, heart in my mouth every time as my brothers were swallowed by the sea. But every time they surfaced together, laughing and yelling at the waves. When they were 15, Milo started staying out every night until past midnight, climbing in the window that Danny would leave open for him. And I had said nothing, but noticed when missing dog posters started multiplying in the neighborhood. Notches grew on Milo's wrists, precise in scar tissue. Again, I said nothing. Danny started skipping school to go to the beach, would come home smelling like the sea, pockets full of shells and green sea glass. Danny loved sea glass, broken bottles worn down by the waves until they washed up something new. And Milo started fighting at school, would come home with new shades of purple on his knuckles, bruises like the sky after lightning hit the sea-leveling dead fish adrift onto the surface. Once he had come home with a gash above his eyebrow that dripped into his eyes until all he saw was red. The other boy was off school a week, and Milo was suspended for 2. Mom and Dad had grounded him, and I sat him on the side of the tub as I cleaned it as best I could, hands clumsy with worry.
I don't want to hurt them, Daisy,
he told me as I pressed a Band-Aid gently on the broken skin. And I knew that he meant it. On my 21st birthday, Mom and Dad both called in sick. For the first time that I can remember, we were all in one place, no longer adrift in the world. My parents gave me money, suddenly shy, apologizing it wasn't enough. I knew how many hours had gone into the small envelope in my hands, and I told them so. Danny gave me a painting that he had done of me walking into the ocean. It was beautiful, delicate swirls of blues and greens and purples, my hair merging with the waves as it blew into the non-existent breeze. And Milo gave me a necklace, just as beautiful. It was a delicate silver chain with a pendant shaped like a daisy. I wore it every day after that, never taking it off. I smacked a kiss on Milo's forehead and he retched, wiping it off, but I could tell from the grin that filled his face that he was secretly pleased. I remembered when the boys had started high school, driving them on their first day. The football coach had seen Milo running track and other boys left long behind because you can't catch the tide. Milo had immediately been put on the team. Milo could run until his legs gave up, until he burned out. Danny had tried out for the team too, but didn't make it. And a week later, Milo had quit. Couldn't see the point if his brother wasn't there with him. And when the twins reached 17, Milo started drinking with his friends, boys with fast cars and low lives. It seemed like there would be something new in his bed every week. Boys and girls always gone by the morning. Danny brought nobody home, but I saw the way that he would blush every time we bought slushies from the 7-Eleven from the pretty girl behind the counter with the crooked front teeth. And one morning I watched the boys racing down the sand, muscles in Milo's back rippling like wings beneath the surface of his skin, slowing himself just enough that Danny could keep up. A group of Milo's friends waded in the surf, shoving each other into the waves, playing chicken balancing on their shoulders, all salty smiles and sunburnt skin. I watched as Milo and one of the boys played at drowning each other. Milo held him under just a little too long, and a little too hard. The boy surfaced, coughing the ocean out of his lungs. The others had laughed it off, but I could tell that it was the uneasy kind, as if realizing for the first time that there was a wild animal living in the skin of their friend. Milo went to parties every Friday. Danny was never invited, but Milo took him along every time, arm around his shoulders like a warning to outsiders, and nobody would ever question Milo. When they were 17, I saw Milo staring at a dead fox in the driveway, hit by a car off the main road. He stared at it, lifeless and beautiful, until Danny saw and started to cry softly, heartbroken. Milo buried it in the flower bed for him so Danny wouldn't have to. I knew Milo wasn't bad, and I told him often enough. But there was something dark in him that was something that had never seen the light, and it was howling to get out. On the boy's 18th birthday, I made vanilla cake, and Danny ate every bite, blowing out the candles with Milo, both of them wishing with their eyes closed and shoulders overlapping. On the evening of their 18th birthday, they went to the bar where Tom worked that turned a blind eye to the local kids with fake IDs. And I got a call from Danny at 1 a.m., sobbing down the phone. He was calling from the hospital. Milo had been stabbed in a bar fight with a man twice his size. Tom had driven them, carrying Milo to the car where he laid with his head in Danny's lap, bleeding into the upholstery. I didn't wake Mom and Dad, another secret that I would keep from Milo. I drove over the speed limit the whole day. Danny was sat by the side of the hospital bed, still crying as Milo begged him to stop. "Hey, sis," he said, grinning wide as the sea. And I slapped him hard, threatening everything under the sun if they ever tried something like that again. And he laughed and promised that he wouldn't. I knew that he didn't want to. I knew that he would. It was a Friday afternoon in the summer after the boys graduated. Mom and Dad had watched from the back of the hall. I'd been sitting in the front row with Tom, both of us yelling and waving, embarrassing them on purpose. And I was so proud, framing both of their diplomas and hung them up in the hallway, the first thing anyone would see when they came into the house. Danny thought about everything carefully, head always in the clouds. Milo was all blood and bones, a force of nature, like a shark that could never stop swimming or he would drown. And that night Milo was out cruising in the car that they shared, no doubt full of his friends, smoking and drinking even though the sun hadn't set. Danny came into the kitchen where I was starting on dinner, and Tom was watching TV, a gory news report about a recent serial spree of murders on the other side of the country dubbed The Angel Killings. He hastily switched it off as Danny appeared in his best jeans and Milo's leather jacket. And I raised an eyebrow. The jacket was Milo's pride and joy. Showed how much he loved his brother that he'd let him borrow it. The girl working at the 7-Eleven had written her number on the slushy cup that she had given him. And her name was Rosie. He showed me, shy and proud, staring at it like it was made of straight gold. They were going to the bonfire on the dunes that night. He begged to borrow my car as Milo had theirs. If it had been Milo asking, I would have said a hard no, knowing that he would probably drive it into the ocean drunk. Or off of a cliff. But Danny wasn't a drinker. Preferred the beer that the kids would store in the coolers in the sea to keep them cold, over the hard stuff that Milo kept at the bottom of his wardrobe. I had made him promise to be careful. I made him promise to be home by 2. And I handed him the keys, watching him drive away to pick up his girl. And I woke up at 5 a.m. The house was a still and silent thing. Gentle hush of the sea outside. I left Tom sleeping in bed, pulling the blankets over his head. Both boys' rooms were empty. And I checked my phone. 11 missed calls from Danny. I slipped on my boots, leaving the laces untied, too pissed off to care. I jogged down the hill to where the sand met the tarmac, sky lavender above the dunes. I walked the length of the beach, calling their names, furious. I expected to find Milo passed out drunk and Danny crying with worry. And in the half-light casting gentle on the scattered driftwood, by the base of the cliffs, I saw a mess of figures, dark blue with shadow. And as I got closer, I saw my brothers, kneeling in the shallow waters as the tide crept closer, salt blowing off the sea through the dirt blonde of their hair.
Dan, come on. You have to call them,
Milo said gently, pressing his phone into Danny's hand. Danny pushed it away, shaking his head, tears falling.
I'll call them then,
Milo sighed, raising the phone to his ear. He gripped Danny's chin in his free hand, lightly turning it this way and that, looking at the cut on his mouth, blood smearing on his chin, and a bruise on his cheek. Hello, officer? Yeah, I'd like to report a murder. 5 bodies lay between them, blood swallowed softly by the sea. Each of them had multiple stab wounds to the chest, to the neck, to the hands, blooming like dark flowers through the torn material of their shirts, hair wet in the swirl of water. Danny and Milo sat opposite each other, wrists locked together. And I couldn't tell who was who as the tide came in. The bodies had belonged to 3 boys that had graduated the same year as the twins, and 2 older men that I didn't recognize. They wanted Milo, wanted blood, wanted him dead. Milo had been in too deep with some bad people. They had seen Danny in his brother's jacket and thought that he was Milo, dragging him to the edge of the beach away from the bonfire. Knives in their pockets, guns slipped down the back of their jeans and tucked beneath shirts. But Milo had stopped them. Anything for Danny. Milo leaned back, head on Danny's lap, no longer able to sit upright as the salt from his blood mixed with the salt of the ocean, surf breaking on his knees like unknown islands. Danny pressed a hand to the hole torn in his brother's chest, as if to check if their heartbeats were still keeping perfect time, blood spilling over between the gaps into his fingers. And Milo's eyes fluttered, like the wings of a bird, red meeting blue in the water around them. He placed a hand over Danny's as his breathing slowed. I knew my little brother wasn't bad, but the thing that lived inside of him was. And I fell to my knees, silent as dawn washed the sky clean and sirens surrounded in the distance.
Hey, Daisy,
Milo smiled, wide as the sea and sky.
It's okay. Now I can't hurt anyone.
I used to be normal. Not that you're going to believe me. And that's fine. I imagined you stood in some irradiated church having tracked me across the frozen tundra that connects Calais and Dover while you read this note, and unsurprisingly, I don't think that you've endured this struggle to see if I was telling the truth. Chances are that you've actually tracked me all this way just because you're angry and wish to avenge your family's loss. And that's an admirable aim. But I don't think that you know just what you've let yourself in for. Actually, can you read English? If you can't, turn the page. There's a small sketch. I'm not interested in forming a connection with a nemesis who can't even understand me, so just to let you know, that doodle shows the symbol of the London Underground, which is now populated with some overzealous tapeworms. You know them as Taltara, and I've found some totems that suggest you worship them as deities of fertility. I don't think that you'll find them so reverent when they've made themselves at home in your significantly altered rectal cavity. If you avoid those tunnels, I'll take it as a sign that you can understand me and what I write. And if you do speak English, you might think that this is some sort of trick. My kind don't usually talk or communicate, but truth is I'm terribly lonely. It's been so long since there was so much of my life beyond compulsion. It's actually hard to remember that once upon a time the urges I felt were taboo in some form. Yes, I do recall some of it. I recall the hoods and the red robes and the sneaking around. It felt so powerful and so wonderful even if I knew what I was doing was wrong. Why am I even writing you this note? Would you really understand any of my story even if you could read the old tongue? Can you really appreciate what life was like all those millennia ago? You're so much more human than I am now, but you're also savage and primal and filled with rage. Are you up for this? Really? If you're just another tribal buffoon, go home and tell your village that you killed me in a frozen wastes. Take something as a souvenir just to show how far you went in your journey and live a graceful life among your peers. You are quite a man. I've been watching you as you chase the trail of breadcrumbs that I leave for you. What should I call you? Do you have a name? How about Armstrong? After Neil Armstrong. You are something special with that spear of yours, so that name fits. And you're quite something of an explorer, too. But he was a scientist, and I doubt that you'll know what that means. No. You are not a scientist. But I was. I worked on messages received from space. I had a wife and a mother whom I cared for a great deal. My mother was old, so her mind had started to go away. And you've seen it before. The illness of the mind that I speak of. In the early morning hours when I stalked your little huts, I often peered through the windows from afar and saw you speaking with an older woman. She was a squat little thing, and her eyes had that identifiable glaze. How old is she? 50? 60? You'll find that if she lives for much longer, she'll start to forget things and go wandering away much more often. My mother was ill in a similar way, except in those times it was common to live past 70, so we saw it often. She was unable to care for herself, so I cared for her instead. Or rather, my wife. A wonderful woman. Had cared for her while I worked at my job. It might be hard for you to understand what that was, but I think the best comparison would be a shaman. Except, unlike your sad little wizard with albinism, my magic was not nonsense. We didn't throw maggots around in a bowl and divine secret messages. We just took to understanding reality. But I'm feeling conflicted to telling you our philosophy because while I remember that our magic was not about revering some unknown power, I actually did find something. I found him. I was looking through things in space. There were numbers that I saw in them in a pattern. I didn't know it at the time, but I was just one of those thousands who saw his patterns in things. The buildings of life, the essence of matter, the stars in the sky, even the smoke from a fire, all of those things started speaking to people. Not all of them were scientists like me. Some were just ordinary people, but once you saw it, something inside you took over and you were connected to his will. And you started to feel the urges. And I was not like you, Armstrong. Viable males in those times were not defined by a ritual of manhood with violent and dangerous circumstances. We were required to demonstrate that capacity for aggression, and so many of us were, by your standards, very weak. Can you picture that? Can you picture me as a short, balding man who had never once struck another person? What do you think I am, Armstrong? Do you wonder why the world is like this? Why I look nothing like you but claim to have once been human? You are a simple thing, but even you are a man, and all men think. I imagine it would make sense for you to think that I came from the holes in the sky that your ancestors described. But I didn't. I was here before they came. You must know that the world before he and his children came was quite different than the one that we live in now. Look at all the walls around you, Armstrong. I brought you to this specific building for a reason. All the places that I will take you will have some purpose. Can you believe that where you are stood was once a safe place for children? Early travelers from his glorious dimension crossed into these homes for children and found the supple young forms suitable enough to assimilate. Does it unsettle you to see those fleshy monsters shuddering up from the shadows in the forms of giggling children? Have you seen them up close? Have you seen the facade fall away to reveal a quivering mass of fungal veins? I have taken advantage of my new form to study the various life forms that colonized our world after his reveal. And I find these ones quite strange. Why take the form of children, not adults? Were there not teachers in this school? And why not change after finding a different form that was more suitable, like a wolf or a cat? Do you know that each face was once a real child? They are not just random forms they conjure up out of the shadows. Stranger still, if they believe they are unwatched, they will go about a routine. They will skip and they will play as real children and go to class to learn. I wonder if they took more than just their forms. Are there memories in these rancid things? Do you remember the old world like I can? Things were so much different back then. And so was I. You wisely avoided the tunnels. I suppose that means that you can understand me, yes? It has been a long time since I've really felt the need to articulate myself. Instead, I've just spent the last few millennia snatching children from ignorant savages like you. It's hard to say that I even give in to those urges because nothing can stop me. And I no longer fight it. Have you ever given in to an urge, Armstrong? I was a good man for a long time, but once things changed inside me, I couldn't keep it under control. I couldn't stop thinking about it. It was a despicable urge that I felt. I needed to do something that I knew was wrong. He kept speaking to me in a thunderous voice that no one else could hear, and he told me that he needed something alive. He needed a seed. But he also needed mass. First, I had to get it. A seed. A living human. It is such that a son should always love his mother, and I too loved mine, but every time I looked at her, I would feel a rising compulsion. I didn't know why he had chosen me to suffer this curse. But I don't know why he made the urge rise up from such uncomfortable places. This building, by the way, was where I worked. It was a research center, though little of it remains. Most buildings still stand because they were occupied long after his awakening, but nothing here was seen as fit, or even valuable, so it was left to crumble. Still, there was something here that I desired during my human life. I was unremarkable before he came to my life, and so I had dedicated myself towards something grand, as well as amazing. And so I chose a life as a scientist to find life amongst the stars. But really, I wanted glory and love from my fellow man. And by the time my hair started falling out and my knees began to ache and the years rushed by faster than I could ever fathom, I think I finally realized that dream was lost. I was never going to be something special. I would just live my entire life as a meaningless nobody. That is, until he came into my life that summer day. Maybe that was why one night, after weeks of suppressing the urges, I decided to just give in. I stopped thinking and just went with it. I pulled off my sweat-soaked bed sheets and walked to my mother's room. I picked her up and I walked her calmly to the damp basement and laid her down in a moldy corner. And she looked at me. I think that she knew something was wrong. But he needed an offering. He was hidden between the folds of reality in such a way that he would recognize the offering. She only had to be left in that place for him to seize her. But that was only just the seed. I also needed mass. And so I walked upstairs and I saw my wife's living face for the last time. I didn't want to do it, Armstrong. I leant down and I felt her breath on my cheek, and I knew that I would never feel it again. It meant a lot that I could steal that final comfort, but it only made it worse when I bludgeoned her face in with a nearby photo frame. Some part of me deep down screamed silently as I picked her limp body up and carried her to my still living mother, who saw what I had done. She could not move from her illness. She was helpless, and so her eyes could only well up with tears. And I looked down at my humble tribute, and I knew that it needed more. It needed a lot more mass. But he also wanted something specific. His will often took the forms of flashing images and seizures. For me, I saw cracking bones, crushed fetuses, and placentas. And I instantly realized that he needed stem cells. Don't worry about what they are. Just know that you find them in children. Armstrong. Does it make more sense now? Can you draw the dots between what I did 3 millennia ago and what I did 3 weeks ago in your village? I wonder if you could really gain a total comprehension of why I took your niece. Will you ever see the bigger picture? This was what the building was all about. It was all for the bigger picture. There's no monsters in this place, unlike much of London's suburbs. Though I will recommend that you take the time to dig through this rubble. Under some of those rocks is a map that had somehow survived the years. It shows the world as it once was before the old continents sank and the new continents consumed what remained. We still tread some of those lands that did not crumble into the sea, such as this lonely peninsula that was once an island. I think it's good that someone remembers what the world once looked like. We are no longer in London. If you are reading this, then you have reached the next dead drop and have tracked my footsteps to this abandoned house. Good for you. You did an admirable job fighting off the moss that ate Big Ben. What a marvelous use of fire. You hurt it, but it'll heal. When the skies first opened and it fell down in a sprawling mass in the middle of London, other men tried to hurt it too. They spent decades hurting it while it slowly consumed any poor soul who came near. It's surprisingly easy to damage, but you'll never kill it. All it needs is a little bit of itself hidden in the soil and it'll come back. But revere it, Armstrong, because it is old. It is one of the first pilgrims that left his world and came to ours when he opened the door. The first time that I saw him emerge, he was still small. He's gone now, and I feel empty without him. But back then, he was just coming into our world. The first real breakthrough for me was when I found another disciple. She was wandering along the highway with a hammer in her hand, and instantly I knew. I pulled over, I picked her up, and she directed me to a building. There I found 8 others who had been touched by his light like I had. And together, they showed me the rituals they had divined through their feverish nightmares. They showed me their tributes, and they came to my home to see mine. It was pitiful and sad. I had done none of the necessary ceremony to bring him to true life. They saw the 14-year-old girl. She had often been a problem in the neighborhood. She smoked and did drugs when I saw her, and I felt something. I remember thinking that it might be better off to offer her because I thought that she would die anyway, so there would be less guilt. She was destined for a sad and painful life. Also, the way that she dressed made me confused and kind of angry. I was so inexperienced in divining his messages that I mistook what I wanted for what he wanted. I thought her flesh might be desirable for him like it was for me. And without my wife or my mother, I felt bold and empowered to act on those thoughts that I had always dismissed as irrational. I thought that by satisfying my own terrible desires that I was helping him achieve his goals. Those socks. I liked them on her. Even the other disciples who visited and saw my tribute thought that this was strange. But they forgave me. I was young and foolish, and they knew that divining his intentions could be difficult. So instead of chiding me, they shared their knowledge and I shared mine. We noticed that each of our respective tributes had grown since we had first made the offerings. For my own tribute in my basement, I noticed the roots of flesh had sprung forth from my mother's torso and consumed much of my wife, as well as some of the girl. But my mother was still alive, and her eyes only showed pain and grief. She frequently begged me to kill her, but he would not come into this world through already dead and cold flesh. She had to remain alive, and still progress felt slow. We discussed how to speed things up, and I told them about the need for stem cells, and they told me that they had not divined that specific message. In return for my insight, they offered to induct me into their particular family, and together we would clump our offerings into one great big tribute. We knew that there were others out there who could be closer to completing the ritual, and we knew that he would only share his greatest gifts with the most accomplished, and so we set out immediately to make our tribute the best. And 1 year later, and after about 15 unborn children had been split, like sickly ripening fruit, across the gaping wound that was my life and rotting my mother, and finally saw him splutter to life. My God, was he something special. My mother's eyes glazed over during one of the ceremonies, and she hung leanly forward and to snap violently at our offering. Her flesh ripped asunder, and in a grotesque voice her body spoke. Somehow he had reached into our dimension and used my mother's tendons and muscles to create a grotesque, grinding voice. He had finally shown an interest in our world, and most importantly, he had shown an interest in us. He told us what he wanted, and we obeyed. We were to be the head of his church. God, what a strange few years we experienced after all of that. It would be decades before his doorway opened, but his presence in the world started changing things straight away. And that included us, of course. And that wasn't fun at all. Still, it was necessary. Armstrong, I'm finding the act of writing to you a most invigorating but also distressing experience. Please excuse me if I can't be so theatrical all the time, but I must cut this letter short out of a need for rest and mournful contemplation. Also, you should probably avoid staying in the house that you stood in. I didn't choose it as a trap, but I did choose it because I have enjoyed watching you slaughter various things in your travels. Here, you will find the rats of Lang, nasty little beastmen who are numerous and belligerent corruptions of a once common vermin. Please do draw them into the open fields where men once tilled wheat and crops. Not only will you gain the tactical advantage, but I will also be able to see the battle from my perch. And such things will raise my spirits. So it seems that you are well suited to heat as well as cold. It has been a few months now since I've dragged you along the coasts of what was once England. We are now approaching what remains of Africa, and you have been a compelling adventurer. At times, I almost feel like I'm actually running from you. Isn't that funny? I haven't felt the struggle since... Let me think. I remember batteries. Oh, forget it. Don't even try to conjure up an image. Just know that they were metal little things that tumbled out of our... lanterns, I guess I'll have to call them. On this occasion, the batteries rolled out and bounced on the hard floor of a parking lot because I had once used the lantern to strike the skull of a guard hired to protect the hospital. One of our members worked as a doctor, and he had arranged for us to carry away the bodies of all the miscarried and stillborn children until one night we were caught, and I was forced to fight. Not that I was good at it, but because at some point I grabbed the man's light and started hitting him. The others watched me while I did. You won't find it a surprise to know that murder can be fun, and I suddenly found beating it to be a lot of the fun. In fact, I found it to be much more than just fun. I can't tell you if it was his will or just my own desperate urges, but I certainly enjoyed acting on them and no one else wanted to challenge me. Maybe, like I did all the time, they thought that I was acting out of his will and they dared not question me, or maybe they were just scared of me. I screamed at them if they tried to look away. My God, they were clutching bags of children's body parts, but I could tell that they still judged me. Oh well. It was me who had rose up the ranks, not them. On to business. Armstrong, I have abstained from writing to you too much during our journey through France and Spain because I've started to find you far too endearing. So it is important that I make this particular note's purpose clear and concise. First, I thought that I should commend you and your actions in France. What you fought by the Louvre is not something that I have had the fortune of naming or even seeing before, but you did a valiant job nonetheless. I can't possibly say what the other side was like, but I do know that the monster that you fought does not belong to the ecosystems that I am familiar with. In particular, I did not think that vertebrate physiology had ever evolved in his world. It may have been a latecomer to his world, or it might be some sort of corruption of our own life forms, much like the rats of Lang. Come to think of it, it looked remarkably like a cetacean. Certainly the frills that ran along its jaw seemed reminiscent of a blue whale's maw. It's just strange to think of why it had so many damned legs. The second thing, by the way, is that I think that you should stop this silly quest. You won't catch me and you won't kill me if you do. At this stage, Armstrong, I'd rather not kill you because you're like some hero from the stories of old. Forget your niece and your brother. Go back, marry his widow. Do the right thing. Be a good man. Don't bring this to the inevitable conclusion that I know is coming. How did you know that would happen? I don't think that I've spent enough time studying you. I actually focused most of my efforts on your brother, your father, and another man who often spoke with them since they were the largest in your tribe. I never saw them once read a thing, though I did see some books. Were they your books? Are you smarter than you look? I saw you disassemble that gas mask of yours and fix it. I thought that was the first sign that you were clever, but I never thought that you actually understood how it worked. Maybe I'm overthinking it. There's simply no way that you could have known that I would perch on that building, nor that the place was occupied by heretics. If you did know that, would strongly suggest that you and the heretics had somehow planned an ambush for me. Well, I can only assume that you had no idea what you were doing, so I suppose I should fill you in. Well, you might not know. Very few people do. But not all of the pilgrims worshipped him in the other worlds. Some of them worshipped other gods and were actually sworn to destroy him. When the portal opened, they flooded across with his disciples to help sabotage the grand plan of my lord. And when that same portal closed, they were cut off from their homeland and they were forced to stay and adapt to this world. You can probably tell from the way they struggle to not go flying into the ceiling with each step that they are not well suited to our gravity. They are pitiful things and are destined to die in our strange and hostile world. Local insects are especially dangerous to their kind. And they can't hurt him anymore. Not now that he's gone. Although they can still hurt me. But a bee can hurt, can't it, Armstrong? Hardly a threat, is it? Do you understand what I'm saying? Don't you think that just because you've seen how I can be caused discomfort, that you've gained some upper hand? I'm still a god compared to you, and now that he is gone, I am perhaps the closest thing to a god in this realm. Still, what if I'm wrong? What if that little shard of glass I saw you leave their camp with was more than just some shiny trinket? What if you're smarter than I give you credit for? Some things can kill me in theory, Armstrong. Is that what you had asked from them? Oh my. I really am feeling a spike of adrenaline at the thought of this. I can't tell you how excited I feel at the thought of living a life determined by more than just survival and hunger. I want to fight. I want a challenge. I take back what I said. Let's take this to the inevitable conclusion. Let's give you your own shove of energy and determination. I started with her feet. That certainly did the trick. 38 days without food and water. Only the blood of ticks that roamed the desert floor gave you sustenance. I am in awe that you crossed such an expanse of agonizing heat and arid sands. It was considered a feat of awe-inspiring endurance in my lifetime, and the ground wasn't infested with ticks 1 foot in diameter back in those days. I suppose I touched a nerve when I mentioned your knees. Then again, I saw the way that you looked at your brother's wife. Don't tell me that damned child was yours and not his. I suppose I'm not the only illegitimate father still wandering the earth. Good on you, I guess. It's been far too long since I've known a human sensual touch. The last time was... let me think. It was around 2080 when our order first became something of a global conspiracy and he had finally chosen me as its leader. I had spent most of the decades before working tirelessly to take his early form and grow it with an endless flow of offerings. We had grown in such strength that by that time we no longer had to rely on rotting or recently deceased children. A certain investment plan had paid off, and we found that we could soon produce enough newborns to satisfy his need for growth. We plucked the mothers from anywhere that we could and relied on connections in the police to put off any possible threats. We occasionally allowed one of the children to escape sacrifice and instead put them aside for breeding. During those halcyon days, he and I spoke often, and I was free to satisfy myself of any desires from the offerings. Those were the good decades. But then he told me that, as his highest-ranking apostle, I would need to take a more holy form. At the time, I was tremendously excited and feverishly drank the thick yellow bile that dribbled from the openings that were once, decades before, my mother's breasts. I sucked it down and dreamt of a new glorious body for which was immortal and infinitely powerful. He made it clear that I would need to sustain myself from that point on with the same nutrients that kept him growing. I told him that our supply was unending. I now know that he was giving me a warning. He was basically clarifying that one day I would need to sustain myself as a solitary hunter, much as I do now. He knew, of course, that he had no intention of sticking around. I thought his glory was eternal and that he would not abandon us once he had gotten everything that he wanted from our dimension. Then again, I also thought that I would get to keep my genitals. God, that was a shock. The poor girl was screaming her head off, claiming that it's moving, while I looked on in despair as my groin pulled away and I saw my tackle wriggle off into her pelvis. That was the last time I saw of it. Poof. There it went. No more sex. I can still indulge in some perversions, but it's just not the same. He later told me that I could still reproduce with that region of my body. He meant asexually, but I'm not inclined to divide myself. It's hardly the bloody same. I've only done it twice out of desperation. I suppose he thought that it was some great gift. His gifts always hurt, though. I still love him, but I am wise enough to know that his gifts were hardly little bundles of joy. Let me tell you that the first time that I woke up and I felt my bones pierce my skin and my rib cage collapse, I actually questioned the wisdom of following him. The transformation was slow and painful and involved me being immobile for damned near a month. Luckily, when I emerged, he was strong enough to open the doors. A whoosh. And the end of the world. I woke just in time to see the sky rip open in a flurry of red, gaseous ribbons and orange mist. What a beautiful morning that was. On a related note, have you ever wondered what those ticks feed on? Most of the life in his dimension is plant or insect-based, but there are some interesting offshoots that closely resemble our own life. One in particular is shockingly similar to our octopuses, except much larger and with shells that allow them to endure dry environments. It's remarkable. It's also nocturnal and is known to surface on occasions if the weather is just right. What I'm trying to say, Armstrong, is that I need to have my spirits lifted once more, and that the rock that you stood on is not a rock. Please do make it a good show. I didn't expect that to happen. Who knew they were herbivores? You didn't even kill the damn thing. You just... What's the fucking point of being a murdering machine if you just let things live? You think that you're funny? Denying me my entertainment? I'll have you know that I went back to that wretched thing and I saw what you did. Those etchings and spells are far too powerful for the likes of you to know, and I don't appreciate you going out of your way to protect your little pet squid with some tacky incantation. I suppose the heretics taught you that, did they? The heretics are just like you. They came here knowing that they would never go home. They may look like amorphous insect hives, but each hive is, in fact, a distant living thing. They have little, weird insect wives and kids, believe it or not, back in their home dimension. My first form was specifically designed to fight them since they started to cooperate with the remaining human resistances. I breathed a lot of fire back then because they liked to swarm. I remember catching one and I trapped him in a jar, and each day I would take out one of those bugs that composed its collective form and would squash it between my hooves. I also discovered that earthly cockroaches could interbreed with the individual members of their hives. The result was a hybrid that would slowly engage and eat their way through the hive's extremely complicated and sensitive telepathic system. There were a lot of ways to hurt the heretics, and they always said the same thing. We do this for you. It was a sacrifice in their eyes, made for the greater good. Whatever they thought they were achieving, it was nonsense. He had corrupted my flesh to the extreme, and he was corrupting our world by this point too. And oh, those were the good days, in fact. They were the best days. I sat back on a throne of infant skin and watched an endless army of degraded slaves participate in foul and painful things. I drank an endless slurry of his strength and ate a constant banquet of unborn flesh. I could not directly participate in some of the group activities since I had lost much of my original shape, but I took great pleasure in watching blubbering peasants gag and retch at the whim of my stick and degraded wishes. I realized somewhere along the lines that I could only find great eroticism in making others do terrible things, and still, it was nothing like what I had hoped. All those years washing my mother and ignoring the way my wife touched me like some wretched obligation had left me with an intense desire for power. None of it lived up to my dreams. I had spent so long dreaming of power and rage. I had spent so long just being ignored. My wife waited until we had married to reveal that she was asexual. Our wedding night was somber. I suppose she gave it the old college try. I don't know why I'm telling you this. I think that she knew that what I had done and just ignored everything else. And the mess. Come to think of it, I may have been a monster long before he arrived. Kudos, Armstrong. Last night I watched you sleep, and when I went to crush your little skull beneath my feet, I noticed you clutching that spear. The glow of it instantly sent me reeling with pain. And of course you weren't really sleeping, were you? It was all a trap. I have to give you credit, Armstrong. You have not disappointed me. But I am growing tired. You just keep chasing me and keep leaving me these notes. Why? You might be curious to know, but we're back in England. This place was my home. It's just a clearing in some woods now, but I can recognize some of the hills and mountains in the distance. It may look like nothing, but long ago there stood a building here from which he had first emerged. And when he finally reached through, there was no longer a need for sacrifices. Instead, his terrible and wretched column-like form erupted from the soil, and the sky turned blood red. Christians had a damned field day with the news, although they didn't really last long. After that, it took 2 centuries for man's desperate fight against the apocalypse to wane. And eventually, there was nothing but sad little savages like you and your kind running around the place, and he quickly took them as slaves. No more were there mighty war plans or battle cruisers or nuclear missiles. Just his will and his strength. And then, his absence. Turns out, Armstrong, that he was fleeing something. There was a reason that he was so desperate to move from dimension to dimension. Apparently, the heretic's god is surprisingly powerful. I heard rumors that they recognized statues of Buddha, Krishna, and even Jesus and revered them as suggesting that their god had passed through our realm long ago. Well, whatever the reason was, he left no longer after he tore our world apart and turned it into something of an interdimensional zoo. He was here for barely 4 centuries. Betrayal like that hurts, Armstrong. I've had to spend millennia stalking savages like you and slurping bone marrow out of newborns in damp caves barely big enough to keep me sheltered. I've had a lot of forms, but the last one that he gave me was meant to be a sort of a gift. It was certainly strange. No more hooves, at least, which I suppose is a good thing because they made a lot of noise and I never liked looking like the Baphomet. It's just a shame that by the time that I acquired this new form, there were no mirrors, so I don't know what made it so special. I wonder how you'll fare against it, even with that precious little mystical spearhead that you've got. I wonder if it's strong enough to pierce my skin. Can you throw it high enough to even reach my chest? Can you drive it with enough force to penetrate my armor and kill me? Are you fast enough to dodge my blows and resilient enough to keep on fighting should I manage to strike you? Are you wise enough to think twice about taking this note from a tree? Are you smart enough to look up and realize that the enormous trunk which rises up into the forest does not itself belong there? I know my latest form must be a terrible thing, for you humans often look at it and completely fail to realize what it is that you glare at. I wonder if you'll see what others have not. I suppose we'll find out soon enough. But one last confession, Armstrong, for this will be my final note, my final urge, the last strange and most unnatural compulsion has been to die. Please don't disappoint. On the 19th of March, 2006, an estimated 63 people living in a community on the Kentworth farm were discovered dead, considered one of the worst mass suicides in recent history. The events described so far have eluded significant press attention. Listed here are several interviews with various figures associated with the discovery of the scene and what was found within the Kentworth compound. The first interviewee is Andrew Willard, a tall man with large hands, standing 6'4" and rakishly thin. His almond-colored eyes look out at me from beneath a low-set furrowed brow with a mix of curiosity and concern. He has been in my office for 15 minutes and has asked to smoke 3 times. And each time I say no, but Mr. Willard holds a cigarette between his 2 fingers anyway, tapping it against my desk and leaving a trail of tobacco crumbs. And as soon as my equipment is set up, I ask Mr. Willard to begin his account for the recording. What follows is the resultant transcript.
I was around 30 when the Rollins moved in just off the Kentworth land. There were just a few of them back then. Squatters or gypsies, we figured most likely. We didn't much care so long as they weren't settling in on any of our property. Sometimes you'd see the youngest one coming into town to pick a few things up. Well, she was a rowdy-looking thing with dead teeth and raggedy hair. She didn't act much like any gypsy I'd seen. She was quiet and kept to herself. And I remember looking at her and thinking that she might have been a pretty thing in another life. There's always gossip, but I paid no mind. We didn't know nothing about them, and so it might as well have all been fiction. Davies told me he saw signs of construction on the land, and a passing solicitor let slip that the Rollins were the new owners, and he'd been sent in to work on planning permission. He was a real slick bugger. The first hint that any of us got that the Rollins were rich. Of course, over time, all that faded into the background. I didn't much like them, though. I always felt a kind of pity if I saw one of them wandering around town. Mostly, I just didn't trust them. Didn't trust their choice of home or why they live such lonely lives. If you act all secretive, it's only natural people figure you got secrets. Of course, I didn't have a damn clue just how bad it was. They'd been living up there close to 20 years when the car came rolling towards my end of the road. I could hear it coming from a mile off, drumming its burst tires against the tarmac while the bumper screeched something awful from halfway under the radiator. I remember just thinking that something horrific had happened. That sound worked its way under my skin like nails on a chalkboard. I didn't know what it was, just that it was bad and coming my way. It came to a stop just outside my house. And it was the strangest thing. Like someone had tapped the brakes at just the right time to get my attention. I tried telling the police who came that the handbrake was on when I reached it. And that was a pretty damn odd thing to notice. They didn't seem to think so. And I spent a long time since wondering if maybe I pulled it up without thinking. God knows I don't remember too much of what I saw in that thing. At least, not in an easygoing way. And it's still in there, rattling around in my head. What I saw, smelled, and heard. I feel it when I sleep. Or sometimes even when I just close my eyes. I'll be sitting there and I'll blink for half a second too long and poof. All I can see is those three girls sat next to each other, all naked and cut up. And I hear those blue bottles crawling around their belly buttons. And I can smell the mess they made in fear and the smell in their muscles turning to mush, a fat curdling beneath their skin. The car came howling out of the woods with a little piece of hell trapped inside, and I had the misfortune of seeing it. And I think about it every day, every night. I think about that handbrake pulled up right. I think about the gentle curve of the road. I wonder if the car really can roll on that distance on its own. And I think about those girls. I think about them a lot. I guess I can't help but wonder what they went through. Why they soiled themselves. Why their mascara was all run from crying. And most importantly, why they was grinning from ear to ear. Jesus. Is it okay if I smoke? No.
Dr. Alsey is a sad-looking man in his 60s. He has spent the last few years battling an addiction to prescription medication and retired 6 months ago in order to avoid being stuck off as a medical practitioner. We met for coffee at a small restaurant just a few hundred feet from the rehabilitation clinic where he has lived for the last 10 weeks. He has gray hooded eyes, with a chubby face and stubby fingers that are constantly scratching his jaw, neck, and as well as his shoulders.
Ain't no one interviewed me before. All the time I was just a student, not a doctor or coroner or anyone else most people think to ask at times like that. I was still there. I was there in the minibus as we drove past the creaky chain-link fences and the corrugated iron shacks. I stood on the grounds and I looked up at the amber-windowed spire of the Kentworth Manor House. I observed the smashed-up garage cans with still burning fires and saw rats the size of cats scurry away between piles of trash lying sparsely across the muddy, grassless yard. And right outside the front house were 13 bodies all lined up in neat little rows. They busted some of us in to help with the cleanup, and we went on to find another 38 bodies hidden inside the main house. And even in the middle of a full-blown investigation, everyone was just silent. The cops, the doctors, even the paramedics. I mean, you can expect it maybe from a bunch of final-year med students, but not those guys, right? They're in the thick of it every day. But no one joked or gossiped. There was only ever curt nods and tense orders delivered in breathless snippets. Now, I won't go in as far as to say my time spent with the Rollins is what led to where I am, but it didn't help. There were 5 of us, but they'd built that place up something stupid. They'd added 2 new floors and probably around 45 rooms via various annexes. And that's not counting the shitty little porta cabins that had just been set up as classrooms or dormitories and so on. There's dozens of them. It took days to clear in room by room for bodies just to make sure, and the whole time I was there, right in the thick of it. And the bodies, they were all fucking smiling. I asked about it and I hoped that I'd get some kind of dismissive, oh, it doesn't matter, just do your job. It's just rigor mortis. But the guy that I asked just shook his head and put his hand on my shoulder, and that felt worse somehow. Like no one ever had any answers. No one could comfort me or tell me to just get over it. I wanted to be told my fear wasn't valid, but no one could do that. And all those bodies had been cut up awful. Some hiding in terror and others lying down as if going for a nap. The official verdict was poison or some kind of hallucinogenic episode, but just about everyone I saw was cut up in some real nasty ways. There were strips of flayed skin, nucleated eyeballs, and scalps hanging off like the lid of a bin. One woman had cut her throat so deep that she practically decapitated herself. And for others, it wasn't so clear if they'd hurt themselves or if someone else had done it. It was clear a lot of them had been trying to escape something or someone, but I can't quite imagine how a random attacker could clear out a building or so many people without being overpowered. The Rollins family weren't naive. They had some big guys hanging around who weren't exactly defenseless. In the first couple of days, there were all these people around, but once they figured out how long the job was going to take, they soon found a way to make themselves scarce, you know. There were times that we'd be left alone in that place, and I'm not sure that I had a good night's sleep since. The worst that I had it was when we were still clearing out one of the main assembly halls right at the start. There were 23 bodies in there, and me and my friend had to move them out and start on cleanup. And at some point towards the end of the day, my friend popped off to the toilet, and I was left alone with each and every one of those bodies. Doesn't really help that most of them had been bagged up. If anything, I found it worse. I started to get these images in my head of one of them sitting upright, real slow, like a vampire in those old horror films, except there was nothing cheap and low budget about the picture in my mind. Somewhere on the wall up ahead, the clock was ticking. The kind of thing that you have in a classroom. And I took in the lectern and the benches and folded up ping pong table in one corner. It was a place where people lived. God knows what they were doing, but they were still just living. Really. The guy that I was zipping up, the guy with bloodshot eyes that wouldn't stay closed and blue puffy lips with the tongue half chewed firmly between his teeth. He'd once sat on one of those benches and stared at the clock. And something about that just scares the hell out of me. I decided to leave, to go find someone. Anyone. God, they'd understand, wouldn't they? They'd understand why a young guy like me could get a little spooked. I stood up and I started making my way to the door when I heard it. I didn't even look back. I couldn't. I just fucking ran, and I gave a little shriek too. Something to leave behind me as I sprinted past the threshold like someone stuck me with a jolt of lightning. My muscles bunched tight like springs, and my scalp turned ice cold, and it seemed to shrink around my skull, and all I could think was that things like this shouldn't happen. I'd got spooked. That's all. That's why I wanted to leave. It was a feeling, not something real. And sure, the image of one of those bags sitting upright had been playing over and over in my mind for the last few minutes, but I was just aching to joke. It was a fantasy, a game that I played with myself. It wasn't meant to be real. It wasn't meant to be anything but a thought. But I heard it. So damn loud and clear, I could have sworn the clock held its breath just to make sure that I noticed. I started to shuffle, audible somewhere behind me. A noise that seamlessly turned into the crumpling of plastic, followed by the skin-crawling sound of a zipper being drawn.
Mr. Allswell is built like a linebacker and struggles to fit into the chair that I placed in front of my desk. He's wearing a tailored suit, tan with a fine-stretched herringbone pattern. He asked to compare watches, but I declined and instead asked him to recount verbally what he had previously discussed over the phone. Apparently chastened, he agrees.
We recovered a whole boatload of documents. Most of it was mundane stuff. Accounting stuff related to the dodgy shit that he got into. He liked to gamble, horses and stocks. And apparently he had a hell of a system because it paid for most of what he got. Some of the other stuff that we pulled was a little more spooky. The kind of thing that you might expect from a place where 50 people off themselves. I'm talking about weird drawings, manifestos, ranting about purity and blood, weird symbols, you know. I figured that it was all gibberish. Cults are all pyramid schemes. They're about filling you up with hot air, just throwing words out there like some professor hoping to get laid. Doesn't mean nothing. I got a stripper friend, right? She tells me the funniest fucking thing. Every day these men come in, and she works just off an airport, so this place sees a good amount of foot traffic. And they come in paying her cash to see her tits. And these fucking guys, lie to her. She asks what they do, who they are, and they all lie. One told her that he was a fighter pilot for the RAF. One said they work for MI6. One said an oil baron whose best friends was Easy, and did they mention? One was a black belt in Krav Maga. Now, I'm just saying, that was all bullshit. It wasn't about nothing except chase and tail. Well, what happened was, people went in there expecting something spooky, and that's what they got. All those paramedics, volunteers, tech teams, whatever they were, hell, even the other cops, they went in hoping to see something odd. Most of them, one way or another, got their wish, but it was just all consummation bias, you know? People just like looking out for what they already suspect is there. Even I had moments, but it was like, what? Did I actually see or hear what I thought I saw? Or was I just maybe a little bit tired and stressed? That makes more sense to me. I don't know if you're planning on using these interviews to stir the shit up or to debunk it or whatever, but I hope it's the latter. We can all look at ourselves in the eyes and admit the truth, right? There was nothing in that place. Anyway, I've been there for a long time, and back then I was just uniformed and helping with the search. 20 acres, and we had no idea how many people did or didn't live there. There's some stuff that suggested people had given birth there, so it was real important that we knew for a fact that there weren't a half dozen inbred infants starving to death in some bunker. Real fucked up stuff. But we needed to do it. And so we did. And that mostly involved a good old-fashioned search, which is what me and about half a dozen other officers spent the best part of 3 weeks doing. Anyway, there I am mucking around the creek that runs through the back end of the property when I spotted a storm drain. This guy had dozens of these things on his property, and it soon became clear that he used them as a secret way of going around. And this tunnel, it's big enough to stand in. And it's leaking piss-colored water into the river from the Rollins side of the property. Now, I radio it in for help, but they're going to be a few minutes, so I decided to saddle up a little closer and see if I can spot anything. Now, yeah, okay, I got a little freaked out. Where I'm standing, this thing is at about chest height, right? My ankles are about to here in the water. And I'm leaning my head into this massive drain, and I'm tired and wound up and... well, that's when I hear it. Crying. Children crying. Except it didn't sound like children. It sounded like my children. And I guess that Papa Bear instinct kicked in, because even though I could have shit myself with fear, I still hauled myself up, making a hell of a mess of my clothes and looking for that sound. I didn't really let any thoughts form in my head. In rough times, that can be a bad idea. I just took a deep breath and kept on going. And going and going. I must have walked, 2 or 3 hours, maybe. I don't know. It was a dream. I figured just one long hallucinogenic episode. Yeah, that's the word. Kept on hearing my kids crying for me, though. They were begging me to hurry up. By the time I finally found the end of the tunnel, it opened up into a kind of nursery, I guess. It looked like a normal sort of classroom for kids around maybe age 3 to 5, but only at a glance. And yeah, sure, there were pictures drawn in crayon, but a closer look showed some fucking blood-eyed, red-eyed hovering over the sky while Mommy and Daddy broke bones and took in a little bit further, just to PG-13. The books were all these handmade sort of things. The art was pretty good, but again, it wasn't your usual Dr. Seuss. One story talked about 2 friends who wanted to be closer than ever, except one of their families is about to move. So the whole book goes on normal as you would expect, talking about the girl's fears and worries about being apart, only for the plot to go totally fucking haywire and show them stitching their fucking faces together. Turned out well for them, though, apparently. The book shows them growing together, eating the same food and shitting out a different ass, closing one set of eyes and using the other to see, and the whole town is so amazed and impressed that their families decide to stay. And that's the end. Just all these people cheering around these 2 girls that are just growing into each other like a fucking horror movie from the 80s. Anyway, all of that, all of it, was lit by a kind of red emergency light bulb, but no fucking kids. Blackboard, chalk, little desk, small play area. Couldn't have had more than 10 kids in there at a time, and some of the desks, they looked unused. But no matter how hard I looked, there was no one in there. It was all just in my head messing with me. I mean, this isn't rocket science. I was out there looking for kids. Can't be a surprise my sleep-addled brain started conjuring sounds out of nothing. And a river? That's some white noise right there, and that stuff like that can make you hear all kinds of shit. I got a friend, every time it rains, he hears his father talking to him. It's more common than you think, like tinnitus. It's just the brain looking for patterns that aren't there. I was tense and all. I never told anyone this, but I was so fucked up that I took the book home. I must have, when I wasn't looking. I must have just pocketed it and then took it back to my little girl. There's no other explanation. Not really, because the next morning before setting off again, I looked down and there she is. My little angel. Giggling her ass off at these pictures of these 2 girls merging like a pair of crunchy amoeba. I got a lot of flack from the missus and my girl. She's all grown up now. About my drinking and my temper. I don't feel guilty about any of that, though. I feel guilty about bringing that book back. With everything turned out how it did, it was alright in the end. But there were long stretches there when Bethany was out there, doped up out of her head, doing God knows what, and if I did fuck that girl up, no matter how many people tell me it wasn't the drinking, the screaming, or the shouting, the occasional slap around the head, I can't help but feel like it was letting that book get into her hands that it did. That was my sin. That's what keeps me up at night. Which is funny, because, well, she swears blind it turned up on her shelf that night before I got home. Now, of course, that just can't be true.
Professor Lagodi works at the University of Aberdeen and was brought in to consult on the material found at the Kentworth compound. He was initially unhappy to receive my call, but seemed pleased when I made it clear that he would not be expected to answer any direct questions.
So comparative mythology is a lot of fun, but you need to be skeptical. It's not hard to read 1,000 stories and find what's common to them. And most people come to me with talk of ancient aliens and silly conspiracies. The simple truth is that the legends probably come from the same source, which is just an older legend. And yes, all cultures mention dragons, but it doesn't make more sense than the thing that inspired those legends was just, say, another legend. And not a real dragon. Alright, yeah sure, maybe dinosaur bones come into play, but not actual dragons. And yet every time someone wants to speak to me, it's about the Mayan and the Egyptian pyramids and something to do with aliens and all of that lark. I like a bit of fantasy, but I get fed up with my work being used to come up with rubbish. At least Peter Rollins paid. Now, the guy was a loon. A difficult, angry, self-important loon, and it wasn't surprised in me that at least that he used his charm to exploit people, but at least he paid for my insights. So he wanted to know about I guess they call it the evil eye. Most cultures treat this as a kind of curse or a stare, but older records show the idea bleeding into the notion of God as an observer. The idea is that it's fundamental to the human psyche to feel watched, because without that sense of being an individual amidst the sea of other individuals, it can be harder to sort of construct an identity. It's very interesting stuff, actually, because not only does it fit into ideas of morality and guilt, God is watching so I must be kind, but also the very raw building blocks that we use to understand ourselves as human. There is God, there is man. We feel it, deep inside ourselves. And culturally, this sense of never really being alone, it kind of stems from a way that we exist in a mental space, where there's no boundary between us and even our own thoughts. Like your mind exists with your mind, but you can picture a chair, right? And there it is in your head, a chair. But not only is it a false chair, an imagined chair, but it's actually you. It's your neurons firing in your head to make something that is, well, it's made of you. It's weird, but in your head there's you. That mental voice or whatever. And then there's all the other stuff that is also you. It kind of bleeds into this area that we're not alone in our own heads. So much as there's some argue that the foundation is all the theism. The sense that our actions matter, that we matter. That something is watching. And we can feel that something is watching us. But similarly, just as many religions and cultures have beliefs about how God has turned his eye away from our existence, Peter was very interested in this idea, the concept that we are no longer of interest to who had made us, that our world was denied that observation, so we replaced it with the voice in our head, which are just our voices. Now, he's let slip once or twice that he thought that it was possible to get God's attention back to us. His background was in neuroscience and mathematics, particularly complexity theory. So, a surprising amount of what he said went over my head, although I guess that kind of bullshittery is the point of a cult. Yes, he did try to recruit me. He also tied it to the quantum physics, talking about how observers alter the physical laws of reality. I've checked, and some physicists in the university say that it is essentially true, albeit nowhere near as mystical as Peter made it out to be. But he said that he could get God's attention back to us. Something to do with receivers and signals and neurosynchronicity. Then he would have the power to alter reality. Or maybe something to that effect. Anyway, the last time that I spoke to him is because I asked if that was something that he really wanted. Now, he flew into a terrible rage, but I was only trying to humor him. And I felt like I had a point, I mean, if we are all naughty kids on a cosmic timeout step, do we really want to get God's attention? He must have left for a reason. I'm not sure if he'd be pleased if we started throwing shit on the walls to get back out over at our little corner of creation. But that's not really what I wanted to ask him. Not really. I don't know why I didn't ask him, but what was really going through my head was, what if it's not God's attention that we get?
Mr. Coast had agreed to meet with me in the garden of his home. In 2009, his construction and refurbishment company agreed to take on a contract on behalf of the local council in order to begin demolition of the Kentworth compound. He's currently involved in a lawsuit with the government over its supposed failure to disclose the property's history and subsequent claims made by Mr. Coast and several of his staff that their work at the site resulted in long-lasting and debilitating injuries, both psychological and physical. He has historically resisted efforts at an interview, but for unknown reasons, agreed to speak with me.
The hardest thing has been dealing with something that no one wants to admit to. I used to think that there was some big conspiracy, but as time has gone on, I wonder if there isn't a simpler explanation. It started out with me and the boys fighting tooth and nail to get the council to admit to what they'd done. You could go into the street and ask anyone in that town what had happened in that place, and they'd tell you. As far as the council was concerned, it was just a bunch of bricks that we weren't entitled to know squat. It's been about 10 years since I filed that first lawsuit, and one by one, everyone else has dropped out, even after I agreed to cover any legal fees. And when I talk to them now, it's like they don't even want to admit it. I mean, these guys, they were there with me. We were all in the thick of it. I don't sit around doing paperwork. That's not my kind of company I run. And we were friends, a lot of us. Half of them have moved on to the other side of the world, and the other half have disappeared off the map, guzzling stolen beer in the gutter somewhere. The ones who hadn't left don't want to talk about it. I feel like they only let me put their names down out of a sense of obligation to me. Like they owe me something for fighting for them, but deep down they wish that I didn't bother. Because sooner or later some judge or barrister asks a single question that actually matters, and we get called up to answer, and it's just like, what happened? They ask, and none of us want to answer. We arrived 6 months after the suicides. No one said what or why. We were told there was an old house and that we had to go in and bring it all down. Take everything out and demolish it brick by brick. We were given an accepted list of equipment that we could hire on the government's behalf, and it wasn't actually great. I think they expected us to do it all with sledgehammers and picks, but damn if it wasn't tempting when they offered us a blank check. Public sector work is great like that. Money just gets thrown around willy-nilly, and I sure did fancy some. But you can imagine rolling into that place. We had no idea what we were in for. One look and it suddenly made sense why we were told to pick a quote once the job was done and the council would pay for it. There were these ridiculous annexes on the house. They'd added fucking doors. Whole new floors. Many of the place looked like some out of a kid's picture book. Alongside that, there were 4 porta cabins that needed dealing with, and over 20 acres that we found, another 17 structures that had just sprung up, made out of corrugated iron, concrete, and chain link mesh. Oh, and there were these bunkers. Jesus Christ. Right from the start, we weren't happy about any of it. We didn't have any real way of saying how. We just knew it was wrong. There were still books on shelves, food in cupboards. All these people, they left their stuff behind, and the police did a piss-poor job of cleaning it up. Soon in a way, we all had to complain about what was a bit bigger than we thought. And the council didn't take our complaints very seriously. But in another way, I had to ask my employees to go clear out that still full rucksacks of a bunch of dead kids. It's tough work. Every new room had something truly fucked up, and worst part was how often it'd linger in your head like a kind of non-detail until you'd be lying there late at night and some deeply worrying question would pop up and you'd have no way to answer. Like there was a small room, a small clinical space with a wash basin and a shower, except big enough for a few people to get inside. You know, I didn't really make much of it. The mirror had been smashed, a small utility cupboard in the corner had the door taken off the hinges. There's some scratches on the floor. That stuff was all over the place, you know. couldn't really help but feel like you were walking through the scene of a siege. So that stuff, that wasn't unusual. No. What got me was the calendar. I didn't think much of it at first. There were all these girls' names on certain dates. Each one had a day or around it highlighted and then repeated every 28 days like clockwork. Amberly, May 16th. Mary, June 4th. Alicia, September 9th. When I flipped back, some of the names had been overlaid with gold stars or frowny stickers, like something you see at school. Anyway, it didn't strike me as odd until I went home with my wife, and she had a calendar herself, something that she kept beside the bed. And before I'm going to sleep, she leans over and she scribbles away and mutters something under her breath, and I ask her about it. She explains that she'll be ovulating that week. And you see, we were trying for a baby at the time. She tracked her cycle, highlighting the days that we'd have the best chance of conceiving. Well, it all clicked in place, didn't it? And I was left with a question that I didn't have a comfortable answer to. I think I must ask myself twice a day. How old was them girls? That kind of shit alone should entitle me to some compensation, you know? By the end of the first week, we were all fucked up. 3 guys had called in sick. One of the older gents had fallen off the wagon, which had me concerned. And every day I woke up wondering if I could bring myself to return. The real kicker was just how that place wasn't dead. I don't know if anyone there died or not. I don't know exactly what it was, but it wasn't dead. It wasn't done doing whatever it wanted to do. Maybe it was some ghost or some imprint of all that misery lingering behind. Or if maybe their fucked up hoodoo tainted it or whatnot. We had one kid get locked in a room on the 5th floor, and it took us about 2 hours to find him. A wedge had been shoved under the door from the other side, and I know for a fact that's not the sort of joke my guys would play. When we finally got him out, he'd stopped screaming for about an hour, and he was just huddled up on the floor, sobbing into his own knees. In the room, it wasn't just silent. Just an empty, quiet room with a bed in one corner and some pictures on the wall. We just kept asking him what happened, but the only thing he could do was look at the bed, just staring at it like a lion was going to pop out. His clothes were shredded. He had all these cuts up his arms. His shoes, they was missing. I mean, fuck, we never found those, never. But he was a mess, and he went straight off to the hospital, and afterwards I went back and I flipped that bed, and I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't a trap door. I had to stop one of the guys trying to go down it. Something about it, the way that it was just led into nothingness. The way there was a kind of faint, almost candlelight light at the bottom of that long, impossible shaft. And that kept me from letting anyone try it. If it led to a space between the walls or some secret compartment, which was most likely, then it all come crashing down with the rest of the house, and that was just fine by me. That poor lad never did come back, as far as I know. He's living in a home with carriers now, shocked senseless by whatever he saw coming out the door. And there were other, lesser incidents. Some guy lost a finger to some machinery he swore blind that he'd switched off and unplugged. One guy had lights go off on him in that basement, and while he got out unhurt, he came out screaming his head off about someone else being down there with him. Someone who grabbed the cuff off his trousers as he ran back up the stairs and held him there. Their pale, glassy hand clutching on the fabric so hard it began to tear, and that's how he finally freed himself. By the time the second week was over, we all committed to working in groups, and that seemed to stop the accidents, or whatever they were, from happening for a while. I mean, the whole place just felt hostile. Like it was ready to go off on us at a moment's notice just for being there. You felt watched. Like 1,000 eyes were on the back of your head, and the second it got quiet, too quiet, you was alone. It'd take you and gobble you up in a heartbeat. And then there was them bunkers. Fuck me, them bunkers. 3 of them, I think. He gave up after the last one. For all I know, there are more down there. Way more. In fact, deep down, I reckon there's at least another one with live people still in it. Now, I guess for context, I should mention that I took the police about a week to dig up all the corpses in their various hidey holes. I'm sure some were lying down in the assembly hall, but at least another dozen were jammed in cupboards, closets, crawl spaces, and dangling from an attic rafters with their bony fingers still pressed to their lips. But there were even more in them bunkers. There's an empty one. Classroom at the, I guess. That one cleared out nice and easy, though. Some guys kept on saying sound carried funny down there because they kept catching the snippets of kids singing and playing. Another one was a proper little safe space, and it was a fucking massacre. No gore aside from broken nails or whatever they'd done to themselves in panic. They were all piled up against the door trying to force it shut only if it was too late because they never got it all the way closed. Whatever followed floored them in seconds. Must have been. At least, that's what the cops told us. Now what they didn't tell us, because they don't know, was that there was another bunker that was left for us to find. And just like the last one, it was filled with corpses. But this time there were no police to cart them off before any rot set in, and I was left to have us just stumble across them by smell alone. 6 of them. 1 adult and 5 kids. Kids were hiding in different places, but hiding like kids do. Hiding under bed sheets or in dark corners with their fists balled into their eyes. The adult was slumped against the door, trying so hard to push it shut. Funny thing is, the damn thing swung open easily with just a shove when we got there. That's never been clear to me why all the people had such a hard time getting them closed. What's the matter? Some evil had stormed up that last drain tunnel and came barreling towards them, and it got them. Just like it had gotten all the others. You know when you want something is, and you don't want to see it, you look anyway? It was clear to us that what we had found the second that we entered, but I still took a few steps in and I looked around. I saw kids still standing, or sitting upright, thumbs in their mouths. Rotten, grimacing mouths with lips pulled back so far their teeth and gums just jutted right out. And on the top bunk was a lump. Someone sitting under a sheet. I mean, fuck. I knew what it was, right? So why'd I pull that sheet back? And their eyes was still open, looking at me. Not through me, not behind me, not beside me, no. They was looking right at me. Teddy bear in one hand, balled up pajama bottoms on the side of the other, and an ancient piss stain soaking into the mattress. They was smiling. Like I said, after that we quit and we got the police to come in. They didn't sound too surprised more bodies had been found, and if I had to guess, I'd say that they suffered every second in that place just like we had, and they were in just as much of a rush to get over with and to leave. They knew it was half finished. And while I sympathize with them in some ways, I ain't never gonna fucking forgive them for letting us go in there and suffer on their behalf. Everyone wants to forget. I did too, for a long time. But yesterday my daughter calls me, bawling her eyes out from her mom's place. You wanna know what she said? She said she came back from the toilet in the middle of the night, and someone was sitting in her bed. Sheet pulled over them, so they were just upright shape, sobbing quietly, saying quietly over and over again, "They can't see me. They can't see me. They can't see me. I swear on my fucking life, I heard them same words whispered in that bunker.
The current subject wishes to remain unnamed and without description.
Rollins was a fucking trip, man. Gene, that is, not Peter. I mean, I never really knew the younger one. Not really. His whole family was interested in custom psychedelics, and there are many labs still out there ready to innovate like I am. Like I said, I always dealt with Gene. The older one, he was funny and wild, and he had a poet's soul. I told him I wanted to drive from one coast of the states to the other and write a book along the way, and he decided to join me. And so we wound up hitting the road tanked up with so much fucking mescaline and peyote. It's a miracle we never came back. Shame we never went to Amsterdam at the time. You think that we got to Utrecht? It was a blast anyway. In hindsight, we should have realized that they don't really have any canal boats in Nevada. Like I said, Gene was down to party, and he spoke to me a lot about his old man who was a special case of fucked up. He was a mine inspector or something like that. A geologist, maybe? Anyway, one day he went down into a dark hole and he came back all kinds of different. Now, he was dark and nasty, abusive in just about every way that you could be. He insisted on homeschooling his kids. Now, Gene was around 16 at the time and he just up and left, but Peter was younger, maybe about 8 or 9. Gene told me it fucked him up to leave his brother behind, but he had to. When I finally met Peter, he was a lot like his brother, but a little darker, a little less fun. For the first years, I kind of thought of him as like a photocopy of Gene, something slightly different, maybe faded, but he wasn't. Gene was all about the journey, the fun, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, baby. He and I were about keeping that dream alive right up into the Bush era. Peter had a very specific request about what I made for him. It was all while working for him on an actual chemistry side of stuff that I realized he was smart in a way that Gene never was. You know, you might get the chance to speak to some of the cops who went into that compound, and one of them got it right. Looks like a fucking gorilla in a suit, but he got it right. He'll tell you all those symbols and voodoo shit was just a bunch of nonsense made to distract, but he was right. It was never about that. It was about the water supply. Now, I didn't realize Peter was putting this stuff in the water. Hell, I didn't even know what this stuff was. He told what to make and how I did it. Sometimes doing other favors for him too. He'd pay me enough cash to keep on tripping for a whole year. And somewhere along the line, Gene faded out of the scene. God knows what he's doing now. Cooking barbecue with his wife and kids and saying, "Oh golly," instead of swearing probably. Peter kept on ticking, and sooner or later I knew we'd come to blows. You see, me, I've traveled farther than anyone else has traveled, and I've done it from comfort of my own home, and let me tell you what's out there. Let me tell you what's secret behind human spirituality. Nothing. We're just a bunch of hairless monkeys clinging to a fucking rock, just jerking off. When you come to peace with all that's left is to just grab a banana with one hand and your cock with the other. It's liberating. Peter, he disagreed. Violently disagreed. Not only did he feel offended by the idea that there was nothing else out there, he actually thought that the right mental state could be used to send out some kind of broadcast of a kind of, "Hey, look at us over here." I never really learned what he meant, just that he wanted to get something attention and is all about turning his mind into the right frequencies and then sort of broadcasting an idea. Later on, he'd tell me that he was close. It was all about getting the right numbers, like launching a dozen flares instead of just one. I don't know why I'm telling you all this next bit aside. I don't know, I better actually remain fucking anonymous. But I sabotaged the last batch. And I guess I had a bad trip or something. Because I just woke up one day with this idea in my head that he couldn't be allowed to keep on broadcasting that signal out into the world. Not with all these people. I don't know. I never changed my mind. I'm still adamant that there's nothing spiritual out there, not really. I mean, there's no meaning. That's the only lesson that we need to learn, but fuck, staring into that darkness one night high as a fucking kite on acid. The idea that something might be staring back just wormed its way into me and, had a bit of a journey. I just couldn't have it. I never really understood what it was, and I'd been making, but I knew a few slight adjustments to it would turn it into coffee sweetener or something like that, you know. Having a bit of fun, man. Hell, I'd taken it myself a few times, and as far as I could tell, it wasn't even psychoactive. So what the hell was he doing it, dosing his followers up every day with the damn stuff? I couldn't say it, but I figured what difference would it make if I swapped an H with a C and turned it into a chemical gibberish with no real effect on the body. If something's out there, I didn't want that fucker getting its attention. And so I didn't know that they'd built up a dependency. I didn't know how its absence would, apparently it is psychoactive. It's also extremely addictive. And when people experience withdrawal, they don't experience it quietly. I know a lot of bodies were found peacefully resting in that main assembly hall. You notice how rarely the police throw around the word poisoned, even though that's the official verdict? They weren't poisoned. Just look at the girls in the car, man. They was fucking butchered. Truth is, no one actually knows what happened up there. Deep down, I'm pretty sure I was responsible somehow.
This interviewee will not speak to me openly, but specifically wrote the following testimony and asked for its inclusion. I was about 9 when we moved in. I hated it. I hated it something special. Dad left Mom when I was about 3, and he'd always been the provider. She had dropped school when she was 14 and had no qualifications. She had no home, no family, so he got a job as a cleaner, and when it became clear that wouldn't be enough, she got another job. And then he had to get another one on top. All my brothers and sisters were adults with their own kids and their own problems, so Mom couldn't count on them. I loved her right until the end, even after everything that happened. Now I get it. She had a rough life, and somehow she got caught up with this Rollins guy. She was so happy right up until she turned up and saw how young all the other girls were. Every night she was a wreck, drinking and sobbing quietly about how this was her last chance at true happiness. She couldn't understand why he'd picked her to come along, but even as a kid, I knew. I saw it in the way that the teachers looked at us, the way that they spoke to us. Our lessons were mediation, plenty of water, and hours spent focusing on different shapes and weird images. They looked like static and colors, sometimes videos, and every day we would have to focus on them, and it wasn't hard, but over time it got easier and better. Sometimes kids would fall over shaking, bleeding out their noses, mouths, and eyes. Sometimes they'd start screaming, and if they did, they'd be dragged away and would spend hours drawing what they'd seen in the static. It was a slow effect, something that didn't go away just because you stopped looking at the pictures. Those images burned themselves into your eyes, and that was the point. To this day, I'm adamant that they put something in our food or in our water. I don't know. The whole time I was there, I felt different. Funny, but it wasn't like I was high or anything. I just felt watched. All of the time. I think there was something about the combination of pictures and whatever they were doing to their heads that was the point of it all. All of the masses and prayers and special rituals were just set dressing. How we were the chosen special people. It was all the kids who had mattered. And towards the end, I started getting into it. I started to get this sense that I was looking at something and it was looking back. But it was out of focus, and it was kind of a hard puzzle, and I loved puzzles. I didn't enjoy the way that those pictures made me feel, but I hated seeing the other kids get rewards for doing better than me. If you drew a good picture, a great one, the kind of thing that Mr. Rollins would take for his personal collection, then they would let you shower and have other treats. To this day, I have never hated anyone as much as I hated the kids who got to have butter on their toast at breakfast time. Looking back, it was all sick. All of it. But I wanted to make Mom proud, and I wanted her to be happy. If I could be good enough to get Mr. Rollins' attention, then maybe we'd get our own room. Maybe Mom could have a day off on the weekend. Maybe they'd just let her work on laundry instead of having to clean their toilets. Peter Rollins was a nasty piece of work. He had his claws in each and every one of us. He knew exactly how to twist and turn his words that way you thought you wanted to do what he wanted. They never did find his body. They never know what happened to him. But I did. It started slow. A few people started to get a little ill. Not violently or anything. They just lose all their energy and start sleeping, collapsing where they worked, or making beds out of whatever they could find at hand. People started forgetting stuff. Mr. Rollins would forget his speeches during the morning communion. Our teachers would come in and just sit there staring at the walls. All the kids stopped playing one by one. Then we just turned into zombies, and the word going around was that there was a disease. But then other rumors started talking about a come down, which I didn't understand as a kid. The whole time there had been a sheen of life in that place, a kind of haze that you didn't realize was there until it was gone. And it got worse pretty quickly. Even when Mr. Rollins got sick and we went into his room and we didn't see him again until right until the end. Soon people stopped waking up or leaving bed. And once the higher-ups got it, all functioning broke down. We stopped harvesting crops, stopped going to town to buy essentials. We even stopped opening the gates for deliveries. Everyone was either slumped down or somewhere or asleep. There were a few nights like that, of total silence. And then the talking started. At first people would just mumble, and it seemed kind of normal if you only saw one of them doing it. Except in the dorms, it was obvious something was wrong. People were mumbling in sync, making the same weird grunts and half words at each other and at the same exact time. Soon it was a full-blown speech, talking about everything and nothing. Mom got it pretty bad, and she was one of the first to open her eyes. It was eerie, holding her hand while she lay there speaking in an unfamiliar accent, unblinking eyes fixed on some distant point behind the ceiling. Indices, indecent, recent, reform, to feel the reform beneath us, bequeath, because we feel the indecent cries of non-believers. It was gibberish, all of it, but I remember sitting there and begging her to stop, thinking it quietly to myself over and over, please, stop, Mom, please, wake up. Please wake up, she said, the choir of voices reverberating throughout the whole compound. Please stop, Mom. And by that point, people had stopped drinking, eating, or even moving. One guy had collapsed outside, face to the sky, and after a day or two lying in the sun, his skin was starting to crack and to bleed. Most of the kids were getting away with it half all right. The sickness was awful, felt like getting hit by a freight train. Like the worst goddamn hangover in the world, except that you're just a kid and you don't know why. But we would still move around and try to help where we could. Although all of us had pretty much spent our time riveting to the side of our parents, feeding and giving them water. Even the youngest of us got a sense that these things were deeply, darkly wrong. You couldn't hear that chanting and feel any other way. My mother was the first to get up. She threw her legs to the side and looked at me, and she was still talking, but looking right at me, and all I saw was hate. It was the most terrifying, heartbreaking thing I'd ever seen. I couldn't fathom why she looked at me like that, but she did. And it hurt me so bad that I felt ass backwards and started bawling like a toddler. I knew she was going to kill me. I knew it, and I accepted it because in my kid heart I couldn't imagine doing anything against her. She'd been the arbiter of my whole life, my creator and nurturer, and I knew there was nothing that I could do to stop her. My screaming rose to a high pitch when she grabbed the knife, rising and rising until all sound disappeared and it became a shrill whistle of air escaping from my lips like a dreamer's cries to wake up. And when she stuck the knife to her throat, the nubby little blade disappearing into her skin like a magic trick, I stopped wailing and stared. She pulled it across the whole way, and I became aware that all around me other adults had stood up. One of them, I can't remember. She was speaking, asking what had happened and taking it all in. But I wasn't really paying attention to her. I was watching my mother, whose throat had run rivers of red down her dingy vest. She wasn't gurgling or crying or even moving much at all. She just waited a few long seconds before pulling it out and started again. This time on her belly. I ran, slipping at one point and hitting my head hard, but I kept going, glimpsing people all around the compound rising and moving to unknown goals. Some were adults who'd come back normal. One tried to even grab me and herd me along with some other kids to a safe place, but I shook free and I made for the fence. And when a few dozen of the chanting adults finally broke down the front door to the farmhouse, that's when the screams hit fever pitch. I'll never know why they did it to each other exactly, but it didn't sound nice. And by the time I looked back, I was right by the fence, probably 200 meters from the house itself. And I could see figures moving in the windows, but the shapes were confusing. I think they were butchering each other. And over the sounds of terrible cries, a few of them were singing. It wasn't a sound like anything that I'd ever heard, but it practically knocked me out and I had to fight the urge to just collapse and to give up. I knew there was a small spot near the fence that was big enough to crawl through, and that's what I used to get clear of the house. It's a long drive to the property, though. A single muddy lane that I had to navigate in darkness. And at some point, a car came rumbling past and I nearly jumped out to cry for help, but I remembered where it was coming from. And instead I jumped into a ditch and I hid in the shadows as its blinding light flashed overhead. And once it passed, I tried to get a look at who was in it, but all I could pick out were a few heads and something on the roof of the car. I think it looked like a person, but some deep-rooted part of my mind told me that it wasn't. In my nightmares, I'm back on that road, walking, and I know that it'll never end and that the sun will never rise. I might see a far-off sign that tells me that I'm close to the main road, but I know my eyes can't be trusted. Just that I know that there's something that has left the compound to come looking for me. There's no cover, just open fields and a few hedges, but in the dark it's all just ink blots that I can't focus on, contrasting only against the bluish night sky that sometimes isn't very bluish or much like a sky, but rather like a membrane of rotting oil paints. Mr. Rollins. I found him clambering out of a storm drain way at the edge of the 4-mile driveway. Figures that he'd had some kind of escape route, but the poor bastard hadn't really thought it out. Somewhere along the line, he'd ordered it shut off with a cast iron gate locked with a padlock only he had a key for. That's what he had told me anyway, screaming and crying for some kind of help. He was naked, clearly without the key he desperately needed, and I tried to help him. But it was clear to even my childish mind that there was no moving that gate, not without tearing the damn thing off the hinges out of the concrete. And meanwhile, his cries kept growing worse and worse, and in the end I had to step away because he started to grab and pull at me. He was trying to yank my arm into the tunnel, casting furtive glances over his shoulder. I didn't like the look in his eye, and when I heard the pitter-patter of footsteps behind him, I knew why. "Please, kid," he had sobbed. "Just give me your hand." Something clattered in the tunnel, just out of sight, but so damn close that it was the loudest thing in the night. And just like that, all the pleading mercy fell from Mr. Rollins' face. "Give me your fucking hand," he had screamed. I remember his voice was bunched up like an animal. "Give it here and fucking die with me, you piece of shit." I had turned and ran away, terrified by the sounds that came out of the grate. Not just his screaming, mind you, but the actual sounds of what was happening to his body. I remember him saying on my very first day that when God's gaze returned to our humble world, he'd be first and foremost in the Lord's attention. Personally, I'm not convinced that it was God looking our way at all. But I do think that Mr. Rollins was given special attention. Gary Willow is a former YouTube and Instagram influencer, better known for being a member of Riley Alton's entourage. A lifelong friend of Riley's, Gary left his job in 2011 to work for Riley's growing production company, specializing in urban exploration and spiritual phenomena. Riley's YouTube channel boasted millions of followers and viewers, although after his death, the account was taken down and all content removed. In 2013, as part of a segment on mass suicide and cults, Riley, along with Gary and 3 other members of his crew, had broken into Kentworth compound to film what was expected to be one of their most popular videos.
No, it was never fake. I'm not saying we actually got ghosts of anything, but everyone was so adamant that we just made it all up, and I swear half our audience was skeptics desperate to prove us wrong. Like at that abandoned club when we went into Brazil, where all those people got shot up. I swear on my life that door moved on its own. No fishing line. It legit moved on its own. Riley was a lot of things, but he wasn't actually that fake. And I've met a lot of influencers, and yeah, he was cut from the same cloth, but at the same time, he was a lot better than most of them. And it was me, funnily enough, who got wind of the Kentworth compound, not Riley. I got a tip from someone, and they're all a bunch of bullshit, but the more that I followed up on this one, the realer the story became. I couldn't believe no one was talking about this place and the Rollins cult. Sure, it wasn't exactly huge in terms of fatalities, but the sheer weirdness of it all was just awesome. Of course, in hindsight, given what happened to our YouTube channel, it's obvious why the story was so subdued and outright censored in some parts. Enough money can buy you just about anything. And we were idiots. We were all up there thinking that it was a gold mine. We'd gotten so desensitized that the goosebumps on our skin and the voice screaming in the back of our heads to get out was just another sign that we'd made the right call to drive all the way out there. And part of the house was half demolished. Windows smashed up, plasterwork pulled apart, tools and diggers still rotting where the last construction company had tried and failed to finish the job. It was perfect. You could walk into one room and get a shot of a wall half crumbling, the bricks crushing a child's tricycle, and the other room there'd be a dining table with the cutlery still laid out. And I'm talking blood streaks on windows, fingernails left scattered over floors next to gouges in the wood, and smashed in kitchen cupboards with children's blankets balled up in the back, soaked in God knows what. And it was silent in there. Absolutely haunting. Like when you're at a funeral parlor and your mind starts playing tricks on you, so you think that you can hear the sound of something breathing, but it's just the sound of your blood vessels pumping into your own skull. Like there was no sense that you could hear something almost embedded in the white noise of your own head. Like voices coming from a scrambled TV signal. Even when stuff started moving, we all thought it was just great footage. Windows opening for no reason, doors slamming shut, music playing from smashed up speakers. We just kept goading on it for hours, right up until we made it to the very top floor, where the leader's room had been. I went in first to get some opening shots, and even though Riley and the others were no more than a few feet behind me, I felt scared. Truly scared. And for the first time. A chill had come over me as if I had just stepped on my own grave. And when I looked around at the bare walls and the ascetic bed, I noticed something that tore a hole through my belly. Like the whole world had dropped right out from under me. there was a hand. A nasty, misshapen thing, gray in the faint light of the moonlight. And all the fingers were different lengths, like a mangled spider. It was a ghoul's hand, the kind that you picture scratching at your bedroom window late at night. And when I spotted it, I stayed perfectly still, hyperventilating while I was wrestling with the implications of what I saw. And all that tension in me finally broke when the hand had moved, inching slightly further out from beneath the bed. And I had turned to dart towards the door, and that's when the door behind me had slammed shut. I had dislocated my shoulder trying to break it down. Somehow, even when a larger circular window set in one wall and the moon out full, the room had started getting darker, and I felt this cloying, desperate need to escape. I was screaming so loud that I didn't notice the others were screaming for help too. All that mattered to me was leaving, getting out at any cost. I didn't want to look back. Everything in my head was just pure nightmare, so I kept my face fixed on the door that I had punched and kicked while the skin on the back of me tightened and I got so damn terrified that I could feel my vision start to blur. I was close to passing out. That's how scared I was. It wasn't just the shadows. No, I knew with absolute certainty that something was approaching me. The air was getting colder. A faint scraping was present just beneath the sound of my screeching cries, and that thing's presence made the skin on my back crawl, and the feeling was getting worse with every second. I got so bad that I turned around desperate to get rid of the fear. That's how it works, right? You scare yourself up over something that isn't real, like, say, a hand beneath the bed. And your mind does the rest. All you need to do is reassert yourself, fight against the darkness and face it, and you'll see that it all along was just make-believe. But there was really something else in that room with me. A man, or something like a man. He had long, straight hair, but his face looked like a mess of folds. There was no expression because he had nothing to express with. No eyes or mouth, just a kind of mass of churning skin like braided bread dough. I think there were eyes, but they looked more like spider's eyes buried in between the cracks of a crab's shell. Something about that face, the way that I couldn't read it or its intentions, the way that it so utterly defied everything I knew about living beings. It pushed me off the edge and I passed out. And when I came to, I was out in the yard. My camera smashed up and I was missing 3 fingers. Bit right off at the knuckle. Doctor thought that it looked like a turtle had done it. And sometimes at night I get these images of my hand being dragged towards a snapping beak hidden beneath liquid flesh that's damned and cold to the touch. There was no sign of anyone else around me when I woke up. But I didn't stick around to look. I ran right out to the car and I drove away so goddamn fast I nearly flipped the car, taking the left turn out of the driveway. Right by the property line, just as I swerved, I saw an old storm drain. Something bolted over with heavy iron doors. I only glanced at it out of sheer chance, and as I was going too fast to get a proper look, but I swear I saw someone's hand gripping those bars. Not a nasty, pustule, hidden, ridden hand like the one that had come clawing out of the bed, but a familiar one. A normal one. It was one of those others who had gone with me, I think. They call it survivor's guilt. They tell me that it's normal, but nothing about what I experienced was normal. And I think that's what really gets to me, is that deep down I'm scared that I'm not the only survivor. And that hand I saw gripping those bars, I fear that's the owner still down there. Still trapped. All of them taken by that place, and that's the thing. I just don't know. I'll never know. None of us will.
Arnold Milson is a short man with sideburns and patchy facial hair. And he stands watching me with beady eyes as I approach the front porch of his house, as though I am liable to bite him. I know that he is in his late 40s, but he appears significantly older.
hear about it being something that happens to kids, wandering around in places where they are fucking about near a well, and then plop, in they go. I guess it shouldn't have been a surprise that I went down, what with my bad leg. But the truth is, the first thing I felt when I opened my eyes was pain of confusion. It was just sheer embarrassment. You always hear about kids falling down them wells, not 38 old men. There I was, slightly dodgy hip, lodged in a fucking 30-foot hole in the ground. Not that there'd been any warning, no signs, no wall, just a little hole halfway down the slope at a hill that I'd never come cresting over. Just bad luck, really. And coming the other way, I would have spotted it a mile wide and avoided it easily enough. But I didn't, and I was left stuck in that darkness in waist-high water that was stale and dark and smelled of piss. Possibly mine. Thank fuck that I had my phone on me and it had kept dry in the jacket pocket. A quick call and my sister was on her way with the police, but what did that mean, really? What it meant is that I wouldn't die in there, but it wasn't like I couldn't give her my exact location. I didn't have GPS. Couldn't get it down there either. And she had to get the police and then come find me, and that wasn't going to be quick. And so I was stuck down there. Not forever, but in the end, it took them about 11 hours to find me, and a further 2 to rescue me. In those 13 hours, to me, they were like the longest book ever written. It started with a kind of patient stoicism, and I resisted the urge to panic, especially knowing help was on the way. I disregarded my surroundings and focused on the light overhead. I ignored the smell around me and the other way the water made my skin tingle. I told myself that I wouldn't let it get to me. The blind panic. I focused on my breathing, spoke aloud to break the silence. Hell, I even sang for a while. And that was the first hour. Sooner or later, my mind was going to wander. It had to. So I tried to set it in on the angonized path. I kicked around with my feet until I hit something solid. There's a beam of wood, and I stood it up and lifted it myself a further 6 inches up out of the water, and then stood back down. It was too hard to balance on with my leg, but that was pretty much all I could sense around me. Sounds silly now, but I didn't want to look around too much, so I kept my phone light off for the first hour. It was the spiders. I knew they was down there. I'm terrified of them, and I knew from their experience the best place to find the big, nasty, hairy ones was in a dark hole rarely treaded on by human feet. And oh boy, was this place hollow ground for arachnids. So far that I really figured out that the wall was soft earth with thick roots bulging out, but I could hear something dripping, and it wasn't above or below, it was right next to me. But somehow it sounded far away. I told myself this was exactly why I had to keep my mind on track. The drip didn't help none. It didn't mean anything. But it was a long time to stand there and pretend like I wasn't so terrified that in the end I gave in. And I turned the light on and I regretted it instantly. There was at least 7 of them. Massive, enormous, hairy things. Too big for home living. These weren't the kind of house spiders that you find under a sofa. Oh no. And I hated them. I hated the sight of them. Their sheer presence burning a hole in my skin right through the clothes. The biggest one was nearly as wide as my palm, and for a brief moment I told myself that I'd fallen right into my own personal hell. The thought was right. My timing was wrong. As soon as it was on, my light sent all the buggers crawling away, and okay, while the sight of their wiry legs slamming over each other nearly made me sick, the truth was that was all there was to it. They were harmless, utterly and completely benign. And once they was gone, I was finally able to recall why I turned my light on in the first place. And I swung it around looking for the source of the dripping until I spotted a small cast iron grate in the wall. Now, I'm not exactly an expert on walls, so I wasn't quite sure what to make of it. And I genuinely figured wells were full of water, and or just big holes. If any tunnels intersected them, they ought to be full of water, too. Or at the very least made by underground rivers and so on. And who, I wondered, took the time or effort to stick a great big bloody grate on one of these tunnels, and for what possible reason? To keep something out? To keep them in? And these tunnels was no more than 2 or 3 foot high, and the grate even smaller than that, maybe a foot at most. I tried angling the light around, but all I saw was dripping walls thick with clay and stone. The place so utterly dark it practically resisted the light. And for a brief moment I considered trying to pull the grate loose, but I was concerned it might damage the structure of the wall. I also couldn't say for sure whether I wanted to get much closer to it than I already was. I tried telling myself that it was a calming presence. The tunnel right beside me should have done something to break up the oppressiveness and sense of enclosing space, but if anything, it made me feel vulnerable. And I looked towards the light and I saw no sign of anything, just a pale blue disk. And I had wondered briefly if the spiders had left me behind for, well, for what? I didn't know. I was thinking silly things then at the time and didn't seem rational. But the feeling felt as real as if the water soaked my hips and my legs. And I felt vulnerable once I knew about that tunnel. I didn't like having it there, right by me. And without thinking, I angled away towards the opposite wall. I turned my light off and desperate to clear my mind of this worry. So I looked up back towards the sky. And someone was looking down. I should have leaped with joy, and for a moment I almost did. But I couldn't see this person. It wasn't like glimpsing up at one of the homies on the street. No. All I could see was an outline. A shadow cut right out in the sky. The distance felt alienating. And I couldn't hear or see a thing about them. It was all drips and splashes by me, but from up there, nothing but the stony silence of the gentle breeze. And this person, they was leaning over the hole with both arms across the span as if they were surveying a catch. And I suddenly felt like a rat trapped in a big fucking hole. And I remember crying out to them, telling them that I had fallen. They slid away without making a noise. It could have been nothing. No one there at all, except the trick of the light. Or perhaps there was someone there and they saw me in the darkness. Perhaps the wind was so strong up there that they had no chance of hearing me. Or maybe. I looked back at the grating. That sense of vulnerability had magnified by then. My mind was making the strangest connections. Wasn't the Kentworth compound nearby? Didn't they dig tunnels? Kids talk about strange shapes and noises up there all the time, but that's just hearsay and rumor, ain't it? Now my heart was starting to race. Isn't it amazing how vivid the imagination can be sometimes? I got lost in my own head, standing there, eyes wide, staring at that patch of shadow where I felt the gentle draft waft through. Now I couldn't see a damn thing, but in my head I could picture everything clearly. Right there, just a few feet away, was a twisted monster. Their smile pinned wide to either side of their head like I wanted the Hellraiser film that scared the hell out of me when I was a kid. And I kept replaying that scene over and over, torturing myself. Sometimes it'd be a dead kid, pale hands clutching either side of the bar, or a malicious ghost intending on trapping me in a twisted reenactment of their own death. Other times it'd be spiders. One great big one popping the grate aside so its crooked knotted legs could envelop and drag me towards the center of their octagonal body. Or maybe even thousands of little ones bulging through the bars just like jelly pushing through a sieve. To think that kind of terror lies beneath our feet. All I had to work with was some slippery walls, water, and mud. But in a few short hours, my own head had turned that place into hell itself. Now I was wondering how I'd gone from a brisk morning walk to unrelenting psychological torture in a single misplaced step. And eventually it got too much to bear. When I checked my phone, I saw that it had been no more than a half an hour since I had last looked. All that my imagination had done was slow down the passage of time and make it infinitely worse, so I worked up the nerve to turn on that light and re-examine the small tunnel. It was just like before, just mud and stagnant water that trickled so faintly into the well. Didn't even make a noise. I moved that light around some more, but every time I did, the shadowy cast by the bars moved all over the place. It's like a strobe light, and I was getting ready to give up when my brain told me to freeze. Now, I didn't know why, not straight away, but it had done so with such urgency that I stopped completely. That's when I saw it. Movement that had been masked by my own. I still couldn't say what exactly it was, but it looked almost like the wall itself was moving. And then the wall looked at me. It was just seconds ago a misshapen pile of mud was a head turning to look right fucking at me. Now, there was no noise. Not even a mouth, really, just features cut into clay. But those eyes was bloodshot orbs, rich and vivid with detail, familiar but somehow utterly alien. I couldn't read them, their expression, and that scared the hell out of me. My mind was on fire with 1,000 questions about who they was, how they got there, and if they were even human. But the one that was embossed in red letters and displayed across my mind was like a neon exit sign. That was the one that I seized on, and I couldn't let go. What did they want? They didn't flinch when I spotted them, but they did start moving faster. Felt like I was watching myself from afar, like an out-of-body experience. I couldn't fathom that this was happening, that someone was down there looking like something out of a fucking horror film and moving right towards me. And when they reached the grate, they started to push against it, and this thing was exactly riveted into concrete. I could see it starting to bulge, and I ran forward and I slammed a foot against the metal to hold it in place. And that meant getting closer, though, and that meant getting a glimpse of them before I kicked the grate back into place. And all I saw were bits and pieces, eyes, rotten teeth, something shiny that caught the light. And I soon got to find out what that was when something slid into the heel of my foot, long and sharp. I pulled back immediately, shocked and disgusted at the sight of blood running and mixing with the rancid groundwater that I had stood in, and when I looked back there was a glistening blade slipped jutting from between the bars. Then it repeated. The grate started to move, it started to push. A single eye. Penny-sized pupils with ghostly reflections looking back at me with terrifying apathy. I stepped forward and I kicked again. This time they missed, but I saw the full length of that blade, and part of me registered just how bad the situation was. The next time that I kicked at them, I wasn't so lucky, and that blade slipped right into the arch of my foot, tearing through the roof of my hiking boots and painting a grisly image on the way back out. But I sure as hell didn't let up. No, I did not. I kept in there, holding it tight whilst my attacker indulged and hacked away like they was breaking up ice. The only sounds was me, splash of water, and the heavy gurgling breaths of whatever lay on the other side. And I thought that it had been hell before. When they eventually stopped attacking, my right foot was in ribbons and I fell back into the water with relief. Thank God I landed on that beam, and it kept my head above the water and stopped me from losing off all balance. That thing grinned right then, stretching a toothless mouth from ear to ear that dribbled with pink froth. There was still no nose, no hair, just a shape carved right out of the mud. At least that's what it looked like. That hungry gullet must have led to the real flesh and blood stomach, my attacker probably no more than a lunatic caked in clay. But whoever they was, they'd been twisted so far from the human idea they scared me worse than any special effects I'd ever seen. I found myself starting to scream. The thing wasn't going away. It wasn't slinking back into the depths. It was savoring this experience, savoring my terror and my suffering. And at least that's what I imagined. Because in truth, I don't know what it wanted. That face, even when smiling, looked like an idiot's face devoid of all rational thought. It just kept breathing, panting, slobbering, eyes fixed on me like a pervert in the bushes. And I just wanted it to stop. I wanted to wake up. to burst the bubble and escape this hallucination, this damn hell that I find myself in, but shit. Anything except stay there like that. Stuck in its line of sight whilst my mind turned the seconds into decades. I didn't pass out. I didn't wake up. It didn't try breaking through again. There was no conclusion, no inciting incident to push past the fear, just me and that thing, less than a meter apart. It would take another 7 hours before I would finally escape. You know, they amputated my foot, not just from the sheer damage that they had done to it, but because of the rancid infection that had grown from within. The disease lurking in that water damn near killed me, and the official word is that I had broken my leg in a gnarly way and spent about half a day trapped in a fever dream. Oh boy, I sure wish that was something that I could believe. But every one of those long, agonizing seconds trapped down there are still engraved in my memory like an obituary in granite. I pinched myself, slapped myself, cried, jumped up and down. Nothing about my time down there was a dream. It was hard, real. And when it caught the light, it glistened like metal.
The current interviewee has requested strict anonymity.
The acquisition of the compound in question was never up for discussion, with us or anyone on the research team. It had been found, and that was all that mattered. If not for the letter, then I would have never drawn the connection between the compound that we tested and the events at the Kentworth compound. On one hand, it was a relief to realize that the thing was bigger than just us. But at the same time, I think that we all secretly been hoping we'd been going mad, and this suggested otherwise. Thank God we had never moved on to human testing. It's bad enough that we weren't really equipped for the job. You always think that the government will choose people at the top of their game for this secret spy shit, but more often than not, they contract a company like ours and just don't tell anyone the truth. I've heard they single out firms with poor safety records as a cover, and we just come out of a horrific scandal involving some children, a river, and a chemical that turns you blue. Even at the time, I remember thinking that we'd make some pretty good pasties if that's what they were looking for. I was vindicated with time, but not before the worst of it. Like I said, we never got into humans, but we started out testing with mice and rats. When we first mapped the chemical structure of the compound, all our software told us was that it'd be inert in the central nervous system. Although one deep learning algorithm we sometimes use on forensic cases went buck wild and practically melted. We didn't really think anything of it because the early tests that immediately followed showed that the compound was exactly that, inert. There were no behavioral changes whatsoever, and aside from odd electrical readings on the EEG, brain scans often showed no differences. Of course, some things need to accumulate over time, and brain scans are very limited in what they really tell us. It's like trying to predict what software a computer is running by getting a heat map of its components. And sure, it doesn't tell you something, but it's not exactly a magic window into the underlying activity. All you can do is just keep testing and see what comes of it. I suppose I should mention at this point that our lab was based in a pretty remote location. Our firm is a subsidiary of a subsidiary to some massive PMC. We were housed with a few other teams on an oil rig looking into certain bacteria. And, well, this was a pretty tough place to live at the best of times. It was lonely, but always busy, always teeming with hundreds of faces, people who ignored you as they rushed past. And my team, we were buried down into the depths of this place, hanging over the sea beneath. And so people got spooked. I don't know how exactly, but they did. It hadn't happened before. But one by one, my staff started calling in sick more and more often until pretty soon I was left wondering why I'd been left in the lurch. Turns out, after a very frank and heated meeting I held one day in our lunchroom, there was a kind of spreading anxiety. There were maybe about 6 of us at most, and I listened as they told me all about the way that the rodents started staring at them, the way machines were breaking at 10 times the usual rate, and the way they felt watched in any given room when left alone. The worst thing was that I'd noticed it too. The mice and the rats had slowly changed. Behavior had altered by degrees over the space of a month, and now they no longer squeaked or played or groomed. Instead, they simply watched, and it was always us who held their attention. They stopped sleeping, eating, or even moving, and a far few of them started to die from sheer lethargy. That was when someone stepped up and told me how they'd seen something particularly worrying. They were cleaning out the tanks one day, dumping the dead rats into special refuse sacks ready for incineration, when they reached in and the live ones attacked her, nipping at the very dusty glove and fighting so violently that she lost it to their grip. Thankfully, she pulled out her hand just in time and snapped the glass shut. But the nightmare wasn't over, because that's when the bag moved. The one filled with dozens of dead pink bodies, their dull red eyes glaring at her from pointed albino faces. Thank God the incinerator is right there in the lab, and thank God she had the sense to turn it on ready. And in one swift burst of terror and bravery, she snatched the bag and practically threw it into the flames, crying at the sound of their pained squeals. What was all of this that I was hearing exactly? I had to do something with this information, that was for sure, but I didn't know what. We took on dangerous work, we knew that. And in the end I agreed to the new rule where no one could be left alone in the lab. Even if someone had to go to the toilet, they had to go in pairs and stay close. I treated it as kind of a infectious fear, dismissing my concerns that we were all longtime staff used to these work conditions. I also decided to take on more of the lab work itself, and just to show everyone that we were in no real threat, I took on a number of late-night tasks that I did on my own. I used to go in at night ready to run any necessary tests and do my best to pretend everything was okay. But the thrum of the ocean and the endless cacophony of machines seemed impossibly distant down in the lab. And pretty soon I got the vague sense of being buried underground. It was the silence, you see. That place was never silent, not even at night. There were thousands of specimens in the room, and the other 4 that were adjacent. Mice, rats, rhesus monkeys, zebrafish, you name it, we had it. It wasn't like we could pop down to the corner shop that we had to stock up on and somehow everything was just dead silent. Not a peep, squeak, or howl, or a gibber. The first time that I noticed it, I took stock of my surroundings and I tried to swallow my terror. The specimens weren't sleeping, at least not the rats. They were all wide-eyed, back pressed to their cages, and glaring at the glass observation cases that we used for testing. And the rats in turn were watching me, hind legs bunched ready to pounce, their pink ears upright and alert, and their slittering tails coiled around their rotund bodies. And in the end, I gave up pretending. I ran the test so quickly I dropped a bottle of iodine and I left it where it was rather than clean it up. I decided that I'd come in early the next day to sort it out. Anything, I told myself, anything was better than staying down there on my own. And when it came time to run a new condition, to take half the rats that had survived and stop their intake of the compound, I thought that it'd be good to see what happened. I was still naive enough to find all of this oh so slightly thrilling. The pulse-pounding terror that I felt was still just alien enough, and things seemed safe enough that I wanted to go ahead. I couldn't imagine just how. I figured that they'd die or go back to normal, right? They tore through themselves, and then the glass. And that's not an exaggeration. They tore through themselves first, and then, with limbs half severed and guts exposed, they moved into the glass and gored themselves, making a hole. We're still not entirely sure how they did it, but as soon as they were through, they made a beeline for the other rats. The one still on the drug, still unaffected. One of the technicians tried to interfere by pulling back just a few of the rats that broke away from the quivering sea of fiery bodies and started nipping at his heels. And by the time someone finally rigged up some liquid nitrogen to blast them with, they'd broken through their companions and soaked the walls in blood. And when it was over, we were left with one hell of an ice sculpture. The way that they'd obscured the glass with bloody smears meant that we never got a proper look at what was going on. But once the mists had cleared and all you could hear was the cracking of ice and flesh, we saw a mound of half-melted flesh. It was like a battle scene paused in time, except the mountain of gore took on a strange quality close to the center. We spotted rats with 3 eyes, 5 legs, 2 tails, and so on. It was like they had started to merge, like cell division in reverse. I remember we were arguing over whether to incinerate it. I was attempting to put forward the case for keeping it, arguing that we owed our employer results and that this was the most profound thing that we could offer them. Maybe they'd even up our funding. The others weren't having it, though, crying for me to just let them dump the whole thing in the fire. But I was dead set against it until, from behind, I had heard a quiet rustling. I looked back. We had spent hours staring at the thing and arguing with each other, and close to the very top you could see the frost receding. And where it had faded, the white fur bunched together, in impossible knots began to thaw. There was the faintest motion of a single claw flexing and scrabbling at the ice, as if making to break free. And I burned it. The others thought that it was a moral victory of some kind. Hell, even I felt a flush of righteousness as 3 of us hurled it into the searing heat. But I also knew that we didn't live in a fairy tale, and our employers would want to know what had happened. Maybe it would be because I was the guy who'd have to explain it to them, but I didn't think that they'd be too happy with what I had to say. And of course they weren't. Any hopes of a funding raise went right out the window. And I was told pretty much point blank that I'd lose my job if we didn't carry on with further tests. I asked if that meant more rats, and the answer made me feel like I was losing my mind. Oh no, they said. We're moving on to monkeys.
The man before me is unusual, only in that he is wearing sunglasses even in a darkened room. And unlike all other interviewees, he reached out to me to discuss his thoughts on the Kentworth compound and insisted that I hear his thoughts on the matter. He is wiry, but exudes a calm energy, amongst other things, and speaks calmly into the microphone.
You're smaller than I expected. Sorry. That was a little joke. It's just that I've heard of you. Have you heard of me? I'm something of a writer, and I don't know. Maybe Peter read him. Maybe Peter read my book, or maybe one of the others that it's called. I met him once. Bought a book off of his father. He was rude. I think that he thought that I was a tourist. Someone passing through, looking for a bit of inspiration to write another cheap novel. I think that he was a little shit, truth be told. And I ignored the angry teenager until his father finally sent him out of the room and our business continued. If you had told me that he would go on to do what he did, I would have thought that it unlikely. Despite all this supposed power, Peter was just a little boy trying to reach his mother. She had been a strict Christian and met a mysterious end not long after her husband returned from a most peculiar overseas trip. I can bloody well imagine how she must have reacted to her first glimpse of his nocturnal activities. What I can't imagine is her going along with it. I think Peter figured that out too. And I think that he spent the rest of his life desperately trying to prove her right. But at the time, the power within those books is undeniable. Their mere existence pisses all over the notion of an Abrahamic God, or at least one who cares about us. And there, I think, lay the first seed of Peter Rowland's very strange activities. He wanted to find God, and he wanted to do it in a way that proved once and for all that his mother and father could have coexisted. But what do I know? I'm just a writer, an armchair psychologist. I can't help but wonder if you know that, though. Or whether it might be necessary to afford a little context to the things that you see. Context is always good. Well, that was why Peter went looking for God. And what he found, of course, was an observer, someone who watches. Only Peter had never really thought too hard about philosophy, or the world, or the very essence of knowledge. It didn't occur to him that in the same way that we have the idea of something, let's say a chair, in our head, so too must this other thing learn to remember us. To be known is a very powerful thing. Some might say the very building blocks of our existence are made out of nothing more than neurons and molecules. We think nothing of it, looking at something and making a representation of it buried deep within our minds. If Peter had read his father's work a little more closely, he might have realized that there are some things that do not think in electricity, but rather in bubbling meat and hard physical matter. Whole universe is made of a single living thing whose mind works on the turning of planets and the dying of stars. A cosmic brain where everything thought it rendered not in abstract patterns or neural activity, but in actual, real, physical matter. And everything it sees, observes, knows, gets added to its mind, which of course means Peter is still alive, in a sense. You know, we have this saying about how the dead live in our own memories. Well, depending on who's remembering you, that's not always a good thing. Especially not when your own memories and thoughts are part of a reality, and so you're just kind of spilling out everywhere. And that's not even getting onto the topic of the other things that are tucked away in the memory of the cosmic being. When Peter first burst the membrane between realities, I'd hazard a guess, more things poured out than was sucked in. That bit of land won't be right again for another 1,000,000 years by my estimate. Everything's a little thinner there now, and I'd bet some things are still very keen on reaching right on over and reliving the last party that they had. It's like sticking your hand through the bars of a lion cage. I guess the irony is that Peter went looking for God, but he wound up finding a pretty good substitute for the Christian notion of hell. Then again, he's also in a place where his own thoughts can be reality. I bet he gets off on that. Wouldn't surprise me if he just recreated the Kentworth compound with more underage girls and no money troubles. He really did strike me as that shallow. Although somehow I doubt he's having a ball over there. At least he has friends, right? And an ever-expanding list at that. They're unlikely to cross paths. Ah, right. Big place. Bigger than you can imagine. I suspect that's by design. We humans weren't meant to know everything. I guess that must make all this...
The interviewee gestures to my body.
A bit of a trip. Can I ask you something? Do they know? Am I giving it away? Why do you even publish this? I guess it doesn't matter to you, does it? All that matters are the people read it because you only need a flicker of their attention to recognize them, and then... Boom. Got 'em. You can look anywhere, just as long as you know where it is that you want to look. I'm not hurting anyone. No. But I think most people would agree it's an eerie idea. Anyone you look at. I mean, am I being remade right now over there? In your world? Well, I guess time isn't linear for you, is it? What was it I read? It expands over outwards like the stars in the sky. So in a sense, your idea of Peter predated the real, actual Peter. Apples and oranges. Well, I suppose the upside of it is that I'm sort of immortal now, aren't I? There'll always be an exact physical copy of me over there, living, breathing, existing. It's just a little uncomfortable to imagine what exactly that must be like. And everyone else? And anyone who hears this, be like asking you to unremember a chair you just looked at. Everyone who is made aware of me is in turn brought to my attention. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. Are you going to go for the whole world or just a nice collection? I haven't actually thought about it. I've certainly enjoyed the observation of people up close, just as I have enjoyed watching the people listen to the transcripts. Well, you have all the time in the world to decide. Yes. I suppose I do. I don't suppose, while I've got you here, you have anything to do with my own little predicament, do you? No. That was entirely your own doing. Do you have anything else to add to your testimony? I am, after all, meant to be doing the observing. No, that's fair enough. I understand. I appreciate you speaking to me like this. It's been a long journey getting here. I know. Right. Of course you do. You have created an atom-perfect replica of my own brain. And, in fact, you created it before I was born. Try not to think about it. I could tell you the same thing. I guess if I do have anything to add, it's that you should know Peter Rollins was a nasty piece of work, but his followers were all just down on their luck. I'm not an overly compassionate fellow, but I'd like to think that I'm not at the mercy of whatever else lurks in the literal corridors of your mind. I'd like to think that if they are burning, that somehow Peter's fire is a little bit hotter than everyone else's. Because I know what some of those rites involve. I also know the kind of pain that you have to inflict on a person to learn what he learned, and well, he really does deserve it.
Sunday. I'm not sure why I'm writing this down on paper and not on my computer. I guess I've just noticed some odd things. It's not that I don't trust the computer. I just need to organize my thoughts. I need to get down all of the details somewhere objective. Somewhere that I know what I write can't be deleted or changed. Now that that's happened, it's just everything blurs together here. And the fog of memory lends a strange cast to things. I'm starting to feel cramped in this small apartment. And maybe that's the problem. I just had to go and choose the cheapest apartment and the only one in the basement. The lack of windows down here makes day and night seem to slip by seamlessly. I haven't been out in a few days because I've been working on this programming project so intensively. I suppose I just wanted to get it done. Hours of sitting and staring at a monitor can make anyone feel strange. I know. But I don't think that that's it. I'm not sure when I first started to feel like something was odd. I can't even define what it is. Maybe I just haven't talked to anyone in a while. That's the first thing that crept up on me. Everyone I normally talk to online while I program has been idle, or they've simply not logged on at all. My instant messages go unanswered, and the last email that I got from anybody was a friend saying that he would talk to me when he got back from the store. And that was yesterday. I'd call with my cell phone, but my reception's terrible down here. Yeah, that's it. I just need to call someone. I'm going to go outside. Well, that didn't work so well. As the tingle of fear fades, I'm feeling a little ridiculous for being scared at all. I looked in the mirror before I went out, but I didn't shave the 2-day stubble that I've grown. I figured that I was just going out for a quick cell phone call. I did change my shirt, though, because it was lunchtime and I guess that I'd run into at least one person that I knew. But that didn't end up happening. I wish that it did. When I went out, I opened the door to my small apartment slowly. A small feeling of apprehension had somehow already lodged itself in me, for some indefinable reason. I chalked it up to having not spoken to anyone but myself for a day or two. I peered down the dingy gray hallway, made dingier by the fact that it was a basement hallway. On one end, a large metal door led to the building's furnace room. It was locked, of course. 2 dreary soda machines stood by it. I bought a soda from the one the first day that I had moved in, but it had a 2-year-old expiration date. Now I'm fairly sure that nobody knows that those machines are even down here, or my cheap landlady just doesn't care to get them restocked. I closed my door softly, and I walked the other direction, taking care not to make a sound. I have no idea why I chose to do that, but it was fun giving in to the strange impulse not to break the droning hum of the soda machines. At least for the moment. I got to the stairwell and took the stairs up to the building's front door. I looked through the heavy door's small square window and received quite the shock. It was definitely not lunchtime. City gloom hung over the dark street outside, and the traffic lights at the intersection in the distance blinked yellow. Dim clouds, purple and black from the glow of the city, had hung overhead. Nothing moved, save the few sidewalk trees that shifted in the wind. And I remember shivering, though it wasn't cold. Maybe it was the wind outside. I could vaguely hear it through the heavy metal door, and I knew that it was a unique kind of late-night wind, the kind that was constant, cold and quiet, save for the rhythmic music it made as it passed through countless unseen tree leaves. I decided not to go outside. Instead, I lifted my cell phone to the door's little window and checked the signal meter. The bars filled up the meter, and I smiled. Time to hear someone else's voice, I remember thinking, even being relieved. It was such a strange thing, to be afraid of nothing. I shook my head, laughing at myself silently. I hit speed dial for my best friend Amy's number and held the phone up to my ear. And it rang once, and then it stopped. Nothing happened. I listened to silence for a good 20 seconds and then hung up. And I frowned and looked at the signal meter again. Still full. I went to dial her number again, but then my phone rang in my hand, startling me. I put it up to my ear. "Hello?" I asked, immediately fighting down a small shock at hearing the first spoken voice in days, even if it was my own. I had gotten used to the drowning hum of the building's inner workings, my computer and the soda machines in the hallway. There was no response to my greeting at first. But then, finally, a voice came.
"Hey,"
said a clear male voice, obviously college age, like me.
"Who's this?"
"John," I replied, confused.
"Oh, sorry. Wrong number,"
he replied, and then hung up. I lowered the phone slowly and leaned against the thick brick wall of the stairwell. And that was strange. I looked at my receiving call list, but the number was unfamiliar, and before I could think on it any further, the phone rang loudly, shocking me yet again. This time, I looked at the caller before I answered. It was another unfamiliar number. This time, I held the phone up to my ear, but said nothing. I heard nothing but the general background noise of a phone. And then, a familiar voice broke my tension.
"John?"
Was the single word in Amy's voice, and I breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, it's you," I replied.
"Who else would it be?"
She responded.
Oh, the number. I'm at a party on 7th Street, and my phone died just as you called me. This is someone else's phone, obviously."
"Oh, okay," I said. "Where are you?" she asked. My eyes glanced over the drab white washing cylinder block walls and heavy metal door with its small window. "At my building," I sighed, just feeling cooped up. I didn't realize that it was so late.
"You should come here,"
she said, laughing. "Nah, I don't feel like looking for some strange place by myself in the middle of the night, I said, looking out the window at the silent, windy street that secretly scared me just a tiny bit. I think I'm just gonna go keep working or go to bed.
Nonsense, she replied. I can come and get you. Your building is close to 7th Street, right?
How drunk are you? And I asked lightheartedly. You know where I live.
Oh, of course,
she said abruptly.
I guess I can't get there by walking, huh?
You could if you wanted to waste half an hour, I told her.
Right,
she said.
Okay, I have to go. Good luck with your work.
I lowered the phone once more, looking at the numbers flashing as the call ended. And then, the drowning silence suddenly reasserted itself into my ears. The two strange calls and eerie street outside just drove home my aloneness in this empty stairwell. Perhaps from having seen too many scary movies. I have the sudden inexplicable idea that someone could be looking in the door's window and see me. Some sort of horrible entity that hovered at the edge of aloneness, just waiting to creep up on an unsuspecting people that strayed too far from other human beings. I knew the fear was irrational. But nobody else was around, so I jumped down the stairs, ran down the hallway into my room, and closed the door as swiftly as I could while still staying silent. Like I said, I feel a little ridiculous for being scared of nothing, and the fear has already faded. Writing this down helps a lot. It makes me realize that nothing is wrong. It filters out half-formed thoughts and fears and leaves only cold, hard facts. It's late. I got a call from a wrong number and Amy's phone died, so she called me back from another number. Nothing strange is happening. But still, there was something a little off about that conversation. I know that it just could have been the alcohol that she had. Or was it even her that seemed off to me? Or was it... Yes, that was it. I didn't realize it until the moment writing these things down. I knew writing things down could help. She said that she was at a party, but I only heard silence in the background. Of course. That doesn't mean anything in particular, as she could have just gone outside to make a call. No. That couldn't be it either. I didn't hear the wind. I need to see if the wind is still blowing. Monday. I forgot to finish writing last night. I'm not sure what I expected to see when I ran up the stairwell and looked out the heavy metal door's window. I'm feeling ridiculous. Last night's fear seemed hazy and unreasonable to me now. I can't wait to go out into the sunlight. I'm going to check my email, shave, shower, and finally get out of here. Wait. I think I heard something. It was thunder. The whole sunlight and fresh air thing didn't happen. I went out to the stairwell and up the stairs, and only to find disappointment. The heavy metal door's little window showed only flowing water and a torrential rain slamming against it. Only a very dim, glowing light filtered in through the rain. But at least I knew that it was daytime, even if it was a gray, sickly, wet day. I tried looking out the window and waiting for lighting to illuminate the gloom, but the rain was too heavy and I couldn't make it out of anything more than a vague, weird shape moving out at odd angles in the waves washing down the windows. Disappointed, I turned around, but I didn't want to go back to my room. Instead, I wandered further up the stairs, past the first floor and the second. The stairs ended at the third floor, the highest floor in the building. I looked through the glass that ran out the outer wall of the stairwell, but it was that warped, thick kind that scatters the light. Not that there was much to see through the rain to begin with. I opened the stairwell door and wandered down the hallway. The 10 or so thick wooden doors, painted blue from a long time ago, were all closed. I listened as I walked, but it was in the middle of the day, so I wasn't surprised that I had heard nothing but the rain outside. As I stood there in the dim hallway, listening to the rain, I had the strange fleeting impression that the doors were standing like silent granite monoliths erected by some ancient forgotten civilization for some unfathomable guardian purpose. Lightning flashed, and I could have sworn that, for just a moment, the old grainy blue wood looked just like a rough stone. I laughed at myself for letting my imagination get the best of me, but Then it occurred to me that the dim gloom and lightning must mean that there was a window somewhere in the hallway. A vague memory surfaced, and I suddenly recalled that the third floor had an alcove and an inset window halfway down the floor's hallway. Excited to look out into the rain and possibly see another human being, I quickly walked over to the alcove, finding the large thin glass window. Rain washed down it, as with the front door's window, but I could open this one. I reached a hand out to slide it open, but hesitated. I had the strangest feeling that if I had opened that window, I would see something absolutely horrifying on the other side. Everything's been so odd lately, so I came up with a plan, and I came back here to get what I needed. I don't seriously think anything will come of it, but I'm bored. It's raining, and I'm going stir crazy. And so I came back to get my webcam. The cord isn't long enough to reach the third floor by any means, so instead I'm going to hide it between the 2 soda machines in the dark end of my basement hallway, run the wire along the wall and under my door, and put black duct tape over the wire to blend it in with the black plastic strip that runs along the base of the hallway's walls. I know this is silly, but I don't have anything better to do. Well, nothing happened. I propped open the hallway to the stairwell door, steeled myself, then flung the heavy front door wide open and ran like hell down the stairs to my room and slammed the door. I watched the webcam on my computer intently, seeing the hallway outside the door and most of the stairwell. I'm watching it right now, and I don't see anything interesting. I just wish that the camera's position was different so that I could see the front door. Hey, somebody's online. I got out an older, less functional webcam that I had in my closet to video chat with my friend online. I couldn't really explain to him why I wanted to video chat, but it felt good to see another person's face. He couldn't talk for very long, and we didn't talk about anything meaningful, but I feel much better. My strange fear has almost passed. I would feel completely better, but there was something odd about our conversation. I know that I've said that everything had seemed odd, but still, he was very vague in his responses. I can't recall one specific thing that he said, no particular name or place or event, but he did ask for my email address to keep in touch. Wait, I just got an email. I'm about to pass out. I just got an email from Amy asking me to meet her for dinner at the place that we usually go to. I do love pizza, and I've just been eating random food from my poorly stocked fridge for days, so I can't wait. Again, I feel ridiculous about the odd couple of days that I've been having. I should destroy this journal when I get back. Oh, another email. Oh my god. I almost left the email and opened the door. I almost opened the door, but I read the email first. It was from a friend that I hadn't heard from in a long time, and it was sent to a huge number of emails that must have been every person that he had saved in his address list. It had no subject, and it said simply, "Seen with your own eyes. Don't trust them. They..." What the hell is that supposed to even mean? The words shook me, and I kept going over and over them. Is it a desperate email just sent as "something happened"? The words are obviously cut off without finishing. On any other day, I would have dismissed this as spam from a computer virus or something, but these words, "seen with your own eyes." I can't help but read over this journal and think back to the last few days and realize that I've not seen another person with my own eyes or talked to another person face to face. The webcam conversation with my friend was so strange, so vague, so eerie. Now that I think about it, was it eerie? Or is the fear clouding my memory? My mind toys with the progression of events that I've written here, pointing out that I have not been presented with one single fact that I did not specifically give out unsuspectingly. The random wrong number that got my name and the subsequent strange return call from Amy, the friend that had asked for my email address. I messaged him first when I saw him online, and then I got my first email a few minutes after the conversation. Oh my god. That phone call with Amy. I said over the phone, I said that I was within half an hour's walk of 7th Street. They know that I'm near there. What if they're trying to find me? Where is everyone? Why haven't I seen or heard from anyone in days? No. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I need to calm down. This madness needs to end. I don't know what to think. I ran about my apartment furiously, holding my cell phone up to every corner to see if I got a signal through the heavy walls. And finally, in the tiny bathroom near one ceiling corner, I got a signal bar. Holding my phone there, I sent a text message to every number in my list. Not wanting to betray anything about my unfounded fears, I simply sent, "You seen anyone face to face lately?" And at that point, I just wanted any reply back. I didn't care what the reply was or if I was even embarrassing myself. I tried to call someone a few times, but I couldn't get my head up high enough. And if I had brought my cell phone down even an inch, it lost signal. And then I remembered the computer and I rushed over to it, instant messaging everyone online. Most were idle or away from their computer. And nobody responded. My messages grew more frantic, and I started telling people where I was and to stop by in person for a host of barely passable reasons. I didn't care about anything by that point. I just needed to see another person. I also tore apart my apartment looking for something that I might have missed, some way to contact another person without opening the door. I know it's crazy. I know it's unfounded, but what if? What if? I just need to be sure. I taped the phone to the ceiling in case. Tuesday. The phone rang. Exhausted from last night's rampage, I must have fallen asleep. I woke up to the phone ringing and I ran into the bathroom, stood on the toilet and flipped open the phone taped to the ceiling. It was Amy, and I feel so much better. She was really worried about me and apparently had been trying to contact me since the last time that I talked to her. She's coming over now, and yes, she knows where I am without me telling her. God, I feel so embarrassed. I'm definitely throwing this journal away before anyone sees it. I don't know why I'm writing in on it now. Maybe it's just because it's the only communication that I've had at all since God knows when. I look like hell too. I looked in the mirror before I came back in here. My eyes are sunken. My stubble is thicker and I just look generally unhealthy. My apartment is trash, but I'm not going to clean it up. I think that I need someone else to see what I've been through. These past few days have not been normal. I'm not one to imagine things. I know I have been the victim of extreme probability. I probably missed seeing another person a dozen of times. I just happened to go out when it was late at night or in the middle of the day when everyone was gone. Everything is perfectly fine. I know this now. Plus, I found something in the closet last night that has helped me tremendously. A television. I set it up just before I wrote this, and it's on in the background. Television has always been an escape for me, and it reminds me that there's a world beyond these dingy brick walls. I'm glad Amy's the only one that responded to me after last night's frantic pestering of everyone that I could contact. She's been my best friend for years. She doesn't know it, but I count the day that I met her among one of the very few moments of true happiness in my life. I remember that warm summer day fondly. It seems a different reality from this dark, rainy, lonely place. I feel like I spent days sitting in that playground, much too old to play, just talking with her and hanging around doing nothing at all. I still feel like I can't go back to that moment sometimes. And it reminds me that this damn place is not all that there is. Finally, a knock on the door. And I thought that was odd, and I couldn't see her through the camera that I had hid between the two soda machines. I figured that it was bad positioning, like when I couldn't see out the front door. I should have known. After the knock, I yelled through the door, jokingly that I had a camera between the two soda machines, because I had embarrassed myself that I had taken this paranoia so far. And after that, I saw her image walk over to the camera and look down at it. And she smiled and waved.
"Hey,"
she said to the camera brightly, giving it a wry look. It's weird, I know. I said into the mic attached to my computer. I've had a weird couple of days.
Must have,
She replied.
Open the door, John.
I hesitated. How could I be sure? Hey, humor me a second here, I told her through the mic. Tell me one thing about us. Just prove to me that you're you. And then she gave the camera a weird look.
Alright.
She said, slowly thinking.
We met randomly at a playground when we were both way too old to be there.
And I sighed deeply as reality returned and fear faded. God, I had been so ridiculous. Of course it was Amy. That day wasn't anywhere in the world except in my memory. I'd never even mentioned it to anyone, not out of embarrassment, but out of a strange secret nostalgia and a longing for those days to return. If there was some unknown force at work trying to trick me, as I feared, there was no way that they could have known about that day. All right, I'll explain everything, I told her. Be right there. I ran to my small bathroom and I fixed my hair as best as I could. I looked like hell, but she would understand. Snickering at my own unbelievable behavior and the mess that I had made of the place, I walked to the door. I put my hand on the doorknob and gave the mess one last look. So ridiculous, I thought. My eyes traced over the half-eaten food laying on the ground, the overflowing trash bin, and the bed that I had tipped to the side looking for God knows what. I almost turned to the door and opened it, but my eyes fell on one last thing. The old webcam. The one that I had used for that eerily vacant chat with my friend. Its silent black sphere lay haphazardly tossed to the side. Its lens pointed at the table where this journal lay. And an overwhelming terror took me as I realized that if something could see through that camera, it would have seen that I had just wrote about that day. I asked her for one more thing about us, and she chose the only thing in the world that I thought that they did or did not know. But it did. It did know. It could have been watching me the whole time. I didn't open the door. I screamed. I screamed in uncontrollable terror. I stomped on the old webcam on the floor. The door shook and the doorknob tried to turn, but I didn't hear Amy's voice through the door. Was the basement door made to keep out drafts too thick? Or was Amy not outside? What could have been trying to get in if not her? What the hell is going on out there? I saw her on my computer through the camera outside. I heard her on the speakers with the camera outside, but was it real? How can I know? She's gone now. I screamed and I shouted for help. I piled up everything in my apartment against the front door. Friday. At least I think that it's Friday. I broke everything electronic. I smashed my computer to pieces. Every single thing out there that could have been accessed by network access or worse, altered. I'm a programmer, I know. Every little piece of information that I gave out since this started. My name, my email, my location, none of it came back from outside until I gave it out. I've been going over this again and again, what I wrote. I've been pacing back and forth, alternating between stark terror and overpowering disbelief. Sometimes I'm absolutely certain some phantom entity is dead set on the simple goal of getting me to go outside. Back to the beginning. With the phone call from Amy, she was effectively asking me to open the door and go outside. I kept running through it in my head. One point of view says that I've acted like a madman, and all of this is extreme convergence of probability. Never going outside at the right times by pure luck, never seeing another person by pure chance, getting a random nonsense email from some computer virus at just the right time. The other point of view says that extreme convergence of probability is the reason that whatever's out there hasn't gotten me already. I keep thinking, I never opened the window on the 3rd floor. I never opened the front door until that incredibly stupid stunt with the hidden camera, after which I ran straight to my room and slammed the door. I haven't opened my own solid door since I flung open the front door of the building. Whatever is out there, if anything is out there, never made an appearance in the building before I opened the front door. Maybe the reason that it wasn't in the building already was that it was somewhere else getting everyone else. And then it waited until I betrayed my existence by trying to call Amy. A call which didn't work until it called me and asked me my name. And terror literally overwhelms me every time that I try to fit pieces of this nightmare together. That email, short, cut off. Was it from someone trying to get word out? Some friendly voice desperately trying to warn me before it came? Seen with my own eyes, don't trust them. Exactly what I've been so suspicious of. It could have master control of all things electronic, practicing its insidious deception to trick me into coming outside. Why can't it get in? It knocked on the door. It must have some solid presence, the door, the image of those doors in the upper hallway as guardian monoliths flashed back into my mind every time I traced the path of thoughts. If there is some phantom entity trying to get me to go outside, maybe it can't get through doors. I keep thinking back over all the books that I've read or movies I've seen, trying to generate some explanation for this. Doors have always been such intense focus of human imagination, always seen as wards or portals of some special importance. Or perhaps the door is just too thick. I know that I couldn't bash through any of the doors in this building, let alone the heavy basement ones. And aside from that, the real question is, why does it even want me? If it just wanted to kill me, it could do it any number of ways, including just waiting until I starve to death. What if it doesn't want to kill me? What if it has some far more horrific fate in store for me? God, what can I do to escape this nightmare? A knock on the door. I told the people on the other side of the door that I need a minute to think, and then I'll come out. I'm really just writing this down so that way I can figure out what to do. At least this time I heard their voices. My paranoia, and yes, I recognize that I'm being paranoid, has me thinking of all sorts of ways that their voices could be faked electronically. There could be nothing but speakers outside, simulating human voices. Did it really take them 3 days to come talk to me? Amy is supposedly out there, along with 2 policemen and a psychiatrist. Maybe it took them 3 days to think of what to say to me. The psychiatrist's claim could be pretty convincing if I decided to think that all of this had been a crazy misunderstanding and not some entity trying to trick me into opening the door. The psychiatrist had an older voice, authoritarian but still caring. And I liked it. I'm desperate just to see someone with my own eyes. He said that I have something called cyberpsychosis, and I'm just one of a nationwide epidemic of thousands of people having breakdowns triggered by a suggestive email that got through somehow. I swear he said, got through somehow. I think he means spread throughout the country inexplicably, but I'm incredibly suspicious that the entity slipped up and revealed something. He said that I am part of a wave of emergent behavior, that a lot of other people are having the same problem with the same fears, even though we've never communicated. That neatly explains that strange email about eyes that I've got. I didn't get the original triggering email. I got a descendant of it. My friend could have broken down too and tried to warn everyone he knew against the paranoid fears. That's how the problem spreads. At least, so the psychiatrist claims. I could have spread it too, with my texts and instant messages online to everybody that I know. One of those people might be melting down right now after being triggered by something that I sent them, something that they might interpret any way that they want, something like a text saying, "Seen anyone face to face lately?" The psychiatrist told me that he didn't want to lose another one, that people like me are intelligent, and that's our downfall. We draw connections so well that we draw them even when they shouldn't be there. He said it's easy to get caught up in paranoia in our fast-paced world, a constantly changing place where more and more of our interaction is simulated. I have to give him one thing. It's a great explanation. It neatly explains everything. It perfectly explains everything, in fact. I have every reason to shake off this nightmarish fear that something or consciousness or being out there wants me to open the door so it can capture me for some horrible fate worse than death. It would be foolish, after hearing that explanation, to stay in here until I starve to death just to spite the entity that might have got everyone else. It would be foolish to think that, after hearing that explanation, I might be one of the last people left alive on an empty world, hiding in my secure basement room, spiting some unthinkable deceptive entity just by refusing to be captured. It's a perfect explanation for every single strange thing that I've seen or heard. And I have every reason in the world to let all of my fears go and open the door. And that's exactly why I'm not going to. How can I be sure? How can I know what is real and what's deception? All these damn things with their wires and their signals that originate from some unseen origin. They're not real. I could be sure. Signals through a camera, faked video, deceptive phone calls, emails, even the television lying broken on the floor. How can I possibly know that it's real? It's just signals, waves, light. The door. It's bashing on the door. It's trying to get in. What insane mechanical contrivance could it be using to simulate the sound of men attacking the heavy wood so well? At least I'll finally see it with my own eyes. There's nothing left in here for it to deceive me with. I've ripped apart everything else. It can't deceive my eyes, can it? Seen with your own eyes, don't trust them. Wait. Was that desperate message telling me to trust my eyes? Or warning me about my eyes too? Oh my God. What is the difference between a camera and my eyes? They both turn light into electrical signals. They're the same. I can't be deceived. I have to be sure. I have to be sure. Date unknown. I calmly asked for paper and pen, day in and day out, until it finally gave them to me. Not that it matters. What am I going to do? Poke my eyes out? The bandages feel like part of me now. The pain is gone. I figure this will be one of my last chances to write legibly, as, without my sight to correct mistakes, my hands will slowly forget the emotions involved. This is a sort of self-indulgence, this writing. It's a relic of another time, because I'm certain everyone left in this world is dead, or something far worse. I sit against the padded wall day in and day out. The entity brings me food and water. It masks itself as a kind of nurse, as an unsympathetic doctor. I think that it knows that my hearing has sharpened considerably now that I live in darkness. It fakes conversations in the hallways, on the off chance that I might overhear. One of those nurses talks about having a baby soon. One of the doctors lost his wife in a car accident. None of it matters. None of it is real. None of it gets to me. Not like she does. That's the worst part. The part that I almost can't handle. The thing comes to me, masquerading as Amy. Its recreation is perfect. It sounds exactly like Amy, feels exactly like her. It even produces a reasonable, fake smile of tears that it makes me feel on its lifelike cheeks. When it first dragged me here, it told me all the things that I wanted to hear. It told me that she loves me, and she had always loved me, that it didn't understand why I did this, that we could still have a life together, if only I would stop insisting that I was being deceived. It wanted me to believe. No. It needed me to believe that she was real. And I almost fell for it. I really did. I doubted myself for the longest time. But in the end, though, it was all too perfect, too flawless, and too real. The false Amy used to come every day and then every week, and finally stopped coming altogether. But I don't think that the entity will give up. I think the waiting game is just another one of the gambits. I will resist it for the rest of my life, if I have to. I don't know what happened to the rest of the world, but I do know that this thing needs me to fall for its deceptions. If it needs that, then maybe, just maybe, I am a thorn in its agenda. Maybe Amy is still alive out there somewhere, kept alive only by my will to resist the deceiver. I hold on to that hope, rocking back and forth in my cell to pass the time. I will never give in. I will never break. I am a hero. The doctor read the paper the patient had scribbled on. It was barely readable, written in a shaky script of one who could not see. He wanted to smile at the man's steadfast resolve, a reminder of the human will to survive, but he knew that the patient was completely delusional. After all, a sane man would have fallen for the deception long ago. The doctor wanted to smile. He wanted to whisper words of encouragement to the delusional man. He wanted to scream, but the nerve filaments wrapped around his head and into his eyes made him do otherwise. His body walked into the cell like a puppet and told the patient, once more, that he was wrong, and that there was nobody that was trying to deceive him.
I gotta type this out. The people out there don't want to listen to the full story about what happened. They just want to focus on that one part. They're the type of people who flip to the end of the mystery novel to make sure that their theory was correct. They're the type of people who would love to talk about what they would do in a situation, but hate to listen to one's experience. I'm writing this because I want someone to understand. Those people want to condemn me, screaming, "How could you?" And my response? I only did what I had to do. Doesn't seem to satiate them. I have to explain myself and be heard. I guess that's why I'm typing this. I can already see that this is going to take a while. I am only allowed 1 hour of time with the computers before the guards shove me back into my cell. And for the sake of honesty, I will confess that I am typing this from a correctional facility. I am not incarcerated yet. I am waiting to be tried, and from the disdainful looks that I have earned from the jury, I have no delusions as to the nature of the verdict. My daily 1 hour limit on the computer time is really going to prolong this. But after all, the trial is going to take a while due to the media circus that this case has generated, so I do have some time. I'm also writing this because I am quite lonely. The guards want nothing to do with me, and I have been placed in isolation until the hearing is over. I am alone here, and I am put in solitary when my multimedia time is up. There has been some speculation as to why this is. The court reasoned that it was for my safety. I could believe that if I hadn't seen the way that they look at me. They want me isolated due to their disgust at my appearance and my actions. Ever since the accident, I have had this ghoulish appearance, which I don't feel much like talking about, and since there are no mirrors, I really don't have to confront the damage done to my body. I'll start at the beginning. I wanted a new start. I wanted to get away. I packed my belongings, which was not a whole lot, into 2 suitcases and hopped a cross-country flight towards Colorado. I was in a rut in my home state. I'm going to gloss over the reservation in which I was born. I don't really consider it all to be part of my heritage. I wanted a fresh start and a new experience. I watched the snow fall outside the window and thought of my dreams. And I was granted that a fresh start and a new beginning by laughing and cruel gods.
The engine stalled mid-flight. The place fell out of the sky. And collided with a mountain. The impact should have killed us instantly, but the pilot had attempted a breech landing. We had slammed through the trees that tore the plane apart, and we came to a skidding stop amongst the snow. I unbuckled my seatbelt and I tried to stand up. Everything had looked blurry, and I took my first tentative step. And I fell flat on my face, and I would have broken my nose had something not shielded me from the floor of the plane. My hazy vision returned to me in patches, and I recognized that I had collapsed on someone.
Hey, I'm
I began to apologize profusely as my vision cleared, and I realized that my apologies were falling on deaf ears. The dead are unable to hear. The man, what remained of him, had been horizontally bisected by his seatbelt and laid in two messy pieces on the cabin floor. His death was a quick one. He bled out in seconds, while others filled the air with their whimpering and supplications to gods who were no longer listening. The first thing I did was move around the plane and check on the other passengers. Most were obtunded and looked like they would never wake up due to their injuries. I guess I was lucky that I was in the middle of the plane and I wasn't whipped around as badly as the others in the crash. Most of the passengers were lost causes. One woman had been lashed forward into the fold-down tray, which had pierced her neck and killed her relatively quickly. I stepped onto something firm that gave under my foot, and desperately tried to continue onwards, trying not to focus on the lack of response or how their tiny shoe looked sticking out from the darkness from under the seats. I saw more carnage. The most gruesome instance that I can recall was the stewardess. She had been helping passengers into their seats while the plane went down. She didn't have time to get to safety as the food cart bore down on her and smashed her into the cargo door. I could only tell the remains were a stewardess by her name tag that read Marge Reed. She was a red, splattered mess that was sprayed against the door to the cargo, her exposed ribcage jutting out of her ruptured abdomen like a macabre spider that sought to ensnare me. I would have thrown up had I not been in such a shocked state. I moved up towards the cockpit, checking on the other passengers who might have survived. I passed more dying and dead people. One arrested my progress. It was a man. He was dressed in a jacket with a tie, the business type. He groaned in pain. He pawed feebly at the metal protrusion in his chest. Upon closer examination, I learned that it was the metal part of the seat tray that had impaled him into the seat. It must have missed his heart, but judging by his rasping breaths, I knew it had probably pierced and deflated a lung. He was dead. He just didn't know it yet. And the impaled man pled. "Help me. It hurts." His hand clawed at the metal bar as he coughed up a watery red substance. I responded. "You're dying." His eyes dilated and he whimpered. "I'm cold." I nodded and I braced myself. I told him to close his eyes, and when he did, I pressed the palm of my hand over his mouth and I pinched his nose shut. He shifted in his seat and tore the wound in his chest deeper. My hand held fast to his mouth and nose as I gave him the only mercy that was left to give. I held my hand over his mouth for a few moments longer until I was sure. And once I knew that he was dead, I threw up in the aisle. And I continued up the aisle. Most of the other passengers were beyond help. But their end was a fast approaching and merciful thing. They had only minutes left as opposed to the impaled man who might have lived through his injuries for a few agonizing hours before finally giving up the ghost. I kept telling myself that, and that's why I couldn't help them. Couldn't bring myself to do that again. I knew that if I did, Something inside me would break and I would be just as dead as that man. The door to the cockpit was stuck. I rammed my shoulder into it a few more times before it gave way enough for me to look in. And I did not like what I saw. The nose of the plane had collided with the side of the mountain and the cockpit had taken the brunt of the damage. It had crumpled like it had been in the hands of an angry god. And through the wreckage, I could see only a few things to confirm that there had actually been someone in the cockpit. One of which was a hand sticking out of the crumpled metal. It twitched spasmodically, and I lied to myself and I said that it was the electricity from the sparking equipment galvanizing the body. I returned to the cabin of the plane, unwilling to stay as a witness to the gruesome scene before me. It was as I started down the airplane aisle again that I first became aware of the cold. It cut through to my core and it sent me shivering. I looked to my right and I noticed that there was a massive ragged hole in the side of the plane where the wing had once been attached. The cold air was blowing in and throwing a few wayward snowflakes into the aisles. A sound snapped my head up towards the back of the plane. Someone was in the lavatory, but the food cart was blocking the exit and trapping them inside. I pulled the cart aside, wincing as the wheels dragged through the messy remains of Marge. The man hobbled out of the bathroom. He had a few bruises and bumps, but he was going to survive. He walked with a limp, which made me assume that he had pulled something or injured himself in the crash. He introduced himself as Jim, and as I was about to give him my name, a shout of surprise interrupted me.
Hey!
There was another survivor. The other survivor, who only addressed himself as Tamsin, had just regained consciousness next to the corpse of another passenger. We managed to wrestle him out of the seat, and Jim slapped some sense back into him. We each rehashed the story of the crash as if retelling it would change the outcome. Tamsin swore that we had hit something, and Jim proposed that the engine had froze over due to the unnatural cold. It was at that suggestion that the thought dawned on us that we could freeze if we didn't do something about the cold. We began pulling luggage from the overhead and blocking up the gaping hole of the side of the plane. This did help to prevent some of the cold air from blowing into the plane and kept the predators out. And the sudden onset of adrenaline that we each experienced at the start of the crash had ebbed, and we were just now innervated. We spent the first night huddled together for warmth in the aisles, surrounded by the dead, and while the wind howled at us through the wreckage of our plane. And that night I dreamt of the pilot's hand sticking out of the wreckage, and it twitched to life and it began to beckon me with its fingers as if inviting me somewhere. And I didn't sleep so well for the rest of the night. We had raided the food cart and ate chips while discussing our plans. I knew that the airport would know something went wrong when we didn't arrive and they would come for us. Tamsin disagreed and pushed us to leave the wreckage and seek salvation. Jim opposed this, and that's when Tamsin became agitated. Tamsin told us that he wasn't going to stay in the steel coffin to freeze and starve to death, and that he was going to leave and find help. I was about to point out the ridiculousness of venturing outside without protection against the elements, when Tamsin put his plan into motion. He began stripping the dead of their clothes and wrapping them around himself. He made an effective coat against the snow. He had wished us luck before venturing outside with nothing but a bag of airplane chips, a bottle of water, and his makeshift coat. I never saw Tamsin again after that. I would later find out why Jim was against the idea of walking to freedom. In the plane crash, he had injured his leg. He had rolled it and dislocated his ankle. By the end of that day, his ankle was swollen to the size of a softball, and the slightest movement was agonizing. The shock of yesterday had covered the pain, and now the adrenaline was gone. He was effectively disabled. It all fell on me to care for him and try to survive. I took advantage of Tamsin's idea and undressed the rest of the corpses to fashion a makeshift coat for Jim and me. I began then the less than pleasant task of moving the corpses back into the cargo hold. The hardest part of that job was dealing with Marge's corpse. I was almost afraid to touch her body because she looked like one of those monsters from John Carpenter's The Thing. While I dragged the 57 deceased passengers into the cargo hold, Jim was taking stock of the food and water. And when I finished, he told me the news that I already knew. We had enough food for about 2 more days. We had crashed after an in-flight service and the reservations were depleted. And at the end of the third day, we were out of food. During those days, we speculated about how far off our rescue was. Jim told me that they were only a few days away. But I knew better. If they hadn't found us for 3 days, they had no clue where we were and the search would take weeks. In my darker moments, I wished that I had joined Tamsin and abandoned Jim. It would have been a lot quicker, one way or another. After depleting our stock of food, our discussions began to grow darker. He spoke of death and the hopelessness of our situation. I knew that Jim's ankle had now swollen to the size of a grapefruit and hurt him so badly that he was drinking his way through the plane's mini-bar to ease the pain. The alcohol self-medicated him, but it made him have to use the lavatory frequently. I had to help him up, which hurt his leg and made him want to drink more. It was a vicious cycle. When he was drunk one night, he told me that we had to survive one way or another. He proceeded to suggest that we eat the corpses of the other deceased passengers. And by then, a week had passed without food and my stomach was filled with a dull hurt. I told Jim that the thought was insane, and I waited until he passed out before I snuck back to the cargo to examine the corpses. They were practically naked, save for the underwear, and their skin was covered in frost and frozen from the condensation that formed on their bodies, thawing and unthawing in the hold. They had begun to rot. There was no way that we could eat them without getting sick. The smell of the decomposed bodies was so pungent that I almost threw up. The cargo hold was not insulated like the main cabin of the plane, so its temperature fluctuated more wildly as the sun rose and scorched the plane's skin during the day, and the moon gazed silently at the night's cold tendrils coiled through the insulated section. When I returned to the little nest of clothes that I had made, Jim was awake, and he read my expression. "They're rotten." I told him that we couldn't eat them and that we would just have to wait for rescue. He had laughed at that, and he laughed maniacally for the rest of the day. Desperation began to set in the next couple of days. Time was a relative thing. I began to lose count of the days that we'd been stranded out there on the mountain range. Jim drifted in and out of delirium as the pain in his dislocated ankle grew greater with every passing moment. He had moments of clarity where he was able to form coherent sentences and befuddled moments where he only laughed or wept for hours. I retreated to myself as the hunger slowly began to eat me from the inside out. The jury wants to know when I made my fiendish decision, how I came to it. I can't give an exact time or sentiment. The days had settled into a dull malaise, and the nights had contorted into a nightmarish phantasms of hands writhing in wreckage and rib cages closing around me like teeth. But I felt nothing. I existed in a semi-consciousness stupefied state. All I can tell you is that before I did what I did, I lifted up the slat and I looked at the frozen landscape. No one was out there, and I was all alone. I had made my decision. I drank a tiny bottle of Jack Daniels to steel myself. I slammed the bottle on the armrest and it broke into a sharp edge. And I turned to Jim, who had shifted into a state of uncontrollable laughter. I had tried to talk to him for days, but he just kept laughing and shrieking nonsense. I had no other choice. I stabbed him in the throat, and the mini bottle cracked as it pierced him. Blood welled up on the surface, but it hadn't penetrated deep enough to be a fatal wound. Having lost the weapon, I straddled and I began choking him. He had resisted feebly, his hands beating at me, but he was wrapped in clothing and barely felt it. It took him 5 minutes to die. I continued to choke him until I was sure that he was dead. His eyes rolled back in his head and his struggling stopped. I kept strangling him for a few minutes to be sure. I throttled him and I shook him until his neck gave a sickening snap. And I placed my head over his chest and listened for his heartbeat. I heard nothing. He was dead. Once I was certain that he was gone, I rolled off of his chest and I threw up bile. I was hunched over on the ground, and I wept bitter tears into the bile. There was nothing left of any substance in my stomach to begin with, but I knew that I was about to fit into the most macabre way possible. My hunger overtook me. I knelt to his open wound and I placed my lips over it. The feeling of having something warm after what felt like an eternity of living in the frigid environment coursing down my throat filled me with such vigor. Once I had quenched myself of the copper and crimson elixir, I set to the grisly task of separating the flesh from bone. I had nothing to aid my task but my hands and teeth. I tore the flesh of my friend off in hunks with my teeth. I won't describe it in any more detail, as I've already done. I am ashamed of it, but if put in the same situation all over again, I would do the exact same thing. After eating Jim, who had been my only source of companionship in the desolate ruins of the plain, I lost all semblance of sanity. I drifted. No, I divorced myself from reality. I returned to a sort of primal state. I was a feral and fiendish creature. I don't know how much time had passed while I was in that primordial state. I don't know if days or weeks had elapsed since I consumed my friend before help finally arrived. I only know the circumstances in which my rescuers found me. Judging from their witness testimony, they breached the plane through the massive hole in the side. They had to tear out the luggage barricade that we had erected. At first, the search and rescue team thought there were no survivors. They did a search of the aisles and found nothing. That was when they moved into the cargo hold that they found me and the other passengers. The cargo hold was dark. They couldn't see anything, so they used their flashlights. Before they could switch them on, many attested to having heard a sickening crack. And they finally trained their lights on me. I had just broken open the bone of one of my fellow deceased passengers. My mouth was firmly attached to the woman's fractured femur, and I was trying to suck out the marrow of it. The light startled me out of my state. At first, I thought the light from their flashlights was a product of my fevered dreams. It was only until I looked at them and into their faces that I knew that I wasn't hallucinating. They looked at me in a mixture of shock, terror, and disgust as having seen me at my most human state. They weren't sure if I was a monster or a man, and I'm not sure of that myself. I don't know how long I had been in the cargo hold, but I am aware of a few things. At some point, I stripped off my makeshift coat. I must have been in the cargo hold for at least a couple of days, feeding off of the marrow of the other passengers' corpses. The cargo was not insulated. It was so cold in there at times, but I couldn't leave. It was nice, dark, and comfortable. They took me back to civilization, a shell of my former self. My first concrete memory of being back in civilization was when I first caught sight of the monster. They had put me up in a hotel for the night while they decided what to do with me. They wanted to charge me with murder and desecration. I couldn't think of anything else to do, so I paced my room for hours. And it was in this boredom that I first caught sight of the monster that plagues me to this very day. It was fiendish and a grotesque thing. Its nose and fingertips were black, and there was a feral knife-sliced grin plastered across its face. One that made it look almost as manic as Jim. It was gaunt and emaciated. I wanted to scream, but I was paralyzed. It took me a few moments before I realized that the monster that I had seen was my reflection. I recall something that Ellie Weissel wrote. From the depths of the mirror, a corpse gazed back at me. The look in his eyes, as they stared at mine, have never left. I stared at the fiend transfixed for hours. I couldn't tell who or what had survived the plane crash. And this is my story. This will be my last day in here. Tomorrow morning I will be gone. The image of the jury standing and declaring me innocent of murder is burned in my mind. and he stood there and said, "We, the jury, find the defendant, Canonis, Mr. Blackwood, to be innocent due to extenuating and debilitating circumstances. Tomorrow I will be released back into the world." To be truthful, I am ambivalent about the verdict. I'm not sure if I should be released back into the world. A part of me yearns to be free, and another part of me demands that I be caged. Every night, I wake with a scream trapped in my throat, and the salty and iron-esque taste of marrow is fresh in my mouth. And I don't know what's worse. The memory dream, or how my stomach growls as I can almost taste the copper and sickly sweetness. It sounds crazy, right? I know it's crazy. That is why I am going to erase this. All of this. Even if I decide to delete this entire thing. I'm glad that I told it. I'm glad to get this off of my chest. The prison guard sank into the chair with an over-exaggerated sigh. He was glad to see the freaky-looking man leave. The trial was over, but the media shitstorm still swirled around them. The news stations were clamoring for evidence, and he glanced back and forth to make sure that there were no witnesses before he began. He turned on the computer and he began searching for any relevant data Blackwood might have left behind. Anything, a letter or an email to family or friends, would fetch a high price for them. The guard found no email, but he did manage to recover a document that had been deleted hours before Blackwood was released back into the world. The prison guard leaned forward and began to read the document with a hungry expression on his face. This would fetch a high price. Indeed. The party was 2 weeks ago, and I stole a few beers when the adults weren't looking and shared them with Lucy Sitkins away from the crowd. She drank hers greedily as we sat beneath the bough of a low tree, speaking low so no passerbys could hear. Every time we whispered, we tilted our faces a little closer and closer. There was a moment when I thought that she was going to rest her head on my shoulder as she told me about how she wanted to be a vet, and my heart skipped as I debated putting my arm around her waist. It was all cut short when her father, Larry, stood in front of everyone in the party and forced a beer can down his throat. I didn't see it. I only heard the cries that had us both sitting upright beneath the branches. And by the time that we got back to the party, the adults were escorting the kids away and an ambulance sirens were fast approaching. Dad was there and he told me to take my little sister home. The grim and frightening look on his face made me forget Lucy and the smell of beer on her breath. I tried hard to remember if she ate from the barbecue. Sometimes I think that she didn't. Other times, I swear that I can picture her biting into a burger, and it's so vivid that I think that it must be a memory. It's mood either way. I'll never see her again. I felt a little gross when I went into school the next day and asked around if the stories about her dad were true. When my father got home that night of the party, he hadn't spoken to me or Mom. He just went to bed and didn't tell us what happened. Come morning, I saw some of the older kids by the school gates and overheard them talking. The details made my stomach churn, but I wanted to know more. I didn't want to act all excited about something terrible, but this felt like the kind of thing people would be talking about for years. Larry Sitkins had swallowed a beer can. Shoved it down his throat like a fucking boa constrictor eating an egg. At least that's how one kid described it to me. There was more, of course. He'd praised Satan before slitting his own throat. Gotten pissed drunk and fallen hard onto the ground while chugging a beer. Tried to catch the can mid-air. Someone had punched him mid-sip. There were a lot of variations on what had happened and how, but they were only theories that had gotten turned into rumors. A lot of us were just trying to make sense of it. Larry was a pretty run-of-the-mill guy. He was a landscaper who made lame jokes at kids' birthday parties. He was about as nondescript as they come, at least as far as a bunch of teenagers were concerned. We got halfway through the day before Mr. Straub shut the bleachers on his neck. It was in front of the cheerleaders. There were ambulances again, crying girls and boys, and even some of the teachers. Most of them just looked confused, except for Mr. Straub. I managed to catch a glimpse of him as I jogged over to find out what all the screaming was about. He looked empty of all thoughts and emotions, with his head set at a crooked angle. I figured that was how most people had looked when they were dead. But apparently, he'd been like that during the act. He'd walked up, perched his neck between the slated benches, and hit the remote button to slide the bleachers closed. Whole time, he was just slack-jawed and stupid-looking, even as the metal mechanism crunched vertebra and cartilage. I later learned Larry had been like this too, when he had killed himself. He was getting ready to pop the tab on a fresh beer when he just simply stood, looked up to the sky, and then forced the whole thing down his throat in a single world-shattering moment. I didn't know it back then, but there were others just like Larry and Mr. Straub. A barista in a coffee shop steamed half the skin off of her arm while keeping eye contact with a guy in the drive-thru. A doctor at the local clinic used a biopsy needle to inject air straight into his own heart. Lots of people shot themselves, but not one of them aimed for the head. And that's a weird touch, if you think about it. These people obliterated their torsos or limbs with high-powered rifles at point-blank range. No reason offered. Just a vacant expression as they deleted bits of their bodies and left nothing but ragged stumps. There was no school the next day, which was the only real clue that I got about how panicked the local authorities were. Wouldn't be long before the national authorities joined in on the panic too, but that would come later. That morning, my parents left the house at 9:30 for a meeting at the town hall, and they dropped me off at my grandma's on the way. I waited for them to leave before I told my grandma that I was heading out. It was a hot day, and she only nodded her approval as she sat reading with my sister. She hated seeing me play video games and always encouraged me to go make my own adventures outside. I had no plans. Didn't even want to see any of my friends. I thought a lot about Mr. Straub's face as I crossed empty farmers' fields and walked out into the woods. I had been to an open casket funeral once. It was for Father Dennis, who'd christened me as a baby. Not that I remembered anything about him except his stony face resting gently in the soft white folds of the casket's interior. And that seemed so long ago. And so sterile that the thought of it was a bit sad, but not a whole lot else. But Mr. Straub's face had frightened me with his swollen lips and bulging eyes. Alive one moment and then dead the next, with only pain to separate the two. And yet he looked so bored hanging there from his own broken neck, still wearing those ridiculous red shorts that he always had on no matter what the weather was. It took time to recognize that seeing a dead body had freaked me out. I felt like it shouldn't have messed with me as much as it did, and I guess that's why there was a little bit of anger mixed in with all those thoughts in my head. It's always why I pushed on through the woods and until the trees began to thin, marching into the humid summer heat until my t-shirt was soaked and my legs ached. And I wanted to feel tired. Wanted it so the only thing that I could think of were throbbing hamstrings and sunburnt forehead. It ended when I reached the tracks. Shaggy rocks and boulders rose steeply on the opposite side. Only other way to go was left and into town or right into a dark tunnel, its mouth bristling with ivy. At least the air coming from it was cold, so I took a second to stand and catch my breath, feeling the sweat cool and evaporate as the wind bellowed gently out of the darkness. I wasn't stupid, though. I paid close attention in case I heard the sound of any passing trains. And when I did hear one, I raced off the tracks as quickly as I could. It honked as it came by, Another day, and I might have worried that I was going to get in trouble for playing on the rails, but all I could think of was the thing that I had seen lying by the tracks. It had been lit up by the train as it came roaring out of the tunnel, not far from the entrance. And in the strange silence after the train had gone, there was only the dim light of the setting sun to see inside the tunnel, and everything looked the same. Old clothes, broken bottles, discarded crates, trash strewn around wherever it found space. But I knew what I had seen in the harsh white light of the train's passing beams, and it was a hell of a lot more than garbage. I had seen a man. He was lying face down. There'd been a hand, bright and pale, like the moon in the night sky. I was sure of it. I didn't know what to do, not right away. I was afraid and didn't want to go inside, but I couldn't just pretend that I hadn't seen anything either. I tried shouting to them.
Hey, are you okay?
If someone down there had heard me, they gave me no sign of it. And it wasn't until I actually stepped into the darkness and let my eyes adjust that I confirmed that there really was a man lying in there. He was draped across the tracks, and he didn't have any legs. And judging by the way that the bloodstains had turned the color of his shirt, he had been there for a while. Hell, half a dozen trains must have gone right over him thinking that it was just an old bit of cloth or something. That's if they saw anything at all. In that time, he had dried out a little. He wasn't a mummy or anything, but the blood on his stumps and coming out of his mouth looked more like jelly than corn syrup. And I was sobbing by this point, crying hard as I tried to make sense of what I was meant to, while also feeling like all of this was terribly unfair to me. There was a moment when I could almost feel myself wanting to be a kid again. A proper one. Little. One who doesn't have to do things. One who can just get upset and scream and run away. I'd only just started to appreciate how badly I'd messed up by seeing Mr. Straub, and then God went and dropped this kind of nightmare in my lap. Teeth stained black with blood and open eyes that looked at nothing. It felt like a nightmare. Not just the moment with the body, but everything else too. Everything since that beer beneath the tree had felt like it wasn't part of reality anymore. But nightmares end. I was outside, gasping and vomiting, crying my eyes out when I heard something shuffle in the tunnel that I had just run out of. Part of me thought that a sound must mean that someone was alive and close by, and that meant that I wasn't alone. But another part of me thought something else entirely. It was the part of me that took over and stopped me from crying or making any more noise. My mouth turned dry as a desert, and all of a sudden I was no longer hot all over, but cold. Freezing cold. And my legs were backpedaling away from the tunnel with short, quiet steps. And the noise persisted. It was the shuffle of something getting dragged over gravel and old plastic bags. It had a rhythm to it that was slow. The word that springs to mind, the one that I got taught in biology class a long time ago. Locomotion. Something down there was moving. It was moving towards me. It sounded slow and broken and feeble, but that didn't matter. Somehow, even though I knew that it was completely insane, I just knew what was coming out of that tunnel. I knew it the way that the rabbit knows the wolf, or the ant knows the spider. But still, when I saw him crawl out of the dark and into the light, I screamed so loud that I had a sore throat for the next few days. It was the man from the tracks, and even though he moved, he was not alive. I tried telling myself that he couldn't have been dead because only living things move, but that was horseshit. He dragged his bloody, legless torso with one arm working while the other lay dislocated across his back. The fingers of both hands curled as he heaved himself along. And that face. The same empty, gawking expression, just like Mr. Straub's. He wasn't alive. He was a dead thing, and that made him some kind of impossible monster. I turned and I ran screaming through the streets. Whole time I could only think of that thing that was behind me and was trying to close the distance. It didn't matter that it was slow. It didn't matter that I ran for over an hour. It didn't matter that I wasn't sure if I knew my way home or I was even running in the right direction. All that mattered was putting one foot in front of the other until there was nothing left inside me. Time turned funny. Seconds moved in strange staccatos until eventually I collapsed on legs made of rubber. And then I dragged myself into an old tree hollow to hide. And that was where I lost all consciousness. When I woke up, the sun had set and it was dark. And I vomited some and then found my way back to the beaten path and stumbled achingly through the cold night air back to my grandma's house. Dad was sick. My grandma screamed something to this effect at me as she held down his right arm while my mother tried to grip his head in her blood-slicked hands. He resisted with dumb determination. My little sister cried, watching the scene like a shell-shocked soldier. I was grunting and sobbing, and suddenly, a bang. And then a puff of plaster rained down onto my head, and everyone began to yell and shriek a little louder. Dad had a gun. That was what my grandma was trying to wrestle out of his hands. She held a knife, and that's why there was blood. But I didn't know whose it was. I wasn't sure what she was planning to do with it until she tried to use it to cut his trigger finger off. The scuffle resulted in another bang and a window exploded outwards. I finally ducked and I grabbed my sister, rushing her into another room, but there was 3 more explosions. I finally ducked and grabbed my sister, rushing her into another room, but there were 3 more explosions, and each one broke something inside me. And by the time I heard my name being called, I was half deaf and twitching at things that weren't there. My sister pleaded for me to come back, her pink fingers grasping for me as I put her down, but my mother was shouting for me to come help, and I wanted to keep my family safe. She told me to get something to tie Dad up while she and my grandma used both arms to pin each of his wrists to the ground. His hands bled weakly as my grandma used every inch of her strength to simultaneously pin him up and stop the flow. He thrashed slowly beneath them, his movements languid and easy, but I could tell that it was a struggle for them to keep him down. And as I ran to the garage, I saw the gun on the ground with Dad's severed finger nearby. I kicked it out of reach before returning shortly with the rope my grandma used to tie the garage door open during hot summers. Mom tied the knots, and Grandma tried talking to my dad, and it was one of those few times in my life that I saw her as the woman who'd once changed his diapers. She was so soothing and tender, and her constant muttering that everything would be okay. It seemed so fragile. She was scared of him. Mom just did everything in her power to wrestle some safety out of the moment. Only once his arms were securely behind his back and she was confident that he wasn't breaking free did she stand back, put her hands behind her head, and then immediately hunch forward and sob. "Call an ambulance," my grandma told me as she walked into the other room to get my sister. Before I got to the phone, I briefly hugged my mom, who didn't seem to notice. I risked a glance at my dad, who didn't look at anything at all. Dead eyes gazed vacantly at nothing as he fought to free his arms. And finally he looked at me. It was no different to how he looked at the floor or the wall. I didn't go to school the next day either. Some men from the government came to take Dad in the morning, and Mom ordered me to my room when they had arrived. She asked them 1,000 questions, but their replies were short and stern. All I managed to overhear were a few muffled phrases. "Please stay back, ma'am. Someone will be in contact with you shortly." When I ran to my window to look at them walking down the drive, I saw that they all wore masks. One of them saw me staring. I thought that he was going to wave, but he didn't. There was a biohazard symbol on their clothes. And after they left, Mom focused on making dinner and looking after my sister. She kept me close the whole time, barking anxious questions whenever I tried to leave the room. "Where are you going?" "Just to the bathroom." "Oh. Okay then." It felt like she was painting normality into tissue paper, desperately afraid of breaking it. I tried my best to seem like I was okay. Last thing I wanted to do was feel like some kid who needed his mommy. We mostly just talked about mundane things, but it was hard for both of us. The only time the atmosphere seemed to change was when she asked me something strange halfway through dinner. "Did your father... When you both went hunting a few months back, what did you do with the meat?" "I don't know," I shrugged. "Dad took care of all that." "Why?" "The men who took him asked a whole bunch of questions about it." And then with a fragile smile, "Have you done your homework? They told me your teacher would send you some assignments online." And just like that, the thin pretense of normality came back. But I was left with a wriggling feeling in my stomach, and it didn't go away as the evening marched on. In fact, it only grew worse until I found myself in bed rolling from side to side and thinking about Mom's question. The men who had bundled Dad off hadn't seemed like the kind who messed around. They must have had some idea what was going on. So why ask about meat? On some level, I knew the moment that she had asked me why it was so relevant. Dad loved to hunt, and he was always bringing meat to parties and barbecues. Wasn't it obvious? He had brought something back from the woods, hadn't he? I hadn't gone hunting for a long time, nearly 3 months. And every time he'd asked, I'd refused, and I think he knew why. On the very last trip, Dad shot 3 deer but only brought back 2. One for us, and one for the town barbecue. The third he shot, but we left it on the forest floor because by the time that it had died, I was pale and shaking, and even Dad couldn't keep the tremor out of his voice. Neither of us had expected the deer to stand up on its hind legs and walk towards us like a man. Its gait, a heavy and broken thing, as it lumbered over the forest floor. And it had kept coming even after Dad shot it 6 more times. One of the rounds stuck in its head, but still it shambled forward on 2 misshapen legs as its brains painted the ferns a pestilent gray. And when it finally fell, even Dad had gone pale, and in the silent aftermath, I had to go off and be sick in a bush. After that, we had cut the trip short. Dad walked me back gently to the truck, where the 2 deer that we had shot and tussled earlier that day lay waiting in the pickup. I didn't think either of us even remembered that they were there until later. He'd still ask if I wanted to head out with him each weekend, but he never seemed surprised when I made some excuse. The only time that we talked about it was not long before the barbecue when he drove me to school one day. He didn't deal with it head on. He skirted the topic. "Sometimes deer get sick," he told me. "A little like old folks do. Remember Grandpa? He got real scary towards the end, didn't he? Well, deer get sick too. But we don't have to worry. Same way you couldn't catch what Grandpa had. Well, we can't catch what the deer had. Us humans are safe, just an uncomfortable part of nature." It had come out of the blue, or at least it had seemed like it. I figured that it was Dad's way of trying to get me to be back on board with hunting. I knew he liked me going with him, and I liked it too, at least until I had seen that deer walk towards me on 2 legs. But lying in my bed that night after Mom and Dad had gone to sleep, I started to wonder if maybe he hadn't really been trying to convince me. Maybe he carried a little bit of doubt inside himself about something that he was going to do. What if he had been trying to convince himself that it was okay? 2 deer. I tried remembering what they had been like. I hadn't checked them after we had gotten in the truck. Why would I? Seemed as normal as the others that we had tied down, but I hadn't really been paying attention either. I'd been hunting since I was 7. Helping Dad was automatic to me. And to top it off, I hadn't known what I was meant to be looking for. I squirmed beneath the sheets and I tried to remember every detail of that trip. Most of all, I tried to remember what the first 2 deer that Dad had shot were even like. They'd gone down so quick. They'd seemed so normal. But Grandpa had been sick with Alzheimer's a long time before he got scary, and I had to figure out if this could be true about those deer. Who was to say that the one on the hind legs was the only sick creature in the woods that day? I couldn't have forced those thoughts out of my head with a crowbar. At some point, I accepted that I wasn't getting any sleep that night, and I settled down to torture myself some more until I realized that it didn't have to be that way. Dad had an old freezer in the shed, and he sometimes kept meat in there. Not for long, and usually not for eating. He'd used it for things that he wanted to skin or try to make a trophy out of, which he rarely did since Mom didn't like that kind of thing in the house. But if the deer weren't in that freezer in the kitchen or in the garage, then they might be in the shed. And if I did open up that chest and saw 2 deer bodies in there, that meant that whatever was going on around here and making people hurt themselves couldn't have come from our little hunting trip. I snuck out of my room as quietly as I could. Mom was on the phone with Grandma as she was crying. I stopped briefly by the door and I listened to see if maybe they knew something that I didn't. But after she started talking about how scared she was, I just felt bad and I moved on. At least it meant that she was too busy to notice me creeping down the stairs. I never liked the shed at the end of the yard. It was rarely used, even by my dad, who kept the lawnmower and some old junk in there. It wasn't the kind of place that he kept food, but I had this feeling he didn't keep those deer with the rest of the meat that he got from hunting. As I opened the back door and looked over the shadow-covered yard, I found myself thinking about the tunnel and what I had seen back there. With everything that had happened since, I'd done a good job of convincing myself that it never really happened. The man with no legs who dragged himself out of the darkness had become little more than a half-remembered nightmare. A moment out of time that was incompatible with all logic and reason. But suddenly it was back with me. All the emotions and thoughts that raced through my head as I had stared at his rotten flesh and glassy eyes. The walk to the shed wasn't easy, and I fought the urge to turn around the entire way there. Each step was like walking on feet made of lead. And at the door, I paused with my hand poised by the lock. The house seemed so distant behind me, and I had become painfully aware that nobody knew that I was alone and out in the dark. Inside was nearly pitch black. My phone helped me light it up a little, but I didn't touch the nearby switch in case Mom saw it from her window. Cobwebs hung low from the ceiling, and shadows crawled across the floor and walls as I moved closer to the freezer. The entire time I kept expecting something to happen. I even imagined that the deer would be rising from beneath the lid, pushing it open to stand unnaturally tall on its hind legs where it looked down at me with the same dead eyes that I had seen in my father. And the thought scared me so bad that I nearly hyperventilated myself straight into a panic attack. But before I had time to really worry about any of that, I found my hand on the freezer latch. I pushed it open and looked inside. The misty vapors cleared to reveal a pile of meat and fur encrusted with ice. There was only one head visible, but I so badly wanted confirmation that there were 2 animals in there that I took a deeper breath and reached to try and pry some of it loose. Some of it came away from the sides with a sound like duct tape. But no matter how deep I rooted around in that mound of bones, antlers, and rock-hard flesh, I couldn't see a sign of the second deer. Had Dad really served everyone sick meat? Was that really why Larry Sitkins, Mr. Straub, and all those other people had killed themselves? The thought made me ill. I slammed the freezer shut and walked back to the door in a daze, trying with all my might to swallow the painful weight that settled in my gut. And I had one foot outside when the freezer door rattled against the latch. The entire world spun around me. My heart sank and my skin froze in a sensation that was growing increasingly familiar. I turned to face the sound, both hands braced against the door, and watched as the hatch slammed into the lock once more. The light inside the chest came on for the briefest of moments, and I glimpsed thrashing fur and teeth. And then it happened again, and again. And each time I saw bits of hoof and bone and strange musculature that frightened me so deeply, I fell down onto my ass and didn't even realize. And when the latch finally gave way, the lid flew open and stayed there. Light poured out of the box, and I waited, breath held for that thing to emerge, to come roaring out of sight and bear down towards me on unnatural legs. But nothing happened. The silence stretched on for what seemed like an eternity until at last there was a crash louder than any before, and the entire freezer rocketed back and forth and slowly fell over. The deer, or all parts of it, fell out with a hard, wet thump. Bits of its chin and face shattered on the hard, packed ground, sending little shards of meat and bone scattering across the floor on melting streaks of blood. Some of them even reached my feet. The thing inside moved with the sound of snow crunching beneath your feet. Its thick neck and broken head twisted side to side, scanning the shed's interior with faulty eyes. I had never seen anything move like that, not before or since. This was worse than the man in the tunnel, worse by 1,000 times. The deer was still mostly frozen, but some impossible force was making fight the crystallized water in its own cells, and the result was skin that ripped like tissue and muscles that cracked and crunched as they tried to flex and contract, and lifted its head and tried to scream. The breathy sound that left its fuzzy black lips made my heart start skipping beats, while my bladder had emptied. I couldn't help it. Couldn't stop myself. And when I looked down and I saw pieces of melting flesh start to writhe and wriggle, I tried with all my might to stifle the cry building up in my throat, but it still escaped as a desperate, high-pitched whine. And the deer turned its head towards me with a violent swing. Another breathy shriek, and then it began to thrash its stiff and frozen legs in a terrifying attempt to get closer. To say that it had a predatory look would be inaccurate. Anyone who has seen a predator in action knows that nature is mostly indifferent when it kills. A bear tears into its prey with the same dull look of someone opening their McDonald's. Predators don't hate the thing that they hunt. But this thing, I could feel its hatred, its malice. It was nothing like what I had seen in my dad's eyes or even the eyes of the man in the tunnel. But it had spent months in that box, hadn't it? This was the disease when you skipped 3 months ahead. Anger. Hatred. Jesus Christ. I couldn't even say if it was gonna eat me. That's what you think when you see a zombie, right? It's gonna try and take a big bite out of you, but this frozen clump of hair and meat and braying lips dragged itself across the floor with an expression like murderous rage. The look of someone ready to beat another living thing to death using its own hands if it had to. Unable to face it a moment longer, I dragged myself back onto my feet and I fled, shutting my eyes as I entered the cold night air. I made it 3 steps before I slammed into my dad. It was like I had run full speed into a tree. I bounced back and I hit the earth, pain flaring up in my coccyx as my father loomed over me. He'd felt cold for the brief moment where we'd made contact. My mind blocked out the sound of something hideous scrambling in the shed behind me, and the entire world narrowed until it was just the face of the man who'd raised me, looking down with pale, dead eyes. "Dad?" He swallowed, and then briefly examined his hands. "I think I'm dead," he muttered, almost as if he was talking to himself. "When did I die?" I pulled myself up and I grabbed his hand. He was cold, but his pulse was racing. I could even see the veins in his forearms throb sickeningly. "Dad, are you okay?" "They told me that I was sick," he said, his eyes gazing vacantly at the empty space behind me. "I think they're right. But there's more." He looked at me, the intensity of his gaze so powerful that I let go of his hand and took a step back, and for the first time in my life, I was scared of him. "I'm not alone in here," he said, his voice pleading for help. And slowly his expression twisted into a grotesque mask of agony and desperation. "Oh, Jesus. It isn't just me in here." I tried to move, but he was a big man, and his arms wrapped around me like a steel band. "Dad!" I cried, struggling to pull myself loose as he sobbed louder and louder. "Dad! Jesus! You gotta let me go! There's..." And the shed door burst open. I managed to twist around just enough so that way I could see what came out, and I felt an urgent terror crawling up in my flesh. The deer had pulled itself loose from the freezer, and it now stood in the doorway on 2 legs. Its body looked all wrong in that posture, like when you twist the limbs around on a doll. Probably not far from the truth, as I think about it. And Dad didn't react. But I began to scream as the nightmare coalesced around me, my father gripping, holding me in place as that horrible thing lurched forward towards me on 2 legs. It moved like claymation or a puppet show gone wrong, but it was quicker than I had feared. As each step brought it closer, I found myself losing what little control I had. I started to scream, started to shriek. I beat at my father with my fists, but he didn't budge an inch. My clenched hands just bounced off of his strong shoulders, and it was like I was trying to hurt a punching bag. I started to swear too, started to scream things that I thought were bad, and then worse, and then so bad that I'm not even sure that I can blame other people for putting those words in my head. I told my dad that I hated him, called him a son of a bitch, called him even worse. And all that commotion got the attention of others. Neighbors' lights started to come on. My mom emerged from the back door, wrapping her robe around herself as she squinted at us in the dark. "What the hell is going on?" she cried as she stumbled towards us. But when she saw that deer, she started to scream too. I don't know why, but I thought that the other people appearing would help somehow. That as 2, 3, half a dozen people came stumbling into the open lawns, peering over waist-high fences, that it'd stop and slow the inevitable onslaught of the monster. But it did no such thing. I had to listen to their confused shouts and cries while gesturing and begging for help. The entire time, the sound of the creature over my shoulder getting closer and closer, and meanwhile my hands tried to pry away my father's thick arms, but each time I got leverage, he simply flexed and his grip tightened around me. He was muttering something the whole time, but I couldn't hear it. And finally, my mom screamed and ran swinging an old rake at the space behind me. And I heard the impact, the splintering of the wooden handle, then the stumbling backwards, and I had to twist to get a look at the deer that was now just 6 or 7 feet away, the spokes of a rake still sticking out of its face. The monster looked right at me and opened its mouth. And I swear to fucking God it was gonna talk. But right then, someone shouted,
For the love of God, Alice! Get away from that thing!
Alice was my mother's name, and she fell to the floor just seconds before an explosion broke the night, silencing all voices and shattering the deer's head like a crystal ball hitting the ground. My heart raced so fast that I thought for a moment that I was gonna die. And then I looked down at Dad and finally heard what he'd been mumbling this whole time. It's in us. And it wants us. It's in us. And it wants us. It's in us. And it wants us. There isn't much left of Dad these days. I got to visit a couple of times. Fat lot of good it did. As far as I'm concerned, he died that day in the kitchen when he first tried shooting himself. They're treating us in this special hospital. Mom was real upset that the visitations are limited, but I think that it might be for the best. Her and my sister tested clean. Most people did. But I didn't. Mom snuck me this phone a couple of weeks ago, and I've been using it to write. Funny thing is, one of the orderlies saw me on it a few days ago and just laughed. I think that maybe the government aren't too worried about this story getting out. At first, I didn't really get why until I started actually putting all this down into writing. Got to the part where the half-man came out of the tunnel and I realized that no one's going to believe me. But still, I gotta try. Partly because I want to protect people. Whatever this disease is, it's a hell of a lot more than some twisted prions, and I think that the government knows that. Dad certainly did. Most infected do too. That's why they killed themselves. They wanted out. The voice that comes with this illness is like... It's like if your brain is just words in a book and then someone dipped that book into a can full of used motor oil. You just want to give in. Hand it all over. It wants your body, so whatever you do, don't fight. That's worse. Give it up. In hindsight, we should have let Dad kill himself. What he went through was... well, it was probably a lot worse than the others who got to die. I sometimes think about going into his room with a pillow, but security is pretty tight around him. As for me, infection is still in its early phase. It takes everyone differently, and for me, it's taking quite its time. I think it's because of my age. Still, I can sort of feel it under there. Growing. I think it's why I'm writing this. It wants me to. The sickness. It lives out in the woods. Way, way out. In parts of the soil where the sun hasn't shone in millions of years. It's old enough to remember a time when you could walk from Appalachia to what we now call Glasgow. It's been fumbling around out there, in the brains of deer and other things. The sickness tells me this. Tells me it's learning about this new world. Tells me how my mind tastes. But most of all, it tells me it's getting closer. I woke to the amber light bleeding through the curtains, thick and syrupy.
like it had congealed overnight. It wasn't morning. Not really. It was that soft, unplaceable glow that never changed. Eternal dusk. Artificial peace. I didn't question it. Not then. Everything was in its place. My books lined the shelves, the spines weathered and slouched with age. The scent of old paper and cedar filled the room. My record player hummed in the corner, an empty platter spinning slowly, even though no music played at all. I liked the sound that it made. It reminded me that time was still passing, even if it wasn't. The chair sat beneath me like a cradle, molded perfectly to the shape of my failure. I barely moved anymore, just shifted from one comfort to the next. Familiar textures, familiar sounds. A litany of reruns on the TV. The volume always low enough that I could almost pretend that the voices were my own thoughts. The walls were soft gray. The wallpaper a floral pattern that I never picked but couldn't seem to hate. Maybe someone before me had chosen it. Maybe it had always been there. My snacks were organized, plastic packages lined up like soldiers on parade. Bright colors, sugary, salty. I hadn't tasted anything in weeks, but I kept eating anyway. Habit, ritual, proof that I still had control over something. The window was always fogged. The single crack running diagonally across the pane had been there for as long as I could remember. It split the view into two murky halves, and I stared at it often. Never through it at all. Like it was a painting of outside rather than a portal to it. This room was mine, my curated heaven, my museum of stillness. I had convinced myself that it was safety, sanctuary, stability. But looking back now, I think that it was something else. A coffin someone forgot to bury. And I called it joy. But it was stasis. And stasis, I've learned, is just death that you haven't accepted yet. It was subtle at first. So subtle that I nearly missed it. A soft pop. And then another. Like the house was exhaling after holding its breath too long. I told myself that it was the wall settling. That's what they always say, right? Old places settle. But I'd never heard this place settle before. It had always been still. Eerily so. And I ignored it. For hours, maybe days. Time didn't matter in here. It just looped. Then I bent to pick up a record that I'd dropped. Something older. Melancholic. But as I reached it down, I caught a glimpse of something behind the shelf. A thin black line. It snaked up the corner of the wall, jagged and foreign, like a vein under pale skin. Alive, but wrong. My body reacted before my mind did. A tightness in my chest. A kind of animal awareness that something had changed. And it might be dangerous. I reached out, almost hypnotized. The wall felt damp. Not wet, not soaked. Damp. Like breath on the back of your neck in the dark. The paint peeled when I touched it. Not flaked. Peeled. Rolled back like scorched flesh, revealing the muscle beneath. And I pulled my hand away. It stung slightly, and I checked for a rash. Nothing. Just heat. And I laughed nervously, because that's what you do when you're trying to reassure yourself that you're not going crazy. But I was. I just hadn't accepted it yet. I moved to the shelf, and there they were. Not one crack, not even a handful. The entire section of the wall was fractured, hairline fissures spiraling from a single black knot, like something had exploded behind it and the wall was too ashamed to admit it. And I stared for a long time. Hours, probably. And then I started patching. Tape, glue, paper towels. My hand shook as I worked, and I told myself that it was because I was tired. But the truth was already leaking in. The room, the place that had once kept me safe, was falling apart. And the worst part wasn't the cracks. It was that I didn't know if I wanted to fix them. I sat back in my chair, the TV flickering on its own. The same episode played, but I couldn't hear the words. Just static. Just the low humming that I'd grown used to. But now it sounded off. Like something breathing. Just behind the wall. The light stayed amber. But it felt colder now. Not safe, not comforting. Just false. The groan came in the middle of the night, or what I assumed was night. I hadn't seen the sun in so long that time had lost all shape. But I had been asleep, I think. Dreamless, just heavy. The sound was low and wet, like a throat clearing beneath the floorboards. It vibrated through the chair and into my spine, and I sat upward and waited, held my breath. Nothing. And then the bookshelf collapsed. It didn't tip, it didn't wobble. It gave out, like the wall behind it had stopped existing. The books tumbled forward in clumps, some splitting open midair, spines cracking like knuckles. A fine cloud of dust shot in my face, but it didn't smell like dust. It smelled like mold and something else. Sweet. Too sweet. Rotted fruit left in a warm car. I didn't scream. Screaming felt too dramatic. Instead, I laughed. A short, dead sound. And I stood, legs aching from disuse. I reached for the shelf, but it was splintered beyond repair. The wall behind it had changed. The cracks had bred overnight, multiplying like viruses, no longer hairline. They were thick now, yawning, black. And I reached out. The wall was soft. It pulsed. I stumbled backward and I fell into my chair, which groaned beneath me like it was tired of carrying my weight. The hum in the room had changed frequency, higher now, sharper, like a dog whistle that I couldn't ignore. The TV turned on by itself. Not static this time, just a blank screen. Black. But I could hear my own voice coming from it, speaking words I didn't remember saying. "Don't look at the cracks," it said. "They'll take everything." And I stood again, shaky, sweating. And I did the only thing I knew how to do. I patched. I tore strips from old shirts. I taped corners with duct tape that I didn't remember owning. I pushed my ruined chair against the largest wound in the wall as if the memory of the comfort could hold back the collapse. But the room wouldn't stop sagging. The ceiling bowed, groaning under invisible weight. And the floor began to tilt. Imperceptibly at first, but then more obvious. My stacks of snacks slid across the carpet like toys on a tilted board. One of the corners dipped like the whole room was sinking. But I kept patching. Even as the floor felt spongy, even as something behind the walls shifted. Even as a leak began, slow and thick like tar, seeping from one of the upper corners and sliding down the wall. I wiped it away with a towel. It hissed at me. I didn't sleep. I sat awake in the damp light, my hands covered in glue and fabric and something that didn't smell like anything a human being should touch. And I remember thinking, maybe this is fine. Maybe I can fix this. I just need more tape, more fabric, more time. That's what I thought. But somewhere beneath the floor, I heard something breathing. Something big. Something patient.
waiting. I stopped watching the TV, stopped playing music, even the records that I used to love. The ones that once made me cry or laugh or feel anything. They sounded warped now, slower, distorted. Like someone had dragged their fingers down the grooves to smear the songs into something cruel. I tried anyway. Put on a record, let it spin. The needle scratched against it like bone on bone. What came out was a voice that I didn't recognize, reading a list of names that I didn't remember. And it didn't stop. Just name after name, breathless and flat. And I pulled the plug, and the voice kept going. So I stuffed a towel into the speaker cone and I walked away. And I kept patching. Every hour, every minute, I was patching. The cracks never stopped growing. They split behind my eyes now. I'd tape up one corner, turn around, and I'd find another weeping lesion where the ceiling met the wall. The entire room had become a wound that refused to scab. The floor groaned when I walked. Beneath the carpet, things shifted. Things that made wet, meaty sounds when I stepped down too hard. Once I thought that I saw a ripple move beneath the rug, like something massive was crawling just below it, dragging a bloated body through rot soft earth. And still, I patched. I tore the wallpaper off with my fingernails and stuffed it into the largest holes like a makeshift gauze. I pulled nails from the furniture, hammered them into the cracks with a shoe. And I whispered apologies to no one. And when my supplies ran out, I started using myself. Skin first. I sliced thin layers from my thighs and arms, glued them down with spit. And when the bleeding got bad, I used socks to wrap the wounds. And then I used those socks to patch the walls. Eventually, I started pulling teeth. 2 so far. One to fill a hole the size of a coin in the baseboard. The other I swallowed on purpose. I don't know why. I found hair in the corners of the room. Not mine. Tangled, clotted with something black. I used it like thread to bind the cracks that pulsed. Because yes, some of them pulsed now. The walls were breathing. Not figuratively, I watched the rise and fall of plaster, timed to the heartbeat that I would hear in the floorboards. And I pressed my ear to the wall once, and something on the other side pressed back. The window had fogged over completely. The crack was gone, or maybe it had spread so wide that I could no longer see it. Just milky white light, like the eye of a blind god staring in. And I remembered whispering, "This is what it means to keep going." But what I meant was, I don't know how to stop. The room smelled like infection, like pus and copper and old sweat soaked into bed sheets no one had claimed in years. My hands shook constantly. My legs had gone numb days ago. I crawled from corner to corner, patching, sealing, muttering, laughing when the tears burned too hot. Sometimes I thought that I heard my name. A voice, maybe female, speaking gently from above. But I wouldn't look up, because looking up meant seeing. And if I saw the ceiling, what it had become, I might finally understand. This wasn't a room anymore. This was something's stomach, and I was being digested. I woke up with a feeling in my stomach of falling. But I didn't fall. I sank. One moment I was pressing my palms against a wall that shouldn't have been breathing, trying to hold on to the pulse of something ancient and wrong, and the next, it gave out. The drywall curled open like it had been waiting for me to lean too hard. And I didn't scream. There was no time. My mouth filled with dust and heat and rot as I dropped into blackness. I landed on my side in a pool of mud that felt warmer than blood. It wasn't a hard fall, but it left me rattled. Something in my shoulder cracked and my breath caught. The air down here was thick, not just with moisture, but with weight. Like regret had a scent, like memory had a mass. And I coughed until I gagged. And then I opened my eyes. There were no walls, no ceiling, just dirt. Endless, black-packed soil. Above me, a crooked hole, the broken underside of my room. I could see the chair's broken leg dangling like a snapped limb. Bits of plaster crumbled around the edges. The wallpaper hung in tatters like flayed skin. From this angle, it didn't look like a room at all. It looked like a husk. Something shed and forgotten. Something dead. I lay there a long time, not moving, too stunned to process what had happened. The mud soaked into my clothes, and it crawled under my skin. And eventually I sat up, and my body screamed, but I welcomed the pain. Pain was honest. And that's when I saw the claw marks. Dozens of them. No. Hundreds. All along the walls of the pit. Long, frantic gouges carved into the earth by fingernails. Some shallow, some deep enough to expose bone-white roots that twitched when I looked at them too long. I was not the first person to fall. And I wouldn't be the last. I crawled towards one of the gouges, pressed my hand into it. It was still warm. And then above me, something moved. A rope. It lowered slowly, swaying in a way that wasn't dictated by gravity. I didn't hear pulleys or friction. It just appeared, dropping into the pit like it had always known where to find me. And I stared at it. It wasn't glowing, it wasn't clean. It was frayed and stained and ugly. But it was real. And I didn't trust it. I waited to hear the voice again, the one that I had thought that I had imagined, but it didn't come. Instead, I heard breathing. Not my own, but above. Soft, nervous, familiar. And then came the voices. Not one, but many. Not loud, not forceful, just persistent. My name, spoken gently. Sometimes it was his voice. Sometimes it was someone that I hadn't thought about in years. A family member that meant so much to me. And a version of myself that I had buried. They called. And I sat. Not because I couldn't climb, but because I didn't think that I deserved to. What if the rope wasn't salvation? What if it was just another room? What if the only honest place I'd ever known was this hole? So I stayed, and the rope hung there, swaying like it had all the time in the world, waiting, like it knew that I'd either take it or become a pair of claw marks in the walls. I don't know how long I've been down here. There's no sunrise, no ticking clock, just the rope above, swaying like a pendulum that counts only my indecision. The voices, they come and go, not demanding, just present. They speak softly, sometimes urgently, but never cruel. And I think that makes it worse. Because I can't hate them. I want to hate them. I want them to be wrong, but they aren't. I curl tighter into the mud. Let it fill the space between my fingers. Let it seep into the wounds that I don't remember getting. The rope still waits, frayed, patient. Sometimes I reach for it, just enough to feel the fibers scrape against my fingertips. And then I pull back like it's made of fire. But what if it is? What if I climb and I find nothing at the top? What if there's no one there? What if it's just another illusion waiting to swallow me into a prettier room with cleaner walls? I think of my grandmother's voice, the way that she used to hum when she washed the dishes. I hear it sometimes, so clearly that it hurts. It's not just memory. It feels current. Like she's up there, above the hole, reaching down through time. But the part of me that lives in this dirt, the part that chose silence over salvation, tells me that the voice is a lie, a trick of my own rotting brain. And so I stay. Numb, not breathing, not alive. Just aware. The bones in the dirt shift now when I roll over, like they're making space for me. Like they know that I'll be here for a while. I don't scream anymore. I don't cry. I listen. To the rope creaking. To my own heart slowing. To the voices saying to still believe that I can come back. And I wonder if I can believe them. Because the longer that I stay here, the more this place begins to feel like home. And the more I forget what it was like to want anything else. It doesn't begin with a choice. It begins with exhaustion. One day, I stop resisting. Not because I want my life to end, but because I'm too tired to keep dying slowly. I reach for the rope, but not out of hope, but out of sheer depletion. My fingers close around it like they're remembering how to hold on. The rope doesn't lift me. I have to climb. Every inch burns. My shoulders scream, my legs shake beneath me. The mud tries to pull me back, greedy and familiar, whispering promises of rest and quiet. But I keep going. Not for joy, not for clarity, just to find out if there's anything else. The voices above grow clearer with each pull, not louder, but clearer. Like they're no longer filtered through the thick veil of my shame. I hear names, moments, someone saying they miss me, someone saying that they're proud. And something begins to happen that terrifies me more than anything else. I start to believe them. The higher I go, the less the dirt clings. It peels off me in sheets, not just from my skin, but from my thoughts. From my memory. I begin to remember the real world, the one before all of this. And it wasn't perfect, but it was real. I remember turning people away. I remember phone calls that I ignored. I remembered saying, I'm fine, when I wasn't. I remember building the illusion piece by piece. Every snack, every silence, every fake comfort for others. I did that. Me. But now I am undoing it. Climb, breathe, climb again. I don't know how long it takes. There's no measure of time here. Only effort. Only weight. And the gradual, painful lightlessness that comes when you finally stop lying to yourself. And then I see it. A hand. Reaching for mine. No fanfare, no divine glow. Just a human hand, calloused and real. And I grab it, and I break the surface. The light is harsh at first, not soft and amber like before. White and cold and utterly true. And I collapse onto solid ground, coughing, heaving, shaking. The hand doesn't let go. I open my eyes.
There are people. Not many, but enough. I know some. Others I don't. But they look at me like they've been waiting. Like they're relieved. Not because I'm fixed. Because I'm trying. I sit there for a long time, unable to speak. Not because I have nothing to say, but because everything inside me is unlearned silence. And eventually I look back at the hole. Still dark. Still open. I feel it watching. I know it's not gone. I know I could fall in again. And inside my head is a voice saying I could have died there. Not my body. Not like that. But the part of me that remembers how to come back. I look at the hand still holding mine. And the others nearby. Their faces. Their patience. And for the first time in what feels like my entire life, I say something true. I don't want to go back. There's no applause, no celebration, just a long, quiet stillness. And it's enough. And maybe that's the trick. Not escaping the hole once and for all, but remembering to reach for the rope. Every time. Even when I don't believe that it's there.
Welcome to WNFM 104.3, the rock station, where you get your rock. Yeah, all day, all night, rock hard, rock fast, The Rock. Well, look who's still up. Either you're working the late shift, can't sleep, or you just like the sound of my voice too much to call it a night. Whatever your excuse, welcome back. This is Everett, your nightlight in the static, broadcasting live from the second floor of Rosie's Diner, right above the deep fryer just left of Dignity. You're tuned in to WNFM 104.3, the only station in town with more vinyl than working microphones, and more opinions than listeners. But hey, we're consistent. It's 12:03 a.m. on a Tuesday, or maybe Wednesday, depending on how your day's been going. Time gets slippery around here after midnight, especially if you've been staring at the ceiling, wondering if you remember to pay the water bill. You didn't, but that's tomorrow Everett's problem. Now, let's take a quick spin through what's going on in this fine little town of ours. I'm told the marching band over at Midwich High is holding their annual Caramel Apple fundraiser outside of Cutler's Market this Saturday. Bring cash, bring patience, and maybe bring some floss. Because those apple sticks are harder than your cousin Larry's third divorce. All proceeds go towards new uniforms and fixing the saxophone Gerald sat on last week. In civic news, Mayor Hanley has officially declared war on potholes. Again. Crews were spotted out on Nathan Avenue this morning, bravely circling one crater with orange cones and then mysteriously vanishing by lunch. We salute your service, gentlemen.
Saludos.
May your shovels stay sharp and your excuses remain printable. Meanwhile, someone's finally opening up a new sandwich place over on Finley Street.
Nice.
Right where the old pet shop used to be. It's called Grain and Bone, which sounds like a bakery or the final boss in a gluten-free RPG. Either way, they're open late. They take card, and according to my sources, the tuna melt won't kill you. What? Probably. In personal news, I discovered this morning that the toaster in the break room now only works if you wedge a spoon between it and pray to St. Jude, which, incidentally, is also how I handle dating. Alright, let's get to some music in a few. Carl requested something loud with a guitar solo that can melt concrete. Trudy asked for Bonnie Tyler again, which, look, I don't control what the people want. I just cue in the tapes and try not to spill coffee on the board. Stick around. Coming up next, we've got your local classifieds, a weather update that is mostly guesswork, and a phone call from Dennis, who wants to talk about his neighbor's rooster again. Lord help us. You're listening to WNFM 104.3. Where the coffee's burnt, the phones are temperamental, and the host hasn't slept since 07. I'm Everett. Don't go anywhere unless you're bringing snacks. 12:08 in the AM, and you're just joining us.
Welcome back to the only radio show in town still held together with duct tape, coffee, and pure spite. This is Everett, coming to you live from the top floor of Rosie's Bar, where the pie's still decent, the coffee's still not, and the bathroom key now requires 2 forms of ID. Let's talk about the weather, because apparently it's December now, but someone forgot to tell the sky. It's been fog for the past 5 nights straight. Not that pretty Hallmark card kind either. I mean thick. The kind of fog that makes you feel like your headlights are lying to you. You ever seen a street light that glows like it's ashamed of itself? That's Nathan Avenue right now. And the temperature. Now don't get me started. Cold in the morning, hot by lunch, and by evening you're walking around in a hoodie, sweating like you just lied under oath. It's like the weather has mood swings. I'd file a complaint, but I don't know who's in charge anymore. I ran into Mrs. Langston outside of Cuthers yesterday. She's usually sharp as a tack, right? Been running that flower shop since before half of us were born. But I swear I asked her how her business was, and she just stared past me and said, "The tulips keep whispering at night." Which, okay, maybe she's just tired. Or maybe I finally met someone else who talks to plants and they actually answer. Then there's Ted from the hardware store. Always wore the same flannel, red plaid, never a wrinkle. But yesterday, came in wearing a poncho and 2 left shoes. Claimed it was for balance. Folks around town been a little twitchy lately. You notice that? Everyone's walking around like they forgot something important but can't remember what. Just glazed over stares and nervous energy. Almost like someone pressed pause on the town but forgot to tell our bodies. Maybe it's the barometric pressure. Maybe it's the fog. Or maybe, now hear me out, we have finally run out of small talk and our brains are just simply rebooting. Anyway, if you see me out there tomorrow muttering to myself and trying to remember where I parked my truck, don't worry. I'm just assimilating like everyone else. Now, let's check to the community board real quick. Let's see. Bingo's moved from the church basement to the civic center till the furnace gets replaced. The annual chili cook-off has been postponed due to ambiguous weather. That's the official term. And Roger, down at the bait shop, says that he caught a trout with human-looking teeth. But Roger also thinks that Bluetooth gives you worms, so take that with a grain of salt. Coming up after the break, we've got our usual batch of song requests, the return of my award-losing segment Conspiracy Corner with Carl, and a brief rant about why you shouldn't put ketchup on mac and cheese. Spoiler alert, it's because you're a monster. You're listening to Everett, and this is WNFM 104.3. Stay cozy, stay sharp. And if the guy at the post office asks if you've seen the third moon, just nod and back away slowly. Well, look at that. We made it. May is almost out the door, school's winding down, and you can officially smell sunscreen and mosquito repellent in the air again. That's right, folks. Summer's limping its way back into town like a hungover uncle who swears he's changed. This is Everett, broadcasting live from the 2nd floor of Rosie's Diner, where the ceiling fan wobbles just enough to make you nervous, and the cherry pie is back in season for the 3 of you who still have teeth. Now, I know what you're thinking. Warm weather, cold drinks, questionable decisions, just like God intended. But wouldn't you know it, the fog's making a comeback. Not the thick, apocalyptic, your headlights are useless and your GPS is lying kind like we had back in the winter. No, this one's different. This fog's got manners. It rolls in light, hangs out near the tree line, and doesn't ask for much. Just a little real estate and all of your distant unease. It's like the fog went to therapy and learned boundaries. Still, it's weird, right? May used to be the clearest month that we had. You could practically see across the lake. Now you're lucky if you can see across your own lawn without squinting like Clint Eastwood. I saw Ricky mowing his lawn the other morning with a headlamp and a compass. Man looked like he was clearing a trail through a jungle gym. Now, I'm not saying that it's going to ruin the summer, but the fog does keep creeping in like it owns the place. We might have to have the 4th of July fireworks indoors. Nothing says patriotism like sparklers in a high school gym. And let's not forget the annual Toluca Lake Boat Parade, still scheduled for the last Saturday of June, assuming that we can see the water and nobody gets lost halfway through and ends up in someone's koi pond. Again, I swear, if this fog messes up my plans to sit in a folding chair drinking iced tea and pretending to care about cornhole tournaments, I will write a strongly worded letter to whichever deity handles seasonal transitions. In other news, the sandwich place on Finley, Grain and Bone, has introduced a summer menu. It now includes a cucumber mojito hoagie, which is either a sandwich or a cry for help. I'll try one on Friday and report back, assuming it doesn't cause immediate spiritual consequences. Coming up after the break, we've got some summer song requests, a weather update that may or may not be plagiarized from a farmer's almanac, and a live call from Darlene, who claims her tomato plants are speaking French. So, that's promising. You're listening to Everett, and this is WNFM 104.3. Your source for late-night nonsense, light fog, and emotionally unstable weather patterns. Stay breezy, stay hydrated, and for the love of all that is holy, do not wear flip-flops to the post office. It's a crime against dignity. 12:09 in the a.m. And if you're hearing this, congrats. You survived another day of God's favorite party trick. Summer in our little corner of the world, featuring 89% humidity, 0 breeze, and a fog thick enough to spread with a butter knife. This is Everett, coming to you from above Rosie's Diner, where the AC's broken again and the jukebox is still playing Dust in the Wind on repeat. Which, if we're being honest, is a little on the nose lately. Now, I don't mean to alarm anyone, but we're on, day 19 of full-time fog? Maybe 20? I've stopped counting. My windows are sweating. My porch is growing moss. I saw a squirrel slip on my driveway this morning like it was on an oil slick. And hey, remember when I said the fog seemed polite back in May? Yeah, scratch that. This one's rude. This one's got presence. You open your front door and it feels like someone's standing there waiting for you. Not moving, just waiting. I walked down Bachman Road yesterday, just stretching my legs, and I swear to you, I saw the old pharmacy had its lights on, which is weird because it had been shut down since 2003. And not like flickering old bulb weird, I mean fluorescent. Someone's in there reading a magazine kind of lit up. Maybe I just need glasses, or maybe a nap. Or to stop eating those gas station burritos with the glowing green label. Anyone else feel like people around town have gotten off? I stopped into the post office and the clerk just stared at me until I left. Didn't blink, didn't speak, just watched me like I was a magic trick that she didn't understand. I asked her if I had something on my face, and still nothing. Just that 1,000-yard I've seen the abyss in its sorting bulk mail kind of look. Hell, even Rosie down at the diner, bless her, that woman's fried more bacon than I've had thoughts, asked me this morning if I felt the bones under the lake. Which, I didn't really have a follow-up for. Anyway, let's check the weather. It says here, sunny with a high of 81, so that's clearly fiction. You could put the fog in a bowl and serve it with croutons. If you've seen the sun recently, congratulations. You may be eligible for sainthood. We'll take some calls after the break, assuming the phone lines behave. They've been acting up lately. Get this, earlier tonight, I answered a call, said, WNFM, you're on the air. And all I heard was this breathing, long and slow. No background noise, just breath. Like someone was standing right behind the mic, just listening. And I hung up, of course, because that's above my pay grade, but hey, maybe they're just excited for the summer playlist. Coming up next, we've got a few song requests. A reminder that the farmer's market is canceled this week due to visibility issues, and a story from Carl about how his lawnmower now only runs when he's angry. Which actually tracks. This is Everett, and you're listening to WNFM 104.3. Stay cool, stay careful, and maybe keep your porch light on tonight. Just in case. Okay, you're tuned into WNFM, I think. This is Everett. Still up here in the booth, still talking, still doing the thing. If you're hearing this, maybe call in. just so I know that I'm not screaming into the void. Felt like I just sat down. I swear I remember pouring my coffee, checking the playlist, but it's cold now. It's ice cold, like it's been sitting here for hours. And the clock is stuck. It still says 7:07. It's been 7:07 for, hell, I don't know, a while. And here's the fun part. I tried walking around earlier just to clear my head. The place is empty. The whole damn studio. No techs, no engineers, no Rosie dropping off pie, just empty chairs and dead air. But I can hear people. I swear to God, I hear voices out in the hallway, and not like whispers either. Conversations, laughter, doors opening, footsteps, but when I check, there's nothing. Just silence. I tried the front door, and it was locked. It's not like, oops, I forgot my key locked. I mean, it wouldn't move. Like the whole frame is welded shut. I even kicked it, and you know me, I don't kick things unless they insult my mother. I don't know how long I've been here. I mean, I know it's summer. It has to be. The fog is still here, thick as sin, curling under the window like smoke, but I don't see cars anymore. And no lights are out there, just this white, like we're floating in milk. Like the rest of the world got erased. I don't even know if I'm on the air anymore. Maybe the signal died, maybe I'm just talking to myself like a crazy person in an empty diner booth with a microphone and a head full of static. But if anyone is out there, tell me what's going on. Please, just call in just once. I keep hearing that noise again. Like a TV that's on in the next room. Just barely loud enough to let you know that something's wrong. It keeps going in and out, and it's... Wait. Do you hear that? Oh no. Not that. Not again. The clock's still frozen. The calendar still says July 18th, but I think that I've seen the pages fall off twice already. The windows they're wrong. It's not fog anymore. It's smoke, ash. It curls against the glass like it's breathing. I watched a handprint form on the other side earlier. 5 fingers. Small. There for an hour. Stayed there for an hour. And then it slid down. And left a trail. I haven't heard from anyone. Phones, they're still dead. The lights, they flicker on their own. The hallway outside the booth is stretching. I swear, it was 12 feet long yesterday. Now it's more like 40. I opened the door and it was just red. Brick, rust, rebar. Walls, they look like they're bleeding. I heard my name whispered in the static, and I swear it wasn't my voice. Okay. I think we're back on air. I don't really... I can't tell anymore. This is Everett, and you're listening to WNFM at 104.3, I think. Broadcasting live from Rosie's Diner. How long have I been here? If you're out there, if anyone is hearing this, I don't know what's going on. Something is wrong. This isn't normal. I'm trying to hold it together. this equipment isn't working right. The monitors flash on their own. The mic was already on when I came on tonight, and I swear to you, I haven't left the booth since I sat down. I haven't left. But I don't remember coming in either. I feel like I've been here forever.
You left her alone.
What?
You left her alone, Everett.
I don't know what you're talking about. Who is this?
You said you'd be right back.
How do you know that? What the hell's going on? This isn't a bit. This isn't a broadcast. I'm stuck in, I think. No, not that. Not that sound. Not again. Not again. I don't know what day it is anymore. I think the clock's broken. Maybe time just gave up trying to move around here. I found a bottle in the bottom drawer. Buffalo Trace. Been saving it. Told myself I'd crack it open on retirement day. Whatever the hell that was supposed to be, but... You know what? Screw it. Whoever's still listening out there, if anyone is, this one's for you. If no one's out there, well, at least I'm finally being honest with myself. It's overdue. I used to be someone else before I came here. Before I became the guy with the jokes and the weather reports and the late night vinyl spins. I had a life. I was trying to, anyway. Her name was Rachel. She was smart and tired. And beautiful in that way that you don't notice until she laughs at something that you said that wasn't even funny. She had a kid. Elise. 6 years old. Looked nothing like her mother, but acted just like her. This big smile, a bright laugh. Wore those little pink shoes with light-up heels. And ran like she was trying to outrun the planet. They didn't have much. Neither did I. But for a while, felt like maybe we were building something. Real. And good. We moved in together. I asked Rachel to marry me. And I said I wanted to adopt Elise. Not because I had to, because I wanted to. I meant it. God help me, I did. And then came that Thursday. Rachel had to work late. Elise had gymnastics after school, and she asked me to pick her up. First time, of course. I said, I gotta work. I got it handled, but I'll be right back. In reality, there was this game on. It was Thursday night football, some dumb rivalry that I didn't even care about. And I told myself that I'd just stop at the bar with my friends off of Bachman for a little bit. You know, just have a drink, hang out with the boys, check the score. I had time. But I lost track of time. I got pulled into the game, started talking to some guy at the bar about linebackers and bourbon. Ordered wings. The sun went down and I didn't even notice. Rachel left work early. She didn't even close up right. She told her boss something came up and ran out, and
It was raining. Hard. The road was slick. I didn't even know until my phone buzzed with a text. Just 6 words. You left her alone, Everett. That was the last thing that she ever said to me. They found the car against the tree just past the Paleville turn. Rachel died instantly. Elise was still breathing when they pulled her out. They said that she died in the ambulance. And I never saw them again. I told everyone that I had been stuck in traffic. I blamed the weather. I told Rachel's family that I got there just a few minutes too late. I even faked a voicemail from the school to make it sound like they'd forgot to call me. No one ever questioned it. No one ever called me a liar. Except me. Every day. I came here after that. This town. Didn't plan it. I started driving and ended up on the edge of Toluca. Stayed because, I don't know, something about it felt right. I don't know. Something about it felt right. Like it didn't care who I used to be. But now this station's rotten. The floors they're breathing and the hallway loops back on itself. I keep hearing things. Voices and whispers. Static that says my name and I'm not touching the mic. I still don't know what's happening. I still don't know where I am or why the doors won't open, but this bottle's halfway gone. My lungs still work. So I guess I'll just keep talking until something tells me to stop. Rachel. Please. If somehow you hear it. If there's a way that the signal... I'm sorry. I'm so damn sorry. I left you alone. I did. And I've been running from that ever since. And I don't know what happens next. But I ain't going anywhere. Not this time.
And that was the final broadcast of WNFM 104.3, the so-called Fog Rolls Deep tapes. The tapes were discovered by a demolition crew who claimed to hear a radio still playing somewhere inside the building, despite no power being connected. When they broke through the rotting subfloor, they found a sealed room with a broadcasting desk, an old mic, and a single chair facing an empty window. But that's where it gets strange. There is no official record of any radio station ever being registered in that building, or anywhere in the town. There is no documentation of a WNFM 104.3, no frequency license, no tax records, no maintenance logs, nothing. In fact, there is no record of a man named Everett Langley ever working in radio. No ID, no employee files, not even a missing persons report. As far as anyone can tell, he never existed. And Rosie's Diner? While the ground floor was still recognizable, the upper level, where the booth allegedly was, had no stairwell, no structural support, and no evidence that a second floor had ever been built. To this day, no one can explain the tapes, or how a voice that was never supposed to exist managed to echo across the static and into the hands of the living. And maybe That's the point. Left her alone. I drink not because I like alcohol, but because I've recently seen the horrifying underbelly of the world. And I can't go back to blissful ignorance in any other way more than I can find from the bottom of a bottle. I can't sleep either. So I'm writing this out to hopefully get out some of the poison that's in my head. I begin with a picture. I'm nobody special. Don't get me wrong, just the opposite. I'm not a detective, not a cop, nothing like that. I was just a senior in college with an office job lined up, and I only had to coast out until the end of the year. All that free time made me vulnerable to questions. The question, and the picture that came out with it, would have just flowed past my mind like every other bit of internet flotsam, if not for the particular state of aggravated bored I found myself in that freezing February afternoon. 2 local girls had recently gone missing. That much I knew. My year older friend worked as an intern at the city news channel, and he told me that nobody could make heads or tails of what had happened. "Look," he wrote in an email, "someone at another news group sent us this. The cops found 2 pictures uploaded from their phones after the last time anyone saw them. They're hoping somebody can identify this guy." And I remember rolling my eyes. That was not the first time that he'd forwarded me an email chain full of internet meme nonsense. He was a sucker for clickbait. The pictures were the typical scary type, taken in darkness and limited in scope so that way nothing could really be discerned beyond, "Look at how weird this is." The first image was taken from directly behind the head of a man with short brown hair, close enough that the flash illuminated his intermittent scalp in bright white. He appeared to be somewhere dark and slightly foggy. Over his shoulder, a brandished knife could be seen, held forward for some unknown reason. The second image was of a man lying face down in a hotel bed, surrounded by empty liquor bottles and scattered pills. And from his disheveled and sweat-matted short brown hair and the shape of the back of his head, it looked to be the same man. Convenient that his face was hidden in both shots, I remember thinking. Behind him was a peeling hotel wall and a mirror that somebody appeared to have spit on. And in the mirror, it was possible to see the man's left arm held out in such a manner that he was taking the picture himself with a cell phone. Given the context, I guess the phone belonged to one of the 2 missing girls. I tended not to believe things like this because they never turned out to be anything. The 2 girls had likely snuck off to spring break, and this was just some sort of prank. Absolutely worst case scenario was that this was just some drunk frat guy that they'd hung out with. "Let me guess," I wrote back to my friend. "An expert thinks that this guy was dead when he took the pictures of himself." Ooh, spooky, right? "He's definitely recently dead based on the way that his limbs are behaving in that picture and the discoloration and slight bloating of the skin. But that's not it. It's totally possible to put your camera on a timer to take a picture later, so they thought that it was a suicide until they noticed something. Look closer. Right there by his right hand." I enlarged the image on my monitor, and I realized that there was actually something in his hand. But it couldn't be. I printed out the photo to get a better look, and it was what I suspected. The exact same photo that we were looking at was in the dead man's hand. An aging clock on the wall had the same hand positions in both images. He had, in his hand, a picture of himself dead. Apparently the same photo that he would take of himself by using the camera's timer. And I emailed back, "What are we looking at here?" "Nobody knows, man. But they crowdsourced finding the wallpaper and they figured out which hotel it was taken at." "Crowdsourced?" Yeah, it's a new technique. They make some clues public and let thousands of people see them online. Eventually, someone recognizes the clue and then they've got a lead. It's a hotel in Brazil. February was almost over, and spring break was nigh. I had an opportunity to do something weird and crazy and prove to my friend that clickbait was stupid. Dude, I'm gonna go there. Where? The hotel. You're not serious. Why not? I've got my passport because my mom pestered me to do it last year, and I've got the money to fly down there because of my summer internship. If there's nothing to see, I'll just hang out on the beach and I'll have a normal spring break. I can give you the specific hotel, but are you sure you want to do that? That's like crazy. A peculiar mix of aggravated boredom and intrigued indignation brewing in me compelled me to say yes. I had seen so many ridiculous internet myths in my time online, and it seemed like an incredible opportunity to debunk one. I never really left the country before, of course, but I fought down the nervousness and did my best to research everything that I could. The hotel was near a popular tourist destination, so it wasn't like I was going somewhere horrible. The beaches were beautiful, if nothing else. The trip by plane was disarmingly familiar. Civilization, air conditioning, and safety shrouded me all throughout the flight, landing, and disembarkation. I waited for my bag while a bunch of people stood around checking their cell phones. Just like home. And it didn't hit me that I'd flown to a foreign country and continent until I barged through the last glass door and smacked right into a brutal wall of humid heat. As high as the prices were in the hotel gift shop and as mass-produced and bland as they were, I bought lighter shirts and shorts and then sought refuge in my room. And I sat by the wall air conditioning unit until I'd recovered. And I looked around my room. My friend had given me the right info. The wallpaper was the same pattern from the photo, and the bed, the mirror, and the clock were all right design. Did a guy really commit suicide by pills in this hotel under mysterious circumstances? The nearness of it sent a biting, air-conditioned shiver down my spine. Scary images sent in email chains online were supposed to be stupid myths, not something from a specific real location. Once acclimated, I fought the churning fear in my stomach and forced myself to walk down to the lobby. I had pictures of the two girls on my phone, and I was debating whether to ask the concierge about them, but I didn't have to. Their photos were already on a bulletin board by the front desk, right there amongst the others. The concierge that I had been considering approaching instead approached me when he saw me studying the pictures. Você reconhece algum? I remember laughing nervously. What? Oh, it's a tourist. Yeah. Well, I figured I might as well try, or at least my friend would mercilessly tease me about flying all the way down here for nothing. And I touched the pin papers. These two. The older Brazilian man then sighed and told me that they were very stupid, very bad. They went on a hike and never returned, and they went to the... And he seemed to wave his hands around for a moment, forcing me to settle with a sigh on a less accurate word. Jungle. And then he finished up with saying, it eats people here. That was something more than the gossip back home about the incident. A hike? The man went on to tell me that, yeah, they have many trails with beautiful girls. Calm and peaceful bellies and the danger beneath. They told me not to go swimming, but the currents were swift. That I shouldn't climb because the rocks were loose and the trees were untrustworthy. That I shouldn't try to stay out after dark because of the jungle. It eats people, I finished for him. Is it safe to go alone during the day if I stick to the marked paths? And he glared at me, but drew lines on a local map to show where the girls had said that they were hiking. And then he told me that he didn't want to be putting my picture up there too. But the policia don't go looking. They just give them the papers. And that they don't risk their own to find foolish tourists. That it's possible that these two are still alive if the jungle didn't find them at night. They might be hurt, maybe. But it was sad. I gulped, but I put on a brave face. What was I doing? And why? I clutched the local map and adjusted my backpack as the concierge went back to his duties. I should have just gone home. I remember thinking that I wanted to go home or even just to the beach. But presented with a stark, cold fact like that, the police didn't even look. It felt impossible to just go sit on the beach and oogle women while two fellow American girls were possibly dying at the very same time. There were some guides for hire outside the hotel, but I felt less safe with a stranger than by myself. I couldn't stop thinking about the tales of guides tricking people into captivity and selling their organs on the black market. All I had to do was walk a few paths, right? And it was stupid. I knew it was stupid. The guide saw my direction, listened to my insistence on going alone, and looked at me as if I were a dead man. When they saw how serious I was, one pressed a survival knife into my hand and shook my hand when I tried to pay him. I did accept the gift and put it into my backpack before heading down the long dirt road towards the tourist hiking path. This wasn't like the small trails around hotels and campgrounds back home. The jungle here was not a mastered entity, and life was swarming everywhere. Thick clouds of insects hovering together only to be scooped up by flocks of little birds. Or perhaps they were bats. I wasn't sure. It was humid as hell and stuffy under the thick canopy of gloom and green. But I had somehow stumbled my way into a mission, and I couldn't turn back without hating myself. A creek about a foot wide presented itself a few steps off the path, and I nearly went over into a splash and to cool myself down before I remembered the concierge's warning. I took a long stick and lowered it in, only to have the branch jerk out of my hands. The creek was a foot wide, but impossibly deep, and the current under those placidly flowing bubbles was murderous. If the girls had fallen in here... No. Their phones had been uploading photos after they disappeared. Whatever had happened, it had not involved instant death. Where would they have gone? For hours, I followed the path that they'd indicated to the concierge until I reached a fork in the narrow, overgrown trails. One path followed the black line that he'd drawn. The other led to what looked like a gorgeous waterfall basin. Never in my life had I experienced such a strong, fatal instinct. They'd gone the less traveled path in the hopes of taking gorgeous pictures for their online profiles. Thus, possibly, it was death by Facebook. Another 20 minutes of exhausting hike later, and I found the wide open basin was accessible down a steep screen and then along a slope of crumbling root-sprouted dirt. I ever so carefully picked my way down, and then nearly stumbled over a shoe. It was a dirty, black American sneaker, and I picked it up to examine it. And jumping back, letting out a short scream of shock, I threw it on the ground. It had a foot in it. A foot. Holding back an overwhelmed revulsion, I peeled back the tongue of the sneaker to confirm that it was a female foot. Oh God. I can still remember how it smelled. I can still remember the swarming flies and budding maggots in that stump of red flesh. Yeah. They were dead. I leaned back against the root-sprouted dirt wall behind me and tried not to throw up. I had come all this way out here to find a rotting foot. This was why the police hadn't looked. Why they never looked. They were right in assuming anyone that didn't come back from this horrible tangle was just plain dead. And then I checked my cell phone. And no signal. Of course. I couldn't see the sun through the maze of greenery above, but my phone said that it was getting late on the schedule that I had set for myself. Dusk would be coming, and it was time to head back. Even though I ignored the warning about climbing, I intended to heed the one about avoiding nighttime. Every single bush and hillock out here hid something alive, and I didn't want to see what might emerge in the dark. And then I heard her. It was the faintest echo through the dense foliage. But I was dead certain that it had been a hopeless female shout. I shouted back a half dozen times, even screaming till my throat was raw, but she didn't seem to hear me in return. Or maybe she was incapable of shouting again. And it hit me. One rotting foot didn't mean that they were both dead. They could both have been alive for all I knew, and the foot was just the result of some injury or animal attack that had left them stranded and hurt out here. If only I had gone home 30 seconds earlier. I would have never kept looking. The waterfall above was beautiful but austere. There was no climbing up that way, which meant that the girls had likely followed the resulting narrow river. If they were unable to climb back up the scree, I'd just come down. Judging my footholds and handholds, I clambered along clean rock, thankful to be out of the tangle for a time. The progress wasn't hard, just curious, and I guess that someone could do it in minus a foot if needed. Eventually, the terrain became more like a canyon with a river at the bottom, and I was forced to lift up onto the dirt again. And here I found an animal trail splitting off into 3 directions. A cell phone with a cracked screen lay half buried, and I brushed it off to discover that it still had some battery power left and that it was not password protected. The text messages were mostly mundane conversations from the owner to her friends. The most recent ones were variations on help and are you getting this? Based on frustration from the lack of signal out here, there was no information there about what had happened. But then I checked the pictures on her camera. Beyond all the typical selfies and photos of the airport, the flight, and the hotel, there were a few of the jungle that I had just traversed, the waterfall basin, and then the very path that I was standing on. The next picture seemed to be taken from hiding, between the leaves. The image showed a man brandishing a knife and peering into the underbrush opposite. I still couldn't see his face, but he was dressed in local wear that I recognized from the shop. Had he seen the girls at the hotel and followed them out here? From the back of his head, it was the same man from the suicide picture. This was serious. I needed to be ready for a fight or to run. And suddenly tense, I put my backpack down, hid it under a few bushes, and withdrew the survival knife that the guide had given me. With the knife out and at the ready in one hand and the cell phone in the other, I swiped slowly through the photos. The next few were of the trail that I was on, and I followed it step by step, retracing the path that the girls had gone on. The man was not in these pictures. They seemed to be photos of landmarks that might help them find their way back. Many were blurry and had been taken in haste. No doubt that they had been running. I couldn't shout anymore either, not without potentially revealing my presence to the man. Had he cut off one of the girl's feet or something? How had her foot ended up back by the waterfall? Swipe. There's the rock. Swipe. Okay, there's the bend in the path. Swipe. There's the arranged stone to mark a direction when no other landmark would suffice. And a few more swipes and I was back where I started. The animal trail split off in 3 directions, and I could hear the river out beyond the trees. So they had come full circle by accident, realized that they were lost, and then what? Dropped their phone here in frustration? Or had they run into the man with the knife again and maybe gotten caught? If there were 3 paths out here and 2 looped to one another, that meant the middle one had to go elsewhere, right? And I heard a noise behind me, whirled and saw nobody and nothing. And I stared out into the jungle as dusk swept a dim shroud between the trees. I had stayed too long, and night was almost upon me. I had to go home. What was I going to do, fight a knife-wielding madman in the dark? I had to get the cops and bring down the cavalry. And then I heard her. It came from down the middle path. Oh no. As it became harder and harder to see, I crept down that middle path, my knife held forward. If there was something out here, I would only have a split second to strike back or run. The only advantage that I had was that they had no idea that I was here. And and it was as hard for them to see me as it was for me to see them. As long as I only checked the phone intermittently, it kept lights to a minimum. Swipe. A picture of the middle path in gloom. All right, on a nighttime earlier this week, they had gone this way. Had they again looped back somehow to drop this phone? I swiped ahead a few times to see multiple shots of the path that I was on. I stopped at a shot of the knife-wielding man from the side. All that could be seen was a silhouette in deep forest dusk. Looking at the shot disturbed me. Was I witnessing the events leading up to someone's murder? I swiped back to the path shots and continued following the trail. And when I reached the spot where the man's pictures had been taken from the side, I heard something crunching out in the darkness. I froze for what felt like an eternity as dusk began to approach night. All my senses told me that something was out there. Something was waiting and watching with malicious intent. Perhaps even with glee. I could feel it. As absolute darkness fell, a change came over the humid and dense air. The birds went quiet, and my ears stopped hearing their shrieking calls with a sudden internal echo. I thought that I had gone deaf for a moment, but I could still hear my own breathing. And moving step by quiet step back to the path and behind a boulder, I got out the phone to light my way to check further pictures. I turned my head suddenly to try to get a beat on the scream in the absolute silence. It sounded closer somehow. This time it came from the opposite direction, a little further away. That one came from right on the path ahead, exactly where I had been about to walk before the sensation of being watched had stopped me in my tracks. It was the same scream every single time. The same intonations, the same length, the same emotion. And I swallowed down my panic. That girl had died days ago, and someone or something was using her last scream to toy with me. It was insane to think so, but it was the only conclusion. Swiping all the way ahead in the pictures on her phone, I found a photo of an arm over a face. A man was wincing against the flash of the camera. Had they used the flash as a weapon to blind him? I held my arm up as a series of flashes erupted right in front of my face. I couldn't choose a direction. I ran. Somehow, someone or something had snuck up right in front of me, and somehow it was impossible, but pushing down the trail, I ran in absolute terror until the same scream erupted a few feet ahead of me. It was loud this time. Painfully loud. And I sliced at empty darkness. The light from the phone shone nothing ahead, just unmoving leaves and fronds. I held the knife forward with no idea what I could even do with it. Until a series of flashes went off right behind my head. Was it behind me? I ran for my life, down the dirt, climbing along the river canyon in the dark, leap up the scree, sprain my ankle. That's what I remember. Limp along the path that I had come down earlier that day. I had lost my backpack and the map inside it. I thought that I could remember, but the jungle transforms at night. All of the landmarks that I had looked for were impossible to find in the darkness. And I knew something was out there hunting me. Obviously, because I'm writing this now, as I said, to get the poison out of my head. I made it out of there, but not for nearly a day. I spent that night crammed into a small rock hollow with stones piled up to block the entrance, and only enough space for my knife to stab out all night long. There were.
Someone help! Help! Help!
From right outside my hollow.
Help! Help!
And laughter. And random bits of conversation mimicking what the two girls had said to each other before danger had found them. It stalked and it watched them for hours before night had fallen. A foot. That was all that was left. A foot severed by powerful jaws. And when dawn finally rolled around, my sleepless body practically dragged itself out on its own accord. I don't fully remember what happened when I returned to the hotel, but they took care of me, and I did not tell them that I found her cell phone. And you know what? It's been 5 days, and I'm supposed to fly back to the States tomorrow night. But I happen to know that I'll never make it. I sit in my hotel room and I stew in my own nightmare. I can hear it calling from the deep of the night. It's out there mocking me still, waiting, because it knows that I can't escape. All of those pictures were taken before they even happened, all part of the horror in the jungle where time knows nothing of the strict structure of civilization. I only came out here because of that last picture, the only one that hasn't come true yet. How messed up is that? And so I sit here, clutching the photo that I printed out of that last picture. And I drink. And I take pills to try to knock myself out before it comes for me. I'm not killing myself. I just don't want to be awake when it happens. It's creeping closer now. The cruelest part of this is the clock on the wall. I know the exact moment as it ticks closer and closer, second by second. Another swig, and a few more pills. It's slithering up around the bottom of the clock now. I kept my hand on the wheel as I lit my cigarette, the warm evening air filtering through the open windows without a care in the world. The sun sat like a slice of burnt lemon, dripping sour yellow across an orange backdrop. The city rolled past, the human rise of steel gravestones that reflected the rotting day with unwavering devotion. I downshifted, keeping my smoke locked between my lips, and slowed to a stop at the red light. People bustled across the street before me, chatting urgently on phones pressed against their faces like growths. And I watched them, feeling slightly bored, mostly restless. I looked to my right at the car idling adjacent to me. A man in a navy business suit trapped manicured fingernails against the leather steering wheel. His windows were up, protecting him from the heat, the noise, and, above all, the poverty that surrounded him. And he glanced over at me and quickly averted his gaze. I didn't blame him. I was an alien in his elevated world, a string of color with a shade he couldn't possibly understand. My beat-up Honda grumbled pathetically, loose heat shield loudly smacking the undercarriage as the engine moaned. The light turned green and we parted ways, never to see one another again. But that was okay. I'm sure he had his own problems to get back to. And I licked smoke back from my lips and shifted, content to cruise lazily down the open guts of the city. The organs pulsed and bled around me, the veins of existence winding down another busy workday. Trash blew in billows from the sidewalks, only noticed by the dozens of homeless that pocketed the alleys. The heat made me want to drink, but I didn't think that it was a good idea right now. Someone honked behind me, but I couldn't be bothered. They passed from the opposite lane, middle finger blaring in my direction. I rolled down the road, the heat shield unrelenting below my seat, the constant clacking starting to get on my nerves. I passed street vendors and storefronts, parked cars and kids playing on the sidewalk dressed in clothes 3 sizes too big for them. The soccer ball bounced out in front of me and I ran it over, feeling a little guilty. But I hadn't had time to react. I checked the rear view and saw drooped shoulders and lost looks. and I threw my cigarette out the open window. A billow of cloud now marking its way across the melting horizon. It was fat and gray, and I had the passing thought that if you cut open a serial killer, their insides would be that color. I hoped that it wouldn't rain, forcing me to roll up my windows. I needed the heat right now, the suffocating warmth that clogged my throat like a wet sock. And I dragged my hand across the back of my neck. It felt like someone had spit on it. I cruised around for another 30 minutes without a destination in mind. At one point, I turned on the radio, but started to feel sick, so I shut it off. My mouth was dry from the cigarette, and I scraped my tongue against my teeth. I lit another smoke, and I wondered where I was going. Cars honked frantically from all sides, everyone in a mad rush to get home and start the epilogue of their mundane day. And I passed them, staring at them inside their cars, and saw purpose and goals that just confused me. An hour later, and the day decayed fully into dusk, and an unenthusiastic sliver of moon peeked out over the sky, an infected thing that got lost in the unrelenting heat. I was deep downtown now, the crevices of the city filled with vampires of the night, all rising to get things underway. They didn't even seem to notice the moon. I came to a halt at another light as my phone buzzed in my pocket. Yeah.
Hey, Jay. What are you up to?
My eyes traced a pair of young girls walking a dog, its fur matted and filthy. Hey, Myra. Nothing much. Just driving around.
You coming over tonight?
The girls went into a convenience store and left the dog outside. What's that? I asked, distracted.
You want to come over?
How?
Whatever. I'm home for the night. Long day and I'm beat.
A group of teenage boys wearing backward hats approached the dog. I'll swing by later.
You want me to order some food or something?
No, I'll be fine. Myra paused.
Everything okay?
The boys with the hats began throwing rocks at the dog. Everything's fine, I said as the light turned to green and I drove away.
Okay. See you soon.
Yeah.
I love you.
Mm-hmm. I pulled out another cigarette and stuffed it between my dry lips. Full dark was soon upon me, pushed back only by sodium light and flickering neon billboards. The noise of the night filled the streets, a gaggle of desperate people just trying to make it to sunrise. And I watched them, breathed in the dark air, and got a little depressed. Keeping one hand on the wheel, I leaned over to the glove box to see if I had any pills. And after a couple of seconds of fruitless digging and a chorus of horns, I gave up. I slumped lower in my seat and I drove a little faster, hoping maybe I would get some adrenaline dumped into my system. My stomach grumbled and I wished that I had told Myra to order me something. But instead, I pulled into a McDonald's 3 blocks down and waited at the drive-thru. Ahead of me, a monstrous man leaned out his window and yelled into the speaker box. A wild beard hung from his chin like a nest of filth, and I turned away, trying to block out his voice. I placed my order and I rolled up to the window. Inside, I see 2 women at the counter. They were screaming at each other, rolls of fat jiggling and expressions of rage. One of the women held out what could only be described as a carton of fries and was waving them furiously in front of the combatant. I tried not to listen to what they were arguing about because I was already feeling a little out of it. A greasy bag was stuffed into my outstretched hand and I drove away. I circled the downtown area as I reached into the soggy paper sack to retrieve my burger. And after a couple of bites, I became overwhelmed with a sense of despair so strong I thought that I could throw up. And I tossed the burger out the window and wiped my eyes. I grabbed my cig and I saw that I was on my last one. And in that moment, the realization was almost too much to bear. I ran a hand across my lips, freeing them from dripping grease. And I saved my smoke and I just let my arm drop out the window. I needed to talk to someone. I needed a distraction. I thought about going to Myra's place, but couldn't bring myself to just yet. Instead, I cut hard onto the low-hanging city and began to crawl through the underbelly, steam wafting out from gates in the road like the land itself had given up. And somewhere in the distance, I heard a gunshot and the ominous toll of police sirens. 10 minutes later, and I slowed and slid my car up along the side of the street. A wall of prostitutes lined a brick wall like they were auditioning. Most paid me no attention, a fact that I couldn't fault them for. The rattle of the heat shield killed the prophecy of a big payout. I scanned them all without feeling and saw the one that I had been looking for. She was older, wearing a hot pink tube top that cut into her soft body and like a rubber band around raw meat. Her nylons had holes in them and her black leather heels were scuffed. Fire red lipstick painted her mouth beneath burnt-out eyes that rose to greet me. She slowly walked over. Recognition flickered across her face like a spark in a long-dead stove. She leaned into the car, her yellow teeth revealed beneath a smile that held no cheer.
Hiya, Jay.
Hey.
You need some company?
Something like that.
You got money?
I rolled my eyes. Jesus, Mom, just get in the car, will ya? My mother grunted and complied, landing with a thump in the passenger seat. And as she did so, I was assaulted by the smell of cheap perfume and sweat. I pulled away and began to drive once again.
You're cutting into my business hours,
my mom said, tapping a purple nail against her exposed thigh. I just need to talk to someone, I said, banging left and swerving to avoid a couple arguing in the street, veins pulsing from angry throats. And Mom snorted.
Huh. So what you bothering me for?
And I shook my head. I don't know. She turned to look at me.
You don't look so good, you know.
I don't think I feel well.
What's the matter?
And I said nothing and caught a glimpse of the moon, pregnant with stagnant light.
You still seeing that girl?
Mom asked, twirling a finger.
Mara... What's her name again?
Myra.
Myra, right. You two have a fight or something?
No. Things are good.
So why are you so mopey?
I looked out the window. I think something's wrong with me. Mom waved a hand dismissively.
Oh, nothing's wrong with you, kid.
She reached down and pulled out a plastic baggie that had been stuffed inside her shoe. She tossed it to me.
Here, you're welcome.
The baggie landed on my lap. What are those?
They'll make you feel better. Don't let anyone ever tell you that I was a bad mommy.
Thanks. She looked long and hard at me then, and a slow smile creeped up on her face.
I think I know what's going on.
Do you now?
That little girlfriend of yours isn't giving you the attention you need.
Annoyed, I swatted her hand away. That's not the issue. Mom retreated to her side of the car.
Well then, I don't know what your problem is, and I don't think I can help you.
We passed a group of 4 people carrying baseball bats, pants sagging low, gold chains catching the headlights. And for a moment, I wished that they would attack me, beat me to death right then and there. I'm gonna drop you off, I said distantly.
Yeah, I need to get back. Good talk, though.
When I dropped her back to her corner, I pressed a couple 20s in her hand. She looked down at them with mild surprise. Take care of yourself, Mom.
You too, Jay.
And then, she was swallowed up back by the night, and I was lost in the streets again. I looked down at the pills that she had given me and decided to take them. I popped them out of my mouth and then waited. I passed a car getting towed, and the owner was screaming at the mechanic, his face puffy and red and not at all human. By the time I reached Myra's, the drugs had kicked in. They smoothed out the edges and dropped me below the surface, mellowing me out just enough to stave off a panic attack. I smoked my last cigarette in the parking lot, staring up at the apartment complex. I climbed to the 3rd floor, feeling my feet were too heavy, and fumbled with the key at Myra's door. I pushed inside, and a thick heat wrapped itself around my already damp skin. The lights were off and the apartment was dark except for the glow of the TV. Myra was curled up on the couch, her eyes glazed over. She sat up when I entered and smiled.
Took you long enough,
she said, standing and giving me a hug. I wrapped my arms around her because I didn't know what else to do. She led me over to the couch and pulled me down next to her. She retrieved a paper bag from the floor.
I got you a burrito, just in case.
Her small act of kindness almost brought me to tears, and I hugged her so tightly I thought that I would disappear. We watched TV, and I stuffed the burrito down my throat. And when I was finished, I felt bloated and sleepy. I dragged myself over to the fridge, and I got myself a beer. And I drained it in a couple pulls and then went back to Myra. She looked hard at me, and I knew that she wanted to fuck. But the apartment was so hot that I wasn't really feeling it. When she slid her hand down my pants and gripped my dick, I decided to give it a shot anyway. We went into the bedroom and undressed quickly, my shirt sticking to my back. I climbed onto the bed and onto Myra, her scent consuming me. And we made out for a little bit, while I felt her hands claw up my back. Finally, she crawled up on the length of my body and whispered hotly into my ear.
You can do it if you want. You know, I don't mind. You want to fuck me hard tonight?
Taking the cue, I gripped her by the throat and I slapped her hard across the face. She whimpered and rolled onto her back. And I sat up on her and I felt myself stir into life as her cheek glowed red in the yellow light that snuck in from the bedroom window. Her teeth bit into me and I leaned down and I bit her shoulder, hard enough to draw blood. And finally, I finished and rolled off of her, sitting on the edge of the bed with my face in my hands. Myra took a moment to collect herself and then wrapped her arms around my shoulders. Her voice was gentle.
It's okay, Jay. You don't have to feel bad.
You have any cigarettes? I asked, almost blinded by the light from the window. She rolled away from me and opened the nightstand. She handed me back a battered pack and a lighter. And I kissed her before taking them. When I lit it up, I offered it to her first, but she shook her head with a coy little smile. It was a game that we played when things were good between us. She pulled me back against her and rested her cheek against my bare chest while I smoked and stared at the ceiling and wondered what kind of person I was. She fell asleep after a while and I just lay there sweating until I was too exhausted to give a fuck anymore. And I spent the next day with Myra, mostly walking around the city because her apartment was too hot. She muttered something about getting a window unit, but I was hungry and I didn't really pay much attention. We got breakfast at a diner, overcooked eggs and watered down coffee, and then we went shopping. The mall downtown was pretty dirty, and so we drifted through the masses looking at stuff that we couldn't afford. I bought her a smoothie and felt a little better after last night. Eventually, we found ourselves at the movie theater and she asked if we could see a film that she'd been bothering me to see. I kissed her and told her that we could and spent the next 2 hours elbow to elbow with a stranger who talked through the whole thing. I didn't pay attention to what was happening on the screen and halfway through I needed to piss. I got up and strolled to the bathroom, feeling bored and wishing that I hadn't eaten the eggs earlier. And when I got back to my seat, Myra could tell that I was restless, and so I threw an arm around her and that seemed to help a little. When the movie was over, we decided to sneak into another one. She let me choose, and so I picked something without really looking. I felt kind of bad that we hadn't paid, and so I bought Myra popcorn and a Coke, and my conscience decided that that was good enough. After the second movie, we went back to her place and put on some music while she made dinner. I lounged on the couch and scanned my phone, not really sure what I was looking for. Dinner came and went, and we opened a bottle of wine and got a little drunk. Myra was giggly, and I asked if she had any more alcohol. I downed a few beers, and I felt a little better, like I was at her level now. And we curled up on the couch after opening the windows. We watched some TV and ended up having sex again. I didn't hit her, and I managed to get it up enough to actually come this time. We talked for a little bit afterwards, and then she fell asleep on the bed. I wasn't really tired yet, and so I got a cigarette from the nightstand and went back into the living room where I smoked in the darkness, not thinking about really anything. I chucked the burnt filter into the trash, drank another beer, and then looked out the window into the night. The vampires were out and about, prowling the streets and slinking across the shadows. Cars patrolled the grid, and I wondered where everyone was going. A child was crying in the apartment above me, and I sat down against the wall and listened for a little bit. Restless, hot, and mildly depressed. I went back into the bedroom and I crawled next to Myra. She stirred and placed a hand across my chest, and I looked at her and watched her, and wished that I could love her in the way that she loved me. The next morning, Myra asked if I wanted to go to the beach. I felt sleep-deprived and kind of claustrophobic, so I told her no, and I just left. She pouted a little, but I promised that I'd call her later in the day. I made up something about work, but it was Sunday, and she knew that I didn't have anywhere to go. I ended up driving around for most of the day, hoping that I'd stumble across something to think about, but didn't have much luck. I stopped and I got a couple of packs of cigarettes and smoked probably too many. And at around 4, I went to a bar and had a drink. It felt shitty because I was the only person there, and so I left. I was restless and wished something would happen to pull my attention for a couple hours. So I went to the beach alone and felt guilty, so I really didn't enjoy myself very much. I sat in my car with the windows rolled down, smoking and watching the sun plummet from the sky. A couple of surfers were still out, catching the last of the waves, and I watched them through the glare in my windshield. I got jealous after a little bit, and so I drove away. I remember the drugs that my mother had given me and checked to see how many I had left. I was bummed when I discovered that they were gone. With nothing better to do, I drove back downtown and looked for Mom. By the time I reached the spot that I knew that she worked, the clock informed me that it was already 10. I slid up to the curb and scanned the scattered prostitutes. I didn't see her. One of them noticed me and came on over. I recognized her from previous visits and rolled down my window. She leaned against my car and her face had old dark lines and old makeup.
Hi, Jay.
Hi.
What are you doing here?
Looking for Mom. Seen her? She looked away and seemed kind of sick.
Oh. Shit.
What?
Your mom was killed last night, Jay.
I lit a cigarette and said nothing for a couple of minutes.
No one called you?
I shook my head and exhaled a gale of smoke. The prostitute sighed and looked at me with droopy eyes.
Damn. I'm sorry, kid. I liked your mom a lot.
What happened? I finally said, biting my lip a little.
Someone found her early this morning in the old warehouse district. Her head was all smashed in.
I felt my stomach turn and I wished that I had something to drink. That's really sad, I said after a little bit.
I don't know why someone would want to do that to your mom. She was sweet. I liked her.
You know who did it? I asked, knowing that I should be feeling something that I wasn't. The woman nodded.
I seen the one who took her. He used to take me all the time, but said my pussy stank. Rude motherfucker.
Who was it? I droned. She waved a hand.
Some lawyer bastard. He took me to his house a couple times, and we really didn't have room in his car for the kind of things that he wanted to do, you know?
Uh-huh. Sure.
You want to know where he lives?
I blinked. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. And I nodded and she told me. Has he been arrested? And I asked stupidly. The woman snorted.
Honey, no one cares about us girls down here. Hell, most of our clients are cops and they're the worst of the bunch. They never pay and are always the roughest. No one gives a shit that your mom is dead.
I thought that was a little insensitive and wished that she hadn't said anything. And I kept my mouth shut. I really didn't know what else to say, and I was wondering if I was having a traumatic experience. I waited for my heart to start racing, but it just couldn't be bothered. You have any pills?
I finally asked. The woman looked at me sadly, and I looked out the window across the street and waited for her to answer. I felt a hand nudge my arm, and I turned and took the little capsules that she extended towards me.
You okay, Jay?
She asked after a second, and I shrugged. I don't know. Mom was murdered, you know? She nodded understandingly.
You want a quick fuck? Something to make you feel better?
And I hoisted the drugs. This should be enough, I think. Thanks, by the way.
You take care of yourself,
she offered. Sure. Yeah. I drove away and I threw the pills back and waited to feel sad. But I ended up back at the beach, right as the drugs kicked in. I went and I sat in the sand, pretty glazed over, and I listened to the waves. And at some point I started to cry and I tried to stop before someone saw me. I opened my phone and I saw that I had a text from Myra. I remembered that I had promised to call her, and so I put my phone away and I wiped my eyes. And I wish things were a little bit better than they were. At around 1, the tide began to lap at my shoes, and so I got up and I went back to my car. Myra had tried calling me at some point, but I had been too out of it to notice. I kept thinking about how my mother had died. It upset me knowing that no one would do anything about it. She was still a person. She still had been important to me. I thought about how no one cared and started feeling sorry for myself. I put my forehead against the steering wheel and cried a little more, and wished that I could have seen her one more time. And I ended up falling asleep, and when I woke up, I felt sick. I smoked a cigarette as the sun rose and pulled my sweaty collar off my neck. I decided that I wasn't going to work that day. I don't think that I could have handled it, and so I began to drive once more. I realized at some point that my mother was still dead, and I thought about what the prostitute had told me. Her head had been bashed in, and that made me feel even more sick, and I knew that I should stop smoking. But I lit another one instead. Where had she said that the guy lived again? And after some pondering, I dug out the recent information from the addled mess that was my mind and pointed my car in that direction. It took about 30 minutes to get to the lawyer's house, and I parked across the street from it. He lived in a big house on the outskirts of the city where people like me had no business going. I kept the windows up and smoked and waited for something to happen. I didn't know what I was doing, but I stayed put because, well, I didn't have anywhere else to be. After about 20 minutes, he came outside. 2 kids trailed him, maybe 6 or 7 years old, a boy and a girl. It looked like he was taking them to school. When he pulled his car out from the garage, I squinted and felt something flutter in my chest. And it was the guy that I had seen in traffic the other day. The one with the manicured nails that tapped, tapped, tapped against the steering wheel. And I was sort of surprised that I recognized him, and it made me feel gross and angry and, well, confused. Where were the cops dragging him off to jail? And I closed my eyes at the thought and pressed my fingers against them, fighting a headache. The whole scene wasn't right. It was just too mundane, inexplicably relaxed and unfazed. And I ducked down low as he backed out of his driveway. I followed him at a distance, and I watched as he dropped his kids off at school. And then I tailed him to the coffee shop and chewed on my lip as he went inside. When he came back out, he was on his phone. And he was laughing. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles cracked, and I decided that I needed to chill out. I followed him into the city, and I saw where he worked and made a mental note. The way that he casually got out of his car and threw his coffee cup away into a nearby trash can almost sent me into heuristics. But I managed to keep my blood pressure down to a dull roar. I felt my head fragmenting into chaotic pieces that drifted into the heat of the day, soared high into the paper-thin sky. Sweat ran down the back of my neck, and I swatted at it, feeling disoriented. My mind balled up into frayed knots, and I tugged at each end, trying to make sense of it all. And finally, I sped off and went to the hardware store. I bought a hammer and I threw it into the passenger seat. I needed to take a breath, but I didn't really want anything that would cement me right now. I was feeling hurt and reckless and pretty fucking angry about a lot of things. Myra called me again and I almost threw my phone out the window. I sped around the city, honking at anyone who got in my way, and I realized that I was losing it. And at noon, I went and I parked my car outside the school. I waited for hours, smoking until my mouth had holes in it. Thick beads of sweat ran down into my eyes and I scrubbed at my face furiously. The world was a dizzy, sweltering mess. A blur of dried out color that ran together and swathed the buildings in blinding light. And I watched the school, waiting. When the kids eventually emptied out of the building, I got out and I waited to recognize the two that I had seen earlier. And I spotted them and approached, feeling pretty exposed. And as I walked, I could smell my own body odor wafting from open pores. I spotted the children and waved them over. They approached after some coaxing and eyed me cautiously. I told them that their dad had sent me to come pick them up. They weren't convinced, and I saw a few teachers notice me. I knew I needed a shower, and that I looked pretty bad. And I felt the clock counting down in the back of my head. I urged the kids to come with me, that their father was waiting for them and wanted to take them out for pizza. I took a chance and told them that he was getting pretty pissed if they didn't come, and that seemed to do the trick. They looked at one another with such a familiar expression of fear I almost left right then and there. But then I thought about my dead mom, and the three of us were hoofing it back to my car. Once they climbed in, I knew I was good. Whatever came after, I would deal with it. I just needed an hour, and maybe I could balance things out a little bit. I drove fast, and the kids asked a lot of questions from the back seat that I ignored. I could tell that they were getting scared and that something wasn't right. The girl started crying, and the boy put his arm around her and told her to stop. But his voice shook, and he didn't seem convinced. I took them down to the old warehouse district and smashed their heads in with the hammer. I did it one at a time, in the seclusion of an empty parking lot. The boy went first, crying and sputtering and pissing himself. I bent him over the hood of my car with one hand around his neck. Then I beat his skull in. It was a little harder than I thought it would be, and the force with which I had to swing the hammer surprised me in a gross kind of way. I tossed his body to the ground and I wiped blood from my hands, and I did the girl next. She screamed so loud that I thought that someone would come and save her, but no one did. Because she was squirming around so much, the first blow hit her jaw and a lot of her teeth came out and clattered over the hood of the car. And I looked really small and I almost didn't hit her again. But the moment passed and I brought the hammer back down and she died as her skull caved in. I tossed her next to her brother and then sat up on the hood of the car and smoked. My fingers were bloody and I realized that I was shaking uncontrollably. And it took me a long time to get my lighter to work. I stared at the mutilated little bodies. And my mom was still dead. Something squirmed in my stomach and crawled up my throat, and I tried to ignore it. Something was seeping through my pants, and I realized that it was blood. I let it coat me, and I just looked at the dead kids, feeling a panic attack start to unravel inside me. I wasn't going to get away with this. Teachers had seen me. People would recognize me. The bodies would be found. And my mom was dead. I covered my face with my hands and I felt like I would cry, but I couldn't seem to jumpstart the process. The sun bleached my skin with sickly warmth and I struggled to escape it. I got off the car and I prodded one of the corpses, half wishing that it would get up and give me a hug and tell me everything would be okay. With a kind of horrible finality, I realized that my life was over. I couldn't run away from this, and once I started to accept that, the heaviness in my chest burned away a little. I left the hammer where it was and got in my car. I figured that I probably had a day before the Manhunt even started. I wasn't clever enough to cover this up, and part of me didn't even want to. And I felt bad for the kids. But I needed to know, no matter what happened to me, that the man who killed my mother was out there hurting. I started the Honda and peeled away from the scene. The sun was settling and I put it in my rearview mirror. I decided I was going to drive until someone stopped me. I rolled down the windows and I stuck my arm out, letting the wind dry the blood on my skin. I didn't know how far I would get, and I didn't really care. The last few hours of freedom were none but my own. That made me feel not quite so lost. I hit the highway and really got the engine going. I pulled out my phone and I called Myra and I told her that I loved her, and that she was the best thing that ever happened to me. Before she could respond, I broke up with her. Told her that she needed to move on and find someone who would give her the life that she deserved, and I wasn't that guy. And then I hung up when she started to cry, knowing right then and there that my heart couldn't handle that. I tossed my phone out the window and I lit a cigarette and exhaled all the hell that I had to spare. 2 hours later, and I had made it out into the countryside. Long grass reflecting orange waves of melting sunlight. I emptied my mind and I just drove, waiting for the road to end. The heat shield clackled loudly beneath me, and I knew that I would soon. Soon I would be burned out of existence. I began with a black bag over my head. 6 or 7 men seized me off the streets on my way home from work, holding me at gunpoint in the back of a van. They explained in detail what would happen to my family if I didn't listen to them. And until that moment, torture was just a word. I had never given it much thought. I wasn't prepared to hear some of the things that they told me. By the time that they were loading me into a helicopter, I would have done anything that they asked. I arrived at the black site, kicked out of the chopper when my feet hit the hard-packed wet mud with a splash. Black hood torn off so hard it hurt the skin on the tip of my nose, and then I got to my feet and looked at the place. Can't say if it met my expectations or not. I didn't have any idea where I was going or what it was supposed to look like when I got there. Still, it managed to leave me feeling surprised. An abandoned village nestled in the jungle. Mostly one-room hovels, lots of corrugated iron. Here and there lay burned allotments. Dying pepper plants left unattended, their fruit stamped into the earth by the passage of soldiers dressed in all black. Rotten fences and troughs to feed long-dead pigs and goats lay smashed to pieces. And then, lurking on a hill like some architectural jump scare was a 3-story hospital made of glass and steel. State-of-the-art. Built in a place where tarmac was just a rumor. Officially, it had been there by a charitable nonprofit wanting to research novel diseases and potential cures deep in the jungle. But unofficially, it had always belonged to the CIA. A useful place to test strange things like pox in the name. And, when the time came, a useful place to dissect the impossible. Imagine my surprise when I was escorted by armed men to an office with my name on the door and discovered that I was to be in charge of the latest major project. Head of research, printed on the glass. Real official looking. Big black letters like I'd always worked there. First thing I thought was, how long do they intend to keep me here? But that didn't last long. That hospital became my home and has been ever since. Less than 24 hours after my arrival and had my feet up on the desk, barking orders at lab technicians. I slipped into the role easier than I'd like to admit. You see, where they got me was on scientific curiosity. That's how they ensured I was on board with the project. That's why they never pointed a gun at me after day one. They didn't have to. The second I saw the thing inside the Messiah's chest cavity, I was a willing asset. No more me, only the project.
The discovery and the revelations. Lying on that slab, nestled in the flesh of an otherwise normal-looking man, was a white-hot piece of divinity. A pinprick in the fabric of reality. I didn't know how else to describe it. It was like I'd spent my whole life seeing two-dimensional shadows, and then I suddenly got a glimpse of the three-dimensional shapes casting them. I haven't seen my children since they took me. Couldn't tell you their names. I was never the same after the first autopsy. No one in that place was sane after the scalpel first bit into his flesh. Attrition amongst the research staff was incredibly high. Every day another nurse seized by stigmata, or a once faithful lab technician struck by the call to write the Third Testament. The guards dealt with the unwilling members of the team. Traumatized scientists and clinicians lined up, one by one, against an exposed brick wall in the jungle heat and shot. I remember smoking in the cafeteria in between surgeries, nervously shaking as I tried to ignore the of some of my more stubborn colleagues being executed. And then back to work, where I suppressed that feeling that I was the worst kind of traitor. Next day, there'd be new faces scrubbing up and asking for orders. Another pair of hands shipping in from God knows where. Back to cataloging divinity. At times, I imagined joining the objectors, the two people who found religion in a sterile Black Ops lab. But that thing was pulled out of him. That baffling enigma that burned the eyes. It consumed the project. Everything that we learned about it felt like a quantum leap in our understanding of microbiology. We tested everything that we could get our hands on. Plants, animals, humans. I try not to look any of them in the eye. Quiet people taken from quiet parts of the earth where they wouldn't be missed. All of them scared. Did they know? I mean, really know the suffering that they were in for? Definitely not. They expected to be shot, I imagine. Not to wake up with the roof of their mouths lined with eyeballs. I'm ashamed to say, but those kind of results invigorated me. Excited me, even. When it all fell apart, I missed the evacuation. I got to finally rifle through all those classified documents where I discovered that I hadn't been selected because I was some genius of microbiology, but rather because my psychological profile made it clear that I would do anything if you dangled a big enough mystery in front of me. That, and the fact that I was actually quite good at managing projects. Geniuses usually aren't great at sending out memos or keeping track of performance numbers. Thankfully, I am no genius. It was humbling at times, working with some of the guys down below, being senior to them even. I mean, Dr. Coates was probably the smartest man that I have ever met. No real academic career because he had a habit of hyperfixating on things that either couldn't be solved or which no one gave a shit about. But it was pretty clear that this was a guy who could have turned his brain into just about anything and made a name for himself if he was just a little bit more on the ball. He was a Dodden, basically. Gave lectures barefoot. Would respond to last-minute marking deadlines by giving every student a B. Threw a stapler at the head of his department. That kind of thing. Intelligent, but not particularly sensible. The project broke him. Broke his worldview. Broke his mind and, towards the end, even his body. You might think that the problem was asking a hyper-rational man to process the divine. But if anything, he processed it a little too well. He was the first person to read the Third Testament without going insane. Immediately insane, I should say. Or maybe he was always nuts to begin with. Either way, he managed to take all the random scribbles and bits of verse that we had collected from the personal effects of the deceased and actually put it together into a single document. Then he read it and came out looking like nothing special had happened. The next guy after him, not so lucky. But Dr. Coates, he carried on working for a few days after, took measurements of this, made recordings of that, slipped into the background, out of my notice while I focused on trying to figure out some way of getting the Third Testament scanned into a computer without it causing havoc. A lot like the people who read it. Machines like to commit suicide about halfway through reading the Third Testament. Not Coates, though. He seemed just fine. I should have known better. First clue that something wasn't quite right was when I was in his office. A cramped space with metal walls and floors. No windows given that it was below ground and a countertop full of equipment. It was always a mess in there and usually a bit smelly too, but it was usually just that unwashed scientist smell. But one day when I went to call on him, he opened his door and I got a whiff of something that was just wrong. Smelled a little like death. Only not quite. Just different. Moldy, almost. Of course, he was entitled to do some experiments on his own time, and that's what I figured it was. And at the time, I wrote it off. I had other things on my mind. Only the smell got worse with time. Turned up day after day, and each time it stung my nose a little worse. Hung around my sinuses a little longer. And Coates? He looked a little worse for wear each time, too. Again, nothing serious. The kind of thing that's actually quite normal for a man like him. I'm used to seeing scientists fixate on a problem. Something quiet that they won't share with anyone unless they know for sure what they've got. That's what he was like. And I figured when he was ready, he'd either show me something that would blow my socks off, or it'd be something stupid like he got his microwave to eventually heat up his lunch by taking it apart and rewiring its insides. Sometimes I wondered if I'd caught it earlier, could I have done something about it? Someone smarter might have picked up the odd chemical mixtures on his shelf, or recognized the peculiar smells. Not me, though. All I can say in hindsight is thank fuck my office was above ground. By the time his little project had finished working its way through the floor he was on, he'd killed 36 people with his homemade nerve gas. Thankfully, the facility was prepared for that kind of attack, and automated security systems had the entire level locked down very quickly so the damage wasn't that bad. Could have been a lot worse. But what was weird was the venting system wasn't working. Should have cleared it all in under a day, but 4 hours later and the gas levels were the same. The investigation, at least at first, had to happen remotely. CCTV from his lab was spotty. Something was corroding the cameras, but based on some of his material requests, we guessed he'd been culturing some unusual fungus to create the bioweapon. Whatever it was potent, and we were helpless to do anything about it. We had to wait, and hope to God whatever awful thing he had concocted would wear out on its own. What little the CCTV could capture made for a grueling sight. 8 scientists dead at their desks, slumped over, blood pouring out of their mouths. The fluid looked black on the grainy black and white monitor. But what upset me more were the assistants. Dozens of young men and women who didn't really belong in that place. Too much to live for. And all of them so scared of what was going to happen to them. And they were just lying in the middle of whatever it was that they were doing. In the labs themselves, smashed beakers and machines in disarray. In their rooms, some of them lay peacefully sleeping. Others held each other in secret little trysts that they thought no one had knew about. All over the level, bodies lay on the floor in strange positions. And again, the black fluid leaking from every orifice staining the floor. Their faces as well as their clothes. Soaking their chests and groins. I remember sitting there and just watching them twitch and foam at the mouths, waiting for death to finally come. Even then, the hours ticked on and we waited for the systems to purge the gas. 12, 24, 48. And nothing happened. It was like everything in there was frozen in time. And then, somehow, the lights on that level went out, and emergency lighting came on, bathing everything in red, but combined with the low-quality cameras, it was like gazing into an old video game. Grainy, fuzzy, low resolution. We figured that Coates must have rigged up a remote timer on the electronics, which wasn't a good guess since he specifically was biochemistry and the security systems were of the highest tier. But what else could it be? Wasn't like someone could have hit the circuit breaker. We knew eventually that we'd have to go in there. 60 hours after shutdown. We just had to. There was too much high-value material to leave behind, and there were reports of strange noises down there. Guards posted to the door heard faint sounds on the other side. Footsteps, they reckoned. Of course, I wrote that one off. Utter nonsense, I told myself, as well as them. And yet, we still went in armed because, well, if Coates was smart enough to rig this whole nightmare, who's to say he didn't make himself a little gas mask to keep himself safe? You'd think I would be used to working in hazmat suits. And sort of am. But going into that sealed-off floor was something else. The visor felt restrictive. The squeak of the rubber suits was deafening. My breath was too loud. And every time the in-suit radio came to life with one of the soldiers' barks, I damn near jumped out of my skin. And then the doors actually opened. Nothing could have prepared me for that. The air was thick with mist, which lit up harshly with the emergency light's red hue. Old metal grates, vents, open doorways. All of it either blood red or completely dark. And there were far too many shadows for it to feel safe. Didn't help some of the bulbs were strobe lighting, rotating sirens that lit the place up in periodic flashes of crimson light. God, even the 4 soldiers next to me looked nervous. We passed more than a few bodies on our way to Coates' lab. All of them lie where they had been on the CCTV, at least as far as I could tell. Sounds stupid, but I stared at a few of them closely just to make sure. All those reports of footsteps had started to worm their way into my brain. Couldn't shake the idea that we weren't alone down there. Where I finally opened the door to Coates'. What I saw left me frozen to the spot. The soldiers focused on the strange growth to the one corner of the room, which registered to me only as a dim sort of collection of thick fungal petals crawling up the wall. Veins pulsating like capillaries in the eyes. But to me, what really hit home was the empty desk. Last time we had reliable footage of the room, Coates had been lying there dead as a dodo. Blood leaking from his still open eyes, pooling on the desk and dripping onto the floor. And that stain was still very much there. There was even the faint outline of where his head had been lying, but the man himself was gone. This, even more than the grotesque thing that took up the wall, terrified me. That quivering mass of fungus was pumping out enough toxic gas to kill half of the base, but at least it was stationary. In another circumstance, I might have even found it fascinating. But Coates, he'd clearly gone off the deep end. Had he lain perfectly still for days on end just to trick us? That didn't seem right. Again, I thought of the bodies that we passed. The way that they looked so still, but not lifeless. Like a porcelain doll, there was a slight suggestion of something working behind the eyes.
What do we do with this?
One of the men asked.
Take samples. Burn the rest.
I replied.
If gas levels don't go down in a week, we have to purge the whole floor with phosphorus.
The whole time I had my eyes on the space around us. Under the desk. Up on top of the cupboards. If Coates wasn't at his desk, where was he?
Where the fuck did that thing come from?
The same soldier muttered as he laid a series of thermal charges on the fleshiest part of the mold. It seemed to flinch in response to his touch, but was otherwise benign.
He probably took some of the subject's tissue samples. We know it propagates under certain levels of growth in plant and animal tissue. Explains why the gas levels don't go down. What's it metabolizing?
I gave the soldier an odd look.
What? You weren't the only one with an education. Fair enough,
I replied with a quick shake of the head.
It isn't metabolizing anything except his tissue. It's, well, bluntly. I mean, think about the fish and the bread, right? This is something that we've known about his tissue samples for a while now. Spontaneous creation of matter and energy out of nothing. But to give Coates his credit, this is a pretty novel application. He's created an infinite bioweapon. Why?
I was about to reply, I haven't the slightest fucking clue, when a loud bang drew our attention to the doorway. Outside lay a darkness broken only by the strobing of a red light. Flashing on and off, it revealed, for just a single instant, the outline of a man standing in the hallway. The soldiers swore nervously as they raised their rifles, and by the time the light came back on, the figure was gone.
Who the fuck was that?
One barked.
It must be Coates.
Another replied.
Job's done.
I cried while gesturing to the charges.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
There are no miracles left for you. You have made your own miracles.
The words were growled so loud and deep they seemed to vibrate my very bones. The soldiers snapped to attention but me. I took a little longer to turn back to the corner of the room. I knew what I was going to see. But God, I didn't want to see it.
There are other gardens, but not for you. Do not spoil the other Edens.
Coates emerged from the thing on the wall, pulling himself free with a wet squelch. And he stood naked, but nearly naked, as his skin had began to absorb his clothes. He looked like a burn victim coated in algae.
He loves you, in spite of everything. He loves you. And there is a place in heaven for you all. But it is time to...
I can't blame the soldier who pulled the trigger. It wasn't just the fact that Coates was speaking with a mouth that had grown grotesquely across his abdomen, but rather that the words were drilled straight into our head like someone pushing a hot needle straight into a dental nerve. It made my eyes cross, my ears ache, and my nose bleed. 2 of the men had vomited, splattering the inside of their visors with thick fluid. They were the first to go. They didn't see what hit them, and I'm somewhat glad. Coates, angered by the gunshot, moved with the elegance of a dancer. I stumbled out of the corridor as he tore them apart, his arms seemingly flowing right through their biohazard suit. The remaining soldier, the trigger-happy one, he was beside me as I fled. It wasn't far to the exit. I hoped we would make it the rest of the way without incident. Then, just a few short hours, I might be able to put a few of the images that I had of Coates pulling flesh and fabric apart like it was tissue deep into some recesses of my mind and just move on. But it was only a few short steps into the dark before the remaining soldier began to fire blindly at the corridor behind us. It was a mistake for him to turn around. And in the fraction of a second where his eyes had been turned away, he missed one of the bodies lying on the ground. I jumped. He didn't. I was dimly aware of there being no one beside me only when the gunshots grew fainter and fainter as I left him behind. One of the shots dinged off a panel by my head, and to this day I suspect it was not a ricochet, but a deliberate attempt to get revenge for me abandoning him. Still, I didn't look back. Not until I reached the secure door. I thumbed the keypad frantically, terrified as my ears registered the sounds of approaching footsteps muffled by the biohazard suit. God, I couldn't stop myself. I looked. I had nothing else to do except wait for security to clear me and open the door, and there was no guarantee that they'd even do that. I might be waiting forever, staring at nothing as Coates came closer and closer. And without even realizing what I was doing, I turned and saw the soldier with the gun. Jesus. Coates' office was out of sight, so I have no idea if he repeated this with the other 2. But the man that I saw, he was in pieces. Yellow and red in ragged strips that coated the ceiling as much as the floor. And barreling towards me on all fours, legs and arms too long for a normal man, came Coates. Eyes wide, jaw distended, chunks of his head still missing, but his mouth that silently spoke the same words almost in time with his looping gallop, over and over. It would take days for me to even realize what it was that he was saying. Thankfully, before he managed to reach me, the doors opened and a hail of gunfire filled the corridor ahead. Coates, fast as lightning, disappeared into some dark crevice, and I was dragged to safety before the worst might happen. And as soon as I was on the other side, I told security to flood the place with phosphorus and everything was purged. White-hot fire on demand. And by the time that it was over, only metal remained, and even then, a lot of it had melted and cooled in strange shapes on the floor. I also went out of my way to kill any attempts of reclaiming the lost workspace. Higher-ups were pissed. All that square footage lost, but I said the risk of contamination was too great. Of course, I left out the part where I returned one quiet night a few days later and placed my ear against the thick steel wall that I knew ran close to one of the vents on the level. It was faint. But I heard Coates whispering. Only then did I finally get the final clue to what Coates had been saying as he came towards me in the flashing red of that darkened corridor. We love you. 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 Even now, the cameras show that level to be a sterile, hollow place. But I cannot escape that feeling that if I were to open it, I would see Coates come slithering out of some long-forgotten vent. Perhaps worse for wear given all the time that has since passed, but Coates nonetheless. Terrifying and misshapen, but desperate to spread the very testament that twisted his mind and body, that caused him to try and breed something that might well end the entire world. And the worst thing of all, what he had been saying to me in that corridor. What if it was true? What if he hadn't done it out of hate, but love? At the time, I assumed that the force that we were dealing with was hostile. But what if it wasn't? Everyone who had gone near the Third Testament kills themselves. And until Coates, I thought that it was some kind of twisted revenge. But what if that wasn't the case? What if he wasn't doing it out of spite or hostility? What would that mean for me? Forgiveness? If so, that terrified me because after everything that I had been through, I doubted that I'd have the strength to resist that kind of offer. For weeks, I lie awake at night, wondering just what the hell might be in those words that could compel people like Coates to do what they did. And yet, despite everything, I still haven't read the Third Testament. Coates was a genius, and he still gave in. I know that I have done some pretty messed up stuff in the name of scientific curiosity, but, well, I guess I'm not ashamed to say that I'm also a coward. I'm afraid of dying. Curiosity can only get you so far. And after seeing everything that happened to the people who read that thing, I couldn't bring myself to risk it. Whatever the Third Testament is, hearing it seems pretty bad for your health. I don't think that I even deserve to be forgiven, if that's what he is offering. It was poetic justice that, out of all the people who managed to make the evacuation, I wasn't one of them. Leaving on foot is hardly an option for me. I mean, even if I had the strength to hike through hundreds of miles of rainforest, I'd need to reach the outer fence first. And strange things have festered in the chemical pits where they disposed of those bodies. Soft mounds of ash and bone that sing from time to time, exciting the birds in the canopy to take off and make strange patterns in the sky. If they can sing, they must have mouths, right? If they have mouths, what else? I think about Coates, about what kind of hands would reach out to drag me into those rotten pits of long-dead flesh and drown me in filth, and I shudder. I could try and sneak past, but it really isn't safe outside of the hospital. It isn't safe inside either, to be fair, but what choice do I have? At least, there's still power and internet, food to last me over a century, and the security doors that keep everything below sub-level 1 firmly locked away. And while out there, well, I see things, sometimes, moving quickly between the old buildings. The trees shake and stir, and where the jungle now grows thick and heavy against one of the glass walls of the hospital, the vines twist and turn and spell out odd messages. I shut my eyes firmly whenever I see them pass, and yet, even blind, I can hear the tightening of fibrous coils as the cloying flora scratch against the glass. They want me. Hungering. All those corpses we buried out there. Rotting. Breaking down. Contaminated with divinity. What strange waters flow through the soil in this place? Nothing could make me risk opening the doors and try walking through the vegetation. He might forgive, but I don't think that my former test subjects have. And as for down below, I know I never met him while he was alive. Don't know where they got him from, or even why. My bet. He pissed off the wrong people, got shot and got back up. Maybe they shot him again and he got back up again. Maybe they did it 5 times, 10 times, I don't know. Somewhere along the lines, someone worked out that they had an anomaly on their hands. Maybe I wasn't the first person to even try cutting him open. It's just weird. No one ever told us who he was. We just knew. It'd been years before I wondered who mothered him, loved him, raised him. I often wondered if this was the way that it was meant to go. Or was it just an accident that he bumped into the wrong people at the wrong time? The Messiah came and the first thing we did was cut him up. No wonder we failed. Things in the project started to go really bad about 6 months after the first incision. High turnover amongst researchers was one thing, but, well, it turns out a lot of the soldiers had a religious inclination. It wasn't just us dealing with visions and voices. At some point, they worked out what they were part of. The agency likes compartmentalization, but it can only go so far. After the religious element became clear to the guys on the ground, things started to break down. It was one thing to control the scientists, but the guards were armed. And when they broke hard. Most of his remains are stored on the lowest level where it's easiest to keep things cool. Outside, there's this long corridor leading to the central chamber. Huge. Wide enough to drive 4 or 5 cars in side by side. And that was where the first guard hanged himself. Simple enough. They dragged him away and cleaned it up. It wasn't long after Coates. In fact, it was one of the men who had saved me at the door. But pretty soon after, 2 guys went down there and hanged themselves. And then 5. And then 8. And then topside, some guys started blowing their brains out. In their barracks. In the canteens. Standing watching the doors. Looking out on the jungle. Cigarette hanging out loose on one lip. Seemed almost random, except there was a clear pattern of escalation. When those guys started killing their friends, that's when it reached the point that they couldn't ship new guys in fast enough to replace losses. And once that happened, orders started getting lost. Jobs started being left undone. One lab got written off because the test subject's body was left to fester over a weekend, and by the time that they got the door open, the flesh was growing up the walls. Not enough manpower to deal with it, so they left it for another day and moved on. Only, they forgot to tell the researcher who walked in there, so come Monday, he went in and had a hell of a surprise. Must have been like stepping into a wall of sourdough. I could only hope that he suffocated and it was quick, but who knows. Not like that stuff has hard and fast rules. For all I know, he's still in there, screaming for air. Meanwhile, that tunnel, people just keep going down there and hanging themselves. I mean, every day I'd wake up and I'd be down a few researchers, and a couple more guards would be missing. Took a shockingly short amount of time for most of the 600 people outside to just disappear. God knows when security stopped taking the bodies down. Just another job that got lost in the growing panic. By the time evacuation orders came, we were down to 100 people. I estimated that around 400 killed themselves in that tunnel. I've only visited him once since the project shut down. Only had the guts to go looking once. Barely made it out alive. I felt compelled to try and face up to him, to acknowledge the role that I had played. Only that meant actually getting to the door at the end of the tunnel, which was, by this point, pitch black except for my torch, and blocked almost entirely with hanging bodies. So many pressed together so close that I had no hope of making my way through without bumping into one. Reminded me of the jungle, funnily enough. Of the thick, claustrophobic forest made of dried skin and brittle ligaments. Different colors and shapes, and of course, different levels of decomp. Some had lost their noses, lips, and eyes. Others were a little bloated, but still recognizable. Not friends, really. I don't think that I ever actually made one solitary friend on that project. But colleagues. People who were under my charge. They looked sad. All of them looked sad. But instead, they were locked all the way in that ass end of nowhere. Of course, you can bet your ass the agency will still make sure that no one ever knows the truth. You know, I still have no contact with them. Anything I post gets screened. Arrogant bastards know that no one's going to take me seriously. No record of this project anywhere. All those people just ghosts in a system too big for any one person to keep track of at all. You know how many people go missing in the United States in a year? What about Europe? Or the whole fucking world? God, this project was just a drop in the ocean. I wanted to put it to bed, to see if I could get some kind of answer from him. It was that idea, trying to get some resolution to this nightmare, that gave me the strength to push past the first dead body and go deeper into that tunnel. It reminded me of trying to make my way through the front of a gig, only deathly silent, and the people that you burged past swung gently back and forth. The sound of makeshift nooses tightening in the dark. I think the worst part was the limited vision. My light was just a lone disc, and God, it was pitch black in that place. Like caving, only the floor was slick and you don't have to worry about a ravine. Maybe think of being at the bottom of an ocean. With all the corpses, visibility was never more than just a foot ahead. I remember panicking at the realization that I could easily get turned around and, well, what if those lost souls didn't let me go? What if I wound up going in circles for hours, days even on end? Just round and round. The nearest wall could be right there and I wouldn't even know it. Just bones and teeth and ribs and hanging entrails. All of it. All of them. Cold to the touch. Freezing. Obviously, that is why we had put him down there. The place was cold. My own breath visible in the air. But the bodies were like the meat that you grab out of the fridge in a supermarket. It was just fucking awful. I found the fresh ones the hardest to stomach. A really rotten body looks almost like a prop. It isn't. Now don't get me wrong, you look at it and your brain tells you damn well that it ain't a prop. But it's a hell of a lot easier to convince yourself that it's just a thing when it hasn't got skin or eyes. But the fresh ones, sometimes they still have expressions like anger or sadness on their faces. They make me feel watched. And the fact that they were cold and slick with condensation. Every time I bumped into one, it took everything I had not to let out a whimper. And they moved. They didn't move. Not like that. But there were no drafts down there. It was perfectly still. They'd been perfectly still for months after the project shut down. And then I came along and disturbed them, and it was like a giant Newton's cradle. A static system that I put energy into. They began to sway and twist and bump. I'd knocked one, and a fraction of a second later it would knock me back, jolting against my cheek or arm as inertia rocked it back and forth. 10 minutes in. Too far to turn back. And that was when the nightmare began. It started small. I lost my ability to track what body was where and which ones were swinging by my own clumsy movements. And then, fingers combed my hair. I cried out. Another set touched my beard, my face. I forced myself onwards and I started making eye contact with too many dead men for it to be simply an accident. Their expressions changed from sullen and listless to angry and cruel. Leering smiles and curled lips. And then came the unmistakable sensation of someone deliberately grabbing my arm. I had to shake it loose, too afraid to look back and face the possibility that I would see one of them moving and scowling. I pushed on constantly, having to shake cold fingers off my elbow or my collar. They groped incessantly, looking for anything to hold on to. Firm grips pinched my belly fat, my shoulders, my chest, and then they started reaching for my eyes. At one point, I made the mistake of crying out, and a freezing cold finger with a slightly furry texture slid into my mouth. The only relief came when I dropped to my hands and knees and crawled, the entire time my mind racing with the terrible possibility that I really was just being sent in circles over and over and over. And they were never going to let me leave. I would die down there, in the dark, smothered by their rotting hands. God damn. I came close to giving up. When my torch finally alighted upon an open space, I cried out, a heaving, wet sob made of relief and joy, and my muscles, given new life, worked overtime to get me out of that horrible nightmare and into freedom. I didn't stop until I bumped my head against a steel wall with a dull clang, and I looked up to see the vault's door. At last, the place that we had frozen him. I got up with what little dignity I had left, brushed down my clothes, and risked only the briefest of glances back. The bodies looked inert now, just like they had been before I entered. I could have tricked myself into thinking that it was my imagination. Only half of my shirt was now in tatters on the floor, and I could see strips of it still clenched in a few of their hands. I did my best to compose myself, and I entered the vault. We hadn't left him in a very nice state. The plan was to catalog everything. Yes, we excised the most striking biological anomalies, but the remaining flesh, we wanted to know everything. Every last capillary, every last cell. We wanted it recorded, so we had this special machine flown in. It works by taking a piece of flesh and slicing it into a layer that's barely a micrometer thick and depositing it into a slide. That slide is digitized and then stored in specialized cold refrigeration units. It's usually only a sample not much bigger than a potato, but for him, we had something specially made. Frozen, stood vertical. We put him on the machine where it worked, creating about one slice every 3 hours. Only, at the end, first, no one came to take the slides away, so they had gathered on the floor below in a terrible mess. And second, no one had bothered to check if he was still dead. Stupid of us, really. Of course, he came back to life. Only this time, he didn't get to leave the cave. I often wonder if he had anything left to say. But by that time, the machine had reached his nose. Just his eyes and the top of his head looking right at me. Following me. God, we had made a fucking mess of things, didn't we? Made the Romans look gentle in comparison. And I fell to my knees and I begged for forgiveness, and the worst part was that he gave it. Obviously not verbally, but it shouldn't surprise you to know that he had other ways of putting thoughts in my head. I was so angry at myself. I was positive that I'd find some kind of punishment waiting for me, but I didn't. He forgave me and told me that I was loved. After everything that I had done, God, that hurt the most. I didn't deserve it. I still don't. And then he gave me the Third Testament, or rather the Cliff Notes. Not enough to drive me nuts, but the gist of it, so to speak. Did a number on me anyway. By the time I was done sobbing on the floor, I looked up and he was gone. Nothing remained. Just broken glass and a machine cutting empty air. Going back through the tunnels was no easier than going in. But I hardly remember it. I lost a couple of weeks after that little trip down below. But eventually I came into my office. And now I stay above ground. I've asked for rescue, but the agency feels that I will best serve my country by staying where I am, making sure nothing else leaks out. It's fucked, but I think for once they might be right. I've considered sharing what he gave me, considered even putting it into this little bit of recording here. Might even go get the full testament and upload it. But that involved reading it, and like I said, I'm a coward. And I don't want to die. Everyone who reads it dies by their own hand. I guess all I can say is, the Third Testament, something of a warning. An outline of what's coming our way. So bad that he came just to offer us a way out. A promise that there's something else, and an acknowledgement that we're going to need it. Makes me think of Coates. Smartest man I ever met, whose first reaction to knowing what's on the way was to try and engineer something to wipe humanity all out. Given what we did to him. I wonder if... We deserve it. Listen, okay? I know I'm not supposed to be doing this. The council was very clear in its decision not to go public, and I voted with them. The things happening here would not be believed. Actually, they shouldn't be believed. Because to believe in these things, these events, would mean the very concept of our perception of reality is wrong. The kind of information that can be dangerous in the wrong hands. Now, I won't be responsible for mass public panic. I won't be responsible for this town going bankrupt. I do, however, have to tell somebody something. The weight of it is so much to bear by myself. Our town surrounds a lake. The lake is huge. So big that when you're in the middle of it, the surrounding landscapes are but a flat edge on the horizon. There are virtually no islands, and it's deep. Deeper than most lakes I've ever come across. The lake is also the single biggest contributor to our economy, mostly known through tourism, fisheries, housing developments, and cottage rentals. I had been on the town police force for a few years before the summer of 2013, and it was your typical picturesque small cottage town, with only the occasional bar fight or break-in to deal with. There were also a handful of police to begin with, because our town hadn't seen a murder in over 30 years until 2013. We were a haven, a place where people could and did feel safe. Now, I can't give you any more details than that. I can't tell you where we are. I won't give you our real names. We've covered these events up for good reason. I hope. These are my personal observations occurring over the past few years. July 16th, 2013. Several reports of an abandoned boat in the middle of the lake. We are sent to investigate because no one will go near it. Townspeople who observe the boat tell me that they feel compelled not to go near it, as if they were being controlled against their will. Superstitions run rampant amongst these parts. So I shrug it off and I chalk it up to creative excuses not to haul the thing in themselves. And I take my partner and our police-issued aluminum 10-footer to see who this boat belongs to. And after about 10 minutes we spot it. And I immediately sense a something. The feeling is hard to describe. It was comparable to when you were walking through the woods and you come to an unfamiliar territory. Your senses become heightened and you can almost taste the foreign nature of the land. And it was like that out on the water, as if we had floated into an alien landscape. I no longer laughed to myself about what the townspeople had said as I cut my motor and I glided towards the small wooden boat. My partner, usually intolerably talkative, he went silent. No, that's not right. Everything was silent. The wind died, and the water went still. The day that had been sunny and clear suddenly seemed to dull and darken within moments, like someone had pulled down a dimmer switch on the world. And I used our oars to guide ourselves parallel to the abandoned vessel, reaching out with my hand to grab the side of whose ever boat it was. And as soon as I touched the railing, I felt a chill run up my body. I mean that quite literally. A cold sensation seemed to crawl into my hand and then up my arm and into my chest. And my partner started screaming frantically. He was panicked and terrified beyond anything that I had ever seen from a grown man. I decided to leave without the boat and get my partner back to the station immediately. And later that evening, when he had calmed down, he whispered to me that he had seen something when I touched the boat. He said it was a figure, a sack of meat and bones that rose out of the water in front of him. It had raised a skeletal arm and pointed at him, chattering exposed teeth together with a jawbone that flailed back and forth. He never came back to work after that, and I never found the boat again. July 27th, 2013. Any town's worst nightmare. A visiting family of 4, a man and his wife with 2 children, one a 10-year-old boy and the other a 6-year-old girl. They rented a small fishing charter boat in the morning and headed out. A beautiful clear day in the forecast. And I got a chill in the evening. A call that I never want to hear. The charter had returned with only the mother on board. She was hysterical and covered in blood, muttering incomprehensibly. And I arrived just after the ambulance, and I expected to find a woman beside herself with fear and panic. What I found was worse. In a way. She was calm, composed and talking to the paramedics logically and sensibly. I asked her what happened, and she told me that during lunch, she had been suddenly overwhelmed with the compulsion to pick up a bait knife on the deck and stab her husband and children to death. She proceeded to dump their bodies into the lake and return home. As the only licensed rescue diver within the department, I took my boat out and I followed the woman's GPS coordinates from her vessel and drove down to where she said she had dumped the bodies. And after 6 hours and over 3 dives, I was unable to recover any evidence. Later on, the woman threw up her husband's finger on the police station floor. August 18th, 2013. Over the last week, we have received many calls from different people claiming that they have been hearing screams coming from the north side of the lake. Some say that the screams sound like a woman. Some say that they sound like a man. And others say that it was a child. I had been staking out various locations over the past few nights in my car when all of a sudden I heard it. The unmistakable sound of someone screaming. Not in pain or distress, but of pure terror. Definitely a woman screaming. The sound was originating offshore, coming from somewhere on the lake. I radioed in and I had my partner bring a patrol boat my way. She arrived and I hopped in, telling her the direction for which I heard the scream. The sky was starless, overcast and pitch black. We swiveled our searchlight across the water, searching for the source of the screaming. And the search went on for hours. And we were about to give up when our light caught a glimpse of something. Not something. It was someone. Maybe. I can't even be sure now. Because they weren't on a boat. And they weren't swimming or floating in the water. This thing, this person was hovering above the water. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Their back was turned to us, and they weren't shrouded in some sort of long, dark cloak. I hovered there, feet a few inches above the water as my partner and I froze on that spot. And then the thing slowly began to turn, rotating towards us. And I'll admit it, I closed my eyes. I didn't want to see. My partner told me that she did the same. All we know is that a few seconds after closing our eyes, we heard the scream again. And that this time it sounded like a baby screaming. I panicked, fumbling for the motor and blindly directed our boat anywhere that wasn't where we were. I opened my eyes again and I dared, for a split second, to glance back. And the thing was still there. I could even tell without the light. And then I swear, it waved at me. My partner and I didn't talk about it on the way back to the station. In fact, we never talked about it. September 28th, 2013. I was on the overnight shift. I hadn't been on the water since the last time, but I was alone in the station, and I knew it was my duty to go out if I got a call. And sure enough, I got an anonymous report of a capsized boat near the south edge of the lake. Someone had been driving on the lakeshore road and spotted it offshore. I took a patrol boat out to the location given and spotted the overturned vessel pretty easily. Her belly was exposed. I knew that I was going to have to go under and check for survivors. I geared up and I dove into the pitch black waters, my patrol boat's lights barely able to penetrate the darkness. Visibility was low. Something had churned up the silt and mud on the bottom, and the boat was small, and it didn't take me long to search it. I found him tucked away in one of the closets. I didn't recognize him, but I wasn't sure anybody would have. His legs had been wrenched up so that way his body was essentially folded in on itself. I will never forget the image of his feet up near his head, his toes pointing behind him. His face was contorted into something inhuman. His gaunt cheeks were stretched out and his eyes were almost bulging out of their sockets, like he had died in the middle of one of the most terrifying screams. And I turned around and I began to ascend when I saw another body floating below my boat. At least, I thought that they were floating. And then it wasn't a body. It was actually a person walking on the bottom. But they didn't have any gear on. No vest, no snorkel, nothing. And they weren't exactly walking. This person was, for lack of a better term, dancing, kicking their heels out. I started to swim towards them, but at that moment my lights died, and I was cast into almost complete darkness. My boat lights on the surface, my only source of illumination. And I ascended then, momentarily forgetting about the person on the bottom in my panic. But I know. I just know that I heard something before I broke onto the surface. And I'm pretty sure that it was someone singing. I'll report more soon. When people start dying around you, everyone has a different way of coping. I suspect most people are like me. And when the years go by, you think back, and you realize that most of the time is blurred together. There's no cohesive linear timeline. There are only points on the edge of a circle, snapshots of things that you remember. Going over these reports, I realized that my memories, the things that I flash back to, are so incomplete. There are so many details that I have shuffled away in some drawer in my mind that I decided that I should never open again. I think that I can start to see patterns emerging. It was after I found the man who had been murdered on his boat that the mayor decided to pay the station a visit. He looked to be about 100 years older than the last time that I'd seen him. The stressful days in the office withered him away like a rock in a permanent sandstorm. I only caught a few of the lines spoken between him and our chief before they went into his office. Essential and imperative. I knew then that I had to continue to document everything that was happening in our town. Winter hit us particularly hard in 2013 and 2014. Temperatures never rising above freezing and the wind bringing with it a cold that you could feel in your bones every time that you stood outside. The next experience I have started on December 17th, 2013. I got a call from Ruth Holman telling me that her husband is missing. Temperatures are 20 degrees below zero, minus the same with the wind chill. Now I know Ruth. She's reliable. And her husband is the same. If she believes that he is missing and outside, then he has very little time. I grab my partner and we tail it to her place, one of the nicer homes on the edge of the east side of the lake. She runs out frantically to meet us, telling us immediately that her husband was supposed to have been home 3 hours ago. The real worry comes when she tells me that he was crossing the lake. And I looked out to our massive body of water, the choppy surface frozen in a moment of chaos as it tore up and down all throughout the fall before finally turning to ice for the season. And I am not immediately worried about him falling through the surface, which is and has always been thick and sturdy every winter. I worry more about the possibility that he's unconscious somewhere from a fall, the risk of hypothermia probably in these conditions. The lake is currently engulfed in a terrific windstorm, and visibility on the ice is subpar at best. My partner and I sprint towards the lake, knowing time for Ruth's husband is quickly running out. We start from the edge of his property and find his boot tracks pretty quickly. The wind is fierce, but not powerful enough to bury the footsteps, which have been made by a heavy boot and crusted over with ice, leaving a solid boot print in the snow. We get out to about halfway across the lake and his footsteps begin to get a little further apart, indicating that he was running. I can't think of any good reason why he would be doing this. As we continue, the steps get even further apart, like he was full out sprinting. And suddenly, in the middle of the lake, the tracks stop. It doesn't even appear like he slowed down or stopped running. There are tracks, and then there's nothing. I look over to my partner, and it's clear that she came to the same conclusion, because she had a puzzled look about her. It really does look like Ben was here 1 second and then simply gone the next. And I look back, and I can't help but believe that he was running from something. I just know it in my gut. And whatever he was running from, he wasn't fast enough. Even today in quieter moments. I swear I can still hear Ruth wailing in anguish like she did that day. We never found Ben, and Ruth died 2 months later. January 8th, 2014. New Year's has come and gone without incident, and I start to calm myself and I fall into the daily winter routine. A call comes in at 4:30 p.m., just before my shift is over. I hear heavy breathing, but no one speaks. I'm about to hang up when a steady voice breaks the silence. I've transcribed this from the recording on the phone call.
Hello?
Jordan? Is that you?
Yes.
Is everything all right? What's happened?
I had to.
You had to what, Jordan?
I had to do it.
What did you do? Jordan? Jordan, who is that? Is somebody hurt? Jordan, you tell me what is happening right now!
No.
Can you tell me where you are?
Yes.
Are you on the lake?
Come find me.
It takes us 2 hours to find his tent on the lake. He had been ice fishing with his mother. The evidence tells us that Jordan, at some point before calling us, decided to carve his mother up like you would a freshly caught fish. There was no spot in the tent that wasn't covered with some part of her. And after he finished his conversation with me, Jordan carved away at the hole in the ice until it was big enough to stick his head through. And then he held himself under until he drowned. That's what the official report says anyway. According to testimony from his friends and family, the 30-year-old Jordan was a loving son who didn't have a violent bone in his body. And I don't go ice fishing anymore. February 14th, 2014. A man walks into the station, decked out in snowmobiling gear. He sits down on the first chair that he finds and stares blankly at the wall for 10 minutes before we can get him to say a word. He tells his story to no one in particular. He says that he and his wife are visiting friends on the lake, and for Valentine's Day he rented snowmobiles for the two of them. They had been hitting the trails for about an hour before they decided to head back for lunch, cutting across the lake to save some time. He says everything was going fine until he heard a tremendous cracking sound. He stopped and turned his head back around to see that his wife had stopped in the middle of the ice, trembling and visibly afraid. He yelled at her to not move, and he started to crawl back towards her. He said that he was about 10 feet away when he started to feel something below the ice. It is at this point that I ask him to describe what he means. but he simply shakes his head. He says that there was no time. One moment he was within arm's reach of his wife, and the next, the ice below broke upwards. And on this, he was quite adamant. He says that there was no way the snowmobile and his wife broke through. He saw something come out from beneath. He said that he only had a few seconds to see his wife before being dragged beneath the ice. And for a moment, she was right under him, looking into his eyes. And then she was gone. It is at this point that the man breaks down and doesn't say another word for the rest of the night. We head out to where he said it happened. And sure enough, we find one snowmobile. And about 15 feet away, there's a large hole in the ice. Author's note. Later in the summer, we found the snowmobile, but we didn't find her. February 28th, 2014. I came into the station after a few days off, mostly due to the terrible blizzard that had been hitting us for 4 days. I walk up to my partner to say hello, but stop when I see her. She's just sitting in her chair, staring at the wall. She hasn't even heard me come in. Not until I put a hand on her shoulder does she look up at me. And even then, she just barely reacts. Before I can ask her what's wrong, she turns around and hands me a file folder. And I open it to the first page and I see that it was an incident report that she had typed up. Seems that yesterday Judith had came to the station. She lives with her husband on one of the few private islands on the lake. My partner had transcribed what Judith had told her.
I feel silly coming in. I could have called, but my story would sound even crazier on the phone. I can't even be sure that it happened, but I need to tell you before I forget. Before my mind represses it and makes it even more plausible for when I think on it later. Last night, my husband Dave and I settled in on the couch with the fire going, pretty much like we've been doing for the last 3 days because of the blizzard. Instinctively, I got up to answer it, but the look that he gives me makes me stop. And he whispers to me and asks if I can feel it. And suddenly I do. It hits me in the face, and it makes my knees weak. Dave told me later that it felt like that moment before everything went to hell in Vietnam. You can't touch it, or even grab it, because it's just a feeling. But the feeling is overwhelming. Something is wrong. And the knocking continues. It's constant but not forceful. It almost sounds like a tree branch tapping away at a window, but it's too rhythmic to be something like that. And Dave and I quietly go to the door. And when we're about a foot away from it, the knocking suddenly stops. And Dave takes a deep breath and yells out in his most intimidating voice, "Who is it?" And at first there isn't a response. I put my ear to the door, and that's when I hear this terrible sucking sound. Like when someone smacks their lips together, you know. And I peel away from the door. I don't like that sound. I picture a rotting corpse, decaying flesh bouncing up and down in the wind. Its jaw just smacking together as it stands outside of our door. And then Dave grabs his hunting rifle and rips the door open, and nothing. No one's there. But I let out a gasp when I look down and I see very clear footsteps coming towards our door. Dave closes and he locks the door, panic in his eyes. Now Davey doesn't get scared ever. So this made me really scared. He told me to say nothing to anybody. And so we went back to the couch, and after several drinks, we managed to get some sleep. I'm only coming to you today because when I looked down, I saw footprints leading up to the door. But I didn't see any leading back out.
My partner then tells me that she was supposed to go this morning and check up on them, at Judith's behest. She tried calling at first. And after it rang and rang, someone finally picked up. But she doesn't think that it's Judith or Dave. All she heard was a horrible sucking sound. She said that she practically ran over there only to find the door open and Dave and Judith missing. To this day, no sign of them has ever turned up.
I can only describe what happened. I don't know if I can tell you what happened. You get it? Okay. When the snow starts to fall, we go up north to the cottage. The usual crowd is coming. 3 couples and 2 others. I'm in the other column. Me and Marcus Stover. Or the Stove Man. Call him that since we were kids. He's the 3rd generation of men who sell wood-burning stoves to the cottages up north. So, Stove Man. Stove Man and his family do real well. The cottage could fit 20 people comfortably, but I pack the tents away. If the temperature holds, Stove Man and I will tent outside. And it better hold. I can't be inside. I don't want to be inside. It reminds me of her. Daryl and Joanna, DJ, are already waiting. The 2 of them hugging and leaning against their hatchback when Stoveman and I park at the end of the long gravel driveway. DJ, because they're practically inseparable, 10 years together and they're still attached to each other wherever they go. Daryl is annoyingly handsome. The type of tall, beefy jock that you hate immediately when you meet him, but can love him 5 minutes later. Fiercely loyal, and once you get him rolling with laughter, it's hard not to join in. He's got one of those high-pitched giggles, and he laughs at almost anything. Joanna, the J of DJ, is short, muscle-toned, and whip-smart. She eyes me carefully. And I'm trying to hold it together, but everything around here reeks of her. Literally. I smell it when I step out of the car. Pine. The towering evergreens dominate the thick forest that we're in. And I do what I can not to look at them. And Daryl comes in for a hug, as he always does, while Joanna simply nods and extends a hand. She's still the only woman I know whose handshake crushes yours, no matter how hard you go in. She throws me a casual smirk when I try, unsuccessfully, to hide the tinging pain in my hand after she lets go. And after the greetings are done, we all turn to stare up at the cottage. The front door is at the end of a long, narrow 100-meter-long pathway that can only be traversed on foot, as the dense forest creeps in on both sides. The cottage sits embedded in a massive man-made grass hill, so the basement is really in the ground. The main floor has a deck that faces this small lake that sits tucked in between the trees. We've all been coming here for winter for almost 15 years. But something about the way that this cottage sits in the middle of this encroaching thick sea of trees makes me realize how alone we really are up here. No one for miles. Even the newly erected cell phone tower does little to penetrate the canopy of evergreens, and usually the isolation and privacy is a comfort. Usually. Paul and Alan are next to arrive. Paul's a military man with a military family. A military man. That's the extent of what we know about Paul and what he actually does every day. We just don't ask anymore because the answer is always the same. A simple shrug of the shoulder, a sly smile from the corner of his mouth. He's always watchful, analyzing everything that you do and everything that you say. And don't ever play poker with Paul. Alan's nice enough, but barely know anything about him. He's the kind of man that you lose at the party within 5 minutes. But he's Paul's, so he's ours. When Paul steps out of the car, we all tackle him, yelling and cheering and hugging and showboating because we all know how much Paul hates that kind of thing. I can practically feel his displeasure at the show of emotion, but I don't care. We're lucky if we get to see Paul once a year. It doesn't matter what kind of person he is to the military. To me, he'll always be the kid who pulled me up off the ground in grade school after Joseph Menson, the resident shithead, threw a shoulder into my back. There's 6 of us now, standing in the driveway, front door to the cottage beckoning 100 meters away. but none of us go towards it. We all know what's ahead of us, which is a wait. Probably a long wait. Ryan and Cheryl are next, but they're always late. Always. They arrive 20 to 30 minutes after what time you tell them to meet at. We pull some money together to guess the exact minute their headlights will dot the horizon. My guess is the closest when they arrive, and now I've got a fat stack of cash to barter with when poker rolls around. Hopefully Paul goes to bed early enough so that way we can get a game in before the sun comes up. Seriously, never play poker with Paul. Stoveman and I always have another bet going on the side, trying to guess the date that Brian and Cheryl will finally break up. We love them both, but separately. Together, they create an unbearable tension that builds through the night, only to predictably blow up when Brian finally annoys Cheryl for the last time. And Brian, quiet, stoic Brian, is the polar opposite of life of the party Cheryl. Now I tell you, opposites attract, but I've yet to see opposites last. 8 of us now. Finally a full party. I grab a couple of bags from the car. DJ are locked in a vomit-inducing embrace. Paul is staring out into the forest and Alan beside him. And while Brian and Cheryl are not so silently having a whisper fight as they pull bags out of the back of their pickup. Stoveman makes the long walk up to the cottage and opens the front door, walking inside and starts to turn on all the lights, opening up windows. Everyone but me follows behind with bags in hand. I'm still at the car, struggling to maneuver the tent bag. I'm hoping to set up before the darkness arrives. I open the back seat and I reach inside when Stoveman comes back out. I hear the crunch of gravel as he stops behind me, his god-awful cologne practically knocking me out. Hey, give me a hand. And he doesn't answer, but he chuckles softly. What's so funny? And I turn around and there's no one there. And I mean no one. I feel my insides plummet, turn to ice. I run around the car, hoping to see him hiding on the other side, and I call out for him. No answer. Then I see him on the deck, at the cottage, 100 meters away. Impossible. I don't know how he did it, but Stoveman's always been good at pranks. That has to be it. At least, that's what I tell myself as I laugh and I try to brush the cold feeling away. Nice one! I scream up at him. But he simply waves. Dinner the first night. Spaghetti. A whole heap of it. I try not to feel sick when I see how much Brian is putting away. He's always been on the heavier side, but you never see that in his face. He was a wrestler and a boxer in college. If our friends ever had to fight to the death, Paul and Brian would be the last two standing. There's probably about 15 different ways that Paul knows how to kill someone with just his hands, but Brian and his ham-sized fists could smash a man in like a rotting pumpkin that's been thrown off of a roof. DJ are actually sharing a strand of spaghetti Lady and Tramp style, and we all groan in unison. When their lips meet, Daryl starts getting with the giggles, and soon we're all in on it. Even Alan's laughing. Which is the first time that I can say that that's happened since I met him. When he gets up to go to the bathroom, I mention it to Paul, who gives me a weird look. Alan's downstairs, he says. In bed, he says. Doesn't feel well, he says. And I jump out of my seat, literally jump and run to the bathroom, yank open the door. And of course there's no one inside. The small window has been opened slightly, and I can hear a howl of wind tearing through the trees. I try and I suppress the shiver that crawls up my back. What the hell? Snowman asks when I come back. He sees that look on my face and shuts up. The two of us clear the dishes while DJ gets up to pick the game that we'll play tonight. Paul goes downstairs to check on Alan. And in a whisper, Stoveman asks me what's wrong. And what the hell do I tell him? And in the end, I say nothing. DJ comes back with categories. Great, I think. I'm mentally placing bets on how long it'll take Brian and Cheryl to argue about whether an answer is acceptable. Stoveman reads my mind and flashes his hands out twice, indicating 20 minutes. And I mouth, "You're on." And I flash my hands once. 10 minutes. Cheryl's on her third glass of wine now. The decibel level of her voice rises exponentially with each alcoholic drink. And 5 drinks and she'll start challenging people to slap fights. 7 drinks and she's out on the couch for the rest of the night. DJ starts to tickle each other and that's my cue to leave. Paul comes back up and is on the deck, looking up at the full moon. The pale light casts a long dark shadow of Paul on the deck boards. Alan must be feeling better because he's standing beside Paul. The two of them are talking intently about something that they don't want anyone else to hear, because when I slide the patio door open, they cut off mid-conversation. I catch the tail end of it, though, and I'm not really sure how to process it. I need more context. As soon as I come up to the two of them, Alan excuses himself. I won't say that we don't get along, but to me, Alan has always felt like someone standing on the other side of the glass in an aquarium, watching us swim around. I asked Paul about what I had heard the two of them talking about. What did Alan mean when he said, "bodies piling up"? Paul casts one of his trademark smirks, when you just know that there's a whole ocean of things beneath his surface that you'll never see. Alan likes his metaphors. That's all he's willing to offer. Damn him. I'd hate Paul if I didn't love him, if you get my meaning. I offer him one of my cigarettes, but he declines and goes back inside. And I'm alone on the deck, looking out at the glassy reflection of the shallow lake a few hundred yards out. And I hear splashing. Try to focus, cut through the infinite shadows the moon is casting out. I go to light the cigarette when I freeze, hand trembling. Someone's standing in the water. I think. I can't tell exactly. Could be a small tree. Could be anything, but it isn't. It's a f***ing person. Standing in knee-high water that must be freezing at this point because I can see the breath spilling out of my mouth. It's coming out in small, quick gusts as my breathing picks up. From the way that this person is standing, I just know that they're staring at the cottage. Staring at me. And I'm glued there. The shadows swim across my vision, the silhouette of whatever it is in the water shifting with the breeze. A laugh from Cheryl. On her 6th drink now, I wager. Cuts through the air and I'm pulled out of the trance that I was in. And I look at the lake again. No one's there. I laugh to myself again. Who would do that? Stand out there? And I hear the sound of the door to the basement opening up. Someone's walking out onto the stone patio below the deck, and they stop right beneath my feet. Paul? No answer. Then I hear Brian's voice through the deckboard cracks. At least I think it's Brian. Cigarette? He asks. Is it him? It sounds like Brian, and yet it doesn't sound like Brian. His voice sounds strained. Sure, I say, and I start towards the stairs that leads off the deck. No! He shouts, and I'm startled by the intensity of it. 2 fingers shoot up through the deck boards beneath my feet, layers of dirt under the nails. They're like tongues as they clamp around the cigarette. I try to ignore my own hand shaking. What's wrong with me? Everything okay, Brian? I can't bring myself down to peer through the crack beneath the deck board. Why am I worried? It's only Brian. Right? No response. The hand draws away quickly, like it's being pulled. Brian? No answer. I take a deep breath, get down to my knees, and dare a look. There's no one there. First night, and I can't sleep. Stoveman and I ditched the tent idea. I didn't want to go inside. Not after what I saw on the lake. My eyes kept darting to the doorway. It's open to the hall. A sliding pocket door that's broken and won't come out. The hall is pitch black save for the faint orange glow from the nightlight that seeps in through the bottom corner of the doorframe. I think I'm dreaming when I first see the leg fucking tiptoe out, bending like a spider foot. And a man slides into place, like a dead body reversing to an upright stance. Straight as a fucking arrow. Completely covered in shadow. It came from the direction of DJ's room. It has to be Daryl. No other rooms are in that direction. And then it starts giggling. High-pitched laughs like a hysterical hyena. It's Daryl, but it is not Daryl. It's not Daryl, it's not Daryl, it's not Daryl, it's not Daryl, it's not Daryl. And I scream and I shoot my arm out to turn on the light when the not Daryl stops. Cut off like a power failure. His mouth is wide open, like it's splitting his whole face in half. And then it twitches. A spasm like a seizure and quickly moves back towards DJ's room. I'm up and I'm running and I'm screaming, rip straight for DJ's bedroom and crash through the closed door. Then the lights come on and everyone's yelling and hollering and Daryl's in the bed. He's in the bed under the covers, not in the hall. Not in the hall, but as soon as I tell Daryl that there's someone in the cottage, he's up and he's puffing all alpha-like. He takes the lead as we search the whole place, waking everyone up, checking every fucking dark corner that we can think of. Nothing. We all grouped together in the living room. Joanna asked me what the hell that was all about. What can I tell them? The truth? And when I explain every weird thing that I've seen since we got there, they all sit there with frightened looks and my stomach plummets again. I can feel the room getting colder. I'm not the only one with a story. And surprisingly, Paul is the first to speak. Guy's like a locked down 6-foot-tall presidential bunker when it comes to sharing. He looks at me and says that when they were all bringing their bags inside, he saw me standing outside on the deck. No, I fucking wasn't. I was getting the tents in the back seat of my car. Paul just nods his head. I walked out and no one was there. I couldn't make sense of it. Then I heard that you were yelling something and I saw you standing by your car. It's been a long few weeks and I'm pretty sleep deprived. I just chalked it up to that. I'm dumbstruck. I know I saw Stoveman on the deck. Everyone's quiet. I pretend along with everyone else that we don't hear branches breaking somewhere out in the black. And Cheryl speaks up next. Brian looks like a corpse beside her. She tells us all that before bed she went out onto the back porch to follow Brian, who had gone out for a smoke, and found him just standing there. Brian? No response. Cheryl starts towards him and that's when he's hunched over, started spewing out this long moan of a sob. Racked, strung up, and Brian starts bawling on the spot. I went over to hug him, threw my arms around him. My Brian, I'm sure of it. Because then she turned her head and saw Brian standing right here in the fucking living room, helping Stoveman light a fire. And then Cheryl screams. On the porch then, in the living room, now. We all hear the tap water turn on in the bathroom. And Joanna draws in a loud breath, as if she's been dunked into a lake of ice water. Because she's next to figure out that everyone is already right here in this room. So who the fuck turned on the water? And I'm up in a flash. My reflexes guide my hand to the light switch because I want as much light as possible. The light's already on.
and I plunged us into darkness. The bathroom light is the only thing that we see. And I can't fucking move. All of us are frozen to the spot. The water stops running. Then a figure creeps into view, bathed in shadow. Just the shadow in the door frame. And I take a breath. 2. And then it speaks. The words creak out of its mouth like the sound of a branch twisting in the wind. Kill you. No one says anything. I don't even breathe. And it throws back its head and screams, kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you. And it won't stop, it doesn't stop, stop! I finally managed to turn on the light, and of course there's nothing fucking there. Nothing. Cheryl's crying. Like a screaming cry. But we all saw it. We all fucking know. And take one look at each other, and in a hurry we group together and turn on every light in the cottage, room by room, never letting one out of sight until the whole place is lit up like an IKEA showroom. I'm sure I'm not the first to think of ditching right then and there. Fuck the clothes and food and sprint to the car. But after that creeping leg and the wide open mouth of that not Daryl cackling and whatever the fuck that was coming out of the bathroom, I don't want to put one foot outside in the black. Not a chance. I know I'm not the only one. But when I see Paul's face, his impossibly wide eyes tearing up. Motherfucking Paul, I could kill you with every object in the room crying and screaming because he had just seen Alan outside with his face pressed up against the window. And Alan had been laughing and stabbing himself in the eye, and everything inside him was sliding down the window, but Alan was sitting right beside him. And when Paul couldn't be consoled out of the fetal position as Alan held him and DJ were praying together and Bryce was hugging Cheryl and Stoveman was talking with Kelly, I just knew that we had to stay and wait the whole thing out. We couldn't leave. We had to stay and wait this whole thing out. And we couldn't leave and wait. What the fuck? Stoveman had been talking with Kelly. Kelly, no. No. No! I scream at everyone to freeze, and they all look at me, turn their heads at the same time. I tell them that I just saw Kelly, my Kelly. She was right there! And like an explosion, everyone is shooting out of their seats. We have to figure out how to get to the cars. They seem so far away. 100 meters might as well be a 1 million in the darkness. And we sprint. Daryl suggests that we all sprint as fast as we can down the driveway. 20 seconds, and we could all be in our cars and drive the hell out of here and never fucking talk about it again. Ever again. Tell no one. 20 seconds in the blackness. Even if we all had flashlights, the darkness would be. We wouldn't be able to see jack shit. But I don't care. None of us do. We don't want to spend another minute in the cottage. We have 4 headband flashlights and spread them out. We link arms in a circle, kumbaya. We are the world style like some massive circular starfish slithering against the bottom of the ocean. None of us will let go until we're in the cars. The circle is like this. Brian, Cheryl, me, Daryl, Stoveman, and Joanna. And then we're off. Every crunch of gravel under our feet, every exhale of breath makes me pucker up tighter than when I had to go over a hill in a car, momentarily airborne, and my stomach is doing somersaults. 20 seconds feels like an hour. I'm staring out at the black, walking backwards, face backwards towards the cottage. I don't want to look at it. I'm too afraid the front door will start to open and that fucking leg will start to creep out again. I
turn my head and reveal the sickly shapes of trees and the narrow beam of light coming out of my headlamp. They look like people. An eternity later, we reached the first car, Daryl's hatchback. We debated going in separate cars for about 2 seconds. I shove myself into the trunk and I'm the last to get in. DJ are up front. Daryl turns the key. Should have seen it coming. Should have never came outside. The car won't start. The goddamn car won't start. Goddamn start, and we're all yelling at Daryl to, what, fix it? Try again? Holy shit, we have to go back. I'm not going back. No way, no goddamn way, but then Daryl can't move. He's frozen in place. And we're all yelling at him and he doesn't move a muscle. And I'm the first to see why. The headlights are spraying out the front of the car. If the headlights work, why won't the car turn on? I can see the gravel. Weeds sticking out. Grass, woods, people. You can see people. All of us. Not in the car. Not in the car. Not in the car that we're all standing in the woods and we're all looking at each other. Why are we outside? We're in the car. We're in the car. We're in the car. We're in the car! I wake up. And we're all in the living room. The first shade of sunlight is creeping in through the window. Sweet, merciful light. I don't remember walking back from the car. Why can't I remember? DJ are wide awake, on the couch. Brian and Cheryl are sitting across from each other at the kitchen table. Neither speaks. Stoveman is stoking the last dying embers of the wood. 2 small pieces of black charcoal. Final corpses, each breathing out a final orange glow. Paul and Alan are at the table, saying nothing. Paul, Alan. And then it hits me like a fucking sledgehammer. Crushes my face in. 2 of them. 2 of them, 2 of them, 2 of them. Brian, Cheryl, me, Daryl, Stoveman, Joanna, Paul, Alan. Where the fuck were they? They never came with us. Never. They weren't there. No way we fit 8 in the hatchback. Now they're sitting at the kitchen table, looking at each other. Were they always there? When did... Fuck. No way we fit 8. No goddamn way. Of course the cars worked in the morning. We open up a call between us and remain in constant contact till we've all gone far enough that I can breathe again. That we can all breathe again, and that the sun is over our heads. And we drive for hours. We must have been driving all day when we finally stop. And when we all get out, we realize it then and there. Paul and Alan never came with us. I don't know how we missed it. They were just gone. You know the rest. The searches, the interviews, the interrogations, military police, investigators. No. I never went back. I'm never going back. Because when we drove out of that place, I felt a force tug at me that I hadn't felt since the last time that I saw my wife. The ocean. I felt that terrifying current pull at me when we drove away from the cottage. Exactly like the day that Kelly was ripped away from me and no one ever saw her again. I'll never go back. I'll never go back to that cottage.
went to visit my dad not too long ago. We have a pretty good relationship. We just don't talk all that much. His health has started to decline. He was a little wistful. We're just each having a beer and not saying too much when he says that he has something that he needs to tell me. You're old enough, you might as well know. I didn't know what he was talking about, so I asked him. You remember that time that I got home from work? And I was real upset and I wouldn't tell you what happened. I did remember. It wasn't something that I would ever forget. See, he wasn't just upset. He was scared of something. I had never seen my dad scared in my life until then. He was the kind of guy whose bar fights are town legend. And I also remember he told me to never ask him about it, so I never did. What he told me disturbed me profoundly. And I've been bothered about it ever since. So I hope writing it out will help me deal. So, first a little background. The first incident. When I was really young, like 4 or 5, my dad and I lived in a cheap apartment building on the ground floor. And I don't remember much about it. I know I didn't like it there. The kids weren't nice to play with. They would just steal my toys. And it was like a grimy area. But we had been having some tough times and it was all he could afford. Probably what I remember most about the place was how I would get woken up from sleep every once in a while by these flashing lights. I don't remember being too worried about it at first. I just assumed there was lots of fighting in the area. I mean, hell, I was only 5. I didn't know jack about meteorology. And so one night, my dad had my uncle and his wife over for a crab leg dinner. I remember it distinctly because it was the first time that I'd ever eaten crab. And while they were talking, I just casually mentioned the lightning last night, and Dad said, "There wasn't no lightning last night." I thought he was just clowning around, and so I laughed and I told him that the flashing lights woke me up. And then he and my uncle got serious. And that freaked me out. Because they were always silly when they got together. They asked me more questions about the lights, nothing that I can recall exactly. But they decided that I was probably seeing headlights from cars driving by, ones that were just shining through the curtains. And I guess I believed them. But after that, I'd always gotten nervous when the flashing lights would wake me up. Because I knew it wasn't lightning anymore. A few times I called my dad when it happened, but when he'd get to my room, there was nothing to see. And he started telling me that it was all in my head. We moved down to that apartment after a year or so when Dad's handyman business picked up. And then the flashing stopped when we left. So I came to believe that it was a combination of passing cars and my imagination. It wasn't something that I ever gave much thought to again. Until recently. The second incident. One time I was helping my dad out on a job. This was a bigger job, kind of rebuilding a whole house, so he had a few other guys working with us. Some of them I knew and some I'd never seen before. I was used to it. It's what he always did on bigger jobs. I was sitting on my own, eating my lunch and listening to my CD Walkman. Dad generally didn't eat lunch. He'd just get too into the work. So he was still busy on site. And suddenly I noticed a guy walking towards me from the general direction of the site. I don't remember seeing this guy before, but he was making a beeline straight towards me. He was this oldish guy. His head was shaved, and he was wearing a Ramones t-shirt. He sat down beside me, way too close, and didn't say a word. And so I took off my headphones because I didn't want to be rude, and I said, "Hi." He told me that my dad was looking for me and that I should get heading back as soon as I finished my sandwich. That was the plan anyway, but I said that I was fine.
And to make things less awkward, I said that I liked the Ramones. He didn't seem to even know who they were. After sitting with me for a few more moments longer while I ate my sandwich uncomfortably, he got up and started walking away. I was relieved, and so I started to put the headphones back on when he stopped suddenly. And I don't know why, but it freaked me out. And I froze. He turned around and fixed with the most hateful stare I'd ever seen. I didn't know what it felt like to be hated until then. It was like he wanted me dead. And I remember thinking what I should do when he attacks me. But he didn't attack me. He just shouted,
Someone's been sleeping in her bed and I don't like it!
And then he walked off, leaving me puzzled and terrified. It was probably 85 degrees out, but I was shivering. I put the rest of my sandwich away and went back to work. I asked my dad who that guy was later, and he said that he had no idea who I was talking about. And so I described the guy, and Dad said nobody like that ever worked on the site. At the time, I figured it was just some weird drunk, but now it has a whole new meaning. Things I didn't catch before stand out. Like my sandwich still being in my box when the guy talked to me. How did he know what I brought for lunch? Dad's story. When I was 15, Dad was called out on a job at some house that was way on the other side of the bay. In the town that I grew up in, you only have two sides. One side of the bay has the beaches and the mall, and the other side has downtown and lots of wood. The old apartment was on the beachy side. The house that he called to was a quarter of the way to the next town on the woodsy side. And so he showed up in the van with all of his tools. The front yard is really overgrown. No vehicles in the driveway except a rusting husk of what used to be a 70s model Chevy. The house was in pretty bad shape, but he went up to the front door, and before he could knock, he saw a note telling him to come right in and they'd be back soon. He didn't like going into someone's house without them there because he didn't want to be accused of anything. But he'd driven far, so he went ahead. He got to work on repairing some wood rot around the wooden frames, and he'd been there for nearly an hour when he thought that he heard someone. And he went to check, and there was no car in the driveway except for his van. "Hello?" he called. And he heard what sounded like a door slam. Now, Dad was not the kind of guy to get nervous. He was a local legend for his bar fights, but he told me that he was starting to get creeped out. And that just pissed him off. So he started stomping around the house, and he saw the back door was wide open leading into the overgrown backyard. He wondered if maybe it was just the wind moving the door. And so he closed it and was going to go in and get back to work when he decided that he just wanted to look over the place, just in case. And he looks around downstairs. There's nothing much to see. The house is in pretty bad shape, but it's furnished. The place is kept fairly clean and tidy. The electricity still works and someone's definitely living there, just not able to keep the place up. He's pretty much satisfied his concerns, but he goes downstairs to look around anyway. Upstairs is pretty much the same as downstairs, clean and tidy and just in need of repairs. Some things just don't feel right about the place to him. Dad's never been much of a intuitive kind of guy, so those must be some pretty bad vibes. The last room at the end of the upstairs hall is closed. It's the only door that was closed. It's jammed in the frame somehow, but he gets it open. It's just a bedroom, all painted yellow and yellow furniture. He spots some wood rot around the wooden frames upstairs too. He was told that there'd only be 3 windows to do, and this one made 4. But he decides to check it out. And when he does, the sill just lifts right off and there are papers and things stuffed between the walls. Now, he's seen it all and it didn't surprise him. And so he pulls the papers out because he plans to go ahead and do the window too, because, he's like that. He wouldn't ask for more money. He just wanted to get the whole job done. And when he pulls the papers out, he sees that it's mostly photographs. Dad's big on privacy. He just happened to see the photographs and he knew that what he was looking at was something bad. He started flipping through them, and they were all pretty much the same. The back of each picture was dated, but every one of them was a picture of a little boy sleeping. Dad recognized me and that ground floor bedroom right away. He remembered my stories about the flashing lights. It hadn't been in my head at all. Someone had been taking pictures of me sleeping for almost a year. He told me that there weren't any pictures of other boys either. Whoever took the photos was only taking pictures of me. Now, he called the police, of course. The listed owner for the house was an elderly couple living in Vancouver. They used the summer in the home, but just hadn't gotten around to it in years. They didn't even notice that they were still paying the electric bill. They had no idea about the pictures or hiring my dad. It was a dead end. Now, I had so many questions after he told me this. For one, why would someone who was so far away from our apartment, which was a 30-minute drive, do so at night to just take pictures of me? How did they even know me? How did they fixate on one apartment or one kid? And why call my dad out to find the stash of pictures after a decade of leaving us alone? Dad actually had an answer for one of those questions. In a way, I find this creepier. Turns out he went out to the wrong address. He wrote it down wrong. When police checked his answering machine tape for clues, he was actually called to a much closer home by a completely innocent man. He stumbled on this house and the stash of pictures completely by random and a misunderstanding. So then, who left the note on the front door? So, I got a little really insightful comments and questions from the last post that I made. You guys saw things from perspectives that I didn't think of and got me thinking. There are things that I really need to know. So, here's an update on what I was able to learn in the last few days. I feel more confused than I did before. Maybe you'll be able to see more into it than I do. So, first I tried talking to my dad, but he wasn't in the mood. He shut it right down. I pressed him a little on the flashing lights and he told me that I should ask my Uncle Matt. And so I did. Uncle Matt and Dad got along really good. Not just good, great. Never seen them fight in my life, but they're very different. Matt's easygoing, jokey, always has a kind word for everyone. And that's why I was shocked when he actually got mad. He told me to never ask him about it again and to just leave him alone. Now, that would have been the end of it right there. But my bi-weekly phone call to my mom was due and I didn't really have anything else to talk to her about. So I told her what Dad told me, what I remembered, and what happened with Uncle Matt.
What the hell were you thinking?
She scolded, pretty typical of her.
He still feels that it was his fault.
And the hushed way that she said it, like someone might overhear, had chilled me. I didn't even know what she was talking about. There were some odd things in my family that I kind of knew, but no one really talked about. So this is the version that my mom gave me. My dad and Uncle Matt had a younger sister named Flora. I never knew her as Aunt Flora because she was gone before I was born. When Flora was 8 or 9, weird things started happening to her. My dad had only talked about it when he had been drinking gin, Mom said. Gin made him brood. She used to hide his gin because it had freaked her out when he used to talk about these things. Like this one time, my dad woke her up because he heard noises in the kitchen. He came out to see what was up, and Flora was making a peanut butter and sugar sandwich in the middle of the night. He asked her what she was doing because if their mom caught her in the kitchen at that hour, then it'd be both of their butts. Flora told him that she had to make a sandwich and a picture for Mr. Chaudfroy. Mom said Dad would shudder when he said that part of the story. His voice got real low when he'd say the name. And so my dad got mad at Flora because he thought that she was being dumb or half dreaming. And then she showed him the picture that she drew. It was a drawing of a boy sleeping with Matt written above it. My dad, being the oldest child, was very protective of Matt and Flora. He immediately felt like something was wrong here. He took the picture and he tore it up. And he told Flora that she had to get back to bed right now. And she told him that Mr. Godfroy would be mad because she promised him. Dad asked her who this person was and what he looked like because he meant to tell their mom. She said that she didn't know what he looked like, but he had talked to her from the drain in the bathroom sink. He told her all sorts of things, and she'd been talking to him every night for a month. And at that point, my mom said that she didn't want to talk about it anymore. It was giving her the willies. She didn't even like saying the name. Mom was always kind of superstitious about things, like she would be afraid to say the names of certain diseases. She'd never say cancer as if saying it caused it. She said just saying the name Godfroy made her feel like she was being watched. But I asked her more questions and she kept going. She said that my dad didn't believe Flora. She must have been dreaming or imagining the whole thing. He took the sandwich and ate it himself after sending Flora back to bed so his mom wouldn't find out. He remembered the sandwich well because peanut butter and sugar was not something that they ever made in the household. He had no idea where she had heard of it. And so he had forgotten all about what happened for a few days or weeks. Until one night he woke up to pee and he could hear funny noises as he got near the bathroom. The light wasn't on, but Flora was in there alone. And so he stopped outside the door to listen. She was whispering this whole conversation in there. He figured that she was half asleep and didn't know what she was doing. And he went into the bathroom to get her. And then he heard it himself. There was this voice coming from the drain. Mom said that he would get a distant look when he talked about this and just sit the gin down, like he couldn't drink anymore. And my dad could always drink more. The voice he heard sounded cold and metallic, probably from coming through the pipes, he figured, but it scared the crap out of him. What it was actually saying was even worse. Mom said that he tried to imitate the metallic voice, saying,
"Come outside, Flora. Come on outside. No one has to sleep out here."
Flora whispered into the sink that she couldn't, because her brother might catch her. And then the strange voice told her,
"He never should have eaten my sandwich."
Hearing it made my dad's hairs stand on end. My mom said that it was the most scared that he'd ever been. Not one to freeze, my dad pulled Flora out of the bathroom and slammed the door. He warned her to never talk to Mr. Godfroy again because he was bad. He ended up telling my mom, and they found that some of the pipes had been messed with under the house. They also found some drawings of my dad and Uncle Matt sleeping. They were all burned right away, and his mom forbade them from talking about it. They didn't handle scandals like that too well at the time. But my dad saw some of the drawings before they were burned. And they definitely weren't drawn by Flora. I had never heard anything about any of this before. Dad and Uncle Matt almost never talked about Flora anyway, and when they did, it was always cryptic. I didn't know what this had to do with me, but my hand was shaking holding the phone. I thought that she was done, but she said that that was just the beginning. My mom usually gets tired of talking after about 10 minutes or so, and so I was surprised. Maybe she needed to get it out of her system. She said that after that, Flora used to complain about flashing lights in her bedroom. Everyone just figured that she was seeing the light from the lighthouse because it was still active back then. She complained about it for nearly 2 years, saying that she had trouble sleeping. Her mom got sick of it and put thicker curtains on the bedroom, and she kept complaining. They ended up getting her a sleeping mask, and problem solved. Not long after this, Dad, Matt, and Flora went to a friend's house to hang out, because he had gotten a record player and his parents would get him any records that he wanted. And so they would all listen to music together. She had left to go home before Dad and Matt did, but she never made it home. And they never found her body. In theory, she could still be alive, but nobody really believes that. Mom thinks Dad and Uncle Matt always felt personally responsible for it, because if they had just left with her, then maybe she might still be alive. My mom figures that that's why the flashing lights thing upsets Dad and Uncle Matt so much. And I guess I was opening old wounds by asking about it. Now, at the time, I found it really spooky that the same thing would happen to both me and Flora. And also upsetting that it wasn't taken more seriously when it happened to me. I also felt really bad about hurting Uncle Matt. I visited him the next day to apologize, and I told him that my mom explained everything and I really had no idea. And he wasn't mad anymore. Actually, he apologized to me too, because he said that I deserved to know. This is what Uncle Matt said. He said there was a little bit more to it than what my mom had described. A week before she disappeared, Flora had started complaining about the flashing lights again. They figured either she was forgetting to put on her mask or maybe it was all in her head the whole time. Then a day or two before she disappeared, he couldn't remember. She woke up and the mask was gone. She couldn't find it anywhere. They figured that she didn't want to wear it anymore. But now he wasn't so sure. Another weird thing around the same time was that they found footprints in the snow outside the house. It had snowed almost 3 feet overnight. These footprints led from the woods behind the house and went straight to Flora's window. The thing Uncle Matt said had creeped him out the most was that the footprints at the window didn't face into the woods. They faced back towards the woods where there was nothing but trees. For the footprints to not have been covered in by the snow, someone had to have walked to Flora's bedroom window sometime after midnight and stood there staring into the woods in a blizzard. Strangely, he said that they never really worried about it much. Everyone knew everyone there. It just stands out in hindsight. And so the day that she disappeared, they got a call from Timmy Jean, the boy with the records, telling them that he got a new one. Uncle Matt said that Timmy was an only child. He thought that the records were how Timmy's parents got him off their hands and how he made some friends. So he was normally really excited when he got a record to share. This day he sounded flat, almost emotionless. Matt had to ask if he was even speaking to Timmy, and the whole time, Uncle Matt felt like someone was listening in. He could hear a sound in the background that wasn't quite breathing. It was like someone saying, "yeah," really softly. Around this time where my dad and Uncle Matt grew up, the phone lines were all what they called party lines. Each phone's home would have a different ring so they knew who should answer. But anyone could answer or listen in on anyone else's phone call. So having someone else on the line wasn't unheard of, just impolite. And so they went to Timmy's, but when they arrived, Timmy said that he didn't call them and that he didn't have a new album. Uncle Matt and Dad had decided to hang out with Timmy and listen to some of the old albums anyway, but Flora was really disappointed and wanted to go home. And so she left alone. He remembered thinking that it was too bad that she left because they found her sleep mask in Timmy's room. And Uncle Matt said that that was the last time that they ever saw her. He was trying hard not to tear up. He said that he remembered it like it was yesterday. Her little brown shoes, bows in her hair, and, he said, the oversized Ramones t-shirt that they found during a trip to the city. It was her favorite band. I felt an awful pit in my stomach when he said that. I don't think that I'd ever mentioned the detail about the Ramones t-shirt before. Not that Uncle Matt would pull my leg or something like this. I guess it could have been a coincidence. A lot of people like the Ramones. But I've never felt so unsettled in all of my life. I told him about the guy in the Ramones t-shirt and he told me to just drop it because it was a long time ago. And that was all he had to say. There's a lot of what Uncle Matt said that I find strange. Like how unconcerned it seemed that Timmy hadn't made the phone call. Or even the sleep mask. I'm visiting my dad tomorrow for Thanksgiving. I'm going to bring 2 bottles of gin. Have a happy Thanksgiving. I'll let you know if I find anything else out. Or if I don't. So, I just want to thank everyone again for your interest in my personal journey and for sharing your views. I might have walked away from it by now if it weren't for your support. Because the more that I learn, the less that I seem to understand. But I did learn more from my dad over Thanksgiving. I had to mull it over for a few days, and now that I have, I feel comfortable sharing it. When I first unloaded the bottles of gin, Dad looked at me like I was setting a trap, and in a way, I guessed that I was. I wonder if he knew what I was up to. I know at least that he hadn't talked to Mom because they still hate each other. But Dad's a man's man and doesn't turn down a drink. I kept waiting for the opportunity to start asking questions, but it never felt right. Turns out that I didn't have to. Dad asked me if Uncle Matt talked, and I told him that he had, but there was a lot more that didn't make sense to me. Get used to it, was his answer. I was starting to get upset from the secrecy. We'd always been a family of street talkers, or that's how we thought of ourselves. I didn't see why this was suddenly so changing. And so I asked him why he wasn't alarmed by the flashing lights in my room when the same thing happened to his little sister, or why he didn't immediately think that I was in danger when he found those pictures of me. Why didn't he do anything? And he told me that he did more than I'll ever know, that I was the typical of my video game generation, and to go ahead and have another drink, 'cause it's Thanksgiving. And I did, but I wasn't really feeling thankful. And after sitting in silence for a while, which is pretty typical for us actually, he said, "Never liked that little rat." I just waited for him to elaborate. Dad talks at his own pace, you see. "Timmy Jean, he said. I hadn't expected him to say anything about Timmy. He was about as peripheral to what had happened as I could imagine. But Dad had a lot to say about him. Dad said Timmy wasn't really a bad kid. He was just strange and pale and weak. Most other kids didn't like him. His parents didn't seem to like him either. Even the kids who did like him didn't really like him. The general opinion was that Timmy's parents were always gone, although it was hard to tell whether they were home or not. They kept to themselves. Rumors went around that they were brother and sister. One thing was certain was that they had inherited money. And unlike anyone else, they didn't keep any livestock. They just bought everything from a general store for Timmy and disappeared. Dad said that today it'd be called neglect, but people watched out for each other back then. One thing that always struck Dad as peculiar was that when they wanted Timmy to do something other than listen to records, like go play kick the can, he'd say that he was going to have to ask his parents. And none of them had ever seen or heard his parents in the house, so they were surprised. But Timmy would go into one room, close the door behind him, and then they hear talking to someone in there. He'd come out and tell them that he had to stay put. And this happened a few times, he said. Not that they invited Timmy Jean out all that much. Another thing that they didn't like about Timmy was that he'd do these strange things. Sometimes he seemed pretty normal, and then he'd change just like that. This one time they were listening to some new record that he had, and he turned it off and told them that he learned a song and dance. Dad wasn't interested, thinking that it would be childish, but Flora and Matt wanted to see. Timmy started walking backwards in a circle, shaking like he was freezing and making shrieking sounds. It was annoying the hell out of Dad, and so he told Timmy to cut it out, but Timmy kept doing it. Dad had never seen Timmy show any emotion other than excitement over his records. And when he was doing this dance, he looked downright hateful. Flora started crying, and Matt looked pretty scared too. Dad never had patience for stupidity.
He grabbed Timmy by the shoulders, and he said that he remembered how Timmy felt. His skin was cold and jelly-like, and he could feel his small shoulder bones like they weren't covered at all. He shook Timmy until he stopped and he was back to normal. And then Timmy started playing the record again like nothing had happened. Dad said that they left because Flora was too upset. And it was after that that Dad said that he went to get Timmy for something. He couldn't remember what, and Timmy wasn't home. And that was weird in and itself. But Dad went inside to look for him just in case. And he couldn't find him. So he decided that he would just ask Timmy's parents where Timmy was gone. And so he opened the door that Timmy always went into. The room was kept really dark. They could never see anything from when Timmy slipped in. And now he knew why. It wasn't a bedroom at all. It was a closet. There was a cushion pin thrown on the floor, some breadcrumbs, and a piece of paper. Dad said that he had seen enough, and so he closed the door and he got out and never went back to Timmy's again. Because when Timmy would go in that room, they wouldn't hear just Timmy talking. They would hear someone else talking to him. Now, I had already drank more gin than I should have, but that still sent shivers through me. But I thought of something. And so I asked Dad if this happened after Flora disappeared, and he said no. So I said, how was it that he was at Timmy's the day that Flora disappeared? Uncle Matt doesn't always remember things right, he said as he gave me a stern stare when he said this, like it was something that I should keep in mind to the end of my days. I know Dad's looks very well. This is about Uncle Matt. He said that Matt came up to him the day that they had gotten a call from Timmy to come over and listen to the new record. He heard the call come in, and that was nothing strange. But he never went with them to Timmy's. He went to the general store to pick up a present for Betty Coffin, a girl that he fancied, and Matt and Flora went to Timmy's by themselves. When he was at the general store, he remembered being surprised to see Timmy in there just picking up some food with a big wad of bills. He had never seen that much money in one place in his whole life, so he wasn't likely to forget. And he told Timmy hello, but Timmy just paid for the food and walked out with his food and bills. And Flora never came home from Timmy's that day. And that's all I know about it, he said. I told him that Uncle Matt said that he was listening to music with him and Timmy when Flora left on her own. Who was he listening to music with then? It wasn't Timmy, was all Dad said. It was so eerily matter-of-fact. I took another shot of gin right there. I hope that it stopped me from shaking. And when I looked at Dad, he was staring down, with a sad resignation that I'd never seen in him before. My dad could drink me under the table 10 times over. So after that last shot, he had to put me to bed on his couch. And that was the end of our talk. Lying there on the couch, I suddenly remembered something from way back when my family would go down to the beach. We'd all sit around the fire. The adults would drink and tell stories about growing up in that hamlet. And then the kids would roast marshmallows and shiver listening to the stories. There were true stories and ghost stories all mixed in. These were the only occasions where I'd ever hear them talk about Flora before. And after what my dad said, I remembered a story that Uncle Matt told. He said that he and Flora would go for these long walks in the woods together. My dad used to go with them since he was expected to watch them. But once he hit his teenage years, he got more interested in girls than babysitting. They decided to go back into the woods behind Hyman's general store. And there are no trails or anything. They just picked a spot and went into the woods. You can go back for miles and miles just into pure woods. It's all national parklands today. Normally, they'd walk about 30 minutes or an hour, and Dad would have them walk parallel to the edge of the woods. But without Dad, they just kept going in deeper. They'd been walking into the woods for well over an hour, or at least he thinks that it was. Flora wanted to turn back by this time, but Matt wanted to keep going deeper. She followed him because she was scared to go off alone. But she got upset and said that she was going back on her own. He told her that that was fine and not to get lost. Uncle Matt said that she wasn't gone 30 seconds when he felt her tugging at his arm.
He got mad because he thought that she was bugging him to go with her again. But when he looked, she was pointing at something behind him. He said really seriously that he'd never forgotten how wide and scared her eyes were. He had turned and saw a man standing out in the woods. And it scared him too. The man didn't really look scary, it was just a man. But there was no reason for anyone to be out so far in the woods. They shouldn't have been there. The man had his back to them, looking deeper into the woods. He wasn't moving at all. They crouched down as quietly as they could and watched him. But he didn't do anything but stand there. Matt said that he didn't like this one bit. He felt that there was something really wrong about what was going on. And so he took Flora by the hand, something that he never did. And they walked away, making little sound as possible. He kept glancing behind his shoulder as they walked, and after a few minutes, he was satisfied that they were well away from the man. He was long out of sight and probably hearing range. And after a few more minutes of walking, Matt heard a thudding sound. Flora had squeezed his hand tighter, so he knew that she had heard it too. But they didn't say anything to each other. They were too scared. Then the thudding kept getting louder and louder. And then he heard this scream at the top of someone's lungs like he'd been hurt. And Matt looked back and saw the man that they'd seen earlier running at them full speed through the woods, screaming the whole time, no words. Matt said that he and Flora were so scared that they couldn't even run. They backed up against a tree and crouched down. Matt thought that the man was going to kill them or hurt them, and he didn't know what to do about it. When the man caught up to them, he stopped short only a few feet away. And then he took a deep breath and shouted in their faces, "Get out!" And they were too scared to move, so the man just kept shouting at them, "Get out! Get out!" And finally, Matt tugged at Flora, and then they ran and ran back the way that they came. When they were almost out, they heard Dad calling for them somewhere back in the woods. They were about to go running back to Dad so that way he could protect them. But then they saw him at the tree line and ran to him. He took them home, and that was that. He said that they never told their mom because they figured that they were just trespassing. And after Uncle Matt finished his story, everyone was quiet for a good long time. The story seemed to bother Dad more than anyone else. And I remember being physically upset by it just because it bothered Dad. And then Dad said that he remembered that when he first came to get them, he couldn't find them. He figured that they had gone home, but he couldn't find them at home either. So he looked in the general store and down at the fishing wharf, but they weren't there either. So he went back to the woods, and just as he got there, he saw them running out of the woods screaming and crying. He asked them what was going on, thinking that they had seen a bear or something and that they just kept bawling. So he brought them home and questioned them to get the whole story. He said that he never told Uncle Matt at the time, but he saw them coming out of the woods as soon as he got there. He had never called out for them. I don't know why I suddenly remembered that story. It's just another weird thing that happened to my family. Just an hour away from where Dad grew up in the nearest bigger town, there's this huge sanatorium up on a hill, looking over the whole town. The guy in the woods could have just been some guy who got out of there and they had the misfortune of startling him. Could be completely unrelated to everything else. So that gave me a lot to think about. I don't feel any more secure or confident after what Dad told me. If anything, I'm more confused and unsettled than ever. The last several days have been a strange ride, but I know that there's no way that I can let it go now. I'll try to find out more, and I'll continue to share what I can. I managed to find out more about Timmy. I had to hit up a few people that I haven't spoken to in a long time or barely know at all, but eventually I hit a few relatives who knew more than I ever expected to find out. Now, before I share what I learned about Timmy, I've been asked in the comments how I can keep such a level head while I keep uncovering these weird incidents. I guess because it's distant. I shake and I shiver and I feel dread when I'm hearing about or remembering these events. But it's still way back there. Even my dad finding the pictures in the house happened years ago. And that's been changing lately. Little things have been happening that have been making me uneasy. For one, my mom has called me twice since Thanksgiving. I know this isn't overtly creepy, but we normally only talk about once every 2 weeks. And on top of that, she hasn't been herself. She's been trailing off, going silent for long periods, and sometimes it's like there's an echo when she speaks. And I start wondering if someone's tapping into our conversations, like with a baby monitor or something else. And she has been saying some strange things. For instance, after being quiet for a while, she said, "It's lonely down here." I asked her what she meant by down here, since she didn't live any further south than me. She just said in a tone so flat that she could have been reading it. "You should come. It's wonderful down below." She changed the subject right after and seemed normal after that. My first instinct was to worry that she was depressed or something. But I don't know. The last thing that she said was, if I hear anything strange about her, to not believe it. I've also been receiving other phone calls. They started a little before Thanksgiving. First call was an instant hang-up. And then the next time was just silence. And each time after that, I'd hear sounds like cars going by, walking, wind blowing, the kind of sounds that you hear from a butt call. But they were distorted, almost like someone was imitating the sounds with their mouth. Last night it changed. There was a voice. The voice had a tiny metallic tone and the same echo as when Mom had called. The combination made the voice sound inhuman and evil. The words weren't sinister at all, but the way that they were said made me feel like I was in danger for the first time since I started this investigation. The first time, all he said was, "I'm on my way." I tried to say wrong number back, but whoever it was had already hung up. And I got a call a little while later, and the same voice said, "I'll be there soon." And this time he didn't hang up right away. So I said that he had the wrong number, and a moment after this, he hung up. On the third call, he said, "I see your house." And again, he hung up immediately. And I kept waiting for another call any minute, but after a few hours, I relaxed. I figured that it really was the wrong number, and they figured it out. I mean, given the last 2 weeks. I have every reason to be a little jumpy. I got about halfway through an episode of Gotham on DVR before the phone rang again. I don't say anything immediately. Neither does he. And after a minute or so, he says, "I'm right outside." And as soon as he said that, I heard a noise at the front door. I don't know if I've ever been so scared before. Now, I don't have any firearms, but I do have a machete. So I grabbed it and I went to the front door. I opened it ready for the hateful face from the building site, or worse. But my dad was there. He asked me what the machete was for, and I asked him what brought him out to my house so late. It's a long enough drive, and my dad rarely visits anyway. And he got pretty irritated about that. He opened his flip phone, and showed me a text apparently from me. And in the text, I asked him to come out immediately. It's an emergency. I told Dad that I didn't send him that text. I didn't send him any text. I've never lied to my dad before, and that carries weight. And he believed me. Now, to be honest though, I was glad that he was there just at that moment. We had a drink together, and he said that he was going to get back home. And I asked him a few questions about Timmy before he left. He didn't much want to talk about it, but I'll add what he told me into the account of what I had learned. After Flora disappeared, Dad and Matt were expressly forbidden to have anything to do with Timmy. For Dad, that suited him just fine. Dad nevertheless told Mom that Timmy couldn't have been responsible since he had just seen him at Hyman's General Store. His mom said that there had always been something wrong with that boy and that she felt if Flora hadn't gone to his home that day that she would still be alive. And while Dad and Matt had hoped that she was still alive, their mom never really believed that she was. She said that she saw a dove fly into the house the day after Flora died, but when she chased after it, she couldn't find it anywhere. Dad said that it was just grief and that these kind of supernatural beliefs were common then. And I tend to agree. Timmy made no efforts to reach out to Dad or Matt either. He started keeping to himself after Flora disappeared. They'd sometimes see him by himself at Hyman's, buying lots of food, way more than one boy should require. And they never talked. Suspicions about Timmy and concerns about his missing parents grew. The police had looked around Timmy's house a little, since it was where Flora was last seen, and found nothing. But now, they were asked to search the house. They wouldn't say what was wrong or what they found in there. The rumor was that Timmy's parents hadn't been in there for a long time, and that the police had come out of the house pale and upset. Small towns always have rumors. Hard to say if they're true or false. Timmy was placed with some distant relatives in a larger town an hour away. They said that he was strange and that they didn't like him. He was always up and walking around at night. Sometimes he'd step over the vents in the floor and just stare into them. After he'd been there for a bit, they started to hear him talking to himself in the middle of the night. They would come up to him to see what he was doing, and there would be no one else around. And they started watching him. They noticed that he only did this when he was standing over the air vents. They even found him crouching down over one once. This girl, a third cousin of his, said that it still creeped her out, because she knows that she heard someone answering him one time. Those vents couldn't have been more than 1.5 feet wide, she said, but she had heard a man's voice coming up through the air. She couldn't make out what was being said, but she heard laughter and it made her run and hide under her covers. She said that she thinks that this part might have been a dream, but she always swore that she saw a finger poking up from the vent. She told her parents, and they said that she needed to stop making up stories and that he'd been through a lot. Her sister said that sometimes Timmy would walk out to the woods and just stand there, staring into them. They asked him why he did that, and he said that he was waiting to be taken. He went further into the woods when she tried to talk to him more. And one time, the same girl said that she heard him talking to the air vents like usual. She was tired and he was upsetting her, so she went to get her parents and have him sent to bed. And on her way, she noticed that Timmy was still sound asleep in the room. The talking had to be coming up from the vent all on its own. They said that Timmy would sometimes steal food from the house and take it out into the woods. And when he was caught, he said that he had a treehouse, but they never saw if it had existed. They'd sometimes wake up and find him staring at them in the middle of the night. And so they had to start locking their doors. They would whine to their parents to send him away all the time, but they were careful not to do it when Timmy was around because, despite everything, they didn't want to be mean. One time, he had asked them why they wanted him sent away. They couldn't figure out how he had heard. He was living with them for nearly 6 months when something had happened that changed him. They didn't know what it was, but he stopped all of the weird behavior all at once. He wouldn't talk to anyone. He hardly ate. And then one day he just ran away. He'd been a missing person ever since. His parents never turned up to look for him. There was no evidence either way, and so the case went nowhere. They also said that years later, when his house burned down, pictures of the fire appeared in a local newspaper. People talked about it for weeks because in the picture, the smoke looked just like the devil. Horns and everything. They tried to find the newspaper in their closets, but neither of them could find it. I include that part not because I believe in a horned devil that manifests itself in smoke patterns. I just think that it's interesting that his cousins thought that it was so creepy that the devil would be in these smoke particles coming out from a burning house. And that's what I know about Timmy. He hasn't been seen or heard from since. From all I can find out. Same for his parents. Where his home was is just a lush field of rhododendrons. One last thing. After Dad left last night, I noticed my mailbox lid was up. I knew that I had closed it earlier when I checked the mail, so I looked inside and I found an envelope with a Polaroid photo inside. An old one, too. It was of me, Mom, and Dad all together at the park. This park is actually the same place where Dad grew up. The houses were mostly gone, and Hyman's General Store is still there as a museum. I had to be only 4 or 5 in the picture. And I don't even remember Mom going to that park with us. I wondered if Dad had found it and stuck it in my mailbox. But Dad wouldn't bother to bring it to me if he had found it. He would see the value in it. And I kept looking at it, wondering what it was doing there. It took me a surprisingly long time to see it. In the background, in the thick Gensen grass, there was a man crouched down and watching us. He was barely visible. I couldn't discern his face or any expression in his eyes. I just had a vague but real feeling that he meant to do us harm. I don't want to be too alarmist. The strange things happening to me may all have innocent explanations and I'm just jumpy. And I still want to get to the bottom of things. My investigation hit a bit of a dead end, but I'll keep you all posted. Confessions. Again, I have to thank you all for your input. I realize I've been stupid and glib. I've always been passive and I don't like to get too excited about things. Thinking about it, maybe it all goes back to when I'd freak out over those flashing lights. My dad would tell me that it was all in my head. He downplayed everything, so now I just kind of do the same. But still, it's my character flaw, not his. I have to take responsibility. So I went ahead and I called in a wellness check on my mom. And I went ahead and called the police about the photograph and the strange text. I called Dad over, and since I knew that he'd want to see the photo. And this is where things got perplexing. The police officer who responded seemed to know Dad pretty well. He was an older man, about Dad's age, maybe a little bit older. I've never met him before. Dad introduced him as Kirby and said that they used to live a few houses down from each other, back where they grew up. Kirby did most of what I expected from a police officer. He looked at the photograph and he checked the text. He took my statement. He decided to hold on to the photograph just in case. But he said that it wasn't likely there was anything that the police could do about it. Once he was done with me, he gestured for my dad to come outside with him for a talk. I don't think that he realized that I saw. Dad told me to wait inside and that he'd be back in a moment. There have just been so many secrets lately, and so I listened through the door. "They know about anything yet?" Kirby asked. If Dad answered, I couldn't hear it. "That's where this is, isn't it?" "Sure looks like it." Again, no audible answer. "What we did back then," he was saying, but then Dad interrupted him to say, "It was a long time ago. This isn't just some dumb prank." "Quit being stubborn and stupid, Francis," he said. Nobody ever called my dad Francis. It was always Frank or Frankie. Calling him Francis was a good way to break your jaw. So was calling him stupid. But Dad didn't say anything back. What the hell could this mean? "Smarten up. We did the right thing anyhow. You know it." "Says you. Says me too. Someone might not agree." Anyway. Watch yourself, Francis. Kirby got in the car and left right after that. Assuming he, in the first question, was me, I could say that I don't know anything about what they were saying. I asked Dad when he came back in, and he didn't get mad. He said that it was just something that happened a long time ago and to mind my own business. I told him that this had become my business. I reminded him that he told me about the pictures that he found in the old house because he thought that I was old enough to hear it now. And he said, "I guess I was wrong." And that was that. I tried calling Mom to see if she had any insight, but there was no answer. Not unusual, though. I'm still glad that I called to check in on her. I called Uncle Matt next, and to my surprise, he said that he had something that he wanted to show me and that he'd be over later. And when he did come, what he had showed me had really shook me up. It made things make a little more sense, and maybe that's why it shook me up. Uncle Matt's confession. Uncle Matt told me a lot more things that happened when they were children than I'd ever hear about. Not that he wouldn't talk about them, but he didn't think that he ever could. Some of these things just stuck with him, he said, and they'd bothered him all the time. What he used to have fun doing started to make him feel sick. He thought about killing himself a few times, and even took himself to the sanatorium for one day. I had no idea about any of this, and neither did Dad, he said. He didn't want anyone to know. He started seeing a therapist after this, something that Dad would have made fun of him for. I don't know if that's true, but it's what Uncle Matt thought. The therapist insisted that he try hypnosis sessions because he was just holding back too much. He agreed, and what he brought to him was an old cassette tape the therapist let him keep in one of those sessions. We put it in my CD, cassette, or record player and listened. And on the recording, Uncle Matt was talking about the day that Flora disappeared. He said that he remembered getting a call from someone asking him to come over to Timmy's. He knew that the person talking to him wasn't Timmy. The person sounded weird and frantic. He tried to tell the person no, but this man kept saying that he really was Timmy and that he was really lonely down here and that he needed to talk to them and to come listen to the music records with him. Especially the new one. On the recording, Uncle Matt said that he figured that Timmy had to be there, at least, and that he wanted to hear the new record. So he got Flora and Dad. He didn't bother giving him any details about the phone call. On the way there, Dad left him go meet his girlfriend or something, so he and Flora went alone. And when they got to the house, the front door was left open and they could hear the song Love Hurts playing from upstairs. They heard the song before, so they knew that it wasn't the new album. That was good, because they wanted to listen to it for the first time all together. When they got upstairs, Timmy wasn't there. He remembered the room smelling like burning tires. It never smelled like that before. Uncle Matt took the needle off the record, and then he noticed that Flora got up into a corner and started whimpering. Uncle Matt looked where she was looking because she was looking right at something. He hadn't seen it at all, but there was a man lying down under the bed. His face poked out of the dark just enough for them to see his blank stare and huge smile. His smile just didn't look right. There was no happiness in it at all. He started coming out from under the bed. The man was looking straight at Flora and shouted,
I don't see you in the dark anymore!
Uncle Matt stood between Flora and the man because he was scared for her. The burning smell was stronger and closer the man got. He thought that he'd seen the man before a few years ago. The man put Love Hurts back on and laughed. The laugh sounded fake, like an animal imitating a human. He danced around them, laughing sometimes and then screaming like he was in pain. He kept putting the needle on at the beginning of the track and dancing. And one time, when the man went to move the needle back at the beginning of Love Hurts, Uncle Matt told Flora to get out. She ran, but the man put his hand on Matt's shoulder.
I like when you sleep,
he said. He held Matt around the neck and they danced backwards around the room over and over. Sometimes he made sounds like a wounded creature, and after a while he let go and crawled back under the bed. He was lying on his back, looking up at the mattress. Uncle Matt figured that he could leave. He was scared to try because he thought that the man might stop him, but he started out of the room to the stairs anyway. And he looked back just in case. And the man wasn't under the bed anymore. He had already gotten up and was just a few feet behind Uncle Matt. And he froze when Uncle Matt looked at him and he didn't move a muscle. Uncle Matt backed the rest of the way out, down the stairs, and out of the house. The man never moved. If I just listened to my gut, we'd never gone there. If I kept Flora with me, she might have been okay. If I had been smarter and gone with her right away, she'd be okay. All the time I know that it's my fault that she's gone and she ain't coming back. And that's where the tape ended. Uncle Matt listened to the whole tape with me, with his head down. He told me that he really doesn't remember it happening that way at all. He said that he was sure that he told me the truth. but he wanted me to hear this. I think Uncle Matt was so traumatized by what happened he isn't able to remember it. And I don't blame him. What's on the tape matches up with the story that my dad told me, so it's probably right. Uncle Matt didn't know who that guy was or what had happened to him. But if he was Matt and Timmy was with Dad, that guy couldn't have been involved in what had happened to Flora any more than Timmy was. Or at least, it's not probable. Dad's confession. Another bit of information just fell into my lap. It's funny the way that things all happen at once. Like, you'll never have heard an old song, and then suddenly you'll hear it 3 times in one day. Mom called later that same night. She wanted to know what I had called for, and I told her what I had overheard Dad and Kirby saying. She said that she never wanted to believe it, but it must be true. And I told her that she had to tell me and that she agreed. What she told me isn't what I expected at all. She said a long time ago, a sad, lonely man was placed in a sanatorium where they found him living in the walls of the hospital. He had no family and no friends. And after they determined that he was harmless, they released him. He wandered through the woods for days. He wandered so far back that he got lost and was thirsty and hungry. And then he found a house. He thought it was strange for a house to be in the middle of the woods, but he needed food and water. An old man came to the door and let him in. He had no idea how long he was in there. Something bad had happened in that house. So he ran away from that house as fast as he could. He ran until he came to a little one-store town. Dad's hometown. Some of the children in the town would talk to him and bring him sandwiches because he made them think that he was a good ghost. And one lonely boy in particular gave him a place to stay. Timmy showed him music and got him all the food that he wanted. He taught Timmy all the tricks that he learned in his life. Hiding and listening and crawling. And the things that he learned from the house in the woods. He got so used to the boy that he would get mad at Timmy if he left the home or did anything but spend time with him. He tried to hide himself as much as possible, but when Flora disappeared, people noticed him. They figured that he'd been staying with Timmy, and they figured that he did something to Flora. My dad remembered what Flora had said about seeing a man in the woods, and he remembered the voice in the bathroom sink. He riled up everyone against the man, and so he hid even more. He hid well enough that everyone thought that he was just gone, and when he thought that they'd forgotten about it, he figured that he could go back to normal. But they hadn't forgotten. Dad saw him. He got some people in town together. They chased him all the way to Dad's house. Dad followed him under the house. When he thought that he'd cornered him, he followed him up through the hole in the floor, and he took him right under Dad's bed. Dad saw that there were trinkets and bedding under there, like the man had been sleeping right under him all along. Dad was so mad that he dragged the man out. They beat him. And when they were done beating him, they burned him. And when they were done burning him, they buried him. And they never talked about it since. They agreed that they just did what they had to do. But what they did was murder. That's how Mom had told it. It was such a weird story. It wasn't like her to talk like that. I asked her where she had even heard that story. She said that that one had taken a lot of gin. It bothered him more than anything else. I didn't know whether to believe it or not. And so I changed the subject. I told her that I'd call a wellness check on her because I was worried. She told me that I shouldn't have done that. Why? She said that I was wasting police time. She wasn't even at her home. She was on a business trip. I guess the whole thing had made her bolder. The next day I confronted Dad about what Mom had said, and I asked him if it was true. And he just asked, "Where did you hear that?" I told him that Mom had said it, and I will never forget this for the rest of my life, because he placed his hands on my shoulders like he's only done once before, when he gave me the life advice I'd need after graduating high school. And he said, "Son, I never told your mother that. She's not from our town." The way that he had said it, like he knew something was horribly wrong, scared the life out of me. This mystery is upsetting my life and family in the worst way. Because it's in my ideas. He brushed it off as Mom being a major B. I think that there was something more. I still don't know if the story was true or false. He won't give me a straight answer. But he won't deny it either. Lastly, I did get a response on the wellness check. They were let into my mom's home by a house sitter. The sitter said that she had been in the home for a week and that there was nothing to worry about. The officer called Mom and she backed up everything that the sitter had said. Looks like Mom's story checked out. The officer who had called me said that he was running a trace on our cell phone anyway because something wasn't sitting right with him. I'm not really sure where to go with this investigation next. I'm a little scared to keep going, to be honest, even if I knew what to do next. If I find out anything more, as always, I'll share it with you. It's been a rough week. I'm sorry that I haven't been able to reply to comments. You'll understand why after hearing this. But I still needed to get this out. Get it out. I don't think that you know what a support you all have been. After my last update, I did something that I haven't done since Mom left. I broke down. I called up Mom and told her everything that's been going on and how it's been affecting me. I told her that I couldn't take it anymore. I have a regular life that I should be leading. I have a job and friends, but I'm trapped in this maze of lies and secrets. Yes, I can get very dramatic. She said that she would book a flight immediately. Then we'd get with my dad and talk things over. Just the three of us. I told her that she didn't have to do all that. I know that she was busy. Plus, she and Dad still hate each other. She told me that she still loves Dad and always has. They just had too many differences. He couldn't accept her for who she was, but she always thought that it was their destiny to be together. Her happiness in life was the hope that we'd all be a family. Like we should be. I don't know if she was saying this to make me feel better, but it did make me feel better. It always felt weird hearing Mom talk like this. She was never the most emotional person. I thought that that's why she was a good fit for Dad, because you have to be pretty thick-skinned to be around him. She said that she would see me soon to put an end to this, and she said, "I hope your dad makes the right choice." I wondered what she was referring to, but she was gone before I could ask. I called up Dad right away to let him know, because her flight couldn't take longer than 4 to 5 hours. She'd be arriving in time for dinner. And as expected, this wasn't welcome news to him, but not for the reasons that I expected. Turns out he's been getting reacquainted with Betty Coffin. I said that seems like a strange coincidence, but not at all. Telling the story reminded him of her. "Curves, son," is how he described her. She'd sent him a message a while back telling him that she'd gotten back into town. He'd been too busy to write her back, and then he forgot. So happens that they made dinner plans that evening, and he'd be going to her place. Dad hadn't really bothered much with relationships after he and Mom divorced. He tried, and every so often he'd meet a woman who he really liked and seemed to like him, well enough to introduce her to me. But something would always happen that would scare them away. He'd used to joke that he was cursed. I think that he probably internalized that. It's pretty much never his fault, though. Sonia accused him of calling her in the middle of the night and telling her weird things. I overheard the fight. I remember one of the things was, he used to be much better without bones, and that he kept calling her jellyfish. I know Dad wouldn't do that. He would never think of something so surreal in a million years. But she believed that it was him. Andrea said that she started to notice things in the house would move while she was asleep, and it only started when she started seeing Dad. Her CD collection in particular. She also said that one night she woke up because she heard Dad get up and go to the kitchen. She looked out into the kitchen and saw him staring into the fridge. She started drifting back to sleep again when she heard more noise. The fridge door was still open, but she couldn't see him anymore. This got her mad, and she shouted for him to keep it down and to close the fridge door. And that's when Dad said, "What the hell's going on?" He was still lying in bed right beside her. She wouldn't have anything to do with him after that. Parker was my favorite of all my dad's girlfriends. She was a tomboy type. She loved camping and she traveled a lot, so I hear a lot about different countries from her. She also talked about strange things happening while with Dad. like hearing him talk to her when he wasn't in the house. But she didn't let it get to her. They were together for a while. One night, she had an accident while driving out on the remote stretches that lead to a dinky copper mining town nearby. She died a day later in the hospital from complications. It didn't seem important at the time, but now I remember that Dad was wondering why she'd been driving all that way anyway, and her sister yelling at Dad that he told Parker to meet him out there. There were other incidents. I probably don't know about them all. But this one, back when I got Dad set up on a ICQ in like 2000 or so, he started talking to this chick. He said that she hit him up. He was a two-finger swiper, so I imagine it took a while to bang out messages. After he got interested enough to ask for pictures, she sent him a full zip file of them. All pictures of himself with a black silhouette, MS painted into the shot. I traced the account as best I could, and I got me an address. The general store in the national park. He just wanted to drop it, and so we did. Anyway, with so much bad luck and love, I guess I was just happy for him. He shouldn't be alone forever. It was just awful timing. I wondered if he was even putting her in danger by dating her. But I couldn't tell him that. I told him that I'd deal with Mom and that he could have his date. And while I waited around for Mom to call and to let me know that she had arrived, I decided to search the house for holes, bedding, and such. I don't think that that's paranoia at this point. But there were no holes under the bed, no nests in the closet, and the plumbing seemed secure and the vents blew air smoothly. And then I noticed that the fridge didn't look straight. I actually thought that I was being ridiculous, so I tried to distract myself. I ended up pulling it out anyway. I never believed anything would be there. But there it was. A little hole, size enough for a little boy to squeeze into. I got the flashlight in my machete. I was so sure that someone's hand would grab me the moment that I put my head in. No one was there though. The space was only wide enough for a very slim man to stand very stiff, and I didn't see any holes in the walls where he could look into the next room. My bedroom. He wouldn't have just been standing there staring into the darkness behind my fridge. What would be the point? But then I saw the doll. It was made of twigs and had my face on it. Just looking made me feel uncomfortable. I refused to touch it. Call me superstitious, but it felt unnatural. I'd only make that discovery when I saw another doll behind it, bigger and seeming to watch the smaller doll. Its face was a picture of someone who just looked evil. I don't know what evil should look like. I just know that the face made me feel like evil was there. I've learned my lesson. I immediately called the police and I requested Detective Kirby. And when he got on the line before I had a chance to speak, he asked me if I was okay and if I was alone. And I answered yes to both questions, as far as I know, but I wanted to know why. He said that he'd been about to call me. He said that they had gotten word from the police department in my mom's town. And he hesitated. I figured that they found someone broke into her house or a creepy letter. But what he had said was a lot worse than that. They'd found what they believed to be her body deep in a wooded area. It was so remote that it was pure chance a camper found her. I assured him that whoever they found was not my mother. I had just spoken to her and she was on her way. And then the line went silent. I insisted that I be allowed to make an identification so that way they could drop this nonsense. And then Kirby said that the body was past identifying. She had been dead for over a year, and dental records confirmed that it was her. The only identifiable thing on her was her Ramones t-shirt. And I hung up on him. I had no idea how to process this information. If someone tells you that the sky is brown and salt is sweet, do you accept it immediately? I had been speaking to my mom every 2 weeks for the last several years and never noticed a change in her behavior or her personality until the last few days. If she was dead, who was I speaking to all this time? It had to be her. I know my own mother's voice, her mannerisms. She knew everything that my mom should know. So I started to wonder about Detective Kirby's character. Maybe he wasn't on the level. He seemed to have a strange hold over my dad, calling him Francis like that. So I called the police department in my mom's town. And when I identified myself, I was immediately transferred to a detective. He told me the trace on the phone had come back. And all calls from the phone were coming from my own town. Moreover, the phone was even registered to a local address. And I felt an emptiness inside. I still feel it. It's only gotten worse. I didn't even have to ask about Detective Kirby anymore. I asked anyway and it was confirmed. But I already knew. It couldn't have been my mother that I'd been talking to. She was dead. I needed to let Dad know right away. I tried to call him and it went straight to voicemail. I hoped that this meant that he was already with Betty and was safe. And I decided to look up Betty Coffin so that way I could call her and reach him that way. And I found her number with an online phone lookup. It was a landline and I called it just in case. Maybe someone in her household knew her cell phone number. And a young-sounding woman answered the phone. She sounded a little excited to get a call, like she had been waiting. I introduced myself and I explained that I really needed to get through to Betty and that it was an emergency.
Is this some kind of joke?
She asked, and I almost lost my temper, but she explained first.
My mother has been missing for a week, sir.
I called Detective Kirby back. I told him that he had to get to Dad's right away because he was in trouble. And in as succinct manner as possible, I told him what I knew. I was hyperventilating. I don't know how he understood half of it. I'm so glad that he listened and he believed me, though. I couldn't stand just waiting at home. I got out of my car and I rushed to Dad's. The lights were on when I arrived. That was a good sign, I thought. The front door was unlocked. When I walked in, I heard music. And I recognized the song, actually. It was Bobby Darin's Dream Lover. I had never heard Dad listen to anything but country. But maybe he was trying to impress the girl. Maybe she came to his place instead. And I called out for him, but he didn't answer. Dad always had this amazing hearing. Even at his age, he could hear way better than me. He was a great dad. And I haven't made him sound so great. But he's my hero, you know? And I knew something was wrong when he didn't answer. I searched everywhere downstairs. That damn song kept playing on a loop. It wasn't even coming from Dad's stereo. And I went upstairs next. The song started over just as I got to the top. And when I got to Dad's bedroom, I saw where the music was coming from. A record player was on his bed, and I stared at it, not really comprehending why I was so afraid to go near it. I wasn't thinking straight. It took me too long to realize it, but the song couldn't be on a loop. Someone had to be hand looping it. I backed into a corner involuntarily. I felt control of my bladder nearly slipping. I even screamed when I heard something downstairs, but I heard them say, "Police!" And I almost cried with relief. The whole time that he was watching me, all I saw was an eye at first, looking at me through a hole in Dad's box spring. I started to panic again. The officers, one was Detective Kirby, drew their guns. I pointed to the box spring as a hand reached out and set the needle back to the beginning of the song. They demanded that the man get out, and he started to make awful noises. I'd never heard anything like it. Inhuman screams. And one intangible thing in all of the screams.
Sleep in me!
Cold chills swept over me like only once before. They finally dug him out. It was the man that I'd seen at the building site. The weirdo that shouted at me. The same one that gave me chills before. He was wearing a dress and a wig with some smeared makeup on and a bloodied nose. But it was the same man. I could barely stand to look at the creature. But he wouldn't stop staring at me. I asked where Dad was and he said in my mother's voice,
Giving birth to you was the happiest day of my life.
I felt nauseous. Then, in a perfectly normal voice, in the most reasonable and yet most sinister tone I'll ever hear, he had said,
He made me so lonely. But you don't know. And I'll never say another word as long as I live. And they took him away. So fast that it felt like a dream. Detective Kirby took me with him, and I was left to go home and rest. And rest only came when I passed out. And while I slept, they found Dad. The address my mom's cell phone was registered to was the same house where Dad found the photos. Betty must have called him out there. He'd been stabbed in the neck multiple times. He's the toughest guy ever. So he was still alive when the police found him. But it wasn't too much. He didn't make it. That's really all I can say for now. This was almost impossible to tell. I think I must still be in shock to have told you all about this. There's a little more that I need to say, but it's going to have to wait a few days. Loose ends. I really wanted to just drop this. Crawl up in a ball and forget everything. But I have to put all the pieces together. What I have of them, anyway. I owe it to my mom and my dad and myself. And to all of you for standing with me during this nightmare. After arresting the thing in my dad's house, police combed the old house, my house, and as well as my dad's. They found material that helped them shed some light on the events that I described in the previous updates. Scraps of paper, a journal of sorts, photographs, combined with additional information from others who grew up with Dad. What I want to do here is to give each of you a little piece of information. We've all had enough mystery. I want to give you the whole story, and by the whole story, I mean how I think it all fits together. It may not be 100% correct, but I wouldn't be sharing it if I didn't think that it was pretty close. So, let's start at the beginning. A schizophrenic was released from the sanatorium. Well, really an asylum. He wandered the woods until he had some kind of episode back there. He came out in the little town of Grand Creve, Chad Froy, since I have no other name for him. He went around convincing children to bring him food, like the peanut butter and sugar sandwiches. When he met Timmy, he even got a place to stay. Chad and Timmy skulked around together. He got sandwiches. Timmy was interested in other things, in particular the family that lived a few houses down. They were the only kids around that would hang out with him. He particularly liked Dad. Dad was handsome, tall, and athletic, so he got Chad to ask Flora for more than just sandwiches. He wanted to see Dad and Matt sleeping. When Timmy's parents found out that he'd allowed a hobo to squat in the home, though, they got mad. They never beat Timmy. They just yelled at him. And then they tried to kick Chad out. So Chad and Timmy killed his parents. Police first found the bloodstains in the house and the bodies beneath it. With his parents' camera, Timmy started snapping photos of Dad, Matt, and Flora while they slept. Flora noticed the lights. She was a light sleeper, apparently. This didn't stop Timmy. He kept taking pictures for over a year. And finally, one night, Flora caught him. She told him that she'd tell her mom and that he was going to be in big trouble. And the next day, Chad called them over to listen to records. I would guess at Timmy's request, but who knows. When Timmy was coming back from buying food, he saw Flora walking away from the house. He didn't want her to tell on him for taking the pictures. So he grabbed her and dragged her into the woods. He didn't kill her right away. In all of the photos they found hidden in the house, there was one faded photo of a teen girl. It was Flora. I'm sure of it. In the photo, she was in some sort of cabin. She wasn't tied up, but she looked so unhappy. The whole cabin seemed tinged with unhappiness. It was an awful looking place. She was 12 when she disappeared. So she was kept somewhere after her kidnapping. Somewhere no one ever thought to look for her. Only Timmy and Chad knew where she was. Probably where Chad had hid while police looked for him. And after Timmy thought that it was safe for Chad to come out, my dad was first in finding him and was involved in the man's murder. That much was confirmed by Detective Kirby. Timmy was already at my cousin's home by this time. He'd been taken as soon as his parents were found.
so wherever Flora was being kept, she was left alone once Chad had died. While he was at his cousin's, I think Timmy had a psychotic break. Chad really was his whole world. He'd drawn Timmy into his delusions. He talked to what he thought was Chad in the vents and in the woods, but I don't think that anyone was there. No fingers poked out of the vent, because it was all in Timmy's head. After some time with his cousins who didn't even like him, he ran away. He probably had money stashed somewhere, or maybe he just became a beggar. My dad, on the other hand, grew up and moved on. He met a beautiful gymnast and married her. And then that's where I come in. We were a reasonable, happy family, from what I understand, until something happened that made Mom and Dad resent each other, and they divorced. Dad fought like hell for custody, and Mom went back west where she originally came from. Not long after Mom was out of the picture, I started seeing the flashing lights. And when I told Dad and Uncle Mad, it terrified them. The possibility that I could end up disappearing like Flora is just about the only thing that could terrify my dad. What I never knew was that after I had told him about the lights, they went out to the park together where I stayed with Uncle Matt's wife. They spent all day looking for the place that they buried Chaw. And they dug him up to make sure that he was really dead. That's why Dad was so insistent that the lights were just in my head or passing cars. Because the guy that they believed was behind Flora's abduction was dead and buried. And they had to believe that it was him behind it. Because if they didn't, they murdered an innocent man. Since this man probably murdered Timmy's parents, it wasn't that innocent. But they didn't know that. Years later, when Dad found the pictures of me in that house, he knew that he'd been wrong. Whoever it was, he figured was the same person taking pictures of Flora. They'd murdered the wrong person, and I was in danger. He went out looking for anyone suspicious, roughed up a few guys, but nothing came of it. What I think happened is that Timmy was still obsessed with Dad. He did something to sabotage Mom and Dad's relationship. And then when Mom was out of the picture, he inserted himself into the family in the only way that he knew how, by sneaking pictures of me while I slept. I believe Timmy must have had our phones and homes bugged. He's adapted to being a shadow in our lives. Maybe he imagined that he was something more. And after a while, this wasn't enough to satisfy him anymore. He murdered my mother and pretended to be her for a year. I think this gave him what he really wanted, to be Dad's wife and my mother. His obsession with my dad wasn't just admiration. He was in love with him. He resented my mom, hated her even, for taking what he believed was his. He wasn't taking my pictures because he wanted to scare me or abduct me. He thought that he was being motherly. He drew pictures of himself nursing me and Dad smiling behind. And whenever Dad found a new girl that he was interested in, Timmy had to take her out of the picture, like a jealous wife. He believed his delusions sometimes. When I let him in / Mom know that I was investigating these events, I think it made him feel more important in our lives. I think it also threatened him. Becoming aware of him was ruining his illusion, and he wasn't really my mom. And that's when he started acting out. When he talked to me as Mom, telling me that Dad had to make a choice, I think that he expected Dad to see him as Mom and fall in love. Betty Coffin's body was found. He killed her just to seduce my dad into meeting him. The choice was between Betty or Mom. Because Dad chose Betty, he killed him. He ran back to Dad's house and into the box spring, where he'd been living for a few weeks. The music, the makeup, and the dress was all supposed to be for Dad's reunion with Mom, if he had chosen her. I wish I hadn't encouraged Dad to go on that date. If I hadn't, he might still be alive. The whole thing is just so stupid. Insanity, obsession, and loneliness all unprovoked by us. I hate him and I want him to rot. But then, I don't even know why. He really was just crazy. The kicker. I told you all about this feeling real sure about myself last night. It was therapeutic, at least. I needed to put it all into some sort of order. This morning I got news that just shakes it all up. You all remember the Etch-a-Sketch, right? Yeah. Like that. While everything I said is, and in a way, still true, there's one very important part that was wrong. A part that makes a lot of it make no sense at all. Detective Kirby told me that they weren't able to identify the man that they caught at Dad's home. However, they could positively state who he wasn't. This man was not Timmy Jean. Timmy is a resident at a group home over 300 miles away, where he has been for the past 4 years. He's practically a shut-in, Kirby says. He never goes anywhere. Ever. The man that they arrested has no identification. His prints aren't in any system, no dental records, nothing. And he is so far stuck to his promise. He hasn't spoken since that night. Other prisoners avoid him like they're afraid. They won't say why. Just that there's something wrong. And they're right. One last thing. The last thing I wanted to leave you all was a strange story that I heard from an old friend of Dad's. Dad's friend is a ranger at a national park where Dad's town used to be. He said over the years that he heard odd stories about things deep in the woods. But one, from not so long ago, stands out. And he felt the urge to tell it to me. I have no idea why, and I can't say that it connects to anything else. It has nothing to do with family or Timmy. It just feels like it fits in some way or another. A couple from out of town was in the area to do some hiking. The park connects to the Appalachian Trail, so lots of experienced hikers come through. They decided to do a little off-trail hiking. As I mentioned before, there are miles of untouched woods back there, so they had plenty of room for exploring. After hours in the woods, they realized that their compass wasn't working at all. And their phones had no signal, of course. They were lost. That deep in, the woods were pretty dense and the sun was starting to set. They were experienced enough to have adequate water, rations, and camping gear, so they didn't panic. But they kept walking, hoping to make it to a road or a ranger's camp. And when it got too dark to see, they started to set up camp. And that's when the girl tells her boyfriend that she sees a light. He looks and he sees it too, and it looks like an artificial light. They weren't sure if they were still deep in the woods or not, but it felt eerie. They walked carefully towards it, using an emergency flashlight. They couldn't hear any traffic as they got near and saw no other lights. But the light seemed to be coming from a real house. A little aged, but no cabin or shack. There was a clearing around the house, large enough for 2 people to walk side by side. The guy insisted that they examine the perimeter first. His girlfriend thought that he was just being ridiculous, but he told her that he had a bad feeling about the place. She thought that the woods at night were just making him jumpy, and still, she went along. Shingled roof, wood-sided walls, curtained windows, and even a front porch. What they couldn't find was a road, or even a path or a trail. Nothing but woods. The woods surrounding the whole circumference were as densely as any part of the woods. And that didn't sit right at all. But they needed help. They knocked on the only door. And an older man answered the door pretty quickly. He looked well-groomed, dressed in a nice shirt and a pullover sweater. "Evening, strangers," he said, like it was no big deal. The boyfriend apologized for bothering him and explained how they'd been wandering the woods all day and that the house was the first thing that they found. The man was understanding. He invited them inside and seated them in his living room. It was nicely decorated and toasty inside. They didn't even notice her at first, but there was a woman seated in the corner of the room. She didn't say anything but nodded politely to them when noticed. The guy and the girl exchanged glances and they felt horribly uncomfortable. The man returned to the living room with a tray of tea. He sat it in front of them and sat across from them. They poured themselves each a cup. The man watched them very carefully, and they didn't like the way that he scrutinized them. The fire crackled and popped sinisterly. It seemed to them behind him, and the tension of the silence kept mounting. So the guy decided to say something. He noted that he hadn't seen any roads or paths around the house. "Nope," the man agreed. So he asked how the man comes and goes. And to this, he says that he stays put. How about supplies? The man leans back in his chair and looks at the guy suspiciously. "You're awful curious," he says. They heard a strange, wet thudding noise somewhere else inside the house right then. And the man doesn't react, so they pretend to ignore it. But they were both starting to get nervous being in the place. The guy asked the man how far from the nearest road that they were. He was calculating in his head if he had enough battery to see them to it in the dark. The man answered that they weren't far from the road on all sides. The girl said that it was weird to her that the place was so hidden, because unless someone knew that it was there or stumbled on it by pure chance, no one would ever find it. There couldn't be an address after all if there was no road. The man asked which they were, and then said, "How do I know you didn't come out here to kill me?" They didn't know what to say to that. They figured that it was just a joke and laughed uncomfortably. But he smirked at them. He excused himself then and vanished around the corner into a dark hallway. And while they were gone, they looked around the room. There was a painting hanging over the fireplace that kept catching the guy's eye. He didn't know why. He hated art. It was a scene of a couple walking through a clearing. There were thick shrubs around. Now that he looked at the painting more closely, he saw something that he swore wasn't there before. Staring out from one of the shrubs was a man's face, watching the couple with a look of pure hate. He was really creeped out, but he didn't want his girlfriend to see it. They drank more of the tea because it was warm. They'd taken a few gulps when they noticed the girl in the corner again. They only noticed her this time because she was shaking her head almost imperceptibly. But she kept doing it, shaking her head and looking at the teacups. She became perfectly still again when the man returned. The guy tried to explain to the man that they must be going. He didn't feel well and that there had been too many red flags to keep ignoring. But the words that kept coming out of his mouth were slurred and ineffectual. And then he passed out. When he woke up, he had an awful headache. He shook his girlfriend awake as well. They realized that they had slept for some time. The guy suspected that they had been drugged, but couldn't be certain. The man was nowhere to be seen, and neither was the woman. And their gear was missing. They wanted to leave right away, but needed their supplies. They had no idea how far from any roads that they were, so they went searching the rooms of the house. There were 3 doors down the hall. All led to bedrooms. The first 2 were empty, and so was the last. But it had their gear in the middle of a child's bed. They grabbed their stuff and they prepared to leave. But the guy saw a curtain covering an opening at the very end of the hall, and he had to know. And he pulled it open. It was just a closet. The man and the woman must have left the house, he thought. Then he noticed his girlfriend's face. She was terrified of something, so much that she was backing away and tugging at him. And he looked back at the closet. It was the man, crouching down naked in the bottom of the closet, looking up at them with a smile that crossed most of his face. But his eyes fixed them with the most unmistakable, intense rage. And he started clawing out of the closet towards them on all fours and making sounds like they'd never heard any living thing make before. They ran out of the house and straight into the woods. They moved as fast as possible, cutting themselves and tripping several times. Something in their guts kept telling them that this man was right behind them, like the man in the bushes in that horrible painting, and he was going to kill them. And they finally came out of the woods on a dirt road, and from there, slowly followed it to a real road and found their way back into town. They told the park rangers about it and were advised to keep the story to themselves. Later, they looked up the area on Google Earth. It took them a while, but they spotted the clearing in the woods. It was even deeper in than they had thought. And as they zoomed out, the guy saw something weird in front of the house. He cleaned up the image as best as he could. Still a little blurry, but the couple knew what it was. The man was standing in front of the house and looking straight up, like he knew that they were watching. They sent the image to the rangers as proof. I know that there are still so many questions. What really happened to Flora? Was Timmy dealing with someone else? How did he know so much about Mom? Who is the guy who got arrested? Why was the Ramones t-shirt on my mom's body? I just don't know. So for now, that'll just have to be. I am not saddened by the recent passing of my grandfather. Rather, I'm compelled to share the way that I knew him best. I would not be here today if not for him. The entity came for me when I was 8 years old, and there was no way that I could have survived if anyone else had been driving. My grandfather and I were on a fishing trip that day. My dad had intended on joining us, but something had come up, and so it was just the two of us for the first time. I was a little awkward around my grandfather because I'd never actually been alone with him. I'd always watched others interact with him, but had little to say myself because I was only 8. I was also in awe of how he was to be my dad the way that my dad was to me. Namely, a voice of authority. When my grandfather told me about the different types of fish and what baits to use, I listened like it was the most important thing in the world. It turned out to be a good thing that I took his words so seriously. That acceptance would later save my life. It began very innocuously, as we walked through a small gorge to get back to the car from the prime fishing spot. I could hear my grandfather's voice echo from the high rock walls, and while he packed things into the car, I had several minutes to wonder why, and I used them to run back to the area and shout. And strangely, my yell echoed only feebly once, and then not at all. Scream as I might, I heard no reflection of the noise. And I was too young at the time to really understand how impossible that was. I just assumed that I was yelling wrong somehow, or that my grandfather had a special grown-up timbre that allowed his voice to echo while mine just dropped off. And still, it bothered me, and I eventually brought it up on the drive back. Everything about that moment became seared into my memory. It was 3:22 in the afternoon by the clock in the car's dashboard. The sky was mostly clear with traces of white, and my grandfather's eyes were wide orbs of alarms turned upon me while his white knuckles tightened around the wheel. "What did you say, boy?" "I asked how I can echo like you," I told him, suddenly afraid that I'd done something wrong. "I yelled and I couldn't echo." His face was normally crisscrossed with little lines that ran their way along relaxed, droopy skin. But at that moment, his forehead and cheeks tightened to smoothness, and he scanned left and right rapidly. He didn't seem to find what he was looking for through the windows, but he did not seem reassured. "Here." He leaned over and opened the glove box in front of me to pull out a bag of jelly beans. I smiled for a moment, but he wasn't giving them to me as a gift the way that he intended. "Eat them all." I held the bag in my hands. It seemed a massive feast. If I'd been left to my own devices, I might have eaten them all eventually, but not all at once. "Why?" "Eat them all, boy," he said gruffly, his tone brooking no argument. And I began stuffing the jelly beans in my mouth. He looked down at me and then down around the back seat, then had his travel thermos in the cup holder between us. He thrust it into my hands to join the spilling bag of jelly beans. "Drink this. All of it. Your mother will understand. Drink it. I know it tastes bad, but down it all." His gaze refocused on something beyond me, and I turned my head to my window to see the forested hills rolling by at various apparent speeds based on their distance. The furthest hills at the horizon hardly seemed to be moving at all, but I thought I saw a tiny little speck atop one. And my grandfather gripped my shoulder with one hand. "Drink, boy, drink, and eat those jelly beans. You need the sugar and the caffeine. It's going to try to make you fall asleep. Don't let it."
To say that I was scared then would be an understatement. No part of me thought that this was a prank of some sort. He was too reserved and austere a man for that. The coffee tasted horrible, but I gulped it down until none was left. And after that, I began swallowing jelly beans whole until they were all gone. And I looked to my right. The speck in the distance was still out there, but now one range of hills closer. It was still tiny, but now held movement akin to something waving back and forth. And I looked to my grandfather in a sconce. He in turn looked away from the thing in the distance to focus on my face. He breathed in through his nose and turned forward, determined in a way that I'd never seen him. His legs moved and the car began to accelerate. We'd already been going the speed limit on the empty highway. And the sugar, the caffeine, and fear began to have an effect on me. I remember my cheeks and forehead warming and my hands growing clammy, and I asked,
"What's going on? I'm scared."
"Be scared," he breathed, his eyes on the road as he continued to hit the gas. I could see the needle passing 80. "That'll keep you awake. This thing, this godforsaken thing, it came for your grandmother, and it started the same way, just before a long drive. We noticed her voice stop echoing." His face contorted into a furious mask. "But cars are a lot better now than they were back then. I won't let it get you." My back began forcefully pressing into my seat as he put the gas to the floor. I watched the needle pass 90 and then I looked out the window again. It was even closer now visible as the silhouette of a man running up hills, between trees and over boulders parallel to us.
"It's still out there."
My grandfather grunted angrily and audibly slamming his foot down. I held onto my armrest and the door handle in terror as our car topped 100 miles an hour and began to shake. It felt like we were in a barely controlled projectile far beyond any limit of safety, and I was terrified that the highway would suddenly stop being empty and we would smash into a car or a truck ahead. But even through that overwhelming fear and adrenaline, a chill tiredness began to seep up my spine, and my eyes began to feel heavy, and I blearily looked to my right. And then the shock woke me back up. It was on the gravel shoulder of the highway now, completely visible as a black humanoid silhouette running at incredible speeds along our car. In that moving pitch darkness, I could see little pinpoints that made it feel as if it were gazing into the night itself. The afternoon sun burned into the sky above, and behind it with no effect. Staring at its blurred feet began to pelt across the painted lines at the edge of the road. I felt sleepy again. It was running parallel to us, but drawing even closer. "Wake up!" my grandfather screamed, risking one hand off the wheel at 110 miles an hour to shake my shoulder. "It's trying to drain the life out of you! Wake up!" He jerked the car one lane to the left and still pressed into my seat by the acceleration. I stared down at the hypnotic dashes in the middle of the road. Bit by bit, black feet began landing between each dash, keeping pace with us. And I remember the car shaking violently around me the way that I imagined a space shuttle lifting off might around its astronauts. I now know why we were crossing 120 and nearing the most that the car could offer. But at that time, I was caught in watching the hypnotic dashes and stars in those void legs, moving rapidly back and forth as it ran right up alongside the car and reached down with one hand in to open the door. Wind blasted around me as the gale force of 125-mile-an-hour winds tore at my clothing and hair. Waking up halfway, I screamed, and my grandfather jerked the car to the left again as much as he could without going off the road. It didn't matter. The running silhouette held the door open again against the wind with its star-filled arm and began preparing to leap into the car with us. The other arm gripped my neck, and the cold that it brought could not be described with mere words. The closest I can come to is to say that the vast speeds and the forces of an antithesis cosmos hated me. And somewhere, ice and anti-life were the rule, moving through emptiness at absurd velocities.
And this thing was some small part of that undead will. But it was not fully here. It could only interact with us in certain windows. That's what I believe now. My grandfather gave the only shout of fear that I would hear from him as the car seemed to be shaking apart around us. And I looked left at the speedometer and found the needle to be unreadably far out into the red, and felt the heavy blanket of sleep fall over me as the silhouette grasped repeatedly, but failed to reach me. The door slammed shut, cutting off the wind. And inch by inch, we began pulling away. It ran furiously alongside, but the entity was just a tiny bit too slow. And between one moment and the next, realizing it couldn't get us, it vanished. We'd escaped it. And I awoke in a hospital several days later. My grandfather told nobody the real story, of course, but the doctors had plenty of diversion. Somehow I'd been drained of a number of vital electrolytes, salts, and so on. And they chalked my coma up to some sort of severe dietary imbalance. But I knew the truth. And I made sure to tell the people that I care about the small piece of advice that my grandfather taught me. I don't care if it makes sense to you. Just listen. It's out there still in the open land of the Midwest. And it's probably always been there. It was just never a problem before we started bringing great speeds into our daily lives. People die every day by falling asleep at the wheel. And I know for certain that not all of those accidents are innocent. If your voice stops echoing, cancel your trip. It's waiting for you. A single day added onto my sentence meant the difference between a normal jail and the unending nightmare of Pembinina prison. I was supposed to get out in 364 days. That was the deal. But the judge didn't like my attitude, whatever the hell that meant. So he made it 365. Boom. 1 year was the minimum for prison. My lawyer made a stink and a half, but it didn't do any good. It's not his fault. In fact, he's the one who is going to release the statement to the press, or leak it online if the Guardian Corrections Group or the GCG tries to get an injunction on us. People have to know what happened at Pembinina prison. Now, I'm going to put it right out there and tell you that it was haunted. You think I'm joking. Maybe even I'm nuts or I'm lying, but you got no idea. Haunted prisons aren't anything like you imagine. Those places that advertise themselves and give people tours are sick jokes compared to the real thing. It got so bad that you can actually look up GCG's official filing for Chapter 11. That shit put them out of business on their very first prison. And right there on the briefs, using an early statute of North Dakota law from 1857 to file an insurance claim, it said, "Site of Pembinina prison confirmed by governor's office and 2 notary publics, witnessing in person to be afflicted by the supernatural such that continued business is impossible." It wasn't the first time that prison was closed for that reason. But leeches kept buying it and reopening it and hoping to make a buck off the common man. And I was shoved into that hellhole without knowing the history even a single bit. Now don't get me wrong, the building itself wasn't so bad, especially for something straight out of 1853. It was a big stone cube that was squat, heavy and cramped, but way less sealed off than modern prisons. We could see a lot of the cells around us. There was only one main hallway per floor, and we were close enough to pass things between the bars and have some real human interaction. It could have been worse. There were 5 floors and capacity for 500 prisoners. And when I first got there, I had a bunch of cellmates, and I heard there were 2,000 guys locked up. And I believed it. But that soon changed. I didn't talk to anyone for the first 3 weeks. I'd never been to real prison before, and I was messed up over it. I didn't want to accept that I would be in this place and stuck with 3 other guys in my cell for an entire year. The whole prison seemed full of feral men. The bottom floor would start screaming and hollering and panicking in the middle of the night all at once. And we were on the top floor, but we could hear their screams echoing through the open old layout like they were right there with us. And I just thought the prisoners on the bottom floor were all nuts until the guards were there to wake us up the first day on my 4th week. And when I woke up in my corner without some asshole guard banging on the bars of our cell, I finally had to talk. And I asked one of my cellmates, Dante, what was going on. And I'll never forget the fear in his voice, as he said something that should have made us all incredibly happy.
Guards are all gone, man.
The prisoners were talking quietly between the cells and loudly between the floors through various whispers and shouts. But the most that we could figure out was that something on the first floor had made them all quit in protest. Sure, must have been the crazies screaming like that during the night, right? Except none of us could get any word from the bottom floor. It was dead silent down there. The guys on the second called out for hours. Someone was down there, they said, because they could hear shuffling footsteps walking around at random every so often. But whoever it was never said a single word. That was the first time Dante mentioned the crazy stories from the first floor. He muttered that he hoped that none of it was true, but when I asked about it, he just shook his head.
Nothing, man. None of it ever made sense.
We were a little worried as the day wore on and nobody came in to let us out for breakfast. And then nobody came to let us out for lunch. The time that we usually got to spend outside in the yard came and went, and people began getting restless. In the cell to our left, Dante's friend Will began telling guys to pass the word that we should all calm down and start sharing any food that we had holed away. And I remember asking Dante,
Is it really that bad? They've denied meals and yard time for a day or 2 before,
he told me. But the other 2 guys in our cell didn't look convinced. And one of them said,
Not like this. They made damn sure that we knew what we did. They never just up and left.
Someone handed us pieces of crusty old bread through the bars. It was much appreciated. The new guards didn't show up for work for another full day. We got plenty of yard time that day from the new guys, but they seemed more confused than us. We all watched from a distance as Will asked a guard about what happened. And the guard shrugged. I don't know. GCJ was paying a premium for fast hires, so I signed up.
What about the prisoners on the first floor? Will asked. We could still hear them shuffling around down there. We looked all the way out of the yard, but we couldn't see anyone.
Huh? Guard frowned. Nobody in there. They all got transferred.
Transferred? The hell that mean?
Means DOCR took them back. Returned to state custody since the company couldn't handle them. And that made sense. If the floor had been full of nut jobs, then North Dakota's first local private prison company hardly had the experience to handle them. But these new guys didn't have the skills to handle us. There were half as many guards as before, and they didn't know the routines or who the dangerous ones were among us. And as a result, they were distant, scared, and forceful. All except one guy. Kellen. Kellen wasn't the first guard to treat us like human beings, but by then, he was the only one around. He traded jokes while in the yard, never hit us. and looked us in the eyes when he talked. He went around and found some paperwork to confirm that the crazies had actually been transferred. But it took 3 months to get that info out of GCG. And by the time that he told us that he'd heard back, we sort of forgot the whole thing. And 2 nights later, maybe 2 hours passed lights out. The guys on the second floor began screaming. Dante leapt up and fell on one of our cellmates by accident before shouting, "Shit! Shit! It must be a fire!" Other guys in our row began banging on the bars and shouting for the guards. But the uniforms charged past and headed downstairs without talking to us. We could hear them shouting orders down below, and then yelling in confusion. The prisoners' screams were clearer coming from the second, and it sounded like they were terrified of something in particular and wanted help. The sound of gates began slamming and people running reached us after about 10 minutes of shouting. And then it was silent. And we sat there in the dark waiting and listening until morning. When the new shift came in, they were surprised and confused, and Kellen came by to ask what had happened. We told him what we knew, but he'd shown up and found open gates and an empty second floor. There was no indication of what had happened, but he promised to check with corporate and to figure out if the absent prisoners had been rapidly transferred again. Dante gripped the bars and made sure Kellen was looking at him.
Please find out who the hell is walking around down there at night.
And Kellen blinked at that. I mean, I'm day shift, so I don't know what I can do, but what do you mean?
The prisoners are gone,
Dante told him fiercely but quietly.
but the guys on the 3rd floor said that they still hear someone, maybe 2 or 3 someones, shuffling their feet every hour or so till morning.
I guess I can go look at that right now. Dante reached to the bars and grabbed his uniform, something which usually got us a beating.
Hear me? Do not go in there by yourself. Stay in the stairwell until someone is with you.
And Kellen nodded fearfully. He looked like he finally understood how spooked we were. And he waved another guard off and Dante let go. But nothing came of it for a whole season. The night shift had quiet, and more guards got hired on at even higher pay. Kellen in another uniform scoped out the first 2 floors, but found nothing. Dante thought it was because they were looking during the day, but he wasn't about to ask our only friend to risk himself. And it was maybe 3 months later. Yeah. I was halfway through my sentence and I had taken up drawing, so I had pen and paper. That's when we woke up in the middle of the night to everyone on the 3rd floor screaming in absolute panic. And this time we were less scared during the event itself. Will offered a guard racing past $500 from his commissary account if the man could come back and tell him what was going on. And Dante listened intently, trying to hear individual screams from the 3rd floor over everyone else's shouting and confusion. And I wrote down any words he had thought that he heard. And what I had written down was,
Jesus Christ. Killing him. God. Let us out. Coming this way.
We weren't as scared when it was happening because we'd lived through it twice before, but this time, the long-term fear was much deeper. Now we knew for sure that it was going to happen again, and any prisoners that had the means began lawyering up and doing everything they could to transfer to other prisons, even if it meant worse conditions. The problem was the North Dakota prison system was already overflowing, which was the whole reason GCG got started in the first place. So every guy that got out meant that it was much harder for the rest of us. Both of our cellmates transferred, giving us more space, so that was nice. But it was a small consolation. Apparently, word had started to spread on the outside, and GCG's solution, instead of paying the guards even more, was to stop having a night shift at all except for just one poor guy. Kellen was a bit miffed that he had gotten a raise out of the whole thing, but he was starting to believe us that something was going on. And by then, he'd been around a while, and he knew that we weren't bullshitters. And too many other prisoners had told him that they heard something walking around the first, second, and third floors at random during the night. It was just a few steps, sometimes as many as 20, but it only happened every so often, and only once it had been long enough that you thought that it had stopped for good. One guy on the 4th floor said that he'd heard a full run from one end of the 3rd floor hallway to the other. Clear enough that he'd expected a guard to come charging up the stairwell, but nobody had appeared. And he ended up slitting his wrists and getting transferred on a medical leave the next day. So, we took him serious. And all that was enough to get Kellen to start doing some research on the outside. He came to us in the 7th month of my sentence with a pale face. Beside us at the bars, Will asked,
What's the word?
Kellen seemed grim. A lot of bullshit out there, but this place is mentioned a lot. It's been closed before, but I keep getting stonewalled when I ask for the historical documents. Thing is, I don't think that the prison itself is the problem. Get this. He pulled out a notepad for reference. 2 Canadian priests, Father Norbert Provencher and Sever Dumoulin, visited Pembinina in 1818, before it was even an official township. That was back when the Hudson Bay Company was big around these parts. That's how long ago it was. Pembinina was the biggest town in North Dakota then, so the trading post was full. So the priests chose to sleep outside, but where the Pembinina River meets the Red River. The folktale has it that a vision of a rotting woman came at night and stole Provencher's life. The 2 men bartered for her to split the remaining life between them, co-signing both to live only 35 years instead of the 70. Sever left. Sever got an extra month and 20 days as a gift from his friend for a sacrifice. And he paused, as if we might guess the obvious outcome. They both died 35 years later. I knew Pembinina prison had a horrible problem, but that didn't mean that I had to believe anything.
Let me guess. A month and 20 days apart?
Kellen nodded, and Dante snorted. It's true, dude, Kellen insisted. The dates of death are right on the Wikipedia. But get this, 35 years after 1818 made their death year 1853, the year that this prison was built, and the place that they camped that night, by the meaning of the rivers. I didn't know what it meant, but I was beginning to feel very uneasy.
It's right here, isn't it?
And he was dead serious. I think there's some shit here. Ancient shit. I asked a guy I knew, and he's got Chippewa relatives over at Turtle Mountain. They know the history of the Red River better than anyone else. He said his uncle told him to never sleep at the meeting of the Red River and the Pembinina River. He said that something lives here, under the ground, and awakens with the changing of the seasons. We were silent for a beat after that. It was folktale nonsense, but it was as good as a theory as any. Whatever it was going to come back. And it wasn't friendly. And Will talked to Kellen for another few minutes, but Dante was silent. And after he was gone, I asked him, "What's wrong?" He sat at one of the now unused bunks and told me,
I got another 5 years in here. I ain't got no money for a lawyer. Your sentence will be up before it reaches us. And I'll be here alone.
There was no way to be sure.
It'll be back in 2 months for the 4th floor, and then 3 months after that for us. I could get out a week before, or a day too late. It doesn't seem to be exact.
And he just looked at the floor.
What I mean is, I do hope that you get out before it comes. Oh.
I wasn't sure what else to say after that.
so I just sat in my corner like I always did. It wasn't too much after that we heard GCG was going under. The mad rush of transfers had pissed off the state and lost the company a vital contract for a second location, and investors had pulled out or something. The number of guards was cut and then slashed, and Kellen took a pay hit to stay on as the only good guard on the day shift. There's only 20 prisoners left on the 4th floor, he told the 20 of us remaining as the general week that we expected that it would happen approached. Feel like I should stay late just to see what the hell is going to go on down here. But the former guards I asked about it are all too terrified as hell and refused to talk. Some got violent just because I asked.
It's cool, Will told him. You got a kid at home. Don't be here for it.
And the 20 of us left on the 5th floor sat in our cells once night fell, praying and listening. And on Monday night, nothing happened. The 2 guys down below occasionally shouted up at us that everything was clear. On Tuesday night, nothing happened. The strain was growing, though, and we could sometimes hear them breathing rapidly down there. I could only imagine the adrenaline rushing through them every minute until dawn. On Wednesday night, nothing happened. Yet something had changed in the air. The prison was much quieter now that the 2,000 men had become 22. And I thought I could feel the subtle sort of heartbeat in the air, pounding against reality like it was a thin sheet of paper.
It's just your imagination,
Dante whispered. None of us were willing to speak louder than that. And on Thursday night, the heartbeat became a feeling of footsteps approaching from a great distance.
Hey guys,
Will shouted from his cell.
You good down there?
Still here.
One responded from down below.
I could feel it. It's at the door. Knocking.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
But the man below did not respond. Friday night. That was the night that it would happen. All day, the 2 guys on 4th floor pulled and clanged at their bars, begging to be let out. And Kellen was torn. And after 2 hours of listening to their pleading, he came up with an idea and transferred both of them up to our floor.
If nobody's on 4, he said happily, then we'll all be safe, right?
And out loud, we agreed. But we were kidding ourselves. And when the night guard showed up, he freaked and took the 2 men back down. He said out loud what we were all thinking.
If nobody's on 4, then it'll just come right to 5 and get us all. What the hell was Kellen thinking?
We had to listen to the hours of sobbing that night. It was the hardest trial of my life. I wanted to call out to the night guard. I wanted to ask him to get those men out of there. But if I did, I knew whatever was coming would come to us instead. And the moment it happened was a cold hand on my shoulder.
What's going on down there?
Dante shouted. The man who was not sobbing called back.
It's changing!
Will demanded.
What's happening? Tell us! It's red! Red? It's red! What's red?
Will yelled insistently.
God damn it! What's red?
And we stared down the hallway at the night guard, who stood listening with fear. The screaming began a few seconds later. This time only 1 floor above. We could clearly hear their every word. The sobbing prisoners shrieked.
There! It's there!
The man who had been communicating with us began incoherently raging with fear against his bars. And then, strangely, he stopped. And the 20 of us clung to our bars, unable to help, unable to flee.
Many of us cried, but we were otherwise silent. For to yell would be to drown out the last words of the men below. But they were eerily quiet for nearly 2 hours. We waited in strained silence as random footsteps traversed the 4th floor every so often. What was happening? And for the first time, the victims of whatever was going on down below had chosen to be quiet instead of yelling for help. Why would that make things different? And at long last, the sobbing man broke the silence.
Oh my god. It's coming your way! Shut up! It'll see you! Distracted! Hit your bars!
And the sound of clanging echoed up the stairwell. And the sobbing man said with terror,
It knows! It knows! Jesus Christ, do something!
and we were no longer silent. We echoed that sentiment loudly and repeatedly to the guard, do something. And he just stood there, literally quaking in his boots. And Will screamed at him,
Snap out of it! The other guards and the prisoners got away, you can too! Whatever it is, it won't follow you if you let them out and leave!
And I shouted,
They're gonna die down there!
Dante threw his shoe, and the impact finally snapped the man out of his terror. And the guard ran to the stairwell and descended, and the first thing we heard him say was taken aback,
Oh, Mary, Mother of Christ!
And the sobbing man again,
Over here, for God's sake, let us out!
The other prisoner wasn't talking for some reason. We could hear his gasping terror, but that too went quiet. Then we heard a buzzer, and all of the gates on 4 slammed loudly open. The sounds of panting, running, and someone dragging something followed. And the prison went silent. And just like that, we were all alone again. The formerly crowded prison now felt terrifyingly large and empty, with only 20 of us and no guards. And that night, the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoed from down below. I counted time as best I could. 40 minutes. Then someone took 3 steps out of a cell and into the hallway. An hour and 6 minutes. Someone ran 10 steps along the hallway and stopped abruptly. 28 minutes. The footsteps approached the stairwell but then turned into the cell and went silent. Thing was, whoever it was sounded barefoot. And the starting and stopping locations, they didn't match. Where they ended was often nowhere near where they began again later. And by the time that dawn came, we were scared into motionless, terrified silence. And it took Kellen's arrival for us to begin stirring again. With the GCG in bankruptcy court, we no longer had a night guard at all. If it came for us, there would be nobody left to let us out of our cells like everyone else. We hardly talked. We hardly ate. Each passing day was a grain of sand falling through an hourglass marking our executions. Our fellows began confessing to crimes that they hadn't committed just to get transferred to Supermax out of state. The only option left. All that, or sewer slide attempts. And one by one, Kellen escorted or dragged guys out of our floor. 20 became 15. And then 10. And then it was just me and Dante, with Will still in his cell to our left. The 3 of us and Kellen, 4 men waiting for doom. We sat playing card games in the weeks leading up to it. It would be 1 full year for me in that place, but I could swear that I spent a lifetime in that cell. I couldn't think, couldn't remember life before.
couldn't imagine surviving after. And every day I prayed for a transfer to come in. When North Dakota had gotten sick of our shit, and the judges had stopped hearing cases from Pembonita prison. They didn't know that there were only 3 of us left. Nobody knew. We contacted the media, we phoned the governor's office, we made a ruckus. That was worse than nobody knowing. Turned out that nobody cared. There was nobody higher up at GCG following this situation, and Kellen couldn't get anybody on the phone. Payroll, meaning just his paycheck, was being handled by a third-party disbursement company that couldn't answer questions about ongoing proceedings. And then the week approached. On Monday night, nothing happened. We were like statues in our cells, alone, waiting for a sign of the executioner's approach. When dawn came, we sighed and began moving again. And Dante asked, "You get out Friday?" I nodded. If things went like before, I would be released the day of. And as long as I left before sundown, I would be all right. On Tuesday night, nothing happened. 2 for 2. Just one more. Just one more day. I sat through the darkness until... No. And the feeling of the prison had changed around us. A subtle heartbeat seemed to pulse against our faces and ears and eyes. It had come a day earlier in the week than last time. And that morning, Will patted my arm as we both leaned out the bars. "Sorry, man." Dante shook his head angrily. I wasn't going to get out in time. And on Wednesday night, the heartbeat became the sound of footsteps approaching from some unfathomable distance. I think I stood at the bars of our cell that entire day, fingers wrapped around metal with force to match the tension in the air and in our minds. This couldn't happen. This wouldn't happen. My lawyer would walk in and tell me that he'd gotten the judge's unfair addition of an extra day removed. One day. One goddamn day. Even if I spent a whole year in this prison, one day meant life or death. Let me out. Let me the hell out, for God's sake! But nobody cared. And nobody would listen. The disbursement company fired Kellen and changed the locks on the property. According to the paperwork, all the prisoners had been moved, and they thought that he'd be getting fired for guarding an empty cell. They left us in there for 11 days before the error was found, which meant 11 nights with that thing. For 11 days, we starved. For 11 nights, we sat absolutely still, not daring to move or breathe or even look left or right. It knew where we were. Generally, it stood right outside of our cells for hours, and sometimes walked right through the bars and grassed at the beds around us, daring us to make even the slightest motion. When you've spent 6 hours staring into the blind crimson eyes of a rotting demon, unable to blink your eyes for fear that it will hear the air your lashes move. When you've seen what it's seen, the world that has walked reflected in hellish red, you'll understand. No one cares. I'd like to tell you that Kellen actually existed. I'd like to tell you that we had a friend among the guards, and that it wasn't all bad. I'd like to tell you that I wasn't traumatized by the hell that I went through being left to rot and left to die as nothing more than a number on some corporation's books. But no one cares.
damn it, Jerry. I've told you before. It's never gonna happen. You've already had your chance.
These were the final words of the last time that I spoke to my ex-wife. I'm 6 foot 3 inches tall and 240 pounds. I had grown into an average dad bod and not very athletically shaped, but by no means fat. Yet, she still left me with the excuse that I was too fat for her. I begged and I pleaded with her, claiming that I could lose some weight and work out and I would be back to her liking. She was willing to hear none of it. Her mind was made up. And she was leaving. Yes, like many of my friends had suggested, I thought that there might be something else behind the scenes. She could be leaving me for someone else that she had seen. But I didn't want to picture or think about that possibility. I felt that if I didn't imagine it, it would prevent it from being true. I wanted her back, no matter how much I worked for it. My thought was to first lose weight and get into shape, and then maybe I could call her and show her how much I had changed. And in my delusional mind, this sounded like the perfect plan. I mean, what's a few weeks at the gym and eating healthier? I should have been doing this earlier just for myself. And so that's what I was going to do. I began going to the grocery store. I planned all my meals for the next week, paying close attention to the number of calories and sugar and fat contents in each item. I figured that if the average person requires 2,000 calories per day just at baseline, I would be working out and exercising plus reducing my calorie intake to 1,500 per day. I'm no doctor or dietitian or anything like that. Honestly, I'm just some dude who works in the IT department for a call center. But that method made sense. Burn more calories than you take in means you lose weight instead of gaining it, right? Going to the gym every day on top of that would help me tone and at least look more muscular along with all this weight that I'd be losing. And I felt fantastic on my way home from the store, dreaming about how good I was going to look and how quickly I'd be able to do it if I was determined enough. I thought over and over to myself that this was going to work and I would soon be getting my ex-wife Stephanie back. Starting the next day was the first day of my mission. I was going to get up extra early and pack my meals for the day, go to the gym for an hour, then to work, then back to the gym for another hour or so. That was going to be my routine every day until I made it to where I wanted to be. And then she would take me back. After the first week, I felt terrific. And after my first workout, I stepped on the scale and I learned that I already lost 5 pounds. My plan was working and I had gone from wanting to lose 50 to 45 pounds in 1 week. My body felt better, and I don't know if it was just the delusion of how good I felt, but I thought that I already looked more fit and muscular. Again, that weekend, I went to the store and planned out my meals for the next week. I thought Stephanie was bound to be impressed and take me back when I completed my transformation. That Sunday night, I was too excited about my progress to stay up, and so I went to bed early to wake up and go to the gym the next day. The second week felt rough as my muscles and body became sore from all the new strain. And when I stepped on the scale that Friday at the gym, I noticed that I had somehow gained back the 5 pounds from the week before. Both confusion and rage filled me as I walked into the locker room to change and leave. How could I have gained it back already? Yet, I continued to stick to my diet and worked out just as much and just as hard as before. There was no excuse I could think of for not keeping on the same loss pattern as before. As I've been told many times before in my life, muscle weighs more than fat. The only problem with that is looking in the mirror. I don't feel like I've gained a bunch of muscle, and my stomach still hasn't changed from the flabby gut that I started with. Still, I stuck to my diet and workout routine. The third week, I noticed a strange man that I would often see sitting on a bench in the back of the locker room. He sat in basketball shorts and a hoodie with an oversized hood that draped over his face, concealing it in shadow. Every part of exposed skin seemed to bulge with lean muscle. Nothing about the man himself was strange, but what I did find odd was that I never saw him out on the floor lifting any weights or really anything but sitting there. I never saw him leave or enter the locker room, but he sat there 3 or 4 days a week. I ignored his presence for the most part. Yet after rechecking my weight that Friday and seeing that I had gained another 4 pounds again without losing any of my gut, I couldn't seem to get the image of him sitting there on the bench at the back of the locker room out of my mind.
and I thought how eerie it was that I never saw the man move. I'm not sure I even noticed him breathing, although I knew that he was. The shadows of his hood hid his dark, stoic face. I didn't know if he sat watching all the gym patrons as they came and went, or if he was there for another purpose for his presence in the locker room. And after so long of thinking about it, I concluded that he must be some sort of security guard, some kind of officer to prevent people from stealing things from the lockers and gym bags. Although the guy put off a very creepy vibe, it sort of made sense to have someone in there. It was like having a living security camera when you couldn't legally put a camera in there. My new conclusion of the strange man's purpose still didn't entirely sit right with me, but it was enough for me to carry out with my workout without overthinking it. Though not entirely, I grew accustomed to seeing the man there when I went to the gym. It almost became a ritual for me to check if he was there or not every day when I entered the locker room. I learned that he was there 5 days a week, but the day that he was gone was never the same and never back to back. One week he'd be gone Monday and Thursday, while he might be gone Wednesday and Friday the next. And by the end of the second month of paying close attention to my diet and going to the gym every day, I had only seen very little progress. I had only lost about 6 pounds and gained minimal muscle definition. At this rate, it would be forever before I could get the chiseled physique that I would need to get my wife back. I had to keep trying though. I didn't want to get back to the dating scene again, and she was perfect for me as far as I was concerned. I didn't know what I had done to win her over in the first place, but if she said that my being out of shape was the problem, well, that was something that I could fix. I just had to keep working on it. However, in the back of my mind, I knew that if it took too long, my moment might pass, and I would never be able to get her back. And I began looking online, searching and watching through every little lose your belly fat with this one weird trick that I could find, trying to find something that would work for me. I researched all the latest diets and exercise tips and tricks, tried different weight loss supplements, and did nearly everything that I could think of. In my head, time was running out, and I needed to hurry this along. When she left me, she told me that she didn't want me to talk to her, but I knew that I could change her mind if I did this. Every day, the massive man sat watching me show up, change, and push myself to the point of collapse before returning, exhausted, to the locker room. He would watch as I finished every day by stepping onto the scale and returning to the bench, utterly defeated. And then it happened. He spoke but a single question as well as moved. I had grown so accustomed to him sitting motionless that I had all but forgotten that he was even there. So it startled me to see him move and hear him speak. His voice was deep, guttural, and booming.
What would you sacrifice to become?
I didn't understand the question, as was clearly shown on my face. My confusion only increased as I watched the behemoth of a man rise from his typical seated position. His footsteps thundered on the ground as he walked to leave the locker room. He was clearly off to whatever else it was that he did, and in my panic for answers, I began to bombard him with queries about his oddly chosen question. Become what? Stronger? Thinner? I would give anything. Please, how can I look like that? And no response came from him as he moved. Instead, he simply turned the corner and disappeared. And I rushed out of the locker room after him, hoping to get any answers to my questions, but as I entered the main gym area in a panic, I was met with nothing but confused looks. I called out into the gym, asking where the man went. I asked frantic 3 times before one of the trainers pulled me aside and began to speak to me. Sir, you need to calm down and to explain. You seem to have lost someone. Can you describe them for me? What the fuck do you mean describe him? He's this 7-foot-tall black guy built like a brick shithouse? I mean, seriously, the guy looked like he chugged gallons of steroids and snorted protein powder. There's no way in hell you could have missed him. He was huge. So now, where did he go? Did this man take something from you? Did they assault you in some form or another? What? No, goddammit! He just said something to me as he walked out, and I need to know what he meant. Please, this is important. Now, again, where did he go? By that point, another muscle-ridden personal trainer from the gym had shown up and led the 3 of us into the back office. Sir, my name is Garrett. I guess that you can consider me as the manager on duty. We could check the cameras and see if we can find where they went.
and Garrett led the way, followed by me and the other trainer that never stated his name, and I didn't care enough to ask. The office was small and quaint. It was sparsely furnished with little more than a small desk and a couple of plastic and wire chairs. A large monitor sat on the desk connected to a slightly outdated computer. The walls were furnished much like I would expect a gym addict's dorm room to look. Posters of protein shake powders and pre-workout supplements, some guy in a Speedo flexing an alarming number of muscles as the most recent Mr. Universe or some other weightlifting idol. Typically, I'm a man of moderate to impressive amounts of patience. However, something about being within those walls caused all of the patience to expel from my body faster than a colony of mice in a building fire. And finally, after some quick typing, a few loud sighs, and some mouse clicks, Garrett turned to me to speak. Hey, are you sure this man left the locker room? Yeah, I'm sure. Why do you ask? And how does nobody know what I'm talking about? This behemoth of a guy is in the locker room damn near every day. I thought he was some sort of security guard for you guys, and now you're telling me that he isn't? Sir, I feel like this is only going to confuse you more, but you were the only person in or out of that locker room for the past 30-ish minutes now. What? Yeah, I'm not joking. Look for yourself, he said as he turned the large computer monitor to face me. Hey, Chet, can you go to check the locker room to see if anyone is in there that might fit this guy's description? The other trainer, apparently called Chet, simply nodded and left the room. I watched as Garrett clicked back on the camera's timeline to the point that I first entered the locker room after my workout. And as the seconds ticked by into minutes, I watched as no other souls even came near the entrance, let alone went in or came out. And finally, after a few moments of watching the tape, I saw my own face emerge from the doorway, plastered with a look of frantic confusion. I felt as though my brain was short-circuiting. I knew that I had seen him leave. I heard the question that he boomed at me as he passed. I could feel the vibrations on the floor as his footsteps moved him through the room, and yet the video did not show even the slightest hint of him leaving ahead of me. And suddenly, embarrassed at the situation, I shook my head, trying to clear it. Thoughts began to cross my mind that I may have dreamed the entire situation up. And I looked at Garrett, still slightly confused as I rose from my seat. I'm sorry. I haven't been sleeping well. I must have fallen asleep in the locker room or something. Again, I am so sorry for the hassle. I must be having some really vivid dreams or something. Garrett stood for a second, looking me over with a very skeptical look that he couldn't seem to hide. And after a few short seconds, he matched my pose and stood from his chair before responding. Well, in that case, sir, I suggest that you head home and get some much-needed sleep. Remember, rest is essential for muscle recovery. He flashed me a very smug grin, and it was all I could do to prevent myself from rolling my eyes at him before leaving the room. As I walked back to the locker room to gather my things, I again ran into Chet, who decided to stop me. Hey, sir, I couldn't find any trace of the guy that you were talking about. You sure everything's okay, bro? Yeah, I'm cool. I spoke with Garrett a little more, and I think that I may have just dreamed it up due to some sleep deprivation. Oh, okay. Well, rest is important for muscle recovery. Yeah, I know. Garrett said the same thing to me. I'm going to head home and let myself recover, as you call it. Chet seemed slightly offended that I finished his sentence for him and left for the office without another word. As I reached for my bag and lifted it to go, I noticed that something felt off about it. It felt heavier than I remembered it being when I brought it in. Not just by a few ounces either. If that had been the case, I doubt that I would have noticed. It was heavier by 5 or more pounds. Acting a little more enthusiastically than was necessary for the situation, I dropped the bag, ripped the zipper open, and threw the flap back. Sitting under an extra pair of gym shorts was a small container that looked to have some sort of pills inside, along with 2 tubes of very strange-looking cream. The label on the items was a paradox. They somehow looked both amateur and professional at the same time. It was as if a bootleg copy was actually the real thing. The tubes of cream had a picture of a very gaunt but happy-looking person with a cartoon-looking speech bubble. Inside the bubble were the words, "The weight just falls off." I couldn't help but admit that something about the advertising seemed very compelling to me. I mean, after trying nearly everything else that I had found, maybe this one would be what I needed to drop the pounds and get my ex-wife back. I decided to take the cream and the pills back to my place to inspect them further. And as I turned to leave, I caught a quick glance of myself in the mirror, and my ex-wife's voice instantly bellowed through my mind.
How do you expect me to love you when you've gotten as fat and lazy as you've gotten?
Some people might think that this was being mean or rude, but it's okay, because she was right. How could she love me when I had put on an extra 10 or 20 pounds? That's not the person that she had married. I had become a fat slob, and it was okay for her to feel like that and say that stuff, right? Either way, it didn't matter because I was going to lose the weight and get her back. I just hoped that this new stuff would do the trick. The strangeness of how it appeared in my bag was easily overshadowed by the possibility of it helping me achieve what I wanted. When I got home, I dumped my gym bag onto the counter like a drunk girl trying to find her car keys. I grabbed the container of pills and began reading the label. It seemed to be the same branding as the tubes of cream, and in my excitement, I nearly skimmed over a lot of the information written until I got to the directions for use. The bottle told me that for best results, take 1 pill morning and night for a month. I thought that would be easy enough, and it even said that I didn't need any excessive workout regime to go with it. The instructions for the cream were even more straightforward. They said, apply cream to problem areas once a day, and the fat-burning ingredients would make it all fall away. I figured that if I used those 2 items, plus if I kept out with my workouts, I would lose the weight and be back with my ex in no time at all. It seemed like a relatively foolproof plan to me, even if I had no proof that it was him. I knew that that strange giant of a man from the locker room was the one who left this stuff in my bag. I thought to myself that whether or not he responded, I needed to thank him next time I saw him. Those first few days, I decided to only take the pills, and I would add the cream after the first week. The pills made my jaw ache and made me feel like I turned into a furnace. The amount of heat that began to radiate from my body alarmed me at first. However, I soon began to think, this must be why they call it fat burning. The sudden rise in body heat caused me to feel the need to check my temperature. Although it was definitely elevated, it never seemed to reach what one could consider fever levels. And after the first week, I began to add the cream to my weight loss regime. It was very similar to the pills in the sense that it caused wherever I applied it to have an intense burning sensation. They worked though, and I couldn't have been more excited about it. In the first 2 weeks, I had lost 8 pounds, which was better than I had accomplished in the months at the gym before. I was hooked. It worked so well that I even stopped going to the gym. I didn't need to anymore. As long as I followed the directions, the weight just kept going away. By the time that I had lost 12 pounds, all I could think about was losing more. The only thing on my mind was waiting till I could take the next pill. I quickly lost any desire to eat or even sleep. Pacing back and forth from the counter in the kitchen to the scale in the bathroom, I suddenly remembered my original purpose. Her words again rang in my mind, some comment about being the fat, ugly fuck that I was, nobody would ever love me. Her exact words didn't matter, because as I stood on the scale for the 10th time that day, I noticed that I had lost another pound since morning. I was gonna do it. I was gonna win her back for sure. I yelled out in excitement at the progress that I was seeing. I know that I already used the cream today, but what could it hurt if I doubled it up? It should cause it to work faster, shouldn't it? I muttered to myself as I walked to the counter. Putting on a second coat of the cream caused my flesh to burn much more than usual, but it also somehow began giving me a numbing sensation. The nerves in my stomach and chest dulled to the point that I could barely feel my finger as I poked my belly. Well, that's an interesting side effect. I thought to myself as I finished rubbing the layer over my body. The numb feeling began to overtake my entire body, and as much as I thought that it was better than the burning pain, it proved to cause normal functions to become difficult. My balance seemed to be thrown off because of the fact that I couldn't feel when my feet touched the ground. And after the first day, I began to understand how to function, basically without any sense of touch. It took a lot of guessing and a lot of trial and error, but by the end of the day, I seemed to be able to move around as if nothing had happened. I even convinced myself to check the scale and mirrors. I looked skinnier and felt lighter. The scale said that I had lost another 4 pounds, but I thought that if I began to use the cream twice a day instead of one, I would begin to lose weight much faster and finally get my ex back. She would be so pleased with my progress. I just knew it. And the next day, after putting on my second layer of cream and taking the pills as always, I decided that with losing the weight, I should start going back to the gym to build some muscle in place of my missing fat. Driving my car to the gym with my body completely numb proved to be much more dangerous than I had anticipated, but I managed to make it in one piece. I walked in filled with more confidence than I ever had, until I began to hear the whispers.
Hey, look at that guy. Ew, why does he look like that? Is it safe for him to be here? That looks really bad. Is his skin boiling? That's disgusting. Yeah, why is he all yellow and purple like that?
I did my best to ignore everything that I heard and just get on with my workout. As I was doing my curls with some free weights, I was able to see what they had been talking about. The mirror before me displayed a terrifying sight. The skin on my biceps and around my ribs had turned a yellowish purple, and blisters began to form over the bruises. The voice in my head began to scream about how disgusting I looked. My focus quickly shifted from my own reflection to the reflection of everyone else in the gym. They looked like they were hidden behind various pieces of equipment, snickering at me. I could feel their eyes on me, and the sudden flood of embarrassment filled my body with fear. What if I stayed like this? What if I was getting sick from the cream? Do I need to go to the hospital? I nearly crushed my feet as I dropped the weights in my hand and tried sprinting to the door. After the first few strides, my numbed condition failed me and I fell, hitting the ground hard. I could feel a few of the blisters on my chest and arms burst as I made contact with the matted floor. I quickly stood up and rushed again for the door, again falling only after a few strides, my heart pounding in my chest as I screamed out in pain, and more blisters broke and drug raw flesh against the ground. Pus poured from the blisters, and in a sad attempt to reduce the scene that I was creating, I stood again and attempted a more calculated walk to my car. And by the time that I made it there, I had convinced myself that all the hospital would do was waste time on something that I could do myself at home. So instead, I stopped on the way home and I purchased antibiotic cream, bandages, and a large roll of gauze. And when I reached my house and made it inside, I removed my shirt, only to realize that it was much worse than I had thought, or possibly had progressed since I had left the gym. My entire torso, everywhere I had used the cream, had turned into a black, yellow, and purple bruise. Various blisters covered my chest and burst, leaving a disgusting yellow trail of pus flowing down my body. The smell of necrotic flesh filled my nostrils as the yellow ooze flowed from the burst blister. I quickly wrapped my wounds in bandages and gauze, and I repeated the same phrase over and over to myself.
It's working so well. I can deal with this. It'll go away after I'm done. I gotta keep going.
And as soon as I was done wrapping up my new development, I couldn't stop myself from getting on the scale. I had nearly lost 50 pounds and, bandaged chest aside, I felt like I looked great. I at least felt like I looked better than I did, but I was also beginning to see myself the way that Stephanie saw me. I wasn't perfect yet, and I could lose more weight and gain more muscle. I was too excited by how far I had come and sent a message to my ex asking to meet up and see what she thought of my progress. I was already convinced that I had made strides in my progress and honestly thought that I had already achieved the look that she was looking for. And somehow, I'll admit that I was slightly surprised myself that she agreed.
That Friday, she agreed to have dinner with me. That was only a few days away, and I could still lose more weight by then. Everything was going just the way that I imagined it would. I knew the boils and bruises were there, but I could always hide them with bandages and a shirt. I couldn't even begin to describe the excitement that filled my body as the thought of getting my wife back had on me. I did my best not to bother her until Friday, which wasn't very hard because I focused on my new routine. The cream still burned my skin as I put it on, but it seemed to be working. The blisters and discoloration seemed to be getting worse, but I could worry about that after I had dinner with Stephanie. And after all, I could just hide it until later when I finally stopped needing the pills and cream. The pills seemed to increase the effects exponentially. I did notice that my skin had turned wet and slimy around the blistered areas. I just thought that as long as it did not spread to an area that I couldn't cover up with pants and a shirt, I would be fine. I was only slightly scared at realizing that with all the exercise and very limited diet, my health had begun to decline. However, I simply kept thinking of a couple of old sayings like, beauty is pain and the risk is worth the reward. I got to her old favorite restaurant early. That way I could be there with a table waiting for her. The place wasn't a 5-star place, but it was pretty fancy, and the food was terrific. The table I got wasn't at the front window, but it was close enough for me to see her walk up to the building. My heart raced with anticipation. I was so excited at how well this was going to go. And she walked in, and I could see as the hostess led her over to my table. And as she looked up, she stopped about 10 feet short of the table with a jaw-dropping smile before beginning to speak, or rather exclaim, "Oh my God, look at you. You look so much better." And the dinner went great. I was as giddy as a schoolgirl because it was going just as I had imagined. And as we stood up just before leaving, my heart screamed with desire for things to go back to how they were before. The reality of what was going on with my body snapped back in front of my head as she went in for a hug. And as her body pressed against mine, I could feel a few more blisters on my chest burst beneath the bandages. Walking out of the restaurant, she nearly caused my jaw to fall to the floor as she whispered something in my ear. "Why don't we go back to my place for a while?" I nearly had a miniature panic attack as my heart began to race. This was going so much better than I could have dreamed of. If she wanted to do what I thought she wanted to do, I didn't know what to do about the wounds and the bruises all over my body. I was terrified that she would see, but following that thought by telling myself that I could just keep my shirt on and everything would be fine. I could still hide it until I could deal with it another time. It would work out great until later, and then I could focus on that problem. "Oh, well, I suppose with how good it has been seeing you, what better way to end the night?" I finally responded. On one hand, it felt as though we were moving extremely fast, but I also realized that it hadn't been very long since we were married. That realization made me feel even more that things were just going to get back to how they were, rather than starting over, so to speak. And as we lay in the bed, things quickly became serious. I tried my hardest to get into the mood for what was to come, but every time that she rubbed against my body, I could feel another blister burst under the bandages. I prayed to gods that I didn't even believe in, that the smell wouldn't permeate the bandages and give everything away. And finally, as she removed her clothes in front of me, and once again I saw that amazing body I so missed, she said the words that I had been dreading most. "Your turn. Take those clothes off." I removed my pants, but kept my shirt on and went in to progress the night. But she stopped me. The shirt too. I want to see all those new muscles you have." I can't. This is, there's something with my chest. I'd rather keep my shirt on." "Take off the shirt, or this isn't happening," she demanded. I removed my shirt reluctantly as fear flooded my body. I only exposed the bandages, but it was enough to cause my fear to spike as she spoke. "Why are you all wrapped up? Take it off. I want to see." "No, trust me, you don't right now.
This will go a lot better if you don't see. Remove it. Now, she said in a rather unnecessarily stern voice. Sheepishly, I removed the bandages, revealing the boils and blisters that covered my chest and stomach. Her instant repulsion floored me and caused my heart to slam into my chest as it fell. She retched and nearly puked off the side of the bed, screaming the same 2 words over and over. Get out! I grabbed my clothes and, for some reason, the bandages, and ran out of the house as I pulled it all back on. Part of me felt entirely ashamed, yet my brain began screaming at me that I could fix this. I could make my body perfect. I just had to get back to the gym and keep using the products. That's all I needed to do to make this work. But unfortunately, I couldn't help myself from giving in to that second thought. The next day, I was back at the gym, pushing myself to the limits as I drove myself to form my perfect body. The creams and the pills helped as I struggled through the burn and the blisters. However, I noticed that no matter how much of the supplements I used, they always remained just as full as if I never had opened them. And the blisters and bruises began spreading over my entire body. I could see it traveling down my arms and legs as I used it more and more. I had grown accustomed to ignoring the remarks and the snickers at the other gym inhabitants. I would burst a new blister, releasing that foul-smelling pus with every rep. And I could tell as everyone seemed to keep their distance from me. I assumed that it was from the look of the wounds or the smell. But I knew that I could keep my body perfect if I just kept going. I would make it suitable for her, one way or another. The following week, I finally learned just how bad it had gotten. I walked into the gym with a welcoming party of disgusted looks and people going out of their way to avoid me. I dropped my bag off in the locker room, took the pills, and rubbed the cream over my blistered, covered body, popping a few of them. And as I walked out onto the gym floor, my clumsiness caused me to run shoulder first into one of the machines. The next few moments became a blur as I heard a wet splash, followed by screaming. I ricocheted off the machine and bumped into another. The second impact was quickly followed by another sloppy splat of a sound and more screaming. And by the time I looked down, I had realized that chunks of skin and flesh had fallen from my body with each impact. The splashing sounds had been the meat landing on the floor. And I felt my heart skip a beat as one of the trainers approached me. Instead of responding to his patronizing claims saying I needed a hospital immediately and that he was a breath away from removing me from the gym, I panicked and ran from him to the locker room, pulling the pills and cream from my body. I threw them as hard as I could to the locker room corner, causing them to bounce off of a massive man I noticed once again sitting in his usual place. And I had so many questions for him. But all I could get out was,
Why? Why me?
He stood as he spoke his final words, traversing the locker room and walking out the door.
Your greed was your demise. Did you get what you wanted? Or as Icarus, did you fly too close to the sun? Your tragedy is your own doing.
And I sat in tears in the locker room corner, terrified and scribbling furiously in my journal as his words dug deep into my mind. And seconds after his footsteps left the locker room, hurried men ran into the room, pushing a gurney. My heart racing, my nerves tensed as I let out a brief, horrified scream as I looked down, realizing that I had begun bleeding profusely after my skin removed itself while watching him watch over me.
Sir, are you all right?
Said one of the paramedics.
I can fix this.